My mom is a tattooed, nose-pierced, belly-button-pierced girl, and my dad is a blonde-haired killmat. I worked hard for 3 lifetimes and finally succeeded in reincarnating. When I was born, I was confused. What kind of strange start is this? Reincarnation Buddha. You promised that as long as I do good deeds for 3 lifetimes, I can be reborn into a good family. But you gave me a hellish start. At this moment, in the delivery room of the hospital, Ms. Shin, we need to remove the piercings from your body. Can we not remove them? No, we can't. Can we just remove the belly button piercing? No, we can't. Several hours later, I was born naturally from Shin Xiangwei's belly. When I was exposed to light, my eyes narrowed into slits. I weighed 6 kilograms, suffered from malnutrition, had normal heart and lung function, and had a slightly low body temperature. I was immediately placed in an incubator for newborns. In a daze, my mind was confused. Ding! Activate talent, growing in adversity. Gain 0.2 in spirit, 0.2 in internal organs, and 0.2 in physique due to congenital malnutrition. At that moment, my crying stopped, and I opened my eyes, curiously observing this world. Nurse, where is my son? Shin Xiangwei was still in pain and anxious to see her son. The nurse informed her that the baby was in the incubator and advised her to rest before getting out of bed due to her weak condition. Less than half an hour later, Shin Xiangwei endured the discomfort, holding the removed piercings in her hand, and picked up the phone. Zhang Huolong, your son has been born. Where have you been? Hurry up and come over. Honey, I overslept. I forgot that you were giving birth. I'm already downstairs now. Hurry up and come up. As I lay in the incubator, drooling and sucking my fingers, I turned my head and saw 2 strange-looking people walking towards me. The man was skinny, wearing a tight tiger head shirt, tight capri pants, and sneakers. The woman had earrings, nose rings, and belly button piercings, with scattered tattoos on her stomach and arms, and was as skinny as a stick. Zhang Huolong walked over with his hands in his pockets. As soon as he saw Shin Xiangwei, he quickly put his hand on her shoulder and said, "Wife, you're amazing. You've worked hard. Have you given our son a name yet? Let's call him Zhang Chaoqian. He will become a strong person in the future. And this name has another meaning." "What meaning?" Shin Xiangwei looked at him with a foolish look. "My last name is Zhang, and your name is Qiangwei. Zhang Chaoqian." Shin Xiangwei patted Zhang Huolong's head without a good temper and then thought about it, blushing and said, "Husband, you're so romantic. Ding, achieve a crazy name. Gain 0.2 in spirit." At that moment, my consciousness became clearer, and I could think independently. I realized that I had successfully reincarnated. I used to live in a place called Blue Star, without parents and died young. The reincarnation Buddha told me that as long as I do good deeds for 3 lifetimes, I can be reborn into a good family. It may not be a family that dominates the world, but at least a family of cultivators. My parents were talented individuals, immortal lovers, and my own aptitude would be unparalleled to make up for the tragic regrets of my previous life. First, I became a wandering doctor, healing all living beings. Second, I became a monk, enlightening all living beings. Third, I became a monk, saving all living beings. Now, I have finally achieved my wish and successfully reincarnated. However, this world is completely different from the past. It is a modern technological world called Earthcore. Humans value martial arts, and the power of the strong is comparable to hot weapons. Moreover, there are special life forms called demon beasts in this world, which constantly threaten the lives of humans. However, 5 years ago, the major countries joined forces with hundreds of thousands of warriors to create a secret battlefield, driving most of the demon beasts into it. And now, I am in the central country, which has the highest population density in the world. Zhang Chaoqian, on the verge of death 1/1000, physical fitness, spirit 0, 45 out of 10, internal organs 0, 25 out of 10, body 0, 25 tenths, unique talent, thriving in adversity, growth talent, none, skills, none. I can already think independently. I turn my head to look at Shin Xiangwei and Zhang Huolong, curious as to why these 2 spirited young men and young lady are surrounding me. Right now, I just want to know if I have really been reincarnated into a martial arts family. But why is this spirited young man staring at me? Hold on, could it be? Ha ha, my son is handsome, incredibly handsome. You silly, don't corrupt our son. He's so young, how could he hear? Ding, achievement unlocked, corrupting the child. Achieving, corrupting children, obtaining the talent for, language proficiency, growth. Practicing 1000 complete conversations can increase the mental limit by 2 and enhance language learning ability. In an instant, I completely understood what these 2 people were saying. For a moment, I couldn't accept it. What about the promised martial arts world? What about the unparalleled parents? Turns out my parents are just a mentally young guy and a little sister. I couldn't believe it. I looked at Xin Xiangwei in despair, who had once again put on her shiny belly button piercing. So, this is how it starts. Coming out of this deluxe room, right? I turned my head and glanced at Zhang Huolong, who even while standing on the ground, had to alternate his legs a few times. Yo yo yo, my son is looking at me, and in my heart I wonder, is there a reincarnated Buddha? Reincarnated Buddha, are you there? Reincarnated Buddha. I'm really pissed off. I'm both angry and furious. Finally, I understand why my talent is to grow in adversity. This whole life has been in adversity from the beginning. Fuck, I've been holding it in for so long, but I can't help but speak out. My son actually knows how to swear. Sir, please don't disturb the baby's rest here. Kindly leave. As a last resort, the two of them were asked to leave the incubator. Reincarnate Buddha. Reincarnate Buddha. I've been silently chanting in my heart, but for the past 2 days, I haven't received any response at all. I can only sigh in sorrow. During this time, Xin Xiangwei and Zhang Chaoqiang came to see me once, but they were expelled for spitting beetle nut fragments everywhere. I must have made a mistake. My parents should be martial arts masters or immortal lovers. That's what I've always yearned for. These days, I have been fed with stored breast milk in the hospital. After 2 days, all my body temperature values returned to normal, but I still had some malnutrition. Super strong. I'm drinking milk. When Xin Xiangwei tried to hold me in her arms to feed me, it resulted in a mother without breast milk, and the value of consuming dairy products for growth doubled. No milk, I complained in my heart. What kind of hell is this starting point? Am I going to be thrown into the toilet or next to the trash can in the next step? The nurse took me and fed me with the stored breast milk. I eagerly sucked on it. Ding! Growth value +2. Growth value +2. Barely surviving at 160 per thousand. 1 week later, under the guidance of my parents, I left the hospital. From consuming breast milk to formula milk, they are all dairy products. Therefore, when I was just 1 month old, I completely got rid of the state of barely surviving in malnutrition, with a growth value of 2 per thousand, and unlocked a skill, survival instinct, which can trigger the most dangerous response in a short time. It can be used once every 48 hours, and using it multiple times consumes 50 growth points. The first active skill appeared, and I think it is extremely practical, because in just half a month, I have experienced several dangers. For example, my father, Zhang Huolong, clumsily prepared formula milk for himself, and several times almost spilled hot water on me. And then, my parents are extremely restless when they sleep at night. Sometimes they even hold me while sleeping. After upgrading, each time I consume food, the growth value added is lower than before. At this time, I already weigh 4.2 kilograms, which is considered mild malnutrition. If it weren't for the doubled growth value from consuming dairy products, I'm afraid I would have been gone long ago. It seems like the last time I was fed was a whole day ago. Baby, the milk is here. I instantly focused. My parents are very aware of their own danger, and they must always be vigilant when Xin Xiangwei approaches. Sure enough, when Xin Xiangwei ran over quickly, she tripped over the foot of the bed, and with a crash, the warm milk bottle was thrown directly at me. My eyebrows furrowed into an exclamation mark, and I immediately used my survival instinct. Just as the milk bottle was about to hit my head, I successfully dodged it with a flip, and then burst into tears. I really wanted to cry. Ding! Survival instinct used successfully. Combat awareness +1. A new attribute, combat awareness, appeared in my attribute bar. It seems that every time I use my survival instinct to avoid danger, my combat awareness increases. After another 3 months, I have grown a lot. Malnutrition has decreased to 600 out of 2,000, and there has been improvement in other aspects of my growth as well. I have become more sensible and my brain capacity allows me to remember recent events clearly. I rarely saw Zhang Huolong in the past 2 months because he had to go out to deliver food and earn money for my formula. Xin Xiangwei took care of me full-time. Although her care was not the best, I know she did her best. After another 3 months, I finally managed to crawl openly. Ding! Crawling completed. Physical condition 0. 17/12. I have finally achieved a normal growth milestone. I have become more adept at dealing with the threats from my parents. My combat awareness is currently at 20. This means that in the past 3 months, my parents have threatened me at least 20 times. I have gradually become accustomed to it and even want to ask my parents. I'm pretty hard to kill, right? At this moment, my mother, Xin Xiangwei, is teaching me how to read and recognize words, although she doesn't know many characters herself. Through recent understanding, I have learned that the most sought-after profession in this world is a warrior. From elementary school to university, there is a division between liberal arts and martial arts. Martial arts students who reach a certain level can be assessed for their warrior rank, and upon graduation, they become official warriors. Warriors usually join organizations for hunting and capturing monsters, or they go to battlefields or secret realms to hunt and kill monsters. Monsters have value in various aspects, and warriors can also receive bonus rewards from the authorities. However, the graduation rate for martial arts is pitifully low. Like my parents, Xin Xiangwei and Zhang Huolong, they basically dropped out of school in junior high. With tattoos on their bodies, they can hardly find decent jobs. Fortunately, my careless yet attentive parents seem to have noticed that I have a strong learning ability. When Zhang Huolong saw how quickly I was crawling, he took me to a nearby mall to play. It was the kind of amusement park with a huge inflatable cushion where kids play on it. I stood on the side, leaning against the inflatable wall. I hoped my father would understand that this place was filled with 5 or 6-year-old children playing and having fun. I was just a short child who had just learned to walk. Was it appropriate for me to play with them? Zhang Huolong was also daring. Ding! Stumbling steps, walk 50 kilometers. Increase physical limit by 2, reading level 1, read 1 million words. Increase mental limit by 2. Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei hurriedly rushed over from the other end of the shopping mall. She told Zhang Huolong that there was a baby walking competition being held on the other side, only allowing babies under 1 year old to participate. The prize was a certain brand of formula milk. Each can of this formula milk costs over 500. Which is considered the ceiling price for formula milk. Darling, shall we participate in the walking competition? I nodded and secretly thought that I could finally drink formula milk worth 500 yuan. As the host announced the start, the scene became noisy. Baby, come over here. There's no need for Zhang Huolong to shout so much. I walked with a smooth yet awkward walking posture, but headed straight towards the finish line. Other babies were still standing foolishly at the starting point, but I crossed the finish line first. The parents looked at me with envy. But when I heard Xin Xiangwei's words, I couldn't help but frown. It turns out that the child of a spirited young man is really capable. Xin Xiangwei happily picked me up with the milk powder and we went home cheerfully. As soon as Zhang Huolong got home, he couldn't wait to prepare the formula milk. In my heart, I thought, oh, he's grown up and sensible now. But I didn't expect that after my dad finished preparing it, he fed the first mouthful to my mom. Xiangwei, try it. This 500 yuan formula milk must taste good. Zhang Huolong, you try it too. It's quite tasty. In my heart, countless mythical creatures galloped past. Are you both also 3-year-old children? How can you compete with me for the formula milk? At night, the two of them wanted to tell me a story, but the few children's books we had at home had already been read to pieces. I could recite them backwards. Xin Xiangwei rummaged through boxes and cabinets for a while and finally found it. When I saw that orange notebook with its cover, I was suddenly immersed in memories of their love story. Curiously, I opened a page. Unexpectedly, it was written in a strange language that I could only partially understand. Ding! I achieved the Killmat Martian language and gained basic insight, enhanced observation skills, heightened awareness, and improved ability to capture details. It was a perfect match when combined with survival instincts. Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei forcibly flipped through that Martian text in front of me, reminiscing about their past love story. Zhang Huolong looked at me indulgently and sighed to Xin Xiangwei. Unconsciously, we have also grown old. We're already 19 years old in the blink of an eye. Memories are really good. Ha, what the heck? You guys are only 19, and I'm not even 1 year old yet. In other words, I can't hold it in anymore. I finally blurted out 2 words, and both of them were instantly stunned. Ah, our son is speaking. Ha ha, he just spoke. They forgot that I also said a word when I was born. Zhang Huolong thought my first word would definitely be mom because mom works hard and loves me very much. Xin Xiangwei thought my first word would be dad because dad works hard to support the family. But what surprised them the most is that I actually said these 2 words. Baby, say it again. I'm ready to record a video. It will definitely go viral online. Zhang Huolong immediately opened the familiar camera filter, turned on the maximum beauty mode, and first took a selfie, touching his hair and sticking out his tongue, doing the 3-piece set of gestures like a thumbs up. Why don't you take a picture of the baby? Oh, sorry, I'm used to taking selfies. Baby, say it again in front of the camera. I didn't repeat it, but shouted mom and dad in a sharp voice. Hey! Both of them were overjoyed and recorded this moment. At the same time, the language ability that had lasted for 7 months was finally filled. Mental power increased by 0. 2. Learning ability improved. As my mental capacity gradually increases, my brain is able to accommodate more information. Recently, at my request, Zhang Huolong took me to nearby bookstores. But there wasn't much detailed information about this world, the secret realm of monsters, etc. The news on TV only briefly mentioned information about monsters, Every time I try to use my mother Xinxiangwei's hand to search, it is taken away from me. This is not because Xinxiangwei is afraid that I will strain my eyes at such a young age, but because she wants to play as well. One night, I secretly got up and learned from my phone that detailed information about monsters and such can only be accessed within the school, because in this era of peace, monsters are too far away from humans. Human cities are extremely fearful of monsters due to the power of modern weapons. I also learned from some online forums that monsters can produce many valuable things, such as lean meat, which is a delicacy enjoyed by the wealthy and can enhance physical strength, aiding martial artists in their training. Since this world is relatively stable, I no longer worry and will honestly focus on improving my own growth and talent. Another half year has passed, and I am now almost 1.5 years old. I am just under 2 kilometers away from completing my wobbly steps, but today, I happened to complete reading level 1, which increased my mental capacity by 2 points. My mental progress is now at 0.78 out of 14. My mental capacity is now much higher than that of an adult, but my combat awareness remains at 59 points. Stagnant. To improve my combat awareness, I must encounter situations that threaten my own safety and react instinctively. With the improvement of my combat awareness and the addition of basic insight, I have developed a subconscious tendency to avoid and resist the dangerous environment around me. It's not that Zhang Huolong and Xinxiangwei have become less clumsy, but rather that I have become increasingly difficult to kill. Honey, have you noticed? It seems like our son doesn't like to hug us as much anymore. Zhang Huolong wondered. Our son is growing up. Maybe it's the rebellious phase. Xinxiangwei stared at Zhang Chaoqiang and said seriously, he will understand when he reaches our age. I was speechless when I heard this. If you add the 3 lifetimes of being tested by the reincarnated Buddha, I would be around 300 years old. Reincarnated Buddha. Fuck you. Whenever I think of the reincarnated Buddha, I grit my teeth and give this old friend a sincere and warm greeting. My son doesn't like hugs, but I do. Xinxiangwei pouted and coquettishly said, darling, moi. The two of them stuck together like glue, and it seemed like I, playing with toys alone on the side, was not in the same world. 2 days later, it will be my parents' 3rd anniversary of meeting each other, and they decided to take me out shopping. I have a bad premonition as they stand in front of the mirror, helping each other straighten their clothes in striking poses. They take a photo together, then embrace each other before finally getting ready to leave. Both of them are tall and slim, and they are also quite attractive. I actually had a moment where I thought, in a certain sense, that my parents were like immortal heroes. They parked their cool LED-lit car in front of the bubble tea shop, while inside, they played cards and chatted with a group of energetic young people. Meanwhile, I was just pacing back and forth outside. This was the first time I met my parents' friends, and my parents were no longer the carefree and attractive individuals who used to come whenever they were called. Ding! I completed my unsteady steps, gaining +2 to my physical limit. My physical progress is 0.55. I run 2 kilometers every day, accumulating for 2 years, and my physical limit increases by 2. After finishing the milk tea, my parents took me to the pedestrian street in the city center for a good stroll. Most of the passers-by would give strange looks to Zhang Huolong and Xinxiangwei, and when they glanced at me, who was holding hands with them in the middle, their looks became even stranger. When someone looks at them with a strange gaze, they feel uncomfortable. When most people look at them with strange eyes, they feel a hint of pride. But what does it mean when everyone looks at them with strange eyes? It means invincibility. Oh no! I've been influenced. I realized it was not good. Under the guidance of my parents, I became shameless, achieving a different kind of gaze, gaining 0.2 in guts, and obtaining the talent for growth, eye contact. Eye contact. When you truly make eye contact with others, there is a 50% chance of making the other person feel guilty. Growth requirement, achieve eye contact 2,000 times. Romantic day. Romantic anniversary of meeting each other. In the evening my parents decided to go out for Western food. Romantic meal of Wallace. The total cost of less than $60. But left the two people happy for a night. When I went home, I passed by the shopping mall, and curiously went in to take a stroll. And when I came out, Zhang Huolong carried 2 cans of Sanli milk powder in his hand. The 500 cans of Sanli milk powder are rich in nutrition and can give Zhang Chaoqiang +3 points of growth value every time. Zhang Chaoqiang did some math. Today all day. The amount of money his parents had spent on him was no more than 150. That night, Zhang Chaoqiang finally got rid of malnutrition, 2000/2000. Flat nutrition, January 300. After filling up the growth value of the previous level, Zhang Chaoqiang received another reward. Viscera points +0.2, Carapace points +0.2, and Spirit points +0.2. The current him, aside from the physical size aspect, regarding internal organ health, torso strength, and spiritual brain. All of them were going to exceed children of the same age group by quite a distance. Hug. Zhang Chaoqiang opened his arms. Zhang Huolong said okay, gave the milk powder to Xin Xiangwei, and hugged Zhang Chaoqiang. At the moment of hugging up, father and son happened to look at each other. Nothing happened. Failed. The talent needs to be brewed before it can be used. 10 minutes later, Zhang Chaoqiang stared into Zhang Huolong's eyes again. Zhang Huolong couldn't help but apologize to Shen Rangwei and open his mouth. Wife. In fact, that teacup you liked last time wasn't dropped by Chaoqiang. It was me who accidentally. Xin Xiangwei tilted her head contently, shyly glared at him. You think I'm stupid? Ah. Super strong, so well behaved. How could it be that he smashed? Only in the teacups. Then I like my husband and son more. Visual, +1. The years go by like a shuttle. Another year has passed, and he himself is already 2.5 years old. Parents also broke through the threshold of 20 years old. Zhang Chaoqiang is slowly growing up, and the burden on his body is getting heavier and heavier. Rent, food expenses, son's toys, books and so on. Plus, his son will soon be going to kindergarten. After Xin Xiangwei Zhang Huolong, two people agreed to send Zhang Chaoqiang to the best kindergarten in the neighborhood. A month to nearly $2,000. They have not read any books, do not know how to teach their son knowledge, can only count on those teachers, so the money had to be prepared in advance. The family is Xin Xiangwei in charge of money. See the original family, there are 5 figures, tens of thousands of deposits, to only 4 figures left after the idea of coming out to work in the factory. Was Zhang Huolong refused. Son needs someone to accompany. So Zhang Huolong went to the factory during the day to do daytime, night run takeaway. Do not do long-term labor, because of the fear of any situation at home, can always pull out. A day down, the income can reach about 260 in a good situation. The income of about 700 to 800 a month is already enough to support the basic expenses of a small family, and also able to save about 2,000 a month. Zhang Chaoqiang had already quit breastfeeding, and he was basically able to consume some easy-to-digest food, preferably something like paste. A year has passed, and his own growth value, nutritional flatness, 860/3000. For every level up, the food provided himself with less growth value. Visualization, 230/2000. Running, 25 days per 2 years. The rule of running a full 2 kilometers a day was a bit harsh. Many times Xin Xianwei did not feel comfortable letting herself run for so long. After all, her age was still young. Running too much would cause deformation of her legs and feet, and it takes a long time. These 25 days were also run by Zhang Chaoqiang while Xin Xianwei wasn't paying attention. It was worth mentioning that his visualization ability was performed with good results. In the previous months, at that time, Zhang Huolong had just started working 2 jobs a day. During the day, he was introduced through an intermediary and worked in some electronic factories or courier factories. Because he had to run delivery at night, he usually didn't have the time to go to the intermediary to press for wages. And at first, the intermediary was looking for all sorts of excuses to delay the wages. See, Zhang Huolong looked like a spiritual boy, but also specifically looking for excuses to deduct money. After that, Zhang Chaoqiang memorized the address of the intermediary company, accompanied by Xin Xiangwei, stood at the door of the company as soon as possible, looking for a chance to look at the intermediary boss. Should not say, do not say, do intermediary, honest is a dead end. The first few times Zhang Chaoqiang's visualization clearly succeeded. The other party did not have much of a guilty conscience, but under the accumulation of days and months, after the number of times, the intermediary is finally afraid. The weakness of the heart makes him worried about what he has done to suffer the wrath of God. Day and night he was afraid. Since then, all the people he had screwed over got the paychecks they were originally supposed to get, and increased their personal bonuses to them. This made his heart feel better. Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei also felt strange. The intermediary has a conscience. Is it possible that he has seen a ghost? But didn't dwell too much on the issue. Half a year later, Zhang Chaoqiang officially reached the watershed of 3 years old. It was also time to go to kindergarten. Speaking of this matter, Zhang Huolong, Xin Xiangwei and her husband and wife snuggled in bed, while Zhang Chaoqiang was left to read and write. Beginners practicing writing, 2:000/300, 000. Viscera cap +2. Hubby, did you go to kindergarten? Xin Xiangwei raised her head and asked. Zhang Huolong stroked his wife's hair in his arms. No, honey, you haven't gone to one either, right? I've heard that those rich people, who go to the noble kindergartens, cost tens of thousands of dollars per month. No, this is only the cost of kindergarten. Elementary school, middle school, high school and college. How much does it cost? The ones who can afford to pay that kind of money are also the pillars of the society. And the ones who cultivate them are also the best. Don't fucking swear in front of superpower. Roshan reminded in a small voice. Right, oh. I fucking forgot. Gag me. The two kissed passionately for a mouthful inside again. If only I had a town account. It would be great. I could go to a public school and the teachers would be responsible. You have to have a house in the city to have an urban household registration. If the two of us could buy a house near the city center, we'd be settled. The price of a house is around $2 million. How much savings does our family have now? 20,000. Let's save up enough money for Chao Chang to go to college first. And when he comes out the days will be good. Zhang Huolong was full of anticipation and wanted Shen Rongwei not to worry about the family. My deadbeat dad said the same thing back then. And as a result, I stopped studying in my second year. Anyway, with me around, Chao Chang is going to have a good school to go to. He can't starve. His wife can't starve. After kindergarten, I'll go out to work. Shen Shanwei had plans to say so. I don't want to go here. Zhang Chaoqiang, although his voice was childish but his words were firm, pushed away the short movie of the introduction of Yuting kindergarten that Shen Shanwei showed him. Seeing her son reacting like this, Shen Rongwei said bitterly, Chao Chang is good. Chao Chang is the most obedient. Do you know that this kindergarten is already the best kindergarten around Qiting district? Many children of rich families are studying here. Zhang Huolong chewed the last betel nut, even though it was tasteless. He didn't want to spit it out. He also chimed in. Right, Chao Chang. This place costs $3,000 a month. You guys also know about $3,000? What kind of kindergarten is it that costs $3,000 a month? Do you know what a kindergarten is? Expensive or cheap? At this age, it doesn't make any difference to most people. It's just a custodial place. Zhang Chaoqiang growled in his heart. He knew that his parents thought that he was making a fuss and refused to go to kindergarten. In fact, he is unwilling to go to such an expensive kindergarten. After hundreds of years, coupled with his own learning ability talent, he easily absorbed and learned the knowledge of this world. What's the need to go to such an expensive kindergarten? Obedient super strong. Listen to mom. Kindergarten has a lot of children. It's very fun. You are able to pile up blocks, sing songs, and play games together. A lot of children are not willing to go home after school, crying to stay in the kindergarten. Zhang Huolong was speechless at his wife for a while. Are you sure those kids aren't crying and not going to school? I'm going here. Zhang Chaoqiang flipped over the map of Qiting district and pointed his finger next to a neighborhood next to his house, where there was also a kindergarten. Oriental kindergarten. He had learned that it only cost $600 a month in tuition here. This can't be done. Chaoqiang, you're still young and don't know any better. How can these two kindergartens be compared? Be good and listen to mom and dad. Zhang Chaoqiang covered his eyes and ears in pain. Achievement of disobedient parents, activate the growth talent, sensitive ears. Sensitive ears, the sounds of the world seem to be amplified, and subtle sounds cannot escape your ears. Interestingly, the sensitivity of your ears may allow you to experience the emotions contained in the animal's cries. Surely, his life is a non-stop adversity. It really was like rowing a boat against the current. 2 days later, on September 11th, it was the opening day of the Yuting kindergarten, and the two parents cheerfully brought the disgruntled Zhang Chaoqiang to the Yuting kindergarten. Once inside, I marveled that the aristocratic kindergarten is not ordinary, decorated in ancient colors and styles unique, which the children's playground, but also as a castle. Not only has many play facilities, there are some small children's size of the game machinery, delicate division of boys and girls area, respectively arranged dinosaurs, transformers and Barbie dolls, castles and other symptomatic scenes. Come in and take a look. Zhang Huolong and Shen Rongwei realized that their childhood over a fart. Strolling around, Zhang Chaoqiang could no longer see his parents, who were more interested in this kindergarten than he was. Why don't they just come and read it? Phew. Leaving Zhang Chaoqiang behind, Zhang Huolong held Shen Xiangwei and fondly exhaled a smoke ring, holding his wife to view the small castle that was a full 3 meters high. He said, pretty, right wife? Aha, superpower will love it here. Sir, smoking is prohibited here. Please extinguish your cigarette immediately. One of the kindergarten's inspecting teachers promptly stopped Zhang Huolong's attempt to shake his cigarette ash anywhere. This gentleman, this lady, today is when our Yuting kindergarten opens. Only parents of our students are welcome to enter. Sorry, please go out. The teacher who wore silver-rimmed glasses and delicate makeup said in a cold tone to the two. Perhaps it was because they saw Zhang Huolong's tight, imposter clothes, a head of yellow, pot-covered yellow hair, and the nails punched on Shen Rongwei's face. The two of them were tattooed with dragons and tigers, making it really hard for others to think that they were good people. We're here to bring our children for enrollment. Zhang Huolong did not care about the other party's gaze, said this way. His right hand familiarly threw the cigarette on the ground and stomped it out, then grabbed it back, while saying, "Super strong. Super strong? You guys don't fool around, please get out immediately, or I will call security to deal with it. Holy shit, we're really here for enrollment." Running to the door, he squared off to see Zhang Chaoqiang sitting on the stairs in a bored manner, his mouth not knowing what he was saying. Zhang Chaoqiang was humming a song, and his language ability had grown to advanced language ability 300/50, 000 complete sentences, spirit +0, 2. This meant that Zhang Chaoqiang needed to say a lot of words, and singing made him less of an oddball. When they saw that the two Zhang Huolongs had indeed brought their own children, the exquisitely made-up female teacher didn't expel them anymore, but she was more or less convinced. The cheap tattoos on the two of them would be willing to send their children to their own kindergarten. Fortunately, the next teacher who received them was not that one, and did not look at Zhang Huolong's family in a different way. Slowly, other parents who sent their children to school also came. The district has an underground parking lot. The elevator is able to go straight to the side door of the kindergarten on the first floor, which is very friendly to the parents who drove here. Zhang Chaoqiang stretching brow because of the arrival of these people and become more and more serious. The overwhelming sound of crying, the group of 3-year-old children, hysterical use of all the strength of the body crying, struggling with their hands and feet. Their parents were not always able to catch them, having sensitive ears. Zhang Chaoqiang felt that the world was so noisy. Previously, in his own toddler class, after the class was divided, Zhang Chaoqiang and his parents sat in the corner of the class. The sounds of distress still rose and fell. These grippy kids, so damn noisy. Zhang Huolong was a bit fed up, and Xin Xianwei said as much. Look at that fat kid. 2 people can't even pull him up. Laughing his ass off, ha. Zhang Chaoqiang nodded seriously. This was one of the few times he agreed with his parents. The little brat was just too annoying. Mr. Zhang, Mrs. Zhang, our family's Chaoqiang is so well behaved, sitting quietly without making any noise or fuss. Ms. Wang, who had short hair and nearly 20 years of experience in the field, didn't know how many children who didn't want to come to school had been pacified in her life. However, she had never seen one as obedient and well-behaved as Zhang Chaoqiang, and couldn't help but praise him. Right. As soon as this teacher Wang said that, Zhang Huolong and Xin Xianwei reacted. Ever since Zhang Chaoqiang was born, there had been very little clamoring and crying, which was especially reassuring. Teacher rewards you with a little red flower. After assigning seats, Zhang Chaoqiang's deskmate was a crying little girl named Tanyu. Zhang Chaoqiang was helpless. What a terrible kindergarten career. Zhang Chaoqiang was a bit bored. Every day was just boring classes, games, sports, singing and dancing. These were fine, but the hardest part was staying with the rest of the 20 to 30 small children. It made him feel out of place. He kinda hated kids, so most of the time, it was running alone in the kindergarten track, insisting on 2 kilometers a day, or hiding alone in the library to read, hiding in a corner where no one was around while singing. Over time, Mr. Wang inadvertently bumped into Zhang Chaoqiang's singing voice, and he was amazed by it. Then he pulled him to perform singing. Zhang Huolong and Xin Xianwei also particularly happy, and let him learn the classic shouting a man drinking wine drunk. Pitch accuracy, which was given by Zhang Chaoqiang's sensitive ears, was able to feed back to his brain through his ears whether or not he had a run of tones. He is always able to give himself extra surprises with these gifts. Mr. Wang thought he was out of place and hoped that Zhang Chaoqiang would be able to accommodate the other children more. As this age is the time of innocence, children have no so-called interests, no so-called calculations. As long as they play together, they can become good friends. Ms. Wang cared for Zhang Chaoqiang and said, Chaoqiang, good boy, tell me, is it because the other children hate you and purposely don't play with you, or is it because you don't dare to play with them? She had already said it politely. The school had started more than half a year ago, and most of the parents were from well-off families or above, and there was no lack of particularly wealthy ones. These people pay more attention to information resource contribution. There are channels to meet new friends. Of course, keen, less than a few months. Parents do not say they know the roots of each other, also have an understanding of each other. Zhang Chaoqiang's family, whether it is money education, or the bottom line, as if they are in a fault line with other children's families. Mr. Wang treats them the same, naturally worried about the impact on the development of Zhang Chaoqiang's mind as a good boy. Neither. Then why don't you blend in with them? Zhang Chaoqiang pondered for a while. Conversing with a teacher was better than dealing with the kids who disturbed him all day long. He said seriously, Ms. Wang, how long have you been a kindergarten teacher? Ms. Wang thought for a moment and answered rigorously. It's been 21 years and 5 months. Oh, it's been so long. I think Mr. Wang is actually very resistant and even disgusted deep down in his heart towards those troublemaking kids who claim to be innocent on weekdays. Isn't he? How come? The kids are very cute and very healing. At first, she wanted to retort, but when she met Zhang Chaoqiang's pupils, she actually involuntarily averted her eyes and stuttered. Visualize, +1. 630/2000. After this, Mr. Wang never forced Zhang Chaoqiang to integrate into the group again. Half a year passed by in a flash, and during the next semester, the school added the area called the pet area. Several pet rooms were added separately, with cats, dogs, and all kinds of species inside. Only those accompanied by a teacher were allowed to come in and play, and only those who performed well on weekdays were given the opportunity to do so. As usual, Mr. Wang didn't see Zhang Chaoqiang during the free time. Compared to those rich kids, this kid was horribly sensible and didn't need to worry about himself at all. In fact, Zhang Chaoqiang was sneaking into the kennel every day. He learned to listen to the cries of cats and dogs, but was not able to fully understand them. Meow, meow. Zhang Chaoqiang sat in front of the 2 civet cats. The black speckled civet cats tucked their legs and feet away, creeping down somewhat like an African python. What are the cats saying? The same table secretly slipped in with Zhang Chaoqiang as well and asked softly next to him, how can I not get rid of you? Zhang Chaoqiang had a black line on his face. Stood up. 4 years old, 1 meter 1 tall. Nearly 10 centimeters taller than Tanyu. Why is cat saying this? Talking Yu was puzzled, not quite understanding what Zhang Chaoqiang was saying, only feeling that the other party's way of speaking was very similar to her own father and those adults. But Zhang Chaoqiang was also his classmate, so he found it very interesting. Sticking to the other party's side for a period of time already, Zhang Chaoqiang went from being impatient at the beginning to being helpless now. It's not what the cat said, it's what I said. Zhang Chaoqiang ran to the golden Labrador that was as tall as his head again, and forcefully gripped the other party's head hair. Ow, ow, really? I also feel that my height has grown fast recently. Tanyu only felt that he was godly, like he could really understand puppy and kitten talk. Zhang Chaoqiang, last time you said that the cat doesn't like to eat cat food. I took it from home. Ask him if he likes it. Talking, you mysteriously pulled out 2 or 3 slices of a plastic wrapper that resembled jerky from her carry-on satchel. Zhang Chaoqiang glanced at her small pink satchel, which usually contained some odd things, such as another satchel. Then his eyes casually landed on the bag. Snake jerky? I'm afraid they don't like it much. Wait, crikey? Ragged snake jerky? Zhang Chaoqiang's pupils instantly dilated. Among the few common demonic beasts recorded in the introduction to demonic beasts, the sawtooth snake was among them. Demonic beast jerky was very precious in this world, and only some powerful martial artists as well as rich people could consume it. Because of its special characteristics such as containing spiritual energy, it could quickly replenish physical strength and was not suitable for ordinary people to consume. This, you brought it from home? Yes, I've eaten it. It's not delicious. I don't know if they eat it or not. The demonic beast jerky that had been packaged and marketed had undergone special treatment, and even if ordinary people took it, if they could not absorb the nutrition and spiritual energy in it, then it would not cause harm to their bodies. The ordinary people did not have a way to buy it. Zhang Chaoqiang thought, this caddy of demonic beast meat, at least need 4 figures, thousands of dollars. When you think about it, it makes sense. On weekdays, since his parents worked at the factory during the day, they could not pick themselves up until they got off work at 7 o'clock, and it seemed that Tang Yu's family was not free to pick her up until around 7 o'clock as well. Therefore, every day, Tang Yu and Zhang Chaoqiang basically stayed together until the end of the day. More than once, Zhang Chaoqiang saw the chauffeur of Tang Yu's family, switching in and out of Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and other luxury models. Woof, woof, what did it say? It said it wants to eat. Tang Yu fed that Labrador a piece, and after eating it, in less than half a minute, the dog seemed to be going berserk as if it was about to go berserk, its blood surging and churning. Confused eyes looked towards a female Labrador beside her. I'm going, Takyu, let's hurry out. Something bad is happening. Ha! As soon as she dragged her out of the room, The male Labrador raised his front legs high and prepared to let off some steam. "Can I have a taste?" Zhang Chaoqiang thought about it for half a day, and finally cheekily said, "You want to try it too? It's not delicious." Each package was a small piece of about 30 g. Seeing that its value existed, after consuming it, growth value plus 10, aura value plus 1, nutritional flatness, 1380/3000. "Zhang Chaoqiang, do you like to eat it? I still have a lot more at home. I'll bring it back to you tomorrow. I won't take it for nothing. How about you give me the ones you don't want at home and I'll give it to you as a pet translation." "Zhang Chaoqiang, you can't go back on your word. Take the hook and hang yourself." In the following period of time, almost every day, Tanyu would bring jerky of demonic beasts to Zhang Chaoqiang from her home, which she claimed was so much that no one would eat it. Thanks to the jerky, Zhang Chaoqiang's growth value could be said to have skyrocketed. Originally, the food he absorbed every day only added 3 points to his growth value. A single slice of jerky added 10 points to him, and it was estimated that he would be able to break through the nutritional flatness status soon. Every time he used the jerky, he was able to gain 1 point of spiritual energy value, and Zhang Chaoqiang had no way of knowing how this spiritual energy value was used. It was just accumulated like this for the time being. Because of the fact that she treated herself as a true friend, Zhang Chaoqiang naturally acted as the other party's protective umbrella. Several times, when Tanyu was bullied by her classmates, or the little troublemakers from other kindergarten grades, it was Zhang Chaoqiang who stood out to intimidate them and scare them away. After all, the two had a deal going on, and the situation at home was also different. After Xin Xiangwei had worked in the factory for a year, the factory closed down, and after thinking about it, she thought that her previous work occupied too much time, and she spent a lot less time with Zhang Chaoqiang. Sometimes even think that Zhang Chaoqiang lacked of fatherly and maternal love. So he found a tattoo parlor to look after the store's vacant position. Zhang Chaoqiang thought that she had mother anxiety mainly because of the daily brush of short video screens. In fact, it was mainly because Zhang Chaoqiang got the champion of the Chiting District Kindergarten Knowledge Contest and was rewarded with a year's free tuition and fees for Yoting Kindergarten. After relieving some of the pressure at home, Xin Xiangwei decided to change jobs, and Zhang Huolong ran takeaways at night much less, compared to the factory's 12 hours, more than $5,000 a month. Watching the store although only 3,500, but much easier. 7 in the morning and 6 in the evening, most of the time is more free. Get off work early. So Zhang Chaoqiang from the previous more than 7 o'clock to leave the park, early to 6 o'clock. But Tan Yu, his own tablemate, still waited day after day until 7 o'clock or so for his own driver to pick him up. It was a strange setup. Were all their family drivers so busy? However, Zhang Chao held back his curiosity and did not want to ask too much about her family's affairs from Tan Yu's mouth. Even knowing that the other party's family had a prominent identity, and that he had doubts about demonic beasts and martial cultivation, he did not inquire about that aspect of Tan Yu's family. Other than the families with prominent birthdays, there were probably only those martial arts schools with pitifully low enrollment rates that could have the cultivation path of martial artists. According to the official standard, at the age of 6 to 7 years old, it was the critical point for the human body to undergo potential stimulation and extraction. At this age, it was the stage of entering elementary school, and if one was recognized by the Martial Arts Association as possessing the potential of a martial artist's body, they would be able to enroll in elementary school to receive basic education, cultivating one's physical fitness, martial arts and combat knowledge. From elementary school to junior high school, a diversion is carried out, with liberal arts entering liberal arts schools, and basically 90% of this world is liberal arts schools. The remaining 10% are martial arts schools, not because there are fewer martial arts schools, but because there are not many people who are gifted with the potential of a martial artist. Martial artists are almost the top of the human pyramid, not to mention the amount of pay. Just a handful of extraordinary ability is enough to get away from the ordinary. There was no need to think about this just yet. Zhang Chaoqiang thought it was enough for him to grow slowly. Internal organs 1, 39 of 14, spirit 1, 80 of 16, torso 1, 73/16. There was once an arm wrestling competition, and Zhang Chaoqiang had wrestled a 90-catty fat boy until he was skeptical of life. At least it was certain that among his peers, his own physique was far ahead. Kindergarten ends at 5 o'clock, and most of them have already been picked up by their parents. Basically, those who are willing to pay $3,000 a month to send their children to school are either working class or in business. At least they don't have to work from 9 to 5, and their children don't have time to pick them up. The two of them waited until 6 o'clock, After hearing the sound of Shin Xiangwei's semi-high-heeled sandals clattering, Shin Xiangwei was still on the opposite side of the road. Zhang Chaoxiang followed the voice and packed his school bag to the kindergarten entrance. Zhang Chaoxiang bye-bye. Talking you bye-bye. As soon as Shin Xiangwei entered the kindergarten gate, she saw her son saying goodbye to his deskmate tied with a double ponytail. It was like this every day. Glancing at her cell phone, Shin Xiangwei asked Zhang Chaoxiang, "Chaoxiang, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, hey? Have the parents of this little beauty deskmate of yours not come to pick her up yet?" The forgetful Shin Xiangwei asked the same question to Zhang Chaoxiang almost every day, and he was not tired of it. Talking Yu's driver didn't come to pick her up until 7:30. Oh, Shin Xiangwei was silent for half a second and entered the classroom. "Hello?" Zhang Chaoxiang's mom, in a bright, childish, and clear voice. Talking Yu was very polite. Talking Yu is very polite. "Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Do you want to have a casual dinner at our house today?" "No need, Mom." Zhang Chaoxiang. "I'll wait for the driver to pick me up." Talking Yu obediently said. "Go home, Mom." Zhang Chaoxiang pulled her. "Chaoxiang, how can you be like this? We should be more enthusiastic and take the initiative to invite our classmates to play inside our home. It just so happens that tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. The family has cooked some good food. There are no other children in the kindergarten, and it would be boring for Tanyu to stay here." Shin Xiangwei sincerely invited the other party. Zhang Chaoxiang still pulled her towards the outside. "Don't hold up Talking Yu's family to pick her up. How can you do that?" Shin Xiangwei pretended to be angry. "Talking Yu is Chaoxiang's deskmate. She should be more enthusiastic. The meal is already ready, and her home is close to the kindergarten, so she won't be delayed for too long." Zhang Chaoxiang rolled his eyes. My goodness, just who is the adult and who is the child? Tanyu glanced at Zhang Chaoxiang and finally nodded her head. But with a 3,000-month kindergarten, the teachers inside weren't waiting to sit around and eat dry food. Who would allow someone who wasn't a parent to take the other children away? Oops, can't assist. Shin Xiangwei scratched her head, holding Zhang Chaoxiang's hand to go home. That night, Zhang Huolong spoke to Zhang Chaoxiang in a serious tone. "Chaoxiang, your dad back in the day diapers are not off. Found the first girlfriend. Your situation is a bit grim. Are almost elementary school. Ouch ouch ouch. Wife, don't pinch my ears. I lie super strong. My first love is you. Have you forgotten?" Soon, ushered in the second parents' tour assembly. In full view of everyone, Zhang Huolong and Shin Xiangwei, a spirited young man look-alike and a little too young girl look-alike, the two couples as Zhang Chaoxiang's parents, as the parents of the outstanding intelligent children who had just won the champion of the district's kindergarten knowledge competition, invited by Ms. Wang to give a speech on the stage, as well as parenting tips. Almost the entire kindergarten children and their parents' eyes looked over. Shin Xiangwei Zhang Huolong felt proud in her heart. Zhang Chaoxiang sat close to the side of Takyu. Her parents, as always, did not come. Zhang Chaoxiang had already developed a thick skin. Nothing could defeat him. Ahem. Parents, as long as you treat your children with care and listen to them carefully. Well, with his eyes open, Zhang Chaoxiang snapped out 3 rooms underneath. When the eyes of the parents in the room focused on his parents, there was no longer the contempt and dissimilarity that they had before, all because of Zhang Chaoxiang, a smart and well-behaved child in the eyes of others. The different gazes gave rise to a new growth task for Zhang Chaoxiang. Obvious contrast, accumulated 100 awards. Spirit plus 0. 2. Torso plus 0. 2. Internal organs plus 0. 2. Zhang Chaoxiang was 5 years old, and this was his last year of attending kindergarten. The growth value was upgraded from mediocre nutrition to slightly better just a few days ago. Slightly better, 20/4000. Originally, the demonic beast jerky was able to increase Zhang Chaoxiang's growth value by 10 points, but now it was only able to increase it by 8 points. Spiritual energy value, 436. Zhang Chaoxiang had participated in various competitions over the past few months. This had caused him to win roughly 20 to 30 awards, large and small. Unlike his previous detachment from the group, Zhang Chaoxiang, who had suddenly made a push to show himself, was nominated for the Outstanding Children of Chiting District. In the end, however, the top 10 outstanding children passed him by. Zhang Chaoxiang learned that of the top 10 outstanding children, 4 were from wealthy families, 3 had parents who were prominent in all walks of life, and 3 had parents who were martial artists. In order to comfort Zhang Chaoxiang, the parents of the children who had received the title of outstanding children had come up with some actual rewards. This actual reward was enough to offset the tuition fees for the past 2 years of their own kindergarten. So far, All 3 years of tuition fees had been earned back by Zhang Chaoxiang. Chaoxiang, don't be discouraged. You are the best in mom's eyes. Wife, I probably know why my dad wanted to whip me with a belt when he saw me back then. If I was half as understanding as Chaoxiang, that old man would be able to take off laughing. Today was the last year of the parents' parade, and Zhang Chaoxiang became a model child in the kindergarten and even in the neighborhood as the key target of praise for the entire kindergarten. Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei were also praised as model parents. Oh no! It was the parents of the model child. Zhang Chaoxiang was satisfied, although his own excellence was not able to completely put to rest the strange way they viewed their parents. But more or less the comparison could offset some of it. There are even a number of parents specifically asked Xin Xiangwei Zhang Huolong's parenting. Some also paid to invite to their home guest. However, they were rejected by the parents. And Zhang Huolong said one of the few words that Zhang Chaoxiang thought were valuable. Everyone is an individual. And my family's Chaoxiang's learning methods do not apply to others, because he is a genius. He is smart. Running, completed. Torso limit +2. Torso 2. September 16th. Elementary character practice, completed. Visceral limit +2. Advanced character practice, practiced 500,000 characters in standard running script. Internal organ ceiling +2. At 5 months. Zhang Chaoxiang completed these 2 growths. Zhang Chaoxiang, I'm so envious of you. Your mom and dad have so much time to spend with you. Talking, you stared with a pair of watery eyes, not knowing whether she was happy or sad, and said abruptly to Zhang Chaoxiang, "Where are your mom and dad?" Zhang Chaoxiang asked for the first time. "They are very busy." Talking, you lowered her head, turning her eyes and pointing to the distance in shock. Zhang Chaoxiang, look. There's a rat. Squeaking. In the noisy environment, Zhang Chaoxiang was able to easily capture the sound of the rat. What did it say? It says, peanuts are poisonous. Ha! Half a minute later, the rat limped and spat out blood. Awesome! Why don't we catch it for Xiao Ju to eat? Little Ju was the name that Tan Yu gave to the 3-flowered cat in the pet room. Little Ju is afraid of mice. Ha! Talking, you was already convinced of Zhang Chaoxiang's ability to communicate with animals. In reality, this was nothing more than the wonderful use of sensitive ears and elementary insight combined. Just now, he had seen that there was a rat house in the dark and damp drainage channel, and the rat's weak cries were connected, so the truth had nothing to hide. The daily chat with Talking You was quite a lot, and she didn't have much to say to anyone else. And in the kindergarten, there was only Zhang Chaoxiang, a close friend. Therefore Zhang Chaoxiang didn't need to speak deliberately, and completed advanced language ability with spirit +0. 2 today. In the second half of the second semester of the 3rd year of kindergarten, there were already quite a number of people preparing around for their children's anxiousness to attend elementary school. The parents of Yating Kindergarten had basically picked out the right elementary school for their children early on their own, spending money to attend private elementary schools and finding connections to attend the city's top-ranked public elementary schools. Only Zhang Chaoxiang and Tan Yu felt a bit confused. Zhang Chaoxiang learned that the city's top 3 elementary school were Yadi Primary School, Tianan City No. 1 Primary School, and Yuhua Martial Arts School Affiliated Primary School. The first of them was private, and the other 2 were public. According to the idea, Zhang Chaoxiang preferred Yuhua Martial Arts School Affiliated Primary School, because of its primary school exams through the case of physical standards can be prioritized admission. Moreover, Yuhua Martial Arts School has a history of nearly 70 years and has produced many powerful martial artists who have contributed to the country. Most importantly, if one attends the affiliated elementary school, there is a specialized martial arts skills course in elementary school, which is a whole lot more opportunities than other elementary school, which is something that other schools do not have. However, because of its reverence for literature and martial arts, cultural classes are weaker, far less than the other 2 elementary school. Cultural lessons were also extremely important. In this era where modern technology was rapidly developing, even if you don't have the ability to become a martial artist who can defeat demonic beasts with your physical body, you can still cultivate your intellectual ability as well as your spiritual program level through the specialization of liberal arts. By developing and piloting a battle-ready battle armor, one can achieve synergy with one's own brain. In layman's terms, it means that piloting a battle armor and turning it on can also achieve the power of a top martial artist. However, the price of a set of battle armor, whether it is developed or purchased, is already astronomical. It was true that the poor relied on mutation and the rich relied on technology. Zhang Chaoxiang, which elementary school do you want to go to? What about you? Zhang Chaoxiang asked Tan Yu. You first. Yuhua Martial Arts School Affiliated Elementary School. What about you? Talking you tilted her head and thought for a while before she also said, Yuhua Martial Arts School Affiliated Primary School. Why? Why does Zhang Chaoqiang go there? To study. If you don't go there you always have to find another elementary school. You talk like an adult. Hey. Before the Spring Festival, Zhang Chaoqiang came to the stage of 6 years old. Xin Xiangwei Zhang Huolong is the same year. Counting. They are nearly 24 years old today. How does it feel to grow up? Zhang Huolong closet of tights tight pants beanies have not been worn for some time. Beetle nut has been quit. Cigarettes are not that perseverance, but only in the annoyance of smoking. Will not let Zhang Chaoqiang and his wife to inhale secondhand smoke. Xin Xiangwei is responsible for financial savings, which is less than 3 years down. The family funds have saved nearly $80,000. Not only is Zhang Chaoqiang, Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei also growing. On the eve of New Year's Eve, the family is joyfully preparing for the New Year's groceries and home furnishings and decorations. Year 28 to engage in health-paced Spring Festival couplets. Busy day. Xin Xiangwei's cell phone to receive a text message that makes the whole family so happy that they jumped up. Tian'an City Yuhua Martial Arts School Affiliated Primary School, MS. Shen hello? Because Zhang Chaoqiang students during kindergarten performance. Now we sincerely invite Zhang Chaoqiang students, on February 18th, the 17th day of the first lunar month, to go to Tianyun Road. No. 1. Yuhua Martial Arts School Affiliated Primary School for the Entrance Quota Assessment Trial. The assessment can be passed to obtain the entrance enrollment quota. Waiting for you to come. Earthstar 1006. Today's Spring Festival was particularly flavorful. And on New Year's Eve a grand fireworks display was set off for half an hour in the river in the city center. Zhang Chaoqiang heard that at least those fireworks are worth at least a few $1 million. On New Year's Eve, the Earth Star also needed to keep watch, which meant that they hoped that the coming year would be better and better. A big pot of food was made and placed on the table. That's right, a big pot of food. Hubby, Chao Chang, you guys try it. The new pot of dishes I learned to make. Xin Xiangwei originally wanted to follow the famous potted dish practice of piling all the dishes together after cooking them individually. This way it would not be too stringy and would also be able to carry the flavors of the other dishes. But the way Zhang Chaoqiang frowned out his eyebrows already told Xin Xiangwei the answer. Delicious. Chaoqiang, hurry up and move the chopsticks, or else your father will eat it all. And your favorite white-cut chicken. Aha! Zhang Chaoqiang glanced at his dad, who was eating with gusto, drinking 2 mouthfuls of small beer every now and then. Putting the white-cut chicken into his mouth, the strong fish and shrimp fishy flavor filled his mouth. Zhang Chaoqiang held back and took it down with difficulty. Taking it, instead of consuming it, was as painful as taking medicine in his opinion. Achievement of years of ungrown culinary skills, awful +0. 2. Zhang Chaoqiang was once again speechless. Was he afraid that he would get sick from eating his mom's meals? Thanks to Xin Xiangwei, she also let herself invite Tan Yunyan 27 to come home to play. And by the way, to eat, how to take the good out of it. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Zhang Huolong took 2 people back to his hometown. And nowadays the city is developing at a high speed. And there are not many people left in his hometown. The parents' died early, resulting in only their family of 3 dependent on each other, and other relatives rarely traveled. As soon as they returned to the village, Zhang Chaoqiang noticed through his sensitive ears and elementary insight that there were people pointing at them from the moment they stepped into the village. Isn't this kid from old Zhang's family? When he was young, he was tattooed with dragons and tigers and rode a motorcycle all day long at the entrance of the village. I didn't realize that he's married now and has a baby. That little bitch. When I was a kid, I smoked and drank a lot. And after the 2 of them got married, I was a lot more peaceful. After briefly visiting the relatives, seeing that the other party was also not too willing to receive, he decided to waste the New Year's Eve project at noon that day, and immediately rode his motorcycle home. 2 minutes. I'll finish watching this round. Wife Chaoqiang, you wait for me for 2 minutes. Just as he was about to go home, Zhang Chaoqiang experienced the strongest New Year's flavor of the year, only to see the kiosk at the entrance of the village. There were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and there was no telling how many people had gathered around an old wooden table. Zhang Huolong moved a wooden barrel and stood on top of it to be able to see the real situation inside from top to bottom. Hit him. There is a pair of 2 not to hit the pair of a. Stupid. Right? Gripes you in the end will not play. Caused me to lose several tens. You get up. I'll do it. Achieved, misconception of time, gained, preliminary analysis. Spirit +0. 2. Question mark. Zhang Chaoqiang asked his mom, Shen Rongwei, for the time, and an hour had passed since just now. What happened to the 2 minutes that Zhang Huolong had promised? As a result, he had watched others playing cards for a full hour? Zhang Chaoqiang asked his mom to go and catch his dad out, but he didn't realize that Zhang Huolong had already sat down inside, instantly turning into a husband and wife partner, unwilling to leave. Zhang Chaoqiang simply wanted to faint, but a colored light was derived in front of his eyes, showing that he had gained all the primary talent conditions to be able to synthesize a powerful talent. Preliminary analysis, generating thoughts on the surface logic of things and obtaining empirical results, combined with preliminary analysis, preliminary insight, sharp ears, and instinctive reaction, to synthesize the talent. Demonic Beast Smell Sense LV1. Demonic Beast Olfactory Sense LV1, 1/100. Possesses sensory ability that rivals that of a normal demonic beast, greatly improving reaction speed and various abilities. The experience value of the demonic beast sniffing sense could be increased by increasing the basic talent. However, Zhang Chaoqiang had yet to find out how to raise the basic talent. I'm afraid that he would also have to wait for some sort of conditions before he could obtain a method to enhance it. Compared to the adults clustered around him, Zhang Chaoqiang was relatively small in stature and easily squeezed in. Seeing his father at this moment, he was preparing to kill at the poker table, but he was too good at it. He was too good at it and loved to play, so he lost dozens of dollars in a row. Zhang Chaoqiang painfully closed his eyes, then sat on Zhang Huolong's lap as soon as he could. 78910J. Dad, don't play this. Chao Chang, good boy. Which one do you say to hit? Zhang Huolong asked. This one. A single 7 was drawn. Don't hit this. Behind them, some villagers watching tried to stop Zhang Chaoqiang, but they were slapped back by Zhang Huolong's hand. Listen to my family's Chaoqiang. Don't. Zhang Huolong slapped the table. Over. You who? The people around them came to their senses. This kid seemed to have seen through the cards of several other houses and won several hands in a row. Super awesome. Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei were amazed, not expecting Zhang Chaoqiang to possess such a strong memory and thought process. Unlike those veterans who rode the poker scene, Zhang Chaoqiang had seldom touched poker before, and surprisingly, he had played it so skillfully. In just a few minutes, he helped Zhang Huolong win several games in a row. In the end, he directly won a full $200 backwards. The crowd shook their heads inside, having ridden the poker table for I don't know how many years. Today, they encountered a tricky little brat. The little brat who hadn't even entered elementary school had won them over. No more playing, let's go home. Possibly because he was afraid that Zhang Chaoqiang would get addicted if he was exposed to these things too much. Zhang Huolong suddenly thought of such serious consequences. Not everyone could become the god of gambling. It was better to touch the stuff less. Pulling Zhang Chaoqiang, the two of them went home in a hurry. On the way, Zhang Chaoqiang was still sighing. The demon beast smell sense had not only integrated his insight and analyzing power, and there was also a considerable increase. In conjunction with his spiritual index, noting down the cards played by the opponent and analyzing the hand, the first attempt was also very effective. As Zhang Chaoqiang grew, his body's abilities continued to get stronger, and his family didn't have to worry about money. His growing conditions were actually quite good. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, Mom and Dad had to go to work, and the kindergarten also opened on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, which was convenient for some parents who didn't have time to take care of their children. This is also considered to be the beginning of the school year. On that day, when Zhang Chaoqiang stepped into the kindergarten, there were quite a few parents and teachers around to Xin Xiangwei and Zhang Huolong to congratulate. The circle of kindergartens was actually very small, and people from the Yuhua Martial Arts School had visited the Yating kindergarten to learn information about Zhang Chaoqiang. The news that Zhang Chaoqiang had been invited to attend the elementary school attached to the Yuhua Martial Arts School was thus known by all. Congratulations on Chaoqiang Dad, Chaoqiang Mom. Although it was only a place for an examination, the Yuhua Martial Arts School was the #1 ranked martial arts middle school in Tianan City, and its affiliated elementary school only had 10 classes, enrolling only 500 students each year. Those who received the invitation to the entrance examination were all smart children who had performed well and won various awards. Although smart children were not necessarily suitable to be martial artists. Statistically speaking, most martial artists possess not only a strong physique but also an excellent thinking mind when they were mortals. Therefore the children who were issued assessment quotas, which they had by and large observed and understood and researched, existed the possibility of becoming a martial artist, and the success rate of enrollment was as high as 70%. Therefore, in the entire Yating kindergarten, it seemed that Zhang Chaoqiang was the only one who had been invited to undergo the examination. so how could they not be envious? Zhang Chaoqiang felt that it was noisy, so he left it to his parents to deal with the group of parents, and slipped to the side himself. He wanted to look for Tanyu, but unfortunately, she wasn't there. Accepting the entrance examination personally invited by the elementary school attached to Yuhua Martial Arts School and passing it to become a student in the elementary school. There are two advantages, one of which is to avoid the complicated examination screening during the period of primary school. The second is the priority to be admitted to the elementary school's special martial arts training class, which is equivalent to the top class, where the teacher's strength and curriculum training are more martial arts targeted than the ordinary curriculum. There are many people in Yuhua Martial Arts School who have been admitted from the special martial arts training class, and there are also a few people who have been admitted to martial arts colleges from Yuhua Martial Arts School every year. Otherwise, how could Yuhua Martial Arts School become the top martial arts high school in Tianan City? In the blink of an eye, it was already the day of the examination for the elementary school attached to the Yuhua Martial Arts School. It was a grand affair. Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei had specially taken a leave of absence, and early in the morning, they had organized Zhang Chaoqiang in a handsome manner to meet the examination. Yuhua Elementary School was located on Qingtian Road, in the center of Tianan City, about 5 or 6 streets away from home, about 7 kilometers away. Originally, he was prepared to leave early, but Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei had a huge disagreement about Zhang Chaoqiang's dress code today. Wife, although I love you very much and you're beautiful, I think it's better to look good in the wanted suit. Zhang Huolong shook the small-size red wanted suit in his hand. It was specially purchased for his son on Pinyin. Hubby, although you're very handsome and you look great in the wanted suit, I think super strength is more suitable for the dark wind. The so-called dark style is black leather shoes, leather pants, leather jacket, and the sunglasses. Zhang Chaoqiang was not tired of drilling past them with plain short sleeves and shorts and sandals. Recently the weather is very abnormal. The other day only a few degrees. Today jumped to 26 degrees. Yesterday short sleeves and today down jackets were the real deal. Off we go. Mom and Dad. Originally, Zhang Chaoqiang had set aside 30 minutes for the two of them to slowly argue, but he didn't expect that once the disagreement started, there was no sign of stopping. Zhang Huolong rode the electric ghost fire, and Zhang Chaoqiang was 6 years old, and could already stand in the front on his own, finally not having to be squeezed by his dad and mom. If you are forced to control, what, demonic beast smell sense, also have to lie down. About half an hour later, just before 9 o'clock barely arrived on time. Very grand. Alone in elementary school, covers an area of nearly 200 acres. Among them, there were even as many as 7 teaching buildings, and the architectural style was very ethereal. At the entrance, the 4 big words Yuhua Elementary School were written in huge block letters. They are not the first to come, nor the last to come. Alone they saw, there have been more than 10 parents are to participate in the primary school freshman entrance examination. The security guards in the security room checked the invitation to the entrance examination on Xin Xiangwei's cell phone, and only gave entry after confirming Zhang Chaoqiang's and their identities again and again. Just entering the right side of the gate at the rockery, there is a map of the floor plan of the entire elementary school, and there are already many parents clustered around it. In a short while, according to the map, about 50 parents brought their children to the giant staircase classroom called testing hall. Dark green curtains trailed on the stage of the classroom, and soft lights instantly filled the entire classroom. I don't know where to ring over the pop. Zhang Chaoqiang instantly covered his ears. About a second later, some of the children present felt uncomfortable and covered their ears as well. Only after a few seconds had passed did most of the people feel the vibration of a bottom frequency sound and looked around. The only 2 people present who didn't have any reaction and didn't realize what was happening were Shen Rongwei and Zhang Huolong. What's wrong, Chao Chang? Zhang Huolong touched Zhang Chaoqiang's somewhat reddened face. It's noisy. There's no sound? At this moment, in front of the closed-circuit television screen in the classroom of the testing hall, there were 5 people observing with serious faces. The first person was wearing a light blue shirt with a smart bracelet with the word Yuhua on his wrist, and his national face looked very serious. Behind him were 2 men and 2 women, all wearing teachers' clothing. The amplitude frequency of the spiritual power fluctuation that was just dispersed was in the midst of a change from the most insignificant 20 Hz to a drastically high frequency of 10 kHz. Under the fluctuation that gradually increased to 50 Hz, one of the children who participated in the entrance examination this time actually reacted. The sinking serious man's emotions could hardly hide his surprise. His thick lips pursed slightly as he eyed the huge close-up aimed at Zhang Chaoqiang in the screen. School Lu. I remember that Yuhua Martial School has produced a supreme genius. It seems that the sensitivity to the amplitude of spiritual power fluctuations at the age of 6 back then was just 80 Hz? That's right, the lower the frequency of the reaction, the higher the sensitivity to spiritual fluctuations, proving that the more the body adapts to the spiritual environment, the more suitable it is to cultivate and become a martial artist. Besides this, there is another even more serious problem. You mean, his parents? The long ponytailed woman with gold glasses said. Affinity for aura represents one's cultivation talent. Sensitivity to spiritual energy represents a person's suitability for cultivation. Both directly reflect a person's potential. This child named Zhang Chaoqiang has such an astonishing sensitivity to spiritual energy, but his parents, thus to the end, were not able to cause a reaction from the last 10 kHz fluctuation level. It represents the fact that they are uncompromising cultivation nobodies without even the slightest bit of talent. So you think? Send someone to individually notify Zhang Chaoqiang's parents that his child has been accepted, and the rest of the children will continue with the aura affinity test. Also, prepare a copy of Zhang Chaoqiang and his parents' details for me, whether it's Reiki affinity or spiritual sensitivity. These potentials that represent cultivation talent are hereditary in nature, and I suspect the true relationship between them. Somehow, Xin Xianwei felt a little confused. Honey, am I drunk? Possibly. Who put alcohol in that bottle of milk in the fucking morning? Or anesthetic? Or sleeping pills? Did I fall asleep? Hubby, give me a kiss. I seem to be dreaming. Dazed and confused, Xin Xianwei 3 out of the school gate, still wondering why the party directly pulled themselves into the office. God said we too super strong has passed the examination. Then signed the enrollment notice. Like a dream. Don't even need to take the test? Xin Xianwei was still wondering. And Zhang Chaoqiang just thoughtfully looked back at the school and smiled a little. Probably already took the test. Zhang Chaoqiang was admitted early this one thing. It was worth it for the family to be happy. And they went to eat beef hot pot at noon that day. Without stopping to consume the beef down his gullet, Zhang Chaoqiang stared at the void a bit dazed. The whole meal only added 1 point of growth value. Take your time. Don't rush it. Nowadays, Zhang Chaoqiang has also possessed a physical quality and ability that far exceeds that of his peers. Physical quality, Spirit 2, 85/16. Internal Viscera 2, 56/14. Torso 2, 75/16. Time passed in an instant. Soon after, it was nearly kindergarten graduation, and Zhang Chaoqiang's preschool class, which they attended at Yating Kindergarten, had already begun preparations for the graduation ceremony. There were various programs and activities for the graduation ceremony, in which Zhang Chaoqiang was invited to speak on stage as a student representative. Elementary expression, train yourself to express yourself in public. After completing the speech 50 times, the upper limit of internal organs will be +2. Zhang Chaoqiang had originally refused, and for the sake of the requirements of the growth quest, he went up with a stiff upper lip, speaking words that made him feel embarrassed and fleshy. We should thank our parents. We should love our parents. Moms and dads are the physical shelter of children, and children are the spiritual comfort of moms and dads. Snappy snappy snappy. Chaoqiang understands too much. Ooh. Hearing Zhang Chaoqiang's heartfelt speech, Xin Xianwei and Zhang Huolong sobbed uncontrollably on the spot, secretly sighing that their son was simply too well behaved. A few years ago, the two of them were recognized by the whole audience as the spiritual young man. Too much sister. Factory brother and factory sister. Ghost fire teenager. A few years later, Zhang Chaoqiang was the recognized model kid in the whole field. And they are the model child's parents. How can not be touched, not proud? The parents even heard about Zhang Chaoqiang's success in being admitted early to the elementary school attached to the Yuhua Martial Arts School at the graduation ceremony. And they came up to say goodbye. Leave a phone number. Chaoqiang's father? Among them, there were some who were of great worth and had superior families, who originally looked down on Zhang Huolong and Zhang Chaoqiang, much less bothering to deal with them. But the more shrewd people were, the more they wanted to integrate the resources and connections they could utilize around them. Zhang Chaoqiang was admitted early, and I'm afraid that in the future, he would be a dragon amongst men, and should also make friends with his parents. For a while, Zhang Huolong and Xin Xianwei, parents by son. At the ceremony, Zhang Chaoqiang found Talking Yu sitting in the corner and asked, "Today is your graduation ceremony. Your mom and dad are not coming too?" The little girl, who has always been a crybaby, mentioned that her mom and dad were also frustrated for a while, but as if she had long been adapted to it, she calmly said, "They are very busy." When it was time to wear a small bachelor's degree uniform to take graduation photos, after the individual headshots were taken, Tanyu pulled Zhang Chaoqiang and the two of them took a separate photo. Zhang Chaoqiang, you are my only friend. Talking you still haven't told me where you go to study? I don't know yet. Talking you treasured the photo of the two of them. Zhang Chaoqiang probably knew that these few days were probably the last time they would spend with each other. And it would be hard to see each other again in the future. The last part of their time in kindergarten also came to a quiet end. In the summer before the start of elementary school, Zhang Chaoqiang devoted himself to practicing calligraphy, standardized block letters. For this reason, Xin Xiangwei even enrolled Zhang Chaoqiang in a calligraphy interest course. In just 1 month's time, Zhang Chaoqiang basically mastered the essentials of calligraphy. The progress of writing the standardized regular script also came to 50,000 characters, and there was still a considerable distance to 500,000 characters. On the day when Zhang Chaoqiang's calligraphy class ended, the poem Moonlight Before the Bed, which he had written in regular script, was hung on the top of the glass counter for display. The vice president of the Calligraphy Association was pleasantly surprised after seeing Zhang Chaoqiang's writing. The next day, the association presented him with an award for outstanding early childhood calligraphy and invited Zhang Chaoqiang to consider joining the association when he grows up. After graduating from the calligraphy training and interest class, one of the days Xin Xiangwei mysteriously found Zhang Chaoqiang. Mom Chaoqiang will introduce you to a job and give you a chance to earn pocket money on your own. Okay? Zhang Chaoqiang had a black line on his face. And in his heart, he said, isn't the tuition fee for 3 years of kindergarten earned back by himself? Waiting for Xin Xiangwei to bring him to the tattoo parlor where she worked, Zhang Chaoqiang realized what the job was about. Tattoo is irreversible. Most of the time the guest selected the pattern, or tattoo artist to design a good pattern, will be engraved with pen and ink copy on the transfer paper, then stick in the guest to tattoo the area. Printed traces. According to the traces will be able to tattoo progress and coordination control, and his task is about some of the word tattoo. Zhang Chaoqiang did not stick to the regular script. Some cursive song style, art characters also know a little bit. Therefore, Xin Xiangwei want Zhang Chaoqiang act as some word tattoo design engraving. He wrote out of the calligraphy than the serious tattoo artist to be a lot more beautiful, and the store tattoo artist boss readily agreed. The font would have been his weak point. Simple training. A few days later, Zhang Chaoqiang officially on duty. There is no need for Zhang Chaoqiang to keep watch all the time. When there are guests need to tattoo fonts, Zhang Chaoqiang will consume pen and ink in mind, engraved on the transfer paper. The tattoo artist could then tattoo the traces of the font printed on the guest according to the transfer paper. The writing is so beautiful, but I want it to be a bit more wild. Zhang Chaoqiang made a big stroke. Okay, this little kid. Awesome. That's it. In less than 15 days, Xin Xiangwei was in the Song Snake tattoo shop, and there were a lot more favorable comments on the internet about her word tattoo project. A single completion. Zhang Chaoqiang able to get 100 commission. In the occasional part-time job, Zhang Chaoqiang has earned $2,600. Chaoqiang awesome. It was near the beginning of the school year. It was worth mentioning that on a normal night, a strange about 60-year-old man took the initiative to come to the door and exchange nice pleasantries with Zhang Huolong for a while. Finally, he explained his intention. He lived in the city center. His family did business. He had no children on his knees, and Zhang Chaoqiang's deeds were known to him. He has a crush on Zhang Chaoqiang, an intelligent child, and wants to consider him as his godson to take care of his old age. And of course, the family's business will be handed over to the child to inherit when he grows up. Zhang Huolong raised his hand, wanting to touch the other party's forehead. What are you doing? The old man asked. Zhang Huolong calmly said, you can say such words. I'm just checking whether you have a fever or not. If you have a fever then forget it. If you don't have a fever then I'll beat you to death. The old man fled. At the dinner table, Zhang Huolong laughed out loud. Wife, we are only 24 years old. Chao Chang can be his great-grandson at this age, and he still recognizes his son. September 1st, the official opening day of Yuhua Primary School. Classes will be divided on that day. Announced through the bulletin board on the playground. Another year of school season. The entire Yuhua Elementary School, 6 grades combined. No more than 5,000 people. A class of up to 4 to 50 people or so. 10 classes per grade. After understanding, it is generally 1 to 2 classes for the top class. The teacher's strength is stronger on some. Become a martial arts school pre-selected class, while the other 8 classes, the overall level in no particular order. Zhang Chaoqiang, with his parents easily ready to squeeze into the crowd surrounding the bulletin board. Zhang Chaoqiang suddenly heard a familiar voice. originally thought that there would be no chance to see her again in the future, but did not expect that Tan Yu really went to Yuhua Primary School. Zhang Chaoqiang was more or less a little happy. After all, talk about you really counted as his friend. Zhang Chaoqiang and his parents turned back. The driver, Old Chen, had white hair and a flowing beard, which gave him a sense of immortalism. Dressed in a black suit, he held Tan Yu's small hand and walked towards Zhang Chaoqiang's side. Old Chen, Tan Yu, long time no see. In the past, when they were in kindergarten, over and over again, Zhang Chaoqiang and his parents were relatively familiar with the driver. Old Chen had a kind smile on his face, almost like a bad old man who smiled all day. He waved and said, Chao Chang's parents, no need to look. Come with me. Adults walked together. Children walked together. Adults talked to each other. And children talked to each other. Shen Shenwei asked Old Chen. My Chaoqiang thought that Tan Yu wouldn't come over here to study. Old Chen laughed. When I was in primary school, I brought little Yu over to try. After all, Yuhua Primary School is the affiliated elementary school of the martial arts school, and I originally didn't intend to enroll in the martial arts department here, but I passed the exams at the back, and after testing, little Yu also has a good affinity for aura, and asking her wishes, she is also willing to enroll here. So, the parents looked at each other and smiled. I wonder if there's a chance for the two kids to be assigned to the same class? You're really right. Super Dad. Both of them are in Class 1. Class 1? The Class 1 of the martial arts pre-selection class? Old Shen smiled sweetly and nodded her head. Her eyes looking at Zhang Chaoqiang were also full of appreciation. In the future, the two children will be able to play together again. Can Chaoqiang promise Grandpa Chen that he will help take care of Tan Yu at school? As early as in kindergarten, Old Chen knew that Zhang Chaoqiang would help the occasionally bullied Talking Yu at school, and the friendship between the two of them was not bad at all. Zhang Chaoqiang was probably the only friend of Talking Yu. Good. Chao Chang's parents, who were in a good mood, didn't wonder about Talking Yu's parents and continued to talk and laugh with Old Chen, while Talking Yu pulled Zhang Chaoqiang and ran to the front. Stop running. I'm tired. Then when you were in kindergarten you were still running on the track all day. You couldn't stop screaming. That's because of the growth task. What's a growth task? Growing tasks. What's a growth task? Doing quests that grow. The two were silent. According to the signage, Zhang Chaoqiang and Talking Yu entered the school. Both were assigned to Class 1, and most coincidentally, the two were unexpectedly divided into the same table again. The school had dormitories, and students were free to apply for accommodation or walk-in. Zhang Chaoqiang was worried that Shen Xiangwei and Zhang Huolong rushing over to the school was relatively far and too time-consuming and energetic. The family was about 7 to 8 kilometers away from Yuhua Primary School. Zhang Chaoqiang had wanted to apply for accommodation, but Old Chen claimed that he sent Tanya home and also stopped by Zhang Chaoqiang's house, so he could just take his car back later. It was also a way for his parents not to have to work too hard. Unable to resist the hospitality, Zhang Chaoqiang finally agreed. In the following month, the naughty and mischievous classmates saw the two of them getting into a car every time, so they went around mischievously calling the two of them a young couple. In the end, those classmates were all cleaned up by Zhang Chaoqiang, and no more nonsense. In the second month after the school year started, besides the regular language, mathematics, English, physical science, beauty, sound, and so on, which cultivated moral, intellectual, physical, and aesthetic cultivation, the Yuhua Primary School's signature skill courses and aura perception courses were finally carried out. The skills courses were some relatively simple martial arts skills training. The grading of the martial arts section was very strict, targeting the sensitivity of all parts of the body, strength, and the standardization of the skill movements. The skills teacher, Mr. Guan, dressed in martial arts uniform, paced lightly, groping back and forth to observe the appearance of the new students in Class 1 and their physical condition and body coordination. After clearing his throat, he began his first lesson in Class 1. Slap, knock, elbow, row, chop, slash. These are the hand movements. Kicking, whipping, pressing. These are the movements of the legs. The so-called martial arts is a collection of these broken down movements. And the body movements used in each set of martial arts are nothing more than the ones that I have just listed to you. If you want to learn martial arts in the future, you must be able to skillfully break down the body movements one by one and reach a state of mastery. Next, all teams on command, follow my movements. It was only the first lesson of the skills course, and the little ones got to see how powerful the stern teacher Guan was. The 40-minute lesson exhausted all the little kids who were usually lively and mischievous jumping around. Only Zhang Chaoqiang and a few robust students were in better shape. Talking Yu was also still able to withstand it. Teacher Guan focused his attention on Zhang Chaoqiang during the end of the class, and through his observations during the class, this kid really deserved the attention of the higher-ups, and none of the high-intensity skill movement training made him feel stressed. The next day, Friday, the weekly one-day Reiki Sense course was in the afternoon. As the name suggests, it is used to train students' affinity for aura, sensitivity to aura, and is used to enhance one's own inner body aura that has not yet been fully stimulated. The sense room was in the building called the Bo Shui building, the building where they had previously taken the examination. What Zhang Chaoqiang did not expect was that it was located on the negative second floor of the ground floor, and the more than 40 elementary school students felt incomparably curious when they stepped into the sense room. The 500 square feet of the sense room had matte black walls, and the surface was a layer of uneven, wavy black ceramic used to block spiritual energy from spilling out. The surrounding ceiling was set up with many honeycomb-shaped devices called honeycomb spirit formulators, which shared a common terminal and were able to cause these honeycomb spirit formulators to generate spiritual energy fluctuations through the terminal. The female teacher of the perception class wore glasses. Her name was Changwon. She was usually calm and honest, even if it was the first time they took her class. The students of Class 1 knew that the other party's nickname was called Calm Teacher, Honest. Clapping her hands and letting the children quiet down, Changwon opened her mouth and said, "In the first class, we will first learn the basic theoretical knowledge, and then we will test the classmates' inner body spirit power." Under the curious gazes of her classmates, she began to lecture. Aura is spread all over the world. You can understand it as a member of the air, a universal substance, and spiritual power, from which aura comes, is a medium of energy transmission. Question: if an aura or a spiritual energy came before you, which would be likely to injure you? Mr. Composure. Reiki. Someone snatched the answer. Wrong. It's Reiki. Like I said, Reiki is a kind of energy, and energy causes impacts, fluctuations, changes, etc. Seeing that her classmates were in the clouds, Changwon then changed her words. Do you guys want to become martial artists? In unison. Yes. If you want to become a martial artist, first of all, you have to understand why a martial artist can become a martial artist, as well as the principles of martial artist cultivation. In the first class, Changwon was very patient and talked to the students. Between heaven and earth, there exists a special substance called aura, which at first does not react to anything. But with the passage of time, aura, slowly integrated into some of the flowers, plants and trees, integrated into the aura of the plant, the growth of more robust and beautiful. Then later, the aura was absorbed by some clever animals under the mistake, and can exist in the body into their own power. So, the demonic beasts arose. And human beings, in the entire Earth star, only existed for only 5,000 years. In the long years, we human beings also learned to utilize the aura. We'll absorb the aura into the body, and then transform it into their own power, that is, spiritual power. The birth of spiritual power represents the evolution of human beings to the new human. What is this new human called? Are there any smart kids who can answer me? I know, Mr. Composure, it's a martial artist. Afraid that the students wouldn't understand, Changwon specifically went towards simplicity. In fact, some of the detailed aspects of it were tedious to the extreme, and there was no need to throw them out now. She lifted her glasses and nodded her head with a serious smile. That's right, this is the origin of martial artists. So what's the biggest difference between a martial artist and a normal person? The crowd grabbed the answer, having spiritual power. Changwon's eyes lit up as she saw the students fall into her trap, then shook her head and laughed. Wrong. Ha! Students should have heard of battle armor, right? Battle armor created by highly advanced technology, the medium to maintain operation as well as release energy is spirit power, and by wearing it, ordinary people are considered to have spirit power. There are even some special spiritual tools that can allow ordinary people to possess spiritual power for a short period of time, but neither of these represent the identity of a martial artist. A martial artist refers to someone who is able to use the natural aura that pervades the world by channeling it into the body and storing it and refining it into the body's power, a part of it, and use it at will. So complicated. I feel like I'm about to grow a brain. Changwon mentally sighed. It should be hard for a 6-year-old to understand, even if she had already stated it in the simplest and most straightforward manner. Zhang Chaoqiang in the center of the group felt someone pulling on his coat. Talking you asked her in a low voice from behind. Zhang Chaoqiang, did you understand what the teacher said? Understood. Bullshit. A classmate beside her didn't believe it, but Tang Yu ignored him and continued to ask Zhang Chaoqiang. Then what exactly is a martial artist? Someone who is comparable to a demonic beast. Zhang Chaoqiang thought carefully and said the most concise answer. As if, it makes some sense. Oops, gotta grow a brain. The surrounding students covered their heads. Changwon recounted some more knowledge about this, and then stopped repeating. her words no longer directed towards the nebulous martial artist, but towards the students. After the rigorous entrance examination, those of you who have entered the martial arts pre-selection class will more or less have a talent for martial arts, and will all have the opportunity to formally become a martial artist in the future. Hearing this, a portion of the students cheered. The most important thing at this age was encouragement. In the second half of the class, Changwon had the school staff bring in a complexly constructed precision instrument, the overall appearance resembling a console base, with a multi-pronged three-dimensional crystal ball at the top. Puff! Zhang Chaoqiang eyed this huge apparatus, but in half a moment, he detected what seemed to be shaking in the void. Spiritual power value, 538. Spiritual power value resonated with this apparatus? Zhang Chaoqiang was somewhat puzzled. The instrument was installed, and Changwon explained it to the students while the staff debugged it. Just now, teacher has already talked about what is the affinity of aura, and the sensitivity of spiritual energy, remember? Remember, we were tested when we enrolled in school. Right, smart, then I'll teach you guys a new knowledge point now. Inner body spiritual force. Inner body spirit power? That's right, internal body spiritual energy is the spiritual energy that is contained in the deepest part of our body's spinal cord at birth. Before the age of 12, we don't have any way to call out these spiritual forces hidden in the deepest part of our body. After the age of 12, we are able to activate this inner body spiritual energy and turn it into real spiritual energy that we can use at will. The stronger the internal body spirit power at the time of activation, the higher the starting point is represented. You've already gone through the tests of spiritual sensitivity and aura affinity before, while inner body spiritual power, which is the combination of the two, is a more intuitive representation of the strength of your natural qualifications. Although the spiritual energy stored in your bodies cannot be utilized right now, you can pass this sensitivity class and also have the opportunity to be able to cultivate and enhance your inner body spiritual energy. When you are 12 years old, your inner body spirit power will be able to be drawn out of your body and become true spirit power that you can drive at will. Now this big guy in front of you is called the inner body spiritual force analog sensing device, which is able to intuitively detect the strength and weakness of each of your inner body spiritual forces and convert it into a digital carrier. In every lesson from now on, this big machine will be used to test whether you have seriously realized and whether your inner body spirit power has been enhanced. Later on, we'll be testing your inner body spiritual energy one by one. Are you looking forward to it? The students were talking about this, some were looking forward to it, some were afraid that if their internal body spirit power was very low, wouldn't they be unable to become a martial artist? Afterwards, Changwon asked the staff, please help me adjust the value of my internal spiritual energy test to the range of 0-50 p. P was the unit of spiritual energy. The average martial artist had a spiritual energy of around 500 p, and the most demonic genius she had met in the past only had an internal spiritual energy of 40 p at the age of around 7 years old. Therefore she set the interval at 0-50 p, not that she intentionally set the interval small. Rather, the larger the interval set by the sensing device, the greater the frequency shock radiation of the analog signal generated by the inner frequency of the crystal core would be, which would cause very serious discomfort to the student's body, and even affect their physical development. 0-50, that should be more than enough. Deciding to appear according to the first letter of her last name, Changwon said, Chen Lingling. Zhang Chaoqiang concerned, Changwon let the other party to look at his wrist on the diamond-shaped orb, and then instructed. Later on, the frequency vibration analog signal will be transmitted through your arm bones to your spine. There will be a slight soreness in your lower back. This is normal. Remember to tell your teacher if you can't stand it. Chen Lingling nodded her head and then proceeded with the simulation. The moment the device was activated, the other students did not feel anything strange. On the contrary, it was Zhang Chaoqiang, who clearly felt that his spiritual energy value resonated faintly the moment the machine was activated. Changwon did not tell them about the test results, in order to prevent them from climbing up the ladder and working on their senses. Some were even more curious, while others were grateful. During the inner body spirit power tests that they went up to one after another, Zhang Chaoqiang's frown never slowed down. Time and time again, he seemed to understand that the degree of resonance between himself and the machine when the device was activated represented the strength of the inner body spirit energy of the person who had gone up for the test at that time. Shook, Zhang Chaoqiang raised his head. This was the most violent reaction from the beginning until now. The tester on the stage was the most burly in the class, named Xingguiqi. In the martial arts class, he also performed very well. Yes, Zhang Chaoqiang became more and more certain. Seeing the value displayed virtually, Changwon was a little moved. It was labeled 28p. This value could already be considered very impressive, with a high probability that within the next 6 years, he would raise his internal body spirit power to 100p, getting closer and closer to the ranks of martial artists. Next, Talking You glanced at Zhang Chaoqiang, who nodded at her before she was more or less confident, grasping her sleeves with both hands and stepping forward. This time, the amplitude of the tremor was a bit smaller than Xingguiqi's, but it was still very obvious. Zhang Chaoqiang knew that Tan Yu's qualifications were very good. 25p. 2 seedlings that surpassed the value of 20 came out in a row. Changwon felt very pleasantly surprised. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, the class was about to end, and it was finally the last person's turn. Zhang Chaoqiang. Changwon looked at him and seemed to have thought of something, actually looking forward to his results. As the frequency vibration passed to Zhang Chaoqiang's wrist, deep into the bone marrow of his spine. Shit! Changwon suddenly remembered something bad, and at the same time, the device experienced a huge anomaly. Run! Without waiting for Changwon to grab Zhang Chaoqiang, the other party took a direct backside step to quickly run out of the sensory room. Boom! Debris flew about. Inside the large sensory room, the inner body spiritual force simulation sensory device, from an exquisite hole, after an explosion turned into a piece of scattered debris, in which there was also black smoke. Fortunately, it was the student teachers and staff who were not affected. But Changwon, who was standing next to the pile of rubble, was jaw-dropped and dumbfounded. Only after a long time, under the gaze of the students, did she manically rub her long, beautiful and smooth hair. Her mouth frantically chanted, why did I forget? Obviously the higher-ups had explained the object to focus on, but I neglected to do so. Obviously it's the last one, there's totally still time to turn up the spiritual power test interval or stop him from conducting the test now. Why did I forget? Finally she broke down and gave a pained laugh. The school's close to 1 million devices, and it's just gone? I'm so stupid, really. At this moment, this stoic teacher was not at all stoic in the eyes of the students. This matter must be reported to. In a hurry. Informing the students of the malfunction of the device and the temporary glitches, he told them not to publicize and worry, and after evacuating them after class, he blocked off the sensory room. Changwon immediately reported it to the leaders as fast as possible. On that very day, the entire Yuhua primary school, regardless of superiors and subordinates, regardless of position, they were all given an order that had to be strictly enforced. That was to pay special vigilance and attention to Zhang Chaoqiang, categorizing him as a key figure of concern. That night, Zhang Chaoqiang, who had returned home, lay on his bed with his legs crossed, pondering and pondering. The moment before the explosion, he felt the analog signal frequency of the device appear in his body, creating a huge resonance, and his entire body seemed to be confused. Then came the explosion that occurred later. He summoned the void panel out. Zhang super strength, slightly better 669/4000. Spiritual power value, 538. Physical qualities, spirit 3. 05/16, internal viscera 2. 76/14, torso 2. 95/16. 10 is the universal adult male limit. Unique talent, adversity growth. Growing talent, sense of smell of demonic beasts. Ability, survival instinct, sight. Combat awareness, 76. Growth tasks, obvious comparison, advanced character practice, elementary expression. Zhang Chaoqiang focused on this line of his spiritual power value. He clearly remembered that it was increased through the dried demonic beast meat given to him by Tanyu. In the beginning, every time he consumed it down, it would increase by 1 to 2 points. Could it be that this so-called spiritual chi value was his own internal body spiritual energy? Zhang Chaoqiang clearly remembers that internal body spiritual power is innate, can only slowly sense weak enhancement. Born without internal body spiritual power, before the age of 12 years old cannot be realized through external substances to transform into their own spiritual power. But no matter what, from the present point of view, the fact of the matter is indeed like this. As the spiritual energy value increased, the current value of 538 had lasted for more than 2 months. The kind of demonic beast jerky from before became weaker and weaker for him to replenish his spiritual energy value. Even a few slices of demonic beast jerky didn't replenish 1 point, so Zhang Chaoqiang wasn't too nice and didn't ask Tanyu to bring it to himself anymore. In the next few days, Zhang Chaoqiang always felt something particularly strange and uncomfortable. It was as if someone was always staring at him. In class, someone was staring, practicing calligraphy, going to the toilet. Zhang Chaoqiang carefully searched, but there was absolutely no one following him. After all, the people who were in the periphery were different every time. Gradually, he also stopped paying attention. Entering the 3rd week of Yuhua Elementary School. In the brand new factory, Changwen's unperturbed expression and behavior, she had become the calm teacher in the mouths of the students again. Even the loss of composure that occurred only last week had been faded into oblivion. The only time her eyes became sultry and gritted her teeth was when she swept past Zhang Chaoqiang. Zhang Chaoqiang was a little embarrassed. In his heart, he thought, it seems that teacher is still upset about the explosion of the induction device, and must be blaming himself for not protecting me and doing his part at that time. He was also a bit ashamed of Changwon. I'm afraid that this calm teacher still doesn't know that she broke the induction device. If she knew, it is not clear whether she can still be so calm. Zhang Chaoqiang felt more or less guilty in his heart. The principle of enlightenment is to transmit the weak spiritual power fluctuation in the form of honeycomb to the enlightenment rune through the honeycomb spirit system. This form of spiritual energy was more amicable and would not cause harm to the human body. During the student's meditation, the inner body's spiritual energy compensates for the resonance of the external honeycomb spiritual energy, thus promoting the activation of the inner body's spiritual energy, thus boosting the strength of the spiritual energy. This effect, however, requires a great deal of time as well as personal understanding and coordination, and boosting inner body spiritual energy is very troublesome. Spiritual strength, +1 +1. Zhang Chaoqiang was silent. What the hell was it that in just one lesson, he had raised his spiritual power value by 2 points? Where was the promised difficulty? During this period of time, Zhang Chaoqiang slightly instructed Talking Yu to consume as much of those demonic beast jerky as possible, and although the other party didn't understand, she did as she was told. When Talking Yu tested her inner body spiritual strength again, Zhang Chaoqiang felt the same fluctuation amplitude strength as the first test. It seems that Talking Yu couldn't obtain her inner body spiritual energy through this situation, and I'm afraid that it's the same for everyone else. Oof, ha. In the skills class, Teacher Guan was instructing the children to practice sparring using simple movements. Half a year had passed, and the students who had taken half a year's worth of lessons remembered the basic movements pretty much the same, which was why Mr. Guan had ended the boring splitting up of the skill movements, letting them train against each other in sparring. Teacher Guan, when will we be able to learn martial arts? Teacher Guan smiled faintly and touched the classmate's head, but his eyes looked like they were fixed on Zhang Chaoqiang as he said, "It's still early, take your time." During the first half of the period, Zhang Chaoqiang had already completed today's sparring task. In his opinion, this kind of sparring task was too boring. His own reactions and strength were clearly far superior to his opponent's. Yet it seemed like a martial arts performance, where you punched and I kicked slowly like this. Nearly half a year, from the beginning in the middle of the perception room to harvest a lot of spiritual power value, later began to slow down. Spiritual energy value, 603. Every week, there was one lesson of perception, and for the rest of the time, there was no way to enjoy the baptism of spiritual energy in the form of honeycomb energy. Thus now it often took 3 weeks of accumulation to be able to increase 1 point of spiritual energy value. On the other hand, on the side of Tanyu, through observation during this period of time, Zhang Chaoqiang realized that she was raising her inner body spiritual energy at a fast rate. In this regard, she even surpassed Xingguoqi, the recognized genius in the class. A genius of the martial arts class. As for Zhang Chaoqiang's kind, his classmates categorized him as a genius in the liberal arts. This was because in just half a year, Zhang Chaoqiang had won nearly a dozen awards. First prize in the Changcheng District Primary School Student Group Calligraphy Competition, first prize in the Yuhua Primary School Speech Competition, first prize in the singing competition. It has been getting closer and closer to his goal of obvious comparison. In terms of practicing calligraphy, he had also been practicing. It was just that the goal of writing 500,000 with a brush really needed some time, as did elementary expression. You said that my current inner body spirit power is stronger than Xingguoqi's? Is that true? Really? Zhang Chaoqiang nodded his head in response to Talking Yu's question, and Zhang Chaoqiang could clearly feel that the resonance that Talking Yu had brought to himself had become even more drastic the last few times the two of them had tested their inner body spirit power. How did you know? It told me. You can talk to the sensing device? Talking Yu's eyes widened as she innocently asked. It can be understood that way. Only when class ended did Teacher Guan let out a long breath. Zhang Chaoqiang was in his class and nothing happened. This made him feel relieved. Thinking back to the sense course half a year ago, Mr. Wen, it was because of the negligence, but he was punished to write a review for half a year, one every week. After all, the principal had given orders that Zhang Chaoqiang had to keep a close eye on the school while he was there, and not let him have an accident, or he let everything in the school have an accident. Mr. Guan bitterly looked at the group of still obedient students, who used to be very naughty. Caught the teacher, caught the students, said turn around and forget, make the leading director anxious. But one day, they teased Zhang Chaoqiang and Tanyu. Teacher Guan cannot forget those students crying and shouting mother's voices how helpless, if it is not once they sneak attack to take off their pants, how he would also think that crying these people are the victims. Even Xingguoqi for a period of time had the tendency to be the class bully, but also by Zhang Chaoqiang did not know what means to subdue. In short, Zhang Chaoqiang, whether as a genius or an outstanding student, should be highly regarded by the school at all times. Zhang Chaoqiang's seat was always in the first row, and right above the window next to him, there was a surveillance camera that was pointed at him. Exclusive surveillance. Most of the time, Zhang Chaoqiang didn't listen too attentively to the lessons and took the time to practice calligraphy, standard block letters. It was worth mentioning that under Xin Xiangwei's gracious assistance, Old Chen, the driver, asked for instructions from Tan Yu's family and agreed to an invitation to Zhang Chaoqiang's house to gather for dinner once in a while. But being able to look at Old Chen's expression, it was clear that he personally wasn't as happy as the children and the couple Xin Xiangwei. Brush. In the kitchen of Zhang Chaoqiang's house, Old Chen, wearing a pink apron, had already taken off his iron straight expensive suit. Both hands swung the spatula, frying the stove to the point of smoke. Ever since Old Chen and Tan Yu had eaten the meal that Xin Xiangwei had cooked once, He then said that he wouldn't want to lay his chopsticks down again, and old Chen, who always had a smiling face, said solemnly, "Super Mom, you're spoiling food," and decided to come over in the future, all by himself to take the spoon. Shin Xiangwei, on the other hand, was helpless and could only play a hand in cutting vegetables. But seeing the shredded potatoes cut into finger thickness, old Chen directly drove her out of his own kitchen and was not allowed to come in. In the gap between the old Chen fried vegetables, Zhang Chaoqiang talked about Yu's two children are writing homework. Zhang Huolong had just come back from work, and warmly greeted Tang Yu, taking off his soybean shoes and replacing them with slippers. From the time Zhang Chaoqiang went to school, he never needed them to worry about his homework, although it was useless to worry about it, as they didn't understand a few words. However, seeing Talking Yu ask Zhang Chaoqiang about a topic she didn't understand aroused Zhang Chaoqiang's parents' strange desire to win and perform. "Little Yu, I'll teach you this topic." Zhang Huolong volunteered. "Xiaoming has 25 apples, Xiaohong has 25 apples, and the teacher has 45 apples. How many apples do they add up to?" Zhang Huolong opened his fingers and counted half a day. Zhang Chaoqiang could not see past it and said, "How much do I have to pay to buy 2 packs of furong wang and 1 pack of hard huazi?" 95. Zhang Huolong didn't even need to think, he just subconsciously shouted out. Zhang Chaoqiang looked at Tan Yu again. He remembered that the other party's favorite is a variety of satchels, but also told himself that there are hundreds of different styles of satchels at home. Replacing the apple of the title with a satchel, Tan Yu surprisingly also easily calculated the answer. "It's really heaven-defying." Zhang Chaoqiang laughed bitterly in his heart. Not long after, 5 dishes and 1 soup, a beautiful meal was taken care of by old Chen alone. Saying that it was an invitation for them to come to their home for dinner, how was it more like they were guests in each other's homes? "I have to say, old Chen, your craftsmanship is simply able to be called the caliber of a 5-star hotel." On the dining table, Zhang Huolong was lifting one foot on the chair while praising old Chen for old Chen's dishes. After feeling that it was not a good influence on the child, he put his foot down again. Old Chen smiled lightly. "I do have a Michelin 3-star chef certification, a National Special Chef certificate, and a Linhai Province first class." After speaking for a whole minute, old Chen had already gained more than 10 names in the chef world alone. The crowd was dumbfounded. "We are truly blessed." Zhang Chaoqiang rounded off the conversation. Tan Yu was curious, putting down her chopsticks to stare at old Chen, who also didn't seem to have heard about this from old Chen's mouth before, then asked with interest, "Grandpa Chen, then how much do people pay you for cooking a meal?" Luo Guanming, a famous entrepreneur in Qingzhou City, once invited me to cook a dinner table for him for a private reception, and the labor cost alone was probably around $200,000. Old Chen said with a smile. Clattering. The sound of chopsticks sliding against the porcelain bowl, whether it was Zhang Huolong, Shin Xiangwei or Zhang Chaoqiang, frantically eating the dishes for dinner, none of them were willing to waste even a single drop of juice. It was just that Tan Yu was at a loss. She couldn't generate any concepts about money yet. Zhang Chaoqiang added, "Probably can buy 4,000 satchels, you change your back every day, you can stay the same for 10 years. After saying that, Tan Yu seemed to realize what, also crazy Klein vegetables and rice. Near the summer vacation, the time of the first grade quietly passed. Zhang Chaoqiang attended classes as usual. First grade is a key time period to consolidate the foundation. He has long since memorized those simple knowledge points. Talking about Yu's thinking, it was far more active than what Zhang Chaoqiang thought. Previously having problems being troubled by math, Zhang Chaoqiang taught her to be flexible and could replace boring numbers with things of interest to help learn arithmetic. From then on, it was like an enlightenment for Tan Yu, and she went from having a mid-range grade to being able to secure the top 3 now. Of course, Zhang Chaoqiang, who was in first place, couldn't be surpassed by her in any way. Hogging the top spot in academic performance was not because Zhang Chaoqiang was good at fame and fortune, but because the school regulations stipulated that if you ranked first in your class in all exams for a consecutive semester, you would be able to get a learning pioneer at the end of the semester. At the end of the semester, he was able to obtain an award for being the best student. An uneventful afternoon, between classes. Yuhua Primary School's Wisdom Building, the main role is to store data archives, as well as the office area of the school's senior leaders. In the middle of the monitoring room on the 6th floor, a 40-inch screen was dedicated to playing the image of the monitor above Zhang Chaoqiang's head. In the screen, the little boy who was more than 1 meter tall was slowly and carefully practicing calligraphy, the ink never dripping down to places other than the rice paper. The little girl next to him, on the other hand, was occasionally surveying the boy's progress in calligraphy, her mouth moving twice before she played with the little blue satchel in the drawer to herself. To this day, we are still unable to know Zhang Chaoqiang's true inner body spirit power. In front of the screen, there were several people sitting. The one who spoke seriously at the head was none other than Colonel Liu, who had previously assessed Zhang Chaoqiang's spiritual sensitivity. Next to him, there sat Director of Instruction Song Yu, who wore gold-framed glasses and a ponytail, and Sense class teacher Chang Wen, as well as 2 other people who were the school's senior personnel in charge of equipment. No one said anything, and school head Liu asked in a deep voice, "The explosion of the Sense device that day, are you sure it wasn't due to the device itself?" In the darkness, the two men at the end reconfirmed, "School head Lou, you've asked no less than 10 times over the past half year, and the answer we've given is still that there's absolutely no problem with the sensory device. The problem should have arisen when the test interval adjusted by teacher Changwon was too small, while the actual internal body-spirit power of student Zhang Chaoxiang might have been too large, resulting in a frequency hedge before it malfunctioned and was scrapped. This we have tried a great deal. The inner body-spirit power sensing device is able to accommodate about 3 times the error of the highest interval. The interval that teacher Changwon debugged that time was 0-50p, so if Zhang Chaoxiang's inner body-spirit power reached 150p or less, it wouldn't have malfunctioned so badly. It's impossible, right? Director of Instruction Song Yu initially dismissed it outright, but remembering Zhang Chaoxiang's entrance examination to test his spiritual sensitivity to produce an anticlimactic response, he was again unsure. How could it be so high? It shouldn't be. The originally serious Colonel Liu was directly skeptical as he checked Zhang Chaoxiang's family background, his parents, all over. It was discovered that he was neither a child of some martial arts powerhouse family that had strayed into the outside world, nor was he held in the wrong arms at the time of his birth. He even managed to collect Zhang Chaoxiang's and his parents' hair, etc. And the DNA test results proved that they were absolutely father-son, woman relationship. Would an ordinary person whose parents don't contain a bit of spiritual energy give birth to a son who was super sensitive to spiritual energy? Never. The crowd spoke in unison. At this moment, Changwon weakly spoke up. Why don't we try an internal body-spirit power test on Mr. Zhang Chaoxiang once again? Right in the heart of Colonel Liu, he did have such an intention. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically asked those two technical executives to come. He initiated a discussion. Changwon, what do you guys think would be the best way to test this time to be able to accurately test out Zhang Chaoxiang's internal body-spirit power while absolutely guaranteeing the safety of the equipment and student Zhang Chaoxiang? There was a burst of discussion. They also knew that doing a spiritual energy test on a child who was only 6 or 7 years old, generally speaking only the 0-40p range was about right. Small children's bodies were weaker and couldn't withstand the high-frequency spiritual force concussion that a large interval would give them, which would cause irreversible consequences to their bodies. The problem now was how to set this interval. If it was from 0-500, I'm afraid that the spiritual concussion emitted would be enough to crush a child's bones. After thinking about it, the technical executives asked Changwon, in general, how much internal body-spirit power can other children with stronger talents raise in a year? Changwon replied, the one who improved the fastest was Class 1's Tan Yu, who improved from 25 to 33 in a year. The man nodded his head and continued his analysis. Let's assume that Zhang Chaoxiang's classmates have raised 8 points from their original base spiritual energy in 1 year's worth of sense classes. And triggering an explosion requires at least 3 times the set frequency, which is 150. We suggest that the interval be adjusted to 50-200p, and at the same time, we apply to the Yuhua Martial Arts School to borrow a split-wave conversion device, which is capable of dispersing a region's spiritual power concussive vibration. That is to say, 50-200p can be split into 3 segments of spiritual power detection co-vibration through the split-wave band device, without causing any harm to Zhang Chaoxiang, and accurately detecting his true spiritual power. However, the prerequisite is that his true spiritual energy cannot exceed 3 times that of 200p, or else I'm only afraid that the situation from last time will occur again. How is this possible? After the technical level was determined, School Lu finally confirmed that before the summer vacation, the matter of Zhang Chaoxiang's true inner body spirit power should be finalized. Teacher Changwon, you have to control it well this time. The sub-band conversion equipment is worth 800,000 yuan, and the inner body spirit power sensing device is 1,050,000 yuan, adding up to nearly 2 million. Changwon pinched a sweat. Luckily there were 2 technical executives to give her confidence. We will definitely take down Mr. Zhang Chaoxiang this time. In the last week of the sensing class, the students saw another huge guy that was differentiated from the inner body spiritual energy sensing device being installed next to the sensing device. It looks like a boiler. What do you think, Zhang Chaoxiang? Changwon signaled everyone to be quiet, claiming that the last class before the summer vacation was the final test of the students' sense cultivation results. Zhang Chaoxiang secretly said that it was not good. Was he going to repeat the same mistake again? When it was Zhang Chaoxiang's turn to be the last one, Changwon patiently said, "It's alright Zhang Chaoxiang, teacher knows that you haven't taken the initiative to test your inner body spirit power since this semester because you have a shadow over the last time. But don't worry, we've already debugged the equipment, and the phenomenon of last time will definitely not occur." It seemed certain that the situation from last time would not occur. Zhang Chaoxiang looked at Changwon's firm and serious look and finally nodded, agreeing to the test. Great, student Zhang Chaoxiang, this time, please believe in teacher Chang, believe in our school, and believe in the testing device. Zhang Chaoxiang's body steadily stepped forward and stretched out his hand as the 2 machines began to operate. Seeing Zhang Chaoxiang obediently step forward, Changwon also revealed a pleased smile. This time, there was a cooperative conclusion from the technical hierarchy. There was also a sub-band instrument borrowed on the Yuhua Martial School. Even if Zhang Chaoqian was no longer heaven-defying, he would definitely not be able to reach the triple or more values needed to destroy the equipment. 0-200p was already enough to detect Zhang Chaoqian's true internal body spirit power accurately under absolutely safe conditions. Changwon rubbed her nose a little. She was a little nervous and could not wait to see Zhang Chaoqian, a recognized genius. Just how superior the true inner body spiritual energy came to be, when absolute self-confidence surged to the surface. What was originally a complete certainty suddenly hung in the balance for some unknown reason. Changwon shook her head, reason telling herself that this time it was impossible to have an accident, the one standing in front of the machine. It was a human being, not a monster. Turn it on. The technical senior beside Changwon activated the inner body psychic sensing device that understood the split band converter. Click, the original normal sound. How did it sound? A little strange. Zhang Chaoqian's eyes wiped through a white light. The demonic beast smell sense seemed to be telling him, dangerous. As expected, after 2 seconds of activation, the amplitude of the spiritual power fluctuation set within the device produced a huge deformation displacement, as if it couldn't withstand the pressure of the vibration of the detector's internal body spiritual power amplitude segment. The same situation as last time appeared. Ha! Zhang Chaoqian, who sensed the difference, immediately backed up and shouted to Chang Wen and the technical teacher first, run, it's going to blow up again. Chang Wen had 10,000 Chao Nima in her heart, and the technical teacher hurriedly pulled her on and turned on the void barrier protection of the sensory room. After the lessons learned from the last device explosion, the school authority had added a void transparent protection barrier near the sensory room where the device was installed. Buzzing. There was a tremendous vibration, and the entire building seemed to be uprooted. Like the last time, the explosions had been isolated after the appearance of the transparent barrier, and were not heard by anyone else. The entire building was naturally curious. It seemed like an earthquake just now. Although she avoided the waves, Changwon was blown up with flying dust all over her body, her entire hair was in disarray, and her clothes were dyed black, all covered in motor oil from the device. Changwon, Tech High, Zhang Chaoqian. The three stood around speechless. The other technical senior announced the dismissal of the class and dismissed the students, and no one knew what exactly had just happened except for Tanyu. A few moments later, Demon Beast Smell Sense LV1, avoiding life risk +2, 11 out of 100. Achievement of Mekong, Viscera +0. 2. Obtain growth objective, primary spit. Elementary spitting, things happening around you are sometimes too counterintuitive, and you need to spit on the counterintuitive things. 0/500, visceral cap +2. Stoic teacher? In the midst of the silence, Zhang Chaoqian coldly and suddenly spoke. Chang Wen's mouth curved downwards in aggravation, staring at the remains of those devices with a face of despair as her head went blank. Hearing Zhang Chaoqian call her, she subconsciously turned around, only to see Zhang Chaoqian with a bitter expression, spitting out 2 sentences. Am I not quite hard to kill? The school has a problem with me, right? At this time, Zhang Chaoqian was almost certain that there was a problem with the sensing device, which basically meant that the difference between the level of detection of the debugging and his true inner body spirit power was too far, which led to the fluctuation amplitude generating a huge step and thus exploding. When Zhang Chaoqian uttered these 2 words, elementary spit, +1. At the same time, the surrounding spiritual power barrier was damaged by the huge explosion vibration, and at this moment, it directly crumbled and dissipated, no longer usable. A wow sound. The collapse of the barrier, Zhang Chaoqian spitting, directly crushed the last straw on Chang Wen's body, and she ran down and helplessly squatted on the ground to cover her pretty face. The other 2 technical executives, one comforted Zhang Chaoqian and the other comforted Chang Wen. Soothing Zhang Chaoqian, he was allowed to return to the classroom first. Inside the sensory room, Chang Wen lost her voice and cried bitterly, and the 2 technical executives were also infected with bitterness. What the hell is going on here? They couldn't figure out how the hell it happened even if they thought about it, and watched as Chang Wen cast a shadow over the matter. Sensing device, 1,050,000, split wave converter, 800,000, spiritual barrier capable of resisting 1000p spiritual energy fluctuations, 100,000. This time, Yuhua Primary School's net loss reached a full 195, nearly 2 million. Also from today onwards, the perception class came out with a special case, Zhang Chaoqian in the future, never let him test the inner body spiritual energy. Then School Lu summoned several personnel specializing in technology from above the Yuhua Martial Arts School to work together to research whether the sensing device is out of order or whether the problem lies with Zhang Chaoqian. So far there was no result. Chang Wen had a short-lived psychological disorder because of the shadow she had cast over the incident, and the school authorities had hired a senior psychotherapist for her for 2 months over the summer before they could pull her out of the shadow. For the impact caused by Zhang Chaoqian, the school authorities feel very sorry, so School Lu gathered a few school board members, whether it is in order to keep Zhang Chaoqian well, or for his guilt, after discussing, decided to compensate the family 100,000 yuan in cash. After all, the school authority pulled Zhang Chaoqian for the second time for the spiritual power test. Already is on the edge of danger wandering test behavior. If there is an accident, social opinion, the police to collect materials, one or two of them cannot escape the blame. The money was compensated because Zhang Chaoqiang was frightened. One day during the summer vacation, Xin Xianwei and Zhang Huolong checked the 100,000 yuan that had arrived. The two of them had worked for a year and could not save 100,000 yuan without eating or drinking. Compensation for being frightened? Nothing happened to you too, Chao Chang? Zhang Huolong's hands and feet flew, itching to check every inch of Zhang Chaoqiang's body, making sure that he was fine before putting his heart down. Zhang Chaoqiang grumbled, if I'm not okay, this payment should be called a pension. Primary spit, +1. That's right, husband, can you talk or not? Xin Xiangwei gave Zhang Huolong's arm a slap and picked Zhang Chaoqiang up, flipping him from side to side and looking him up and down. It was also determined that it was fine before letting out a sigh of relief. Chaoqiang, do you feel any physical discomfort? The school compensates so much money, there must be nothing good. Worried, the unreliable parents finally relied on one time, and brought Zhang Chaoqiang up and down all night to do a full body checkup. In addition to the radiation x-ray and so on, other can do it all over. A full change of 3 hospitals, all said Zhang Chaoqiang body does not have any problems, on the contrary, physical strength compared to normal children of the same age is superior to a lot. In several directors of the personal guarantee, plus the school to give them the guarantee, plus the police side of the examination, learned about what happened Zhang Chaoqiang's parents' only peace of mind. It's good that it's okay, it's good that it's okay. The parents hugged and strained Chaoqiang. The checkups over the past few days had also cost a small $20,000, but in front of determining Zhang Chaoqiang's health, it was not worth mentioning. Zhang Chaoqiang also hugged Xin Xiangwei and Zhang Huolong tightly. It was so nice to witness the growth of his parents, finally being reliable for once. Earthstar 1009. 3 years passed, and Zhang Chaoqiang officially stepped into 4th grade, entering the crucial 3 years of elementary school. His height, from 1 meter 2 in the beginning, grew to 1 meter 4, still continuing to grow. His appearance had gone from fat and boyish to somewhat slimmer. Xin Xianwei and Zhang Huolong were also 27 years old. The parents' jobs were still the same old ones. Only the father's factory, because the factory owner happened to see Zhang Huolong's children on the Qingzhou City Primary School Speech Contest Champion, the city's 3 good students, and the elementary school fighting competition. Television TNN City Channel within the elementary school held a variety of competitions. Basically, the leader of the award can be seen Zhang Chaoqiang's figure. The factory owner was afraid that he could smell that Zhang Chaoqiang was bound to be an excellent martial artist in the future. Because Zhang Huolong himself was quite progressive, although his dress and clothes were really not complimentary, in the end, he was still a good person. Therefore, the other party will be promoted to the production line team leader. It is also considered a small management, monthly salary of 7,000, do not have to work much, is mainly responsible for supervising the quality of production. Compared to the previous 5,000 or so day and night dead dry, has been a lot better. Now you don't need to send takeout at night, and the off-duty time is flexible, and the opportunity to accompany your wife and children is also a lot more. Mother Shin Rose, in the belonging to the Snake Ming tattoo store, from the front desk to a tattoo apprentice, originally had a hobby in this area, but also for the tattoo store to expand the business of hitting nails, and nowadays sometimes the salary is even more than Zhang Huolong. But recently they found that their son Zhang Chaoqiang seems to have entered the rebellious period in advance. No matter what they did, as long as there was something wrong, they would be spat at by Zhang Chaoqiang. When eating, Zhang Chaoqiang spat at Xin Xianwei for not putting salt in her stir-fry. When doing homework, Zhang Chaoqiang spat at Zhang Huolong for playing games too loudly, and so on and so forth. On the day of October 21st, Zhang Chaoqiang's elementary spitting was finally completed. Viscera Cap +2. Zhang Chaoqiang finally put away his mouth. He wasn't a chatterbox in the first place. And the advanced word practice had also been completed, with a visceral ceiling of +2. Obvious comparison, and elementary expression, were also still a bit short, but they were close. Nowadays, his physical condition. Zhang super strength, slightly better 1899/4000. Spiritual power value, 648. Physical qualities, spirit 4. 26/16, internal organs 3. 96/16, torso 4. January 16th. 10 is the universal adult male limit. In the school, because of Zhang Chaoqiang's deeds in the 1st grade, nowadays, he was still the key object of observation for all the teachers as well as the school staff. Talking Yu has also grown a lot taller, from the original crying little girl, gradually turned into a smiling little girl, but the ability to make friends is still not strong, and only Zhang Chaoqiang is genuinely a friend in the class. 10 years old is not yet to develop, but Takyu obviously taller than the average girl, pavilion, face from tenderness into exquisite. Extremely strong in terms of thinking, she was liked by many teachers and claimed that the other party had great potential to pilot a cutting-edge battle armor with an extremely high degree of mental thinking requirement. Zhang Chaoqiang had also once understood that cutting-edge battle armor was not something that anyone could clamp and use. Like some large-scale neural thinking weapons, it required human mental manipulation as a conduction medium before it could be used to stimulate the operation of its spiritual energy. However, regarding these, it was already the middle school aspect of knowledge. Elementary school was still mostly cultural lessons. After waving his hand to the newly transferred, and incomparably enthusiastic language prince, Teacher Han, who wanted to personally send himself to the school's entrance, Zheng Chaoqiang grabbed the sleeve of Tan Yu's coat and prepared to get into the car driven by Old Chen. Bye, Mr. Han. Talking Yu waved her hand at him. Teacher Wang Zihan had a black line on his face. Student Tan Yu, my surname is not Han. Then bye-bye, Mr. Zihan. Teacher Zihan. His surname is Wang, you should address him as Teacher Wang. Tan Yu. Seeing the Rolls-Royce Phantom that gradually traveled away, Teacher Wang Zihan pinched a cold sweat. Zheng Chaoqiang, the school's first-level alert officer, and his friends around him, were also so peculiar. Thinking was also too out of the box. For a teacher like him who just transferred to the school, the pressure is very high. Those who are classified by the school as guards and key observers have a total of 3 levels. 3 levels, 2 levels, 1 level, and 1 level after another. They were more or less the children of some big shots, kids with exceptional talent. And alone in this position of level 1, Zheng Chaoqiang, this classmate, according to the vague descriptions of the school leaders, principals, and colleagues. As if Zheng Chaoqiang seems to be indescribable things in general, untouchable and uncatchable, Prince Han spent 2 weeks. In addition to the belief that he is a cultural genius, the other cannot find any difference anymore, but he definitely will not question the school's decision. In the car, Tan Yu smelled the odor of raw meat. Grandpa Chen, today we are going to Zhang Chaoqiang's house to play, why are you still buying vegetables? Old Chen said, buying to fry at Chao Chang's house, the vegetables are fresher on the home side. Old Chen had long since gotten fed up with the vegetables bought by Chao Chang's parents. They couldn't pick them at all, the quality they chose was too poor, and they weren't fresh. Sometimes I really want to ask Zheng Chaoqiang, he has such parents, how did he grow up so big? Zheng Chaoqiang took out his keys and just opened the door, 2 bangs resounded in his ears. This was followed by ceremonial flowers floating away like raindrops. Tan Yu, happy birthday. The cake in the room had already been lit with candles, 10 whole candles, and Xin Xianwei carefully put on the birthday hat for Tan Yu. Thank you Mom Zheng Chaoqiang. Talking Yu was very happy, she and Old Chen had forgotten that it was her birthday today. Talking Yu was so happy that she pulled the reluctant Zheng Chaoqiang to blow out the candles. Zheng Chaoqiang was also a bit confused, knowing that Xin Xianwei and Zhang Huolong didn't even know their own birthdays clearly, but they had memorized Talking Yu's. There were many more slots that appeared, but the growth goal had already been accomplished, so Zheng Chaoqiang did not say anything more. Instead, it was Old Chen who started spitting. He said quietly, Chaoqiang's parents, you guys haven't given Chaoqiang a birthday, right? Ah, Old Chen, how do you know? The two were puzzled. Old Chen was already very familiar with Zheng Chaoqiang's family and wasn't afraid to be honest. I've lived 70 years, and I haven't seen one who lights candles and eats cake before dinner. May I ask what they'll eat later now that they're full? Ah, this brain of mine, super taught you good behavior. Wait until the end of the meal before blowing out the candles and eating cake. A piece of scuffling sound, so funny. Old Chen smiled happily, this was much more lively than at home, and Tan Yu also liked this atmosphere. After more than 2 years, Xin Xianwei still has not been recognized by Lao Chen. The opportunity to play loads of vegetables still refused to give her. Zhang Chaoqiang's family and Talking Yu nestled on the soft sofa, watching TV with the air conditioning turned on at 20 degrees. Recently, the border fortress of the Babu Just border country located at the junction of the Paya region was attacked by demonic beasts on a large scale, and is currently known. The crowd was attracted by a piece of world news on the TV. Recently, the border fortress of the Babsius border country located at the junction of the Paya region was attacked by demonic beasts on a large scale. At present, more than 20 staff members have been killed in the wave at the scene, more than 70 have been injured, and more than 100 are missing. After analysis by a team of domestic experts in demonic beast behavioral studies, recently around the world, demonic beasts have carried out as many as 6 attacks on human territories. This sudden move, our experts are cooperating with the International Demon Beast Peace Organization to conduct further observation, and for the time being, we are unable to know the motives of the demon beasts for attacking the human border bases. Experts point out that the demonic beasts have ambitions to spread their territories. At the same time, Babsius border country calls for global countries should pay attention. Humanity is a community of destiny, should not be affected by the waves and stand by. Drink. On the TV screen, the blurry camera captured the far North Atlantic Ocean. The so-called Babu Just border country's human fortified base on the border was attacked and ravaged by those hordes of demonic beasts that were as tall as 2 to 3 meters. Although they were temporarily scared off by the bombardment of large-scale weaponry, they are now in a precarious situation there. This was the worst demonic beast attack that had occurred in recent years, with nearly 200 people killed or injured. Chao Nima's group of beasts. Zhang Huolong spat out a sentence. Don't swear in front of children. Roshan gave Zhang Huolong a punch. I can't hear you, said Tan Yu, smiling at Zheng Chaoqiang. This piece of news would not cause them much mental fluctuation. The Babsius border country was on the northern border of the Atlantic Ocean, an uncompromisingly small country that was a full third of an Earth star away from the central country. And the central country's military, science and technology ability is strong, in the whole Earthstar is also one of the best. The surrounding demonic beast groups have been controlled by the military, and even become the army grinding kill object. Being in such a peaceful country, it was really hard to put oneself in the shoes of a poor little country that was being ravaged by demonic beasts. However, they more or less felt some regret for the casualties. Every year, the central country would sell a lot of strategic weapons and cutting-edge battle armor to the Bapsius border country cheaply at the price of an ally, purely because of the other party's harsh geographical location. In order to help the other party, the main factor was not in making money. Puffing out a bitter laugh, as if he suddenly thought of something interesting, Zhang Huolong somewhat embarrassedly turned the TV channel to a sports channel. The kickball match was intensifying at this time, and the two sides in the match were none other than the Central Kingdom and the Babajus Border Kingdom. Although I know it's a hell of a joke, you guys look. At that moment, the screen showed that the players of the Central Nation were at a disadvantage and had already been led by the opposing team's players from the Babajus Border Nation who had scored a goal first. The camera showed the head coach of the Babajus Borderlands team, half of his head already white with hair, slumped in his chair with a helpless, bloodless face. And the screen captured several chances to be able to shovel the ball from the feet of the Central Country's team, were spared by Babajus Border Country. What do you mean? Ha? Shen Shanwei and Tan Yu were also filled with questions. At this time, old Shen had already fried all the dishes and brought them out, and seeing the match, he smiled heartily and was about to explain it to the two of them, but Zhang Chaocheng beat him to it. After taking a sip of water, he explained to Shen Shanwei and Tan Yu, "Mom, Tan Yu, do you know how many weapons, military vehicles, and various types of cutting-edge battle armor our country sells to several human regional border countries such as Bapsius Border Country every year? It's worth up to trillions of dollars, and the price of these cutting-edge technologies is far cheaper than exporting them, all because our country takes care of them and develops allies." Zhang Chaocheng raised his head, and Tan Yu did not surprise him that he knew so much, because his teacher had talked about it in class. But what did this have to do with the ball game? He continued, in addition to hard power, it's our central state with strong financial resources that helps them in this way. That's why the Babajus Border Country has always paid the highest respect to our country. If you've paid attention to the kicking matches in the past years, you'd have noticed that every time Babajus Border Country and Central Country have lost, but this year, perhaps our sporting prowess was so bad that our opponents were able to get a goal even when they explicitly let in. Primary expression, +1, 100/100, visceral cap +2, visceral 3, 97 of 18. I didn't think that this would count as an expression. Finally it was reached. Zhang Chaocheng thought in his heart. No, this goal is an oolong, our own family kicked into our own goal. Zhang Huolong added with a smile. Every year before, Zhang Huolong had dragged Zhang Chaocheng along to watch the ball games, and he had been a fan of the Central State team. But year after year, the facts had chilled his heart, that a large country with a population of 2 billion had to ask a chaotic country like the Bapsius Border Country, which only had a population of tens of millions and had been in the midst of a war between humans and demonic beasts for many years, to take the initiative to make concessions in order to win the ball game. This was too ridiculous. That's why, this desperate expression of the opposite side's head coach. It's not that if the opposite side wins the ball game, the Central Kingdom won't provide them with weapons this year. It's just that, with so many less human feelings, I'm afraid that it will create so much of a crack in our alliance afterward. Oh, Tan Yu opened her mouth wide, as if she understood, and still didn't really understand. Right now, a few of our production line team leaders and the factory manager also occasionally go out to play pool, and everyone else either intentionally loses too obviously, or wins. I, on the other hand, intentionally play back and forth with his old man, and then end up regretting losing, and then brag about his ball skills in the process. Guess what? Recently the management of the other production line left, and the factory manager is ready to divide it to me, so that in the future, I can get the commission of both production lines. Zhang Huolong got excited and talked about the importance of human affairs. Talking about it, old Chen shouted, "Hurry up, start dinner." In a trance, Zhang Huolong suddenly realized that these things were too early for the children, and Zhang Chaocheng was so smart that he was already able to see through a lot of things at such a young age, so he didn't need to worry about it at all. And it's useless for him to worry. After dinner, Shen Xiangwei solemnly took out a beautifully wrapped gift box. "Talking Yu, this is a gift from Super Strength to you." Talking Yu opened it and saw that it was a pink satchel with a small white bear with a red outline sewn on it. "Wow, really? Thanks. Fake, where would I remember your birthday?" Zhang Chaocheng twisted his head around, trying to break free from Talking Yu's big bear hug. This time it wasn't Shen Rongwei's help, it was really prepared by Zhang Chaocheng, but he was too embarrassed to send it in person, so he asked his mom, Shen Rongwei, to do it. I didn't expect that the last nasty mom still gave himself up. New semester, new course. Finally, and the students under the eagerly awaited skills class finally came to a new chapter. From the simple action into the instrument. Teacher Guan prepared some weapons made of soft plastic, such as pocket knives, swords, and finger tigers in the skills class. These weapons are made of plastic and won't cause damage to the human body, but everyone must remember to still be careful when using them. Understood. In the first few weeks of the course, Mr. Guan had taught them how to be able to break down their movements and incorporate them into using the weapons to use the instruments. This was also to allow them to adapt to the so-called cutting-edge battle armor in advance. The cutting-edge battle armor wasn't just a set of battle armor that could protect itself and improve its defensive capabilities, it also had its own set of attack weapon systems that were used to deal with demonic beasts. And these plastic weapons were the arming system of the simulated battle armor. Although it is a bit simple, but more or less able to let the students learn something. After a few weeks of teaching each other the basic use of movement standards, they were left to spar on their own in a safe situation and free movement. In fact, Zhang Chaoqiang is also considered to completely understand that the skills class is mainly to be in the middle of the exercise, enhance their physical quality, physical fitness, while the sense class is to enhance their internal body spirit power, one outside and one inside to cultivate the student's ability. Although Zhang Chaoqiang had subdued many of these mischievous students, however, it was very normal for students to mess around with each other. Coupled with Zhang Chaoqiang's usual sunshine and cheerfulness, his classmates also liked him very much and were willing to play with him, except that Zhang Chaoqiang might not be so willing to do so. Classes were the same. Obviously Zhang Chaoqiang was waving and practicing on his own how to use the dagger in a more stealthy manner. In the blink of an eye, he saw Shenguiqi bringing a few other students to surround Zhang Chaoqiang. "Bold little thief, how dare you show off your skills in front of me?" Zhang Chaoqiang gave a deflated smile. This group of childish brats were role-playing again, and this time, they even dragged themselves into it. "Zhang Chaoqiang, how about we have a match?" Shenguiqi shook the soft sword in his hand. Right at this moment, Teacher Guan, who had just returned to the classroom from the corridor, saw the sight of several people surrounding Shenguiqi in layers. Secretly saying that it was not good, he used all his strength to rush over. "Don't, Mr. Zhang Chaoqiang, don't hit them." The tall man of 1.8 directly gripped Shenguiqi and the others with one hand, using his own body to block them, facing Zhang Chaoqiang squarely. "Student Zhang Chaoqiang, are they being naughty again? You have to tell the teacher in this situation, don't do anything without authorization, it will hurt your classmates, do you know that?" Zhang Chaoqiang felt that he was a bit nervous. In the end, he realized that it was Shenguiqi who drove a few people away with a mouthful of anger after they had been fighting with each other. No matter what, when dealing with Zhang Chaoqiang's classmates, you must be careful, you must be prudent, you must keep him under surveillance, and you must never have any accidents in my class. Teacher Guan gripped his hair with some anxiety. He was really afraid just now that Zhang Chaoqiang had brushed off a few of his opponents. After the technical department above Yuhua Martial Arts School had discussed the aspect of the explosion and destruction of the induction device that had occurred, in which the problem did not come from the device itself. As for whether or not it was Zhang Chaoqiang's inner body spirit power that had reached 3 times the astonishing 200p, they didn't believe it, but they couldn't find any other reason to make the internal body spirit power sensing device, which had been in use for 10 years without any abnormality, undergo such a drastic change. So the people from the Yuhua Martial Arts School above proposed to debug the zone at around 600 and try again. This time, no matter if it was Principal Lu or Chang Wen and those few technical executives, said nothing. "Let's stop in time." Schoolmaster Lu's voice was filled with helplessness and vicissitudes. Several people had reaped a great harvest after this incident. Harvested the shadows that could potentially stay with them for the rest of their lives. In addition, Zhang Chaoqiang felt that the elegant and easygoing language teacher, Prince Han, might have a background that was not small. Because he just transferred over, he became the class teacher of Class 1. At the same time, he also shouldered the responsibility of supervising Zhang Chaoqiang in all aspects. After a semester-long supervision and observation, he found that Zhang Chaoqiang was excellent and strange. Originally, he was eager to make a speech on Monday when the national flag was raised, but on a certain day, he suddenly refused to go up again. He often spat out his opinions on some bad things in class, but on a certain day, he was silent as if he had changed, and was very good at hiding his words. No, maybe his family was strange. One incident that stuck with him the most. Parent-teacher conferences in the second book of the 4th grade, the author of the book Grateful Parents, in order to promote, came to Yuhua Elementary School, in the speech platform Deep Speech. You think about your parents, how hard they work, both to worry about your studies and your growth. But what about you guys? How do you repay your parents with practical actions? Playing games? Not being serious in class? Don't know what to do? Have you ever thought about our hard-working parents? Have you ever thought that your parents are so good to you, and how do you repay them? As children of our parents, we should care for our parents, be considerate of our parents, and be grateful to our parents. Ask yourselves, have you done that? Answer me out loud. Have the classmates done it to honor their parents, to be grateful to them, to be considerate of them? No. The students whimpered, their eyes red. I can't hear you, and neither can your parents. No. The students cried out through hot tears. Now, you should turn back to your parents, hug them tightly, and tell them that you love your parents. Do you love your parents? Love. The whole room was filled with hot tears, and the scene was very cozy as the students welled up with tears of remorse and hugged their parents tightly. Only, hey, ha ha ha. Zhang Chaoqiang's family sitting in the last row of the 4th year Class 1. It was so hilarious, it was funny. Xin Xiangwei and Zhang Huolong couldn't hold it in any longer, and Zhang Chaoqiang also decided that holding in his laughter was too painful and directly laughed in a small voice. The math Prince Han teacher, who was originally also immersed in the warm atmosphere, was directly confused. What does it mean? The entire room was crying, but Zhang Chaoqiang's family was snickering. What the hell? That's not right. Children at this age should be very emotional. Are they laughing at the crying parents and children? Or are they laughing at the authors who are desperately giving passionate speeches on stage in order to sell more books? The three of them couldn't hold back any longer and laughed out loud, and just like that, the children who were hugging their parents around them, cried even more seriously. The two of them, Xin Xiangwei and Zhang Huolong, who were laughing with tears in their eyes, gradually recalled in their minds the bits and pieces of Zhang Chaoqiang's life from birth. Zhang Chaoqiang had been understanding since he was a child, but it was them who had not given him an extremely favorable living environment. They were the ones who felt that they owed such an excellent and well-behaved Zhang Chaoqiang. Woo woo! Zhang Chaoqiang's parents suddenly burst into tears again. Laughing just now was fine. Nowadays, everyone else had children crying and their parents comforting them. Your family had parents crying and children comforting them? Math Prince Han's teacher doubted life. In the Yuhua Primary School's Science and Technology building, a group of the school's skill class teachers, including Mr. Guan, are gathered together. In the center is Director Ling, who is responsible for the martial arts curriculum at Yuhua Martial Arts School. With a jade-like figure, she showed a bracelet-like circle to the crowd. This is the Spiritual Energy Transformation Simulated Metamorphosis Bracelet, or Spiritual Energy Ring for short, which has been developed by the Central State's cutting-edge technologists in recent years, and is specifically targeted at those who possess decent talent, but are not over the age of 12. The Spiritual Energy Ring is worn on a person's hand and is able to simulate a ring-like light wave power similar to spiritual power. The main purpose of the ring is to allow children who have not reached the age of 12 and have not activated their internal spiritual power to understand and try to train in maneuvering spiritual power in advance. Teacher Guan had a question about this object. Director Ling, may I ask that the main purpose of this ring of spiritual energy is to allow children to familiarize themselves with the use of spiritual energy in advance, right? With red lips slightly parted, the iconic dress Director Ling nodded. The manipulation of spiritual energy isn't simple for those little brats. Therefore, other than those with outstanding talent, that is, children whose inner body spirit power surpasses that of ordinary people, are able to attempt to cultivate its use. Other children with mediocre qualifications, wanting to use it flexibly, is simply as difficult as climbing into the sky. Moreover, Teacher Ling also informed them that this spiritual energy ring was developed for a target group that was originally the children of some powerful martial artist families, as well as the offspring of privileged people. The Yuhua Martial School had also purchased a batch of them, ready to be put to use in the Yuhua Primary School. She instructed, although the simulated power is not as lethal as spiritual power, at least students in the 4th grade or above should be physically fit enough to try to manipulate it. There are a total of 30 classes in the 3 grades, and each class will be assigned 3 bracelets, so you can handle them yourselves. Pausing for half a minute, Director Ling reminded again. Once the spiritual energy ring binds the owner, it cannot be unbound at his age of 12. I hope that the student objects you assign will be carefully considered. The price of the spiritual energy rings is not expensive, nearly $100,000 apiece, and should be used on a knife edge. Mr. Guan carried 3 jade-like white rings that occasionally flickered with a blue line-like shimmer. He placed them inside a safe and brought them to the Wisdom Building, the office where Changwon was. Calling the class teacher, language teacher Prince Han, the 3 of them discussed. The discussion was about the distribution of the spiritual energy ring. The serious and grave teacher Guan informed Changwon and language Prince Han teacher of this matter, almost instantly. Changwon directly lost her original calm appearance on weekdays and slapped one hand to the desktop, the hair on her shoulders swaying and flying. With a frown on her face, her light red lips widened as she said, no matter who it's assigned to, it absolutely cannot be assigned to student Zhang Chaoqiang. Classmate Zhang Chaoqiang. It could be imagined how much of a shadow Changwon had over Zhang Chaoqiang. Teacher Guan was also a bit troubled, based on the data from both his and Changwon's courses. The 3 of them, Zhang Chaoqiang, Tan Yu and Xingguiqi, were basically the most outstanding in the entire class, whether it was in terms of talent or that strange inner body spiritual energy. Although he was also worried about what the spiritual energy ring would do in Zhang Chaoqiang's hands, subtracting one of Zhang Chaoqiang's places would make the students behind him a little less impressive. Although they were from superior families, their inner body spiritual energy wasn't as high as the 3 of them, and they didn't have the same speed of spiritual energy enhancement as Tan Yu and Xingguiqi. The language teacher directly across from them, Prince Han, crossed his legs, and naturally, he was aware of what happened between Zhang Chaoqiang and them before he transferred here. He didn't agree or disagree, but just silently analyzed. Teacher Stoic, it's not possible for you to be too wishy-washy on the part of Zhang Chaoqiang. He's only a first year, and there's no full proof that it's Zhang Chaoqiang's influence that caused the spiritual energy sensing device to crumble. And even if he was the one who did it, it was an unintentional act. Student Zhang Chaoqiang is just a bit strange. Geniuses are always strange. I don't understand why you guys are so defensive of him. The language Prince Han teacher really couldn't figure out why he was being guarded so much by the school just because it was related to the malfunctioning and destruction of the sensing device. He hadn't been able to figure out where Zhang Chaoqiang's students' behavior on a regular basis was worthy of attention. Changwon glanced at language Prince Han's teacher, her mouth pursing lightly. The reason why this homeroom teacher felt very strange about alerting Zhang Chaoqiang's classmates at this time, and even thought that it was not necessary in the slightest. That was because the language Prince Han teacher simply did not know the true reason for the destruction of the inner body spiritual force sensing device back then. In order to avoid the suspicion that Zhang Chaoqiang's inner body spiritual power had a staggering 600 or more, this matter was circulated. Other than a group of school executives and the parties involved back then, that is, Changwon, who knew the exact reason, everyone else did not know. Therefore, it was also impossible to imagine why they had to guard against a harmless-looking sunny teenager. In short, Changwon absolutely held fast to her view that the spiritual energy ring could never fall into Zhang Chaoqiang's hands. The language teacher, Prince Han, remained neutral. As for teacher Guan, he had seen Zhang Chaoqiang's far beyond mortal talent during his weekdays in the course of his lessons, but associating it with the events of that year. Although the spiritual energy ring was only simulating spiritual energy, if it were to be like the last time, Zhang Chaoqiang would also be in danger. The final result, 2-1. Then the other spiritual energy ring, to whom? The students other than the three of them are basically gifted, and their inner body spirit power is similar, floating around 10p. Withhold it first, if not maybe you'll regret it, there's always a chance to use it. The language teacher, Prince Han, made a point of looking at Ms. Guan and Changwon twice. What a look! Changwon and Mr. Guan were shaken by his gaze, which seemed to contain something mysterious in general. Teacher Guan thought for a moment and had to convince the other party to withhold the last one for now. The following week during the skills class, Teacher Guan secretly asked Xingguqi and Tan Yu not to rush off after class. The spiritual energy ring was then introduced to the two. When it came to its use, Talking Yu looked around and didn't find the one she wanted to find. She raised her hand slightly to interrupt Teacher Guan. Teacher Guan, Zhang Chaoqiang isn't here yet. Let's wait for him to come and speak together. Classmate Tan Yu, I'm looking for the two of you. Oh, I didn't call up classmate Zhang Chaoqiang. Teacher Guan said patiently. Impossible, his talent is strong. How could there be no part for him? Talking Yu did not believe it. While Xingguqi was used to being a bitch in the class, he bitchily voiced out again. Talking Yu, do you think you have a good eye, or did teacher make the right choice? Talking Yu was a bit annoyed with him, but didn't snap. She just inquired of Teacher Guan, is it that there aren't enough spiritual energy rings, and my spot can be given to Zhang Chaoqiang? Withhold it for now, if not maybe you'll regret it, there's always a chance to use it. That night, Mr. Guan was lying on his bed with his hands resting on his head, his mind filled with these words that the language teacher Prince Han had said earlier. Until the afternoon, he still refused Talking Yu's request to assign the spiritual energy ring to Zhang Chaoqiang. However, he didn't expect to receive a call from School Lu when it wasn't even 9 o'clock in the evening. Assign the spiritual energy ring to student Zhang Chaoqiang. It was a concise and affirmative command. What? Teacher Guan expressed his incomprehension. Don't ask why, Mr. Guan. In short, student Zhang Chaoqiang is definitely qualified to receive this spiritual energy ring. But I'm afraid it's not too safe for them to be with each other when this kind of thing is in the possession of student Zhang Chaoqiang, right? It was also your old man himself who issued the words that everything must be put under the supervision of student Zhang Chaoqiang. Anything that makes him and the things around him a threat must not happen. It was you who said that, right? Hey. On the other end of the phone, there was a long sigh that seemed to be doing what had to be done. This time exception, assign the last spiritual energy ring to student Zhang Chaoqiang, this is an order. Suddenly the voice was loud and Mr. Guan had to agree, but then the question came up again. Then how do we make sure that he and the spiritual energy ring won't react violently with each other like they did with the induction device? Colonel Lu gave him a shot in the arm. You don't have to worry about this, the spiritual energy ring isn't as complicated as you think. As long as it's successfully worn on, it means that there will be no resistance between each other. When Zhang Chaoqiang formally links with the spiritual energy ring to wear it, I'll send more manpower over there to take care of each other, and if the situation like before really occurs, it will also ensure that Mr. Zhang Chaoqiang is safe. Hanging up the phone, Teacher Guan was still puzzled. It was obvious that there was some concern and there was no need to take risks, so why was Principal Lu so nervous? And the next day he met Changwon, her previous firm attitude was gone. Soon ushering in a new week, the three of them, Zhang Chaoqiang, Tan Yu and Xingguqi, were brought to the sense room by Teacher Guan after class. A full 2 layers of spiritual power barriers had been rearranged here. 3 martial artists like Teacher Guan were also assigned down, always ready to keep an eye on the entire process of the several people linking and wearing their spiritual energy rings. But it's just a student linking a spiritual energy ring. Basically there won't be any accidents. The development of this kind of product has already completely had the safety aspect taken into consideration, so why is the school so concerned about it? Currently I've only heard of 3 students from class 1 who need to link their spirit energy rings under our protection. None of the other classes need it. Since School Lu ordered this, there must be his reasoning. When they link the spiritual energy ring later, we manipulate our spiritual energy to wrap around their wrists as much as possible. This way, even if the spiritual energy ring becomes abnormal, it will only be borne by us, and there shouldn't be much of a problem. Several martial artists who were affiliated with the school and had been away for years were suddenly summoned back for a great deal of time, and everyone was a little puzzled as to why. By the time Teacher Guan appeared with Zhang Chaoqiang and a few others, while they were fully focused, a few people even if they didn't think that there would be any danger. However, as martial artists, they still sounded alarm bells in their hearts, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Splitting their body's attention as well as spiritual energy, they wrapped around Zhang Chaoqiang's wrist. At this moment, Zhang Chaoqiang was under the guidance of Teacher Guan. Attempting to split his mind, he created a link between the spiritual energy ring and himself. Subsequently, waiting for the spiritual energy ring to slowly glow with a slight and faint blue light in a fine filament state. On Zhang Chaoqiang's void panel, there was an additional column. Manipulation power, 1. At the same time, Zhang Chaoqiang's mind was aligned with the frequency of the psychic energy ring's glowing power fluctuations. Subsequently, the tiny stripes on the spiritual energy ring unexpectedly glowed, and at that moment, Zhang Chaoqiang knew that he had successfully manipulated it. With a click, Zhang Chaoqiang wore the fully charged psychic energy ring on the wrist of his right hand, his usual hand. He then raised his head to feel it delicately. At this moment, the several martial artists, and also the teacher in question, were dumbfounded. After tens of seconds of silence passed, one of the martial artists coldly spoke out, Isn't this fine? Teacher Guan's fingers shook coldly and stammered, Yes. Phew, a false alarm. Teacher Guan hurriedly used a paper towel to wipe away all the sweat that had flowed from his body. It's good that it's okay. Paying attention to the other two, their communication for the spiritual energy ring still stopped at the preliminary stage. Tanyu was better and had already taken a step forward. Her spiritual energy ring, like the clean surface of a diamond, only had 3 or 2 thin filaments shining and vibrating, while Shenguichi even only drew a single thin filament. Terrifying as hell. Seeing this, those 3 martial artists sucked in a breath of cool air at Zhang Chaoqiang. Teacher Guan, on the other hand, simply stated that they hadn't seen the world, and that he himself had already seen the world a long time ago. Without waiting for them to finish, Zhang Chaoqiang curiously researched how exactly this spiritual energy ring released energy. Communicate with the mind, do whatever you want. There was a bang, as the first time he tried to manipulate this disordered Dao power. Seeing Zhang Chaoqiang fall to the ground, Mr. Guan and the other 4 covered their mouths and snickered. Let's make you a genius, right? Just touching it is still not clumsy. Interesting. Zhang Chaoqiang felt interesting in his heart, tightly linking with the psychic energy ring. His right hand was releasing a psychic-like energy fluctuation towards the ground. At the same time, his body followed the trend, his legs exerted force, and the whole person stood up smoothly with the recoil of energy, only the shock made his arms a little numb. The 4 people who were just eating melons were instantly dumbfounded. This, so skillful? Manipulation power, +1. After Shinguichi and Tanyu had successfully linked the spiritual energy ring, Teacher Guan repeatedly instructed. For daily use, I will adjust the energy fluctuation of your spiritual energy ring to around 5p, and I will only adjust the fluctuation higher during certain special training. Remember, the psychic energy ring is for you to find the feeling of trying to manipulate your psychic energy, not a toy for you to use on other people or animals. Manipulating spiritual energy is not a simple matter. Even the spiritual energy-like energies in the spiritual energy ring require a lot of effort and time before you can gradually get started. Proficiency aside, you guys are still a bit far from that level. Speaking here, Teacher Guan's gaze inadvertently enveloped Zhang Chaoqiang for 2 seconds. In addition, if your spiritual energy rings are completely dimmed, that is a state of complete incapacitation, take them to teacher in time to recharge them, understand? Understood. After dispersing, Talking-Yu looked at the spiritual energy ring on her wrist like a jade bracelet with a curious face. With her backpack on her back, Tanyu jumped around, her 2 arms fluttering around as if they were rattles. One moment, she flung her hands towards herself, and the next moment, she was looking straight at Zhang Chaoqiang. Zhang Chaoqiang broke out into a cold sweat, and hurriedly controlled Tangyu's right hand. You forgot what the teacher said, don't use this hand on people or yourself, in case the energy is released, you will be injured. Talking-Yu stopped, staring at the spiritual energy ring in her hand in a daze. But I haven't learned how to use it yet. The spiritual energy ring wasn't always bound to the wrist. When not in use, it was like an ordinary bracelet, able to be removed and placed. However, the spiritual energy ring was light in texture and there was no uncomfortable feeling when wearing it. Zhang Chaoqiang felt that this thing, although it was also able to release energy fluctuations, but there is always a difference with the spiritual energy that is glowing out of the body of a martial artist to attack. After all, one of the release matrix is the body. The other is the spiritual energy ring on the wrist. Zhang Chaoqiang carefully felt the sensation that the spiritual energy ring brought to him. Talking-Yu asked him, how did you communicate with the spiritual energy ring to release the power? I can't say, I need you to comprehend it yourself. It was true, this feeling and way of manipulating energy was really nebulous and could not be accurately described. Even if it was hard to describe, the other party would not be able to experience and understand it at all. After returning home, Zhang Chaoqiang unloaded his school bag and prepared to go out again. Chao Chang, it's already 6:30 now, where are you going? Don't forget that your dad is treating you to dinner tonight. Xin Xiangwei, who was preparing to freshen up in her room, heard the commotion of Zhang Chaoqiang's return and exclaimed, "Got it, Mom, I'm going out to do something. I'll be back later." In a puff of smoke, Zhang Chaoqiang ran out of shadow. This kid, still doing errands, the words he speaks are a set of words, quite decent. Pursed her lips, pressed the lipstick on her lips evenly, looking in the mirror, Xin Xiangwei murmured in a small voice, "Game City." At the mouth of the back alley of Doffing Street, there was a small game hall, which I heard was opened by the landlord of the family, and Zhang Chaoqiang had never been here. Upon entering, the first floor was a game hall and the second floor was an internet cafe. Zhang Chaoqiang went straight to the front desk of the game hall, grabbed a $10 bill and exchanged it for 10 game coins. After the front desk, the game hall is nearly 500 square feet, rows and rows of arcade games. The innermost are racing games and VR games. Placed at the outermost were 6 shooting machines. But that wasn't all he was looking for. After walking back and forth to observe the boxing tester, which was placed close to the restroom and in the corner of another doorway, he was close to 1 meter 5. The display on the boxing tester was in kilograms. Hitting on the boxing tester, it was able to display the exact value of the impact force. Let me test how strong the energy coming out of this psychic energy ring simulating psychic energy is. Zhang Chaoqiang communicated his mind, keeping his spirit in the spiritual energy ring in a linked state, adding to the communication between them. Subsequently, his wrist felt a cool touch, and the fine stripes were glowing slightly. Zhang Chaoqiang hurriedly put 2 coins into the boxing tester. Subsequently, he clenched his right hand into a fist and pointed it straight at the top of the sandbag centered in the boxing tester. Releasing energy. After observing that no one was paying attention to him and the surroundings, Zhang Chaoqiang's mind moved and communicated with the spiritual energy ring on his arm to release the maximum energy. Boom! The effect of force is mutual. Zhang Chaoqiang through the psychic energy ring released the power. He is also subject to the force of the counter-propulsion effect. Perhaps the psychic energy ring energy was not well controlled. The arm that was originally perpendicular to the sandbag should be positively impacted by the recoil. But after releasing it, his own arm was as if he had been hit to the right and crooked. Zhang Chaoqiang knew that perhaps his manipulation of him was not strong enough, knowing that Tan Yu and Xingguiqi had not even figured out how to release the energy yet. He hastily looked at the value displayed above the boxing tester. 3 kilograms. 3 kilograms. Proof that the impact he had just created had reached 3 kilograms of weight. However, what Zhang Chaoqiang could feel was that if he hadn't released the energy crookedly, he was afraid that it would have been more. Trying twice again, there was basically no good way to release all the energy in one point. Just like the air released, it would spread. There was no way to avoid losing energy. The highest one was only 3.8 kilograms. Zhang Chaoqiang guessed that 5P's spiritual simulation energy was basically able to release 5 kilograms of impact. This was not equivalent to the fact that 5P could be directly equal to 5 kilograms. This was because the units of the two were fundamentally different, with P being the content of the spiritual energy, not the weight. It was only the energy impact released by 5P, also known as impulse, is just about the same as 5 kilograms. With his body under the act of releasing energy in 3 times of concentration, Zhang Chaoqiang was able to feel a little tired, and went home. Manipulation power, 3. Fong practiced for a while and added another 1 point of manipulation power. He felt that his chain with the psychic energy ring had gotten even tighter. But there was one strange thing. Although Zhang Chaoqiang felt that he was able to operate the spiritual energy ring more skillfully, the spiritual energy-like energy released was not any different from before. The energy released and operated by communicating with the spiritual energy ring would scurry and run around like air, unable to focus on a single point and spread, and these phenomena did not improve at all. Zhang Chaoqiang also had no choice but to ignore it for the time being and rest. Through the consolidation of knowledge from his teachers in school over the past few years, Zhang Chaoqiang also knew that becoming a martial artist was very demanding. And becoming a qualified and excellent martial artist was even harder, even if it was to simulate the energy fluctuations of spiritual energy. I'm afraid that these kids wouldn't be able to figure it out without a year or two. Wanting to skillfully manipulate the spiritual energy ring to control spiritual energy definitely required talent as well as the constant accumulation of time before it was possible. Dad and Mom, I'm back. After entering the door, Zhang Chaoqiang realized that his dad, Zhang Huolong, had also arrived home, and the two of them were picking out clothes to match. Zhang Huolong will be ancestral, oh no, treasured. He affixed the treasured tight koi tiger top, belt, and 7-minute pants to his body. That's right, it was affixed to the body. Under Zhang Chaoqiang's observation, although Zhang Huolong was not yet middle-aged, just around 27 years old, but with the passage of time, in the end, it was not the same 18 or 20 years old youth, and his body had gained so much weight, and Shen Rongwei could no longer be called skinny and bony. Therefore, the aspect is still quite tight clothes, now wear, that can only be said in the body into one. Shen Rangwei also hung up the earrings, draped a pink-colored fake mink coat. The two of them led Zhang Chaoqiang out. Chaoqiang, I just found that wanted suit from back then, I thought about it carefully, you didn't like it back then, maybe now that you've grown up, your vision hobby will change? Zhang Huolong asked tentatively. Zhang Chaoqiang had no doubt that as long as he didn't reject it on the spot and with a very strong will, then that red wanted suit would definitely be hung on himself by Zhang Huolong. No, I'm not wearing it. Fine. Zhang Huolong was a bit lost. Today was a good day. Zhang Huolong was honored by the factory manager and had officially made him the shift leader of 2 production lines. Next he was the management of the 2 production lines, a dozen or so people. As a new leader, Zhang Huolong decided to invite the workers to have a meal tonight to get in touch with each other. Xinhao Lianqing Restaurant. It should be called a big stall. Although it was already November, the scorching heat seemed to have not dissipated in general. Zhang Chaoqiang's family was looking for seats outside while sighing. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. The weather station predicted that it might not even cool down by the end of the year, and the next Chinese New Year, the lowest temperature will only be less than 10 degrees. Shen Xianwei instantly felt that she took out her jacket for nothing. After all, on weekdays the Ming Snake Tattoo Store was always on air conditioning. Shen Xianwei wearing a jacket has basically become a habit. Zhang Chaoqiang also noticed that the teachers at the school often spat about the cloudy weather as well. Brother Fire Dragon. Deafening, it could be called. At the entrance of the side door of the Xinhe Liansheng big stall, at a large table next to the big banyan tree, there were close to 15 people, shouting out in unison. Hey! Over there, wife's super strong, let's go over. Zhang Huolong took Shen Xianwei's jacket and the family came to that big table. Seeing this group of workers on the 2 production lines managed by Zhang Huolong, Zhang Chaoqiang, not too talkative. Basically each and every one of them, all of them are the same clothing as the spirit boy. At this moment, Zhang Chaoqiang crossed over. He thinks so, traveling back to the day he was born, when he first saw his dad, Zhang Huolong. Every single one of dad's workers basically possessed the same clothes as each other. Tights. Whether it was for, or GUI, or any other brand of clothing, the uniform was tights. Also, half wore beanies, half wore red flip-flops, and 1 or 2 wore boots, the kind of black punk-style boots. Zhang Chaoqiang remembered that Zhang Huolong had mentioned to him and his mom that in the past 2 years, the punk rock style, especially those boots, were very popular among young people. And look at the age, with the year Zhang Huolong gave himself the exact same feeling, estimated that all are not more than 20 years old. The result was really guessed by him. The smallest one is only 16, the largest is 19 years old. Zhang Chaoqiang immediately. When Zhang Huolong approached, the dozen or so people again called out in unison, Brother Huolong. There was really the aura of the big brother in those kooky, triad movies that they watched when they were young. When they stood together, in addition to the appearance of Zhang Huolong slightly more handsome, in terms of clothing and dress, it seems to be the teacher from a person like, not to say 100% similar, but also almost. Dad's replica worker. Obtained a 3-day, maneuvering power bonus. Maneuvering power bonus, maneuvering a cutting-edge battle armor or various psychic devices, when repeating an action 10 times, the 11th time will increase the manipulation power by 1 point, countdown 2 days and 23 hours. Ha! It was the first time he had obtained this kind of bonus with a time-limited nature, but 3 days was already enough for him to increase his manipulation power by quite a bit. His own psychic energy ring should also belong to it. The laughing and joking boys brought Zhang Chaoqiang's attention back to his eyes. Tattooed dragons and painted tigers, Guangong, Pao Qingtian, Sanmuyukan, and 2 others had gotten a heavenly eye on their foreheads. But they are not stupid, close to see, it turns out just with beetle nut glued to the forehead. They took it off each other, put it in their mouths and chewed it, and threw a packet over to Zhang Huolong, who waved his hand and politely refused. He had already managed to quit beetle nut. That was already 2 years ago. Beetle nut and cigarettes cost thousands of dollars a month. And beetle nut is much more expensive than cigarettes. So that was when Zhang Huolong resolutely quit. Sister-in-law. They looked at Zhang Chaoqiang again, who went up and shouted to them one by one with a voice that was still a bit tender and not deformed by development, Uncle good, Uncle good. Hey, so good. Xiao Chang really good. Zhang Chaoqiang's skin smile, Xiao Chang. Who to scold? Called a whole large table of dishes, although looking more, but the price of the dishes here in Xinhe Lianqing is more pro people. The total may not be more than 800. Zhang Huolong finally calculated after all, their own management of an additional production line, commission will also have about 1,000 to 300 per month. Add up, their own monthly salary occasionally able to exceed 10,000. Naturally, it is also necessary to have a good relationship with this group of their own brothers and sisters, managers and workers have a good relationship, the efficiency of the work and so on to improve, the general workers also have a commission, good for everyone. Zhang Chaoqiang eat food, they drink, Shen Rosebud also drank 2 cups. Halfway through the meal, including Dad, they were already in a somewhat drunken state. Listen to me. I'll be honest with you. It's true, I'm only telling you. Drunken ramblings such as these had appeared. Zhang Chaoqiang could see that on weekdays his own dad, Zhang Huolong, took care of them quite well, not only in the laxity of their work. There were also those clothes, those tattoo decorations, the spikes that were punched, all of which had been aesthetically examined by Zhang Huolong and nodded before they bought them and changed into them. It seemed that Zhang Huolong could also be called their fashion godfather? Xiao Chang, do you know what nickname your dad has in the factory? It's called the Hung Hing clerk. The so-called clerk is the man of the word. Those two production lines, we'll name them Hung Hing. Brother Fire Dragon is a fair man, he thinks about his friends and brothers, whoever screws him in the factory, we will screw them. These young guys, who grew up watching gangster movies and dropped out of school early, can only start from the most common assembly line workers in the society. Meet like Zhang Huolong like the sweet big brother, treat people kind and forgiving care, see them, more is to see the year of their own. For Zhang Huolong, they are naturally supportive and devoted. Like Zhang Huolong just out of society, no one to help him, pull him a hand, have today's good income is also their own efforts to strive for. There is also the support of Zhang Chaoqiang and Xin Xiangwei. People who have been in the rain naturally have the idea of holding an umbrella for someone. Zhang Chaoqiang, without realizing it, has already dripped a tear or two on his cheeks. The flash of his parents, he did not know how many times he had seen it. But today, how could it be? He lowered his head and wiped it away without thinking. Damn, approaching puberty, a bit emotional. When the love was strong, Zhang Huolong also got addicted to cigarettes, this thing is not so good to quit. He sat much farther away from Xin Xiangwei's mother and son before taking the workers' cigarettes, did not inhale 2 mouthfuls, and around several people chattering heated discussion, from astronomy, down to history. Although together, they could not necessarily read as many words as a junior high school student. At this time, Zhang Chao's strong sense of smell of demonic beasts made him perceive and clearly see that Zhang Huolong's mouth was not even holding the cigarette when he was speaking in a dragon's flight, and the filter part of the cigarette was tightly attached to his dad's upper lip, left hand holding the arm of the worker boy, right hand holding a cup, mouth kept opening and closing to speak, only to take a sip and spit out a flutter at intervals. See, it's with saliva, sticking the cigarette but to the dry lips to the point where it doesn't fall off, and shaking the ash is simple, sticking his head out, his mouth cocked and vibrating, and falling precisely into the ashtray on the table. Achieved, father's smoke control technique. What a smoke control technique. I'm telling you guys, those shareholders inside the factory have been receiving a lot more orders lately. Really, you guys believe me, the factory manager is already preparing to recruit people. I don't ask how I know. I definitely know, Paul knows. Panic a chicken hair, these days the assembly line does have a bit of airplane pulling, really can't I come on to help, fuck him and be done with it. In a few days there will be new co-workers over, brothers insist on insisting, surely recruiting. Zhang Huolong complained that the factory has been relatively busy recently. Workers patted his chest to ensure that the cigarette on the lips from the beginning to the end of the cigarette did not fall, but also completely avoided the crooked mouth to drink. Gradually, the eyes are lost, drunkenness on the head. Achieve, father's tobacco control, manipulation +3. Achieve, elementary control, gradually understand the key points of control by watching the control of things in the world. 0 out of 100. Having both, elementary control, and, combat awareness, triggers the synthesis of, psychic control. Synthesis, spiritual control, conditions, elementary control, 100 out of 100, combat awareness, 100/100. Spiritual power control, enables you to control your own spiritual power more skillfully. Drink. So much information pouring in at once, huh? If it wasn't for Zhang Chaoqiang's red face as he looked at his dad, Zhang Huolong, who was hugging and kissing his workmate, he would have thought he was drunk. Later. What is dad doing? Mom, hurry up and pull dad away. Holy shit, this deadbeat, husband hurry up and spread people apart, I'm here, I'm your wife. Aha, wife, thank you, mwah. The spirited young worker wearing a pink leather jacket with a ponytail was also blinded by the drink, allowing Zhang Huolong to leave traces on his face. Zhang Huolong hadn't been this drunk for several years, and Xin Xiangwei remembered that when the two of them were young, Zhang Huolong liked to drink a lot. But the amount of alcohol was poor, basically 3 bottles of beer and then passed out, hugging himself and kissing wildly. Seeing this scene, Xin Xiangwei had more blush on her face. To say where Zhang Chaoqiang came from, it seemed like that was the time. Mom, hurry up and fix him. What are you waiting for? Mom, you're going to be green. Zhang Chaoqiang really didn't have the eyes to see. With 2 clicks, Xin Xiangwei took several photos plus a high-definition video of Zhang Huolong's behavior of kissing his worker. Afterwards, only to see Xin Xiangwei not slowing down, her left hand was as soft as a snake, drilling into Zhang Huolong's chest like a probing bag. The middle finger of her right index finger was bent, forming a sharp angle, gently poking and rubbing Zhang Huolong's ribs as well as his side abdomen, causing him to experience a burst of soreness and numbness. He then wrapped his hands around his armpits and pulled, directly pulling him out of the worker's lap. Elementary control, precise control, triggered by storm +2, 2 out of 100. What a precise control. Zhang Chaoqiang looked at his mom incredulously. He had once watched the skill class teacher, Mr. Guan, and the skill class teachers of other classes perform against each other in the New Year's Day party. Where was it as exciting as this? Fuck off, I'm his wife. A grumble escaped, but at this point, Zhang Huolong was already completely unconscious. Fortunately, the worker who was kissed by him furiously was also drunk, while the other workers didn't pay too much attention to this little farce that only lasted for about 10 seconds, but probably didn't destroy Zhang Huolong's image of Big Brother in their minds. No, Zhang Chaoqiang felt as if he had destroyed it. One of the workers counted, Zhang Huolong only drank 2.5 bottles before collapsing, or a beer with less than 4 degrees of alcohol. Hurry to settle the bill and leave. After Shin Xiangwei greeted them, the family left first. Families, it's also time to eat ha. Shin Xiangwei held a smile at the corner of her mouth, and Zhang Chaoqiang clearly saw that she posted the video of Zhang Huolong kissing his workers on Douyin. It was set to be private, and the viewing privileges were only open to Zhang Huolong's account. Then she beautifully boiled water to rub Zhang Huolong and Zhang Chaoqiang's body in Zhang Chaoqiang's bath, and washed herself last. At night, Zhang Chaoqiang glanced sideways at the two parents who were cuddling and sleeping, and for the first time, he didn't feel so helpless because he had something to do. Tonight, he gained elementary control and manipulation power plus. Elementary control, he understood for the time being that it could be obtained by observing everything that happened related to control. It can be synthesized with combat awareness into psychic control. But now there's a problem. Combat awareness, 86/100, needs to be increased by using instinctive reaction when one is in danger. He thought about it carefully, as if nothing that could threaten him had happened in the past 2 years. But with this thing, actively searching for it wasn't a difficult task. Putting the matter of synthesizing the spiritual control on hold for now, what was needed now was to work on improving his manipulation power in less than 3 days of the increased time limit. Wait! Suddenly, Zhang Chaoqiang's eyes flashed out a brilliant light. Of course it wasn't from himself anymore, he was still normal, just facing the window being illuminated by the moonlight. The blind student, who had discovered the Chinese point. Since spiritual power control was to enhance one's control of spiritual power, then what the hell was this, manipulation power? The two aren't synthetically subordinate either. Is it hard to believe that they're still juxtaposed? Manipulation power plus, countdown 2 days and 20 hours. Zhang Chaoqiang didn't want to think about it so much, and took advantage of his sleeping parents to wear the psychic energy ring in his school bag on his hand. Rustling and tiptoeing around, he opened and closed the door and went to the balcony of the hall. Drink, ha! Zhang Chaoqiang repeatedly utilized the spiritual energy ring, releasing the energy fluctuations glowing in it at the same angle and also in the same direction. As he released it a dozen times, he felt more familiar with the spiritual energy ring. Manipulation power, 9. Phew, ha! Additive, cool. As the dark path continued, Zhang Chaoqiang once again actuated the spiritual energy ring, only to lose the bright light in a burst of what seemed to be a failed fight against brightness. There was no power. No, it was out of power. It's gone so quickly, phew, my hands are sore. Zhang Chaoqiang didn't know why, but the words that should have been in his heart came out of his mouth, perhaps because the increase in his manipulation power had made his link to the spiritual energy ring 1 point closer. It was able to be used more skillfully. In that case, this manipulation power should refer to the proficiency in manipulating the battle armor or the accompanying psychic apparatus or something like that. Suddenly, Zhang's super-strong sense of smell of demonic beasts triggered. The room made a sound of movement. It must be the old mom who woke up in the middle of the night and realized that she wasn't in Zhang Huolong's embrace, and she was going to burrow in the other party's arm again to sleep. The 5 senses are too sensitive, sometimes is not necessarily a good thing. Again, he tiptoed to the toilet to shush and pretend to pee at night, even though he didn't have this habit. Across a wall, the ears of Shin Xiangwei and Zhang Huolong in the room were pressed tightly against the wooden door of the room. Zhang Huolong was unusually sober at this time. Where was there a single bit of drunkenness? Only to see Shin Xiangwei's hand tightly covering Zhang Huolong's mouth. And her mouth was also tightly covered by Zhang Huolong. Fearing that Zhang Chaoqiang would hear it, he secretly lay back on the bed. What if the child is too precocious? What are the obvious characteristics and manifestations of puberty? How should parents be able to effectively communicate with adolescent children? 3 words to instantly relax an adolescent child who was feeling stressed out. Zhang Huolong didn't have the heart to focus on his work today. The whole morning was spent on Baidu's questions about children's puberty, and finally came to the question, what should I do if my child is stressed out? This question. He was pacing back and forth on the 2 assembly lines he was in charge of in the factory, extremely anxious. The crowd saw his absent-minded appearance and greeted him with, Brother Fire Dragon, still not sober? I have gum here. I'm not drunk. The workers didn't believe it. I'm really not drunk. Zhang Huolong emphasized again. The workers nodded their heads, yes yes yes. But Zhang Huolong really didn't have the good face to lie this time. He really wasn't drunk. After thinking about it, he asked the workers for a pack of 12 double happiness cigarettes, and then went out to the factory entrance, and found that a group of people just happened to enter the factory entrance. It should be to interview, and the factory manager and interviewer are waiting at the office door. Zhang Huolong went around to the back door of the factory, squatted on the stone pier, lit a cigarette, and anxiously called Shin Xiangwei. Ming Snake Tattoo Store, Shin Xiangwei is using a takedown hand. will eat while ghostly tattoo guests pressed, is ready to undo the tattoo needle. The phone came. Putting away the same moves as she did yesterday to subdue Zhang Huolong, she said to the guest, brew it up for a while, don't react so much, I'll take a call. The word brewing was something Zhang Chaoqian taught her. Wife, I saw a lot of answers on the internet, basically saying that children enter puberty, or have too much pressure in the middle of puberty before. Xin Xiangwei was worried, such a young child, will there be any after effects in the future? What should we do now? Or else we go to consult a doctor. I'm coming to pick you up now. Zhang Huolong took a half-day vacation with the factory manager. The factory manager frowned, the past 2 days have been a bit busy, you fire dragon. Zhang Huolong didn't have time to pay attention to him, drifting around with the ghost fire key, and casually said, there's something going on with my family's Chao Chang. What's the matter? Your family's super strong, so obedient. He learned to dear off. Just exported. Zhang Huolong immediately realized that said the wrong words, cover his mouth. The factory director, a face of shock, hastily give him leave. No way, such a genius, no wonder the pressure is high, you hurry up and go. On the other hand, Xin Xianwei put away her bag and said to the tattoo parlor owner, there is something going on with my family, Xiaoshan, I have to go away for a while. This young man has not finished tattooing yet, your family Chaoqiang is so well behaved, what can happen? Glancing at the young man who was a bit hesitant because he was afraid of pain, in a hurry, Xin Xianwei said sharply, he's learning the way. Also saying the wrong thing, she hurriedly shut up and denied it. The boss's heart, huh? Xin Xianwei went out, Zhang Huolong then just arrived, the two quickly went to the nearby Guangming Third Hospital. Today, the weather suddenly turned cooler, 12 degrees Celsius, but the two of them were actually dripping hot sweat. Thinking back to last night, the two of them a spirit. Sneak up in the middle of the night, ran outside the room alone, rustling movement. From time to time, they made murmuring noises like, shuang, hua, no more energy. Most importantly this morning, the two stared at Zhang Chaoqiang as he brushed his teeth. Oh my god. Chao Chang is definitely under too much pressure, or else he wouldn't be. Wife, you hurry to search. This kind of situation is to go to early childhood or reproductive or urology or psychiatry or psychology. Just come out on Su. This is going to get the former line strict. Zhang Huolong gradually incoherent. Yuhua Elementary School. Not finding Mr. Guan in the office all morning. Zhang Chaoqian was particularly anxious, very anxious, wasting his added time. Finally, it was only at the end of class at noon, when the students had all gone to the cafeteria to get their meals, that Talking You accompanied Zhang Chaoqiang and waited for Teacher Guan in the office. Teacher Guan seemed to be very busy and had been replying to messages in his hands. Student Zhang Chaoqiang, you. Zhang Chaoqiang directly interrupted him and said even more eagerly than Teacher Guan, my spiritual energy ring is out of energy, can you help quickly recharge it? It shouldn't have run out of energy so quickly, shouldn't it? Teacher Guan was interrupted by him like this, and for a moment, he forgot where he came from. It could be that there's a problem with this spiritual energy ring you gave Zhang Chaoqiang. Talking You's shrewd gaze shrouded Teacher Guan's heart. Okay, Mr. Zhang Chaoqiang, you afternoon. It's like this, classmate Zhang Chaoqiang, I heard from your parents that you seem to be under a lot of pressure lately. Later on, there will be a beautiful psychological teacher to take you to the mine station to visit. Classmate Tan Yu, I will take you to fight for your meal. Late for so long the meal will be cold. Without waiting for the two children to react, Tan Yu was held by Ms. Guan's little hand and walked downstairs, seemingly unable to resist. And in front of Zhang Chaoqiang, a girl who looked as beautiful as a flower suddenly appeared. To describe it as a girl is not an exaggeration at all. Xianyu, who had just graduated from the University of Liberal Arts, specializing in psychology, was only 23 years old when she joined the entire team of psychology teachers at Yuhua Elementary School. The waterfall-like hair brings a tranquil fragrance, and there seems to be a hypnotic effect, as if a breeze comes to the face, Zhang Chaoqiang subconsciously blinking his eyes when he had already been brought to the mine station. Blinking his eyes for the second time, Xuanyu's lovely smile like a fresh breeze asked him, Student Zhang Chaoqiang, has the study task been heavy lately? It's okay. Zhang Chaoqiang lost his concentration for a moment and answered truthfully. Teacher has noticed that your recent grades have always remained in the top 3. Are you putting a lot of effort into your studies? Okay. Did mom and dad take you out to play on the weekend? Usually at home they usually cook what dishes? Occasionally, home-cooked food. Do you have any insomnia at night? The habit of getting up in the middle of the night? No. Zhang Chaoqiang spiritual will suddenly realize something, how the body is weak, so cozy, ask and answer. Hypnotized. Waking up with a start, opening his eyes for the third time, Xuanyu's curious watery eyes were surveying the one skin on his body, and the slender jade hand with transparent sequin nails pinched his thigh. Oops. Zhang Chaoqiang bounced up from the recliner, full of doubts. Teacher, what is this for? It's okay, Zhang Chaoqiang student, I'm a 4th grade psychology teacher, called Shan Language, you can call me Shan Language teacher in the future. Just checking the mental health status of the students as a rule, have finished checking. Shan Language harmless playful laugh, Zhang Chaoqiang feel as if she wants to eat people, psychological teacher are so horrible? Let's go, MS. Xian language to take you to eat. This point in time the cafeteria will be closed, let's. No need ms. Xian language, if there is nothing, I will go back to the restroom first. In his heart, he thought that Takyu should have brought him a meal. Zhang Chaoxiang left behind the teacher Xian language in his opinion, directly hiding away, a good strange teacher. Xian language look at its back, eyes from the wit of the myrtle sex become serious and serious, cell phone is constantly typing words. Zhang super focus group. Acid question after psychological testing, Zhang Chaoxiang students do not have psychological aspects of the problem, there is no excessive pressure and other factors troubled. This may not be a good thing, there is a chance that Zhang Chaoxiang's psychological pressure problem, Xian language cannot be solved. Coming out from the middle of the Bright Third affiliated hospital, Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei Feng had gone through several departments of psychology, urology, pediatrics, and psychiatry to register for consultation. Drew a conclusion, that is, Zhang Chaoxiang did go into puberty, and pressure too much anxiety behavior. Children at this time have the most primitive curiosity and playfulness about the human body. Based on their description, the doctors believed that Zhang Chaoxiang, who is a well-rounded person in terms of moral, intellectual, physical, social and aesthetic development, should be in a situation where he needs to vent his stress. Therefore, they will Zhang Chaoxiang excessive pressure. This matter solemnly informed Zhang Chaoxiang's class teacher language Wang Zihan teacher. Of course, they did not directly say Zhang Chaoxiang dear slam. The other side is also extremely responsible for the students. The psychological teacher in the school is also more reliable than the outside. The ability is much stronger. Thus, the incident of Zhang Chaoxiang being picked up by the Xian language teacher just now to diagnose psychological problems occurred. Just now, language teacher Prince Han called over and said that Chaoxiang doesn't have a psychological problem, nor is he overly stressed. What do you think, wife? Don't believe it. Right, I don't believe it either. It must be that he is hiding his true self. Although we did not actively give any pressure to him on weekdays, and he has been obedient since he was a child, but this matter is that we were negligent and did not go into the heart of the super strong. Zhang Huolong recalled his previous first time Deer Hall was caught by his old man, when he was 12 years old, and was hung from the beams of the room by his old man and beaten for the whole night. Then the next day it was proclaimed around, making Zhang Huolong the village's Fei Ji brother for a time. This kind of thing, how could it not happen to his own child? Xin Xiangwei also held the same opinion with him. We still don't say it out, as much as possible to imply that Chaoxiang, just now the doctor have said, puberty is the child's most important period of phase. It's good that only the two of us know about this matter. Eh? Zhang Huolong scratched his head, looked down and apologized to Xin Xiangwei. Wife, I'm afraid it's not just the two of us who know. When I took my leave, I accidentally let it slip to the factory manager. Eh? Honey, I'm afraid more than just 3 people know about it too. I also accidentally blabbed in front of the tattoo parlor owner. So what should we do? Try to avoid those two from seeing Ultra from now on? Nonsense, of course. Tonight when Chaoxiang comes back, we two fathers and sons need to have a good chat. Honey, why don't you give that landlord a call? Zhang Chaoxiang is growing up. It's not a good idea for him to sleep with us. Alas, the world is a big place for children. Return the rent with the landlord and we'll buy a house. Zhang Huolong clenched his fist and raised it in front of him, as if he had an enigmatic confidence. Xin Xiangwei interrupted him. Do you know how much savings the family still has? 100,000 or so, enough for the down payment. The mortgage is slowly paid back every month. You stupid Xin Xiangwei hammered Zhang Huolong's thigh, took out the last time Zhang Chaoxiang gave him to calculate the mortgage to buy a house. 30 years down the total need to pay back the interest cost of the calculation paper picture out. Look at it, 2 million house to pay back 3.5 million, monthly payment 11,000, 30 years, you crazy, in case there is any emergency need to use money. Letting Zhang Huolong, the husband who can't read numbers, slowly bury his head in his research, Xin Xiangwei picked up her cell phone and called the landlord. Charterer, I want to change a 2-room house. What? 1,500 to 1,700 are available, just in the building where we live now on the 7th or 8th floor? That's fine, why don't you take us up there tonight to take a look? Looking at each other, the two of them were helpless. Sometimes, parents and children have a close relationship. However, there were some things that could never be said, and they might not be able to successfully persuade each other. Then they could only give Zhang Chaoxiang his own personal space. What does it feel like to grow up? Is that they want him to understand things on his own, and figure out what he should and shouldn't do on his own. Hey Kiyu. Zhang Chaoxiang wrapped the school uniform jacket on his body and took a look at the sluggish autumn wind, secretly saying that this weather really changes when it says so. 12 degrees Celsius at noon and already 6 degrees Celsius in the afternoon. At noon, it was fortunate that Tanyu had brought herself a meal, or else she would have to starve more or less. Afternoon. I just don't know why, today's Mr. Guan is very strange, as well as that first-time teacher, Ms. Xian language, who has such a strong hypnotic ability, is equally strange. Close to the body, the psychic energy ring on Zhang Chaoxiang's hand glowed with a faint linking fine grain light, and the energy inside was unusually abundant. Thank you, Mr. Guan. After thanking him, he ran off without looking back. He had to cherish his time. In the area of the teaching building, one could not use the spiritual energy ring by himself, there would be a risk of accidentally injuring others and objects. Returning to the classroom, he took the initiative to take up the task of emptying the garbage with Talking You, a large white plastic bucket roughly 65 centimeters in diameter. With thin rings hooked on both sides, Zhang Chaoqiang and Talking You had one side each. Where's your spiritual energy ring? Zhang Chaoqiang did not see that Talking You was wearing a spiritual energy ring on her hand. It's in the bag. Talking You patted the small satchel around her waist, red and white with chevron stripes. That said, the satchel with the sewing bear that was given to Talk About last time, had never seen Talk About You bringing it with her on her back. Is it possible that she didn't like it too much? Zhang Chaoqiang didn't ask too many questions, and cared to say, can you manipulate that bracelet yet? Not yet, but already have a little feeling. That kind of power is very bad to control. What about you? Talking You was looking forward to how far Zhang Chaoqiang could manipulate the spiritual energy ring. Zhang Chaoqiang said truthfully, sort of able to roughly use it and release some energy out. Zhang Chaoqiang, you demonstrate it to me. Talking You twisted her head with an expectant face, adjusting the position of the satchel on her shoulder, as if telling Zhang Chaoqiang that she was ready to watch the performance. Actually, I'm already releasing energy. Don't you think that we're treading lightly? Tan Yu's pupils dilated. Zhang Chaoqiang's hand that was wearing the psychic energy ring was hanging down below the back of his body. Creating an angle of roughly 60 with the ground, he carefully released the energy contained in the spiritual energy ring. This caused them to have an inexplicable propelling forward force, and the strides were quite a bit longer than the usual distance. 10 repetitions were reached, plus 1 to the 11th manipulation power. Manipulation power, 11. So fun. I'll try it too. Talking You came up for air and opened her plaid-striped satchel. What Zhang Chaoqiang did not notice was that inside her satchel, there was another satchel. That satchel was precisely the pink bear satchel that Zhang Chaoqiang had given her. Inside the bear satchel was the spiritual energy ring. After trying for a while, Tan Yu always felt that she was just one step away from successfully activating the energy within the demonstration. After being fruitless, beaming her mouth, she was a bit behind compared to Zhang Chaoqiang and wasn't particularly happy, but she turned her head. Then, she realized that Zhang Chaoqiang seemed to be even more depressed than her. The spiritual energy ring in his hand was dim. Are you kidding me? Is this a rechargeable treasure sold near the train station? 2 uses and it's dead? It's out of battery just like that? Although he was a bit embarrassed, Zhang Chaoqiang told himself in his heart, maybe there's something wrong with the spiritual energy ring itself? How can there be a full energy ring that has been used less than 20 times? Isn't this a consumer fraud? Teacher Guan. Zhang Chaoqiang hurriedly shook his head and claimed, I'll just use it 20 or so times, and it's out of energy. Tan Yu complimented from the side, is this a normal phenomenon or not, Mr. Guan? It was puzzling how Zhang Chaoqiang, this kid, was able to drain the energy inside in such a short period of time, but this was Zhang Chaoqiang after all, so he was not surprised. Afterwards, Mr. Guan said without much patience, it is true that the spiritual energy ring is actually unable to store too much class of spiritual energy. Firstly, the material it uses is as in spiritual silicon, a material that is affinable to the human skin, and the efficiency of storing energy is average. Secondly, those substances that can store a large amount of energy, whether natural or man-made, all of them possess radioactivity that is harmful to you. That being said, but not only Teacher Guan, but also the principal as well as that director Ling of the Yuhua Martial Arts School, all agreed that the energy stored in this small piece of spiritual energy ring, it was already enough for this group of brats to use. It was just that perhaps this brat Zhang Chaoqiang was too heaven-defying. Receiving the spiritual energy ring, telling him to come get it after school, and hurrying Zhang Chaoqiang away, Teacher Guan hurriedly opened his wizards. Zhang Chaoqiang Focus Group. Guanju, Zhang Chaoqiang's behavior today is abnormal. Releasing the psychic energy ring too many times, it is suspected that the release of energy is used as a means of venting his emotions. I still suspect that Zhang Chaoqiang is under too much stress and has psychological problems. At Acid Q, MS. Xian Yu, I think you should double check. Children's hearts are sometimes very complicated. Since his parents have pointed out that he is suffering from puberty stress, there is no mistaking it. There is no parent who doesn't know their child well. We are responsible for Mr. Zhang Chaoqiang and need to relieve his stress. After a while, the group Acid questioned at Guanju, I do think you are more stressed. It is necessary to come over to me to take a look. Guanju, you. Turning off her cell phone, Mr. Guan grunted in exasperation and spread her legs to take her psychic energy ring to recharge it. Around the end of the school day, the spiritual energy ring returned to Zhang Chaoqiang's hands. Tan Yu, you wait for a moment. Chirp 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 chirp. Zhang Chaoqiang found a place without many people in the school's playground, and released all the energy in the spiritual energy ring in the same posture and state direction. Phew! His arms were so sore from the shock. Zhang Chaoqiang pulled off the energy ring from his right wrist, and his right hand was completely exhausted. The moment he moved, it was a common electric shock. Manipulation power, 14. Zhang Chaoqiang, what on earth are you doing? Talking You was puzzled, her ponytail flopping from her right cheek to her left as she tilted her head in confusion. Brushing experience. Let's hurry up and find Mr. Guan before he gets off work and recharge again. Talking You pulled the corner of Zhang Chaoqiang's jacket and gave a trot, finally taking the opportunity to find Mr. Guan before he closed his computer and left his seat. Zhang Chaoqiang's harmless smile, mischievous white teeth exposed, what an innocent and obedient child. But in Teacher Guan's eyes, how was it that Zhang Chaoqiang became more and more unpleasant to look at? Almost gritting his teeth, he barely managed to squeeze out an obvious fake smile, and hideously said, "What's wrong again, Mr. Zhang Chaoqiang? Why aren't you guys going home yet?" While Zhang Chaoqiang's hands held up the ring of spiritual energy that was as dull as Teacher Guan's inner world at this moment. Teacher Guan staggered a bit. "Trouble you, Mr. Guan," he swore. In his entire life, the thing he loathed the most and wanted to beat to death were those evil demonic beasts. But now, there was one more Zhang Chaoqiang. 10 minutes. You kid drained the energy inside in 10 minutes? You're an energy furnace, aren't you? His face directly collapsed as he took the spiritual energy ring and headed to the spiritual energy storage room, using the conversion connector to recharge the spiritual energy ring, which was quick. "Bye, Mr. Guan. Goodbye. Really goodbye. I really want to beat up Zhang Chaoqiang." Teacher Guan wanted to look up to the sky at this moment. Why was Zhang Chaoqiang so impatient when he was clearly doing things that were normal behavior? Is he sick? No, I'm not sick. It's Zhang Chaoqiang, he's affecting his stress on the people around him, including me. Group. Guan Guanju at acid Q, at acid Q, at acid Q. I'm certain that Zhang Chaoqiang definitely has a problem. He was able to use his psychic energy ring not 3 times in one day, which is no longer in the realm of normal exercise and cultivation. I think he is using this to release psychological pressure. Definitely suffering from adolescent anxiety disorder irritability. You must re-examine Mr. Zhang Chaoqiang again tomorrow. Again, after a short interval. Acid question at Guan Guanju, let me check you tomorrow. In my opinion you need to rest even more, Mr. Guan, you're sick. Ha? I'm sick? No, I'm not sick. It's Mr. Zhang Chaoqiang who's sick. It's MS. Xian Yu who's sick. It's so obvious you can't even see it. This farce didn't stop until the end, when Principal Lu personally sent a message to the group, asking everyone to trust Teacher Xian Yu's judgment, and only then did Teacher Guan relent. Teacher Guan sighs in despair. Looks like the principal is sick too, they're all sick. In the evening about 7:40, when Old Chen sent Zhang Chaoqiang back home, Zhang Chaoqiang found that the two of them, Xin Xiangwei and Zhang Huolong, had guarded the downstairs and waited early. Bye-bye Old Chen, bye-bye Talking You, bye-bye Zhang Chaoqiang's dad, Zhang Chaoqiang's mom. Zhang Chaoqiang felt that his parents, today, were very strange. Of course, they were usually strange as well. It was just that today was especially strange. I have to go pee. Zhang Chaoqiang said loudly, purposely trying to make the two of them hear him. He himself had been like a sticky beanbag to Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei from the time he first came back until now. Wherever he went, he followed. Just in time, I'll clean the toilet. I also left something in the toilet. Zhang Chaoqiang. He ran to the balcony. Xin Xiangwei was carrying a trash can and peeling apples by the balcony, while Zhang Huolong was giving his wife a massage, and Xin Xiangwei cut off a piece and fed it to Zhang Huolong and Zhang Chaoqiang from time to time. Zhang Chaoqiang. For the whole night, Zhang Chaoqiang did not have a chance to be alone and release his spiritual energy ring energy. When he ate, he suddenly realized that his mom, Xin Xiangwei's handiwork was better, especially this bitter melon stir-fry with beef. Wait, no, it's been beside herself all this time. She didn't even bother to cook, right? This is takeout. Xin Rangwei glanced at it and made a note of it. Zhang Huolong, on the other hand, started with the small things of life and gradually got to the point. Super strong. It's been a long time since I took you to the playground. This weekend, how about it? Dad, you know I don't like going to amusement parks. Xin Xianwei was worried. Chaoqiang, you've been studying hard lately, right? Look at my son, he's lost weight again. The more Chaoqiang grows up, the more he looks like a real man, and a man won't bully Tan Yu. Who bullied Tan Yu? Faced with a serious and sullen Zhang Chaoqiang, Xin Rongwei and Zhang Huolong didn't know whether he was playing dumb or flabbergasted. Having gotten up in the middle of the night to initialize and enlighten himself on this aspect, then Talking You, the only member of the opposite sex who frequently appeared by his side, was indeed somewhat dangerous according to common sense. No, a shake of the head. How can you think so much about your own son, make it seem like a flooding beast? Skip this topic, the three people dinner without any words. In the evening, the family nested in watching TV. Youth campus drama, Zhang Huolong put his arm around Xin Xiangwei. For the youthful love-hate relationship inside, it was an enjoyable one. Chatting with each other was also full of hints. Wife, we had pressure when we were young, how to release it? Tell your friends, tell mom and dad, and then go to the river and Tianjili howl loudly to release emotions. Yes wife, so that everyone is under pressure, especially children. Now the pressure of children cannot be less than adults. The pressure of learning, adolescent body changes, friends get along with each other, and even family relationships. So there is pressure, never be able to bear alone, must say out, let everyone together to think of ways to share, so not so sad. Oh, honey, are you under pressure? There is recently my tattooing skills have not grown, when I tattoo my guests, I am under a lot of pressure. How about you, honey? Of course I do, I became the team leader of 2 production lines, which means my responsibility is heavier, the quality and quantity of the 2 production lines have to be strictly controlled. In addition to the recent orders, busy, need to appease the mood of the workers, as well as lead the new colleagues, I also feel a little pressure burst, but it feels so much better to say it out loud. Then, the 2 of them looked back in unison at Zhang Chaoxiang, who was sitting in another chair. Zhang Chaoxiang was speechless, speaking so loudly and in such a standardized manner, those who didn't know would think that you guys were doing listening questions. I don't know if Chaoxiang has any troubles lately, is he under a lot of pressure? Zhang Chaoxiang. If he thought about it, how to tell them? Their biggest pressure, I'm afraid, is the looming countdown to those 2 days of manipulative power, right? No, oh dad and mom. Liar. There is. There must be. Zhang Huolong and Shen Rangwei looked at each other, their hearts were full of discouragement, husband and wife singing the Great Dragon and Phoenix, both could not let Zhang Chaoxiang take the initiative to say, pressure anyone, but the method of release must be correct, not able to harm their body is the main O. Xin Xianwei nodded her head sincerely, hubby is right, for example, playing ball games, playing games, singing, etc. is a reasonable way to vent pressure. Super strong, how about this weekend we go to the water park, and then go singing it? No mom and dad, you guys are too busy working, have a good rest on the weekend, I've got plans too. This was the case, after the end of these 3 days of manipulation power edition, Zhang Chaoxiang was going to start researching on the elementary control and the combat awareness, striving to synthesize the 2 at an early date. Seeing that they still couldn't pry Zhang Chaoxiang's mouth open and pull his heart back, the 2 men's faces became more and more bitter. Around 9 o'clock, at this point Zhang Chaoxiang was already going to get ready to take a bath and then watch another episode of their favorite dog-blooded romance drama in the arms of Xin Xiangwei and Zhang Huolong, or whatever Dragon King flunky was, after which it was bedtime at about 10 o'clock. But exactly at this point, a knock on the door broke the atmosphere in the house. Zhang Chaoxiang put on his shoes and got out of his chair and ran. After opening the door, the person who came was the charterer. This building, including the back street of the game city, all belong to the eye of the gray hair over 80 years old, wearing silver half-rimmed folding glasses, mouth holding a pipe, no cigarettes inside, because he has advanced lung cancer, cut off half of the lungs, and then smoking is looking for death, so all day long holding a pipe, is to give their hearts a little deception and comfort. Listen to the neighborhood rumors, the landlord was young, the most beautiful cub on the street, 1.85 meters tall, but now old, the whole lumbar vertebrae are bent, hunchback, almost to be hunched into a ball. Grandpa chartered. Have you had dinner yet? Zhang Chaoxiang politely greeted. Chao Chang is so good, I've eaten. Are Chao Chang's mom and dad at home? Tadadada arrived at the sound of his voice. Xin Xiangwei hurriedly invited him in and poured a cup of water for the landlord. No drink, old man, hurry to take you to see the house, then go back to sleep. Look at houses? Zhang Chaoxiang heard. Stairwell, hunched old man of the chartered house, although over 80 years old, but the body is unusually tough, lung cancer cannot take him away, visible strength of this person. The 7th floor of the district is not a problem. However, Shen Rongwei several people followed him, but they were scared. Every time the rent man went up a flight of stairs, the shaky feeling made them fearful. 703, 704, 705. These 3 auspicious houses, they are all 2 rooms in 1 hall, especially 705, north and south, with sunlight and ventilation. 2 rooms in 1 hall? After looking it over, Xin Xiangwei and Zhang Huolong were satisfied, and they solemnly said to Zhang Chaoxiang, Chaoxiang, you've grown up, from now on, you'll live in a room by yourself. Oh, so suddenly? It took Zhang Chaoxiang such a long time to always sleep with them at night, but as a result, he was now going to switch to a 2-room apartment and have his own room. The good thing was that in the future, there was no need to sneak around and train to manipulate the spiritual energy ring energy for fear of staring Zhang Huolong and the others, and the bad thing was that there was no hearing Zhang Huolong snoring at night, so I didn't know if he could still sleep. Later, Zhang Chaoxiang again seems to have discovered a blind spot. Suddenly switching to 2 rooms in 1 hall, it should not be. More like the 2 parents are itching to enjoy the 2-person world, right? As soon as he thought of it, Zhang Chaoxiang shyly lowered his head. Chaoxiang, take a quick look at your room. This is the master bedroom. Oh, it's even bigger than mom and dad's, a full 15 square meters or so. Oh, I've done the math. Put down a queen-sized bed, next to it is a bedside desk. The empty space near the window, you can lay a rubber mat. You skill classes need to practice movements, weapons, usually can also be in this one open space to exercise. Xin Xiangwei opened her hands, her body rotated a few times in the room like a ballet dancer, planning out the blueprint, and for a while a few people's minds actually had a rough outline of the decoration and decorations come out. Immediately and the charterer decided to move on the weekend. Zhang Chaoxiang had his own room. In the middle of the night, Zhang Chaoxiang got up again to manipulate the psychic energy ring, and after his manipulation power continued to improve, his proficiency in the psychic energy ring also increased dramatically. Chirp 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 chirp. In just a few tens of seconds, Zhang Chaoqiang directly consumed the energy storage that only had 5p energy fluctuations in it. Only the energy in it still couldn't be precisely controlled. My hands are so sore, said Zhang Chaoqiang, gently showing his face. The two of them, Zhang Huolong Shenronwei, who were squatting in the room and eavesdropping, had their brains racing and then exploded. Sore hands? Dozens of seconds? Fast man? Obviously, he even played for 10 minutes yesterday. Damn. A sleepless night. Referring to the two of them, Xin Shangwei and Zhang Huolong. Today, their cell phone searches are no longer about stress. What teenage adolescent psychological problems and so on and so forth. Instead, what if it doesn't last more than a minute? What if it's too fast? Top symptoms of bath. Thanks. 4. In the school, Zhang Chaoqiang searched for Mr. Guan with his dull psychic energy ring to no avail, and after a week of inquiries, the teachers in the office had no idea where he had gone. Zhang Chaoqiang was so anxious that he scratched his hair. Back in the classroom, Talking Yu told him a piece of good news. That was that on the second day after receiving the spiritual energy ring, Talking Yu had already successfully manipulated it. This caused Zhang Chaoqiang to be a bit surprised and unexpected, knowing that in the same class, Xinguoqi, and several other classes, the students who received the spiritual energy ring did not have the slightest movement of being able to use it. This meant that Tan Yu's qualifications in this area, at the very least, were not comparable to those students. Zhang Chaoqiang told her to keep practicing, and the two of them ran through the entire school, but they still didn't find Teacher Guan. Obviously, Mr. Guan's small donkey was still in the school's parking lot, so it couldn't be lost, could it? During the process of Talking Yu practicing manipulating the spiritual energy ring, Zhang Chaoqiang mulled over the last place that Teacher Guan had a chance of heading to. The Mind Post. On the second floor of the Wisdom Building, an argumentative voice appeared to be superfluous to the surrounding silence, ruining the scenery. Listen to me, Teacher Xian Language, I think it is very necessary to conduct another psychological observation and counseling of Zhang Chaoqiang. As you can see, I have only left the office for less than 2 hours. Zhang Chaoqiang's classmates are all over the place looking for me. Look at my messages, they are all messages that Zhang Chaoqiang's classmates asked the teachers in the office to send me, asking where I am. Teacher Guan tapped his cell phone, sliding through a dozen messages with flashing red dots, all of them inquiring about where he was right now. You dare to say that student Zhang Chaoqiang doesn't have any problems at all? Have you ever seen such a student with such boundless energy? Have you ever seen a student who was so good at tossing and turning? Across from him, Ms. Xian Language had changed into a light blue dress today, not the collapsed kind, but a more body-skimming wraparound dress. Light makeup, face with swirling effect and general eyes, so that even Mr. Guan did not dare to look at each other. Once the eyesight is as if they want to dizziness fall into each other's consciousness. I've already said, it's not me who's under pressure. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, knowing that the other wanted to give him a mental observation. Answering, the two men's ears heard a slight to very slight ringing, and Mr. Guan resigned himself to a black face. He knew that it must be Zhang Chaoqiang again. Teacher Guan, please help me recharge my energy. The last 2 days of the energizing time passed, tending to be under calm. Zhang Chaoqiang's manipulation power, 24. He wouldn't consider this number small. Because, guess where my spiritual energy ring is? Talking Yu pinched both of Zhang Chaoqiang's arm sleeves and found nothing, then his pockets, also nothing. There was a thud, a sound like a fart. From Zhang Chaoqiang as the center, a slight energy fluctuation like a gas spread in all directions like a breeze. Ha! Zhang Chaoqiang, you farted. The students at the back table covered their noses. In reality, it wasn't, and Tan Yu guessed that it was Zhang Chaoqiang manipulating the spiritual energy ring. Zhang Chaoqiang pulled up his pants leg, and the spiritual energy ring was on his calf. How did this happen? I can only communicate and manipulate it through my right hand. Talking Yu was thirsty for knowledge. It's simple. Zhang Chaoqiang removed the psychic energy ring from Tan Yu's right hand and planted it a centimeter above her delicate white and red ankle. Practice, and when you are proficient, any place on your entire body will be able to be used as a medium to manipulate the spiritual energy ring. After a day had passed, Zhang Chaoqiang was surprised to find that it seemed that Talking Yu was also able to faintly communicate with the spiritual energy ring through other parts of her body, although not to the point of manipulating the release of energy fluctuations. But it was already very powerful. At the same time, Zhang Chaoqiang began to work on elementary control and combat awareness. In the classroom, he observed the language teacher, Prince Han, how he accurately threw the chalk on the head of the classroom troublemaker. He observed old Chen's skillful driving of the car, passing through every complex terrain as if it were flat, although it was basically the credit of the luxury car's good suspension. And the fact that old Chen is a good spooner. +1+1+1. In the process of observing the control, Zhang Chaoqiang pondered, any profession lies in the control of things related to the profession. Martial artists are also the same, this occupation needs to be carried out, is the control of their physical strength and spiritual power. Thus, he sought out teacher Guan, and despite the other party's overwhelmingly resistant reaction to him, at Zhang Chaoqiang's request, he demonstrated for him the manipulation of spiritual energy. When the cap of the signing pen in his hand, under his own spiritual power, did not make any movement, and accurately embedded itself deeply into the exact center of the arrow target, he reaped Zhang Chaoqiang's surprise. Oomph, awesome, isn't it? Teacher Guan raised his eyebrows, and it was not easy for him to regain a little bit of the scene and face in front of Zhang Chaoqiang. It was just a pity that Zhang Chaoqiang was only happy with the increased 3 points of elementary control. He then found teacher Xianyu. This was the third time he had seen this beautiful teacher whose looks, along with her style of dress, could be sweet or imperial or icy cold. Teacher Xian language, can I observe from the sidelines while you are psychologically counseling the other students? Why? Xian language asked him. Because my dad and mom have been under a bit of pressure lately, and I want to relieve them for a second. Good boy. Xianyu fiercely pinched Zhang Chaoqiang's cheeks, and couldn't help but let out a playful laugh as he hastily dodged it. After watching, +2. Elementary control, 70. The harvest of just 2 days was very rich. At the same time, during the process of observing Ms. Xian language's detachment, Zhang Chaoqiang had also gained something, and he hadn't forgotten his dad and mom's conversation in front of the TV that day. They are also under a lot of pressure at work and are often unsettled these days. What is the most important thing, is that they do not know from where to find some mysterious Chinese medicine prescription, said to be able to enhance the body, hard to Zhang Chaoqiang drink. In these 4 days, Zhang Chaoqiang took the Chinese medicine 4 whole times, although he felt grossly useless. He guessed that his parents might have been cheated. On the day of Sunday, the family moved to a new home. After tossing and turning for a day, Xin Xiangwei and Zhang Huolong ran through several furniture markets and finally finalized the bed and cabinet in Zhang Chaoqiang's room. By the time he got to class on Monday, the room belonging to Zhang Chaoqiang was planned out. At the same time, Zhang Huolong didn't forget to urge Xin Xiangwei to boil the medicine. Wife, this aphrodisiac dear whipped Chinese medicine, 1 dose a day, take a total of 14 doses, right? Well, it's almost halfway through today. Let's hope it works on super strength. This is a prescription that I spent hundreds of dollars begging back from that Dr.Mo in the backstreet, but unfortunately, this kid, Chao Chang, is not as majestic as I am. Zhang Huolong pursed his lips, with a haughty look on his face. Wife. Zhang Huolong also did not care that she was sorting medicinal herbs, reached out from behind to embrace and suddenly swept into his arms. Tonight we can finally live in a two-person world. Shen Rongwei was shy, her cheeks buried deeply into Zhang Huolong's chest. P.S. Thanks to those who saw this, and thanks to those who rewarded and voted. In addition, I beg you for one thing, tomorrow Tuesday row recommendation. Can we trouble you to read after tomorrow, or not on the recommendation position? Grateful. Dad, tomorrow after school I go to your factory to play? This period of time the factory is relatively busy. My workers' uncles do not have time to accompany you. Oh, after a while it don't need to accompany me, and it's been a long time since I've been there. I want to go and take a look. Zhang Huolong's forehead was sweating. Good boy, Chaoqiang. The factory is rushing goods. It's not very convenient. At the dinner table, Zhang Chaoqiang turned back to his mom, Xin Xiangwei. Mom, how come the boss uncle did not call me to write over the past few days? Why don't I go to my mom's store tomorrow after school? Shin Rongwei sweated. Well, super strong. Recently the tattoo parlor's business is not very good, so yes, just nothing to see. Quickly eat. The bitter melon fried meat you said you liked last time, don't get cold in a while. Shin Xiangwei and Zhang Huolong did their best to avoid Zhang Chaoqiang's request. Zhang Chaoqiang looked at the tabletop's bitter gourd fried pork. Although it was delicious, it didn't need to be eaten twice a day these days, did it? If it wasn't for the fact that his lunch was settled at school, he didn't have the slightest doubt that it could be fixed for him 3 times a day. Dad and mom are so weird, too much stress these days. He thought to himself, the psychological guidance he had learned from Mr. Xian's language teacher didn't seem to work for them either. Deeply meaningful glance buried head dry rice, left hand cupped up the porcelain bowl has completely covered the cheeks, can only vaguely see the cheeks in the chewing. Menopause? Zhang Chaoqiang figured out that there is only one reason to explain it, dad and mom's strange behavior in recent days. Like entering menopause. Although they are only 27 to 28, but now Alzheimer's are rejuvenated, not to mention the life of young people with so much pressure, menopause is normal. It seems like I have to seek out Shan Yu one of these days to find out how to understand how to relieve menopause before I can do so. The other day, 1 to 2, and Xian language teacher is also considered more familiar, this beautiful teacher sister, but also from her to learn things. Zhang Chaoqiang of course but Xian language teacher has a quirk, like to pinch the face of the students. Zhang Chaoqiang cannot avoid exceptions. Zhang Chaoqiang swallowed all the kanji in the bowl into his stomach, and was ready to go to his room to get his school bag at 7:30, and at this time old Shen and Talking Yu, who just happened to be on their way, were almost downstairs as well. Seeing Zhang Chaoqiang going out, Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei only gradually put down the porcelain bowl that covered their faces, 2 pairs of huge obvious dark circles under their eyes. It was very conspicuous. Dad and mom, don't get tired at night, go to bed early. Zhang Chaoqiang waved his hand at them suggestively, indicating that he set off for school. While descending the stairs, Zhang Chaoqiang sighed in his heart. After changing to a two-room apartment, his parents reverted back to the days when they were as close as glue, warbling and dancing every night. The parents were sick. School. In the past 2 days, Zhang Chaoqiang also had manipulated the spiritual energy ring training, but as his own manipulation became stronger and stronger, he was usually brushed with experience in general, and used up the energy stored in the inside of the qua. I heard that Mr. Guan seemed to be sick and had taken 2 days off, but it was hard to beat Zhang Chaoqiang. He went to find Mr. Chang Wan. Zhang Chaoqiang thought that although the energy-filled bracelet was just enough for him to use for no more than 10 minutes, it was too much to bother his teacher so much every day. So, let's just trouble teacher 4 times a day, and recharge it 4 times. Without the manipulation power bonus, he calculated that now, 4 times a day, he would be able to increase his manipulation power by about 1 point when he manipulated all of his energy for training. Zhang Chaoqiang Focus Group. Mr. Chang at Acid Q, I think it's still necessary to psychologize Zhang Chaoqiang's classmates again. Manipulation power, 35. After 2 more days, Zhang Chaoqiang realized that his manipulative power had come to a point where he could call it a breakthrough. In the classroom, he mysteriously pulled Talking You to the side. Talking You, who in the class do you hate the most lately? Why do you ask? Just say it. No, Zhang Chaoqiang, you're not allowed to make a move, in case you hurt someone, said Tanyu, not quite willing to say. In the end, it was only under Zhang Chaoqiang's stalking that she pried her mouth open. Jiang Wenming, lately he's been bullying other female classmates a lot, and he even secretly hides people's homework. Bad guy. Good, you watch. Zhang Chaoqiang's insightful eyes swept the class after a glance. The short winter melon Jiang Wenming, who was only 1 meter 4.5 tall, didn't know what the others were doing sneaking around in their seats. Zhang Chaoqiang raised the spiritual energy ring in his hand towards Tangyu, and then secretly put it into Jiang Wenming's drawer when he passed by his seat. Pulling on Tangyu, the two of them stood on the windowsill, less than 3 meters away from Jiang Wenming's seat. Zhang Chaoqiang, what are you doing? Shoo! Zhang Chaoqiang watched as Jiang Wenming returned to his seat. In his hand was his female deskmate's homework, which he was about to hide in his own book bag. Zhang Chaoqiang faced towards Talking You and signaled with his finger. 3, 2, 1. As Zhang Chaoqiang closed his fist, there was a bang. The sound wasn't too loud. Jiang Wenming's table simply seemed to pop up. The others weren't too affected, but it scared Jiang Wenming to the point of sweating, and with a weak heart, he directly put his workbook quietly back in its original position. How did you do that, Zhang Chaoqiang? You're amazing. To think that you're able to release the energy of the spiritual energy ring without touching it? At this moment, Tanyu was like a little fangirl, knowing that she had only successfully achieved the result of being able to drive and manipulate the spiritual energy ring with all of her limbs under her hard work of manipulation in recent days. However, compared to Zhang Chaoqiang, it was like a firefly in the white moon. You're also very good at talking about you, but Shinguichi has only just learned to manipulate it. Just like an adult, he comforted Tanyu. Anger was strong. This was the state of Talking You today. During gym class, she dragged Zhang Chaoqiang to a small grove in a deserted wigwam, letting Zhang Chaoqiang evaluate how good or bad he was at manipulating the spiritual energy ring. Pounce. Only to see that Talking You made a poem towards the narrow leaves that had just floated down from the tree, half withered yellow and half tender green, wearing the left hand of her spiritual energy ring. Seemingly seen, a palm-shaped fluctuation of spiritual energy pushed the falling leaves forward with undoubted precision. The energy fluctuation was small, and the released energy dissipated in all directions, so the force that could be struck out was not large. Primary control +1. Primary control, 100/100. Hey! Compared to the primary control progress bar filling up, Zhang Chaoqiang was even more somewhat marveled at Tanyu's manipulation of the spiritual energy ring. In just half a month's time, she was able to reach this level. Really good. Very impressive. Zhang Chaoqiang genuinely gave a thumbs up for Talking You. Wow. So happy. After being complimented, Talking Yu's heart fluttered, surprisingly being able to make Zhang Chaoqiang genuinely praise herself. Am I almost as good as you, Zhang Chaoqiang? Talking You spoke out her confusion. Zhang Chaoqiang thought for a moment, looked at the expectant expression on Talking Yu's face, and finally nodded solemnly. That's right, it's 78% of my strength, go for it. 1. 78%, Zhang Chaoqiang thought in his heart, and really couldn't bear to frustrate Talking You, who was full of fighting spirit. Go for it. Talking You earnestly raised her fist and heaved it downwards, releasing the energy upwards, followed by her arm automatically pesting downwards due to the recoil. How long do I have to drink this herbal medicine? Good boy, la super strong. This is for strengthening the body, able to make you grow taller fast. Oh. Drinking continuously for more than 2 weeks, Zhang Chaoqiang also did not have the slightest experience. His body index has increased. Huffing twice, under the urging of his parents, Zhang Chaoqiang finished drinking before they revealed a satisfied smile. It's almost time, Dr. Mo said that a 2-week dose will improve your body after drinking it, so you won't need to drink such bitter medicine in the future. Zhang Chaoqiang nodded his head. Dr. M.O. Recently very famous. Recently moved over to the Chinese medicine clinic located in the backstreet of Ping Shui Street. This Dr. M.O. was lifted up by everyone. Was this surrounding neighbors' elevation of him genuine, or was it for the sake of picking 2 doses of Chinese medicine for himself for free? Zhang Chaoqiang was not too sure. The one thing he was clear about was that the Chinese medicines that he had been taking these days really didn't have much effect. Going to work and going to school. Yesterday, he had already surprised the elementary control and filled up the progress bar under the effect of Talking U's control spiritual energy ring. The next thing he should put on his mind was combat awareness, 86/100. This thing, wanting to increase, was easy to say, but in practice, it was difficult. One had only saved 86 points in almost 10 years. These were only able to increase combat awareness by using instinctive reactions when one was in a dangerous state of emergency. And the danger involved couldn't be too small, at least jeopardizing one's physical health as well as one's state of soundness. In other words, over the years, the situations that were enough to be called hazardous had only happened more than 80 times, of which 81 times is his own dear mom and dad given. Thinking of this, Zhang Chaoqiang in the language of Mr. Wang Zihan class, clenched his teeth. And the other 5 points, basically is the first grade the 2 induction device explosion, and get, Zhang Chaoqiang had to say, this school is not particularly peaceful. The language teacher, Prince Han, who was giving a long speech on the podium, caught a glimpse of Zhang Chaoqiang's expression that was inadvertently revealed in his afterglow. His heart thumped. Could it be that he had spoken wrongly? He looked down and rechecked the lesson plan. That's right. This piece of Zhu Ziqing's backstory is mainly about expressing the author's feelings of longing for his father, and his father's love for the author. That's right. Language Wang Zihan teacher carefully and weakly whispered to continue, until Zhang Chaoqiang ripped from the middle of the thoughts back to reality, just gritted his teeth expression has disappeared. Phew, okay. After Zhang Chaoqiang's expression disappeared, the voice of the lecturer became confident again. After the class ended, language teacher Wang Zihan hurriedly grabbed Zhang Chaoqiang, who was hastily trying to go out. Mr. Zhang Chaoqiang, do you have any insights of your own on this text? You can talk to the teacher about it. Oh. No. Zhang Chaoqiang didn't return his head, but was still pulled tightly by the language teacher, Prince Han. The teacher squeezed out a smile and asked with a false heart, don't be shy. Oh, if you have any opinions, you can raise them with the teacher. I want to go to the restroom. Finally struggling away from language Prince Han teacher, Zhang Chaoqiang pulled Tanyu downstairs. The language Prince Han teacher at the back was helpless to the extreme. You dragged a girl to the toilet? Something that made Zhang Chaoqiang feel immensely annoyed happened. After nearly half an hour of softening and persuading Talking Yu, only then did Talking Yu, who was worried about hurting herself, promise to manipulate the spiritual energy ring to release energy fluctuations, thus attacking herself. However, when that energy fluctuation that could merely only propel itself was created, it lightly landed on his own body. There was no sensation, no danger whatsoever. Not a single bit of danger was generated, let alone activating that long and used, instinctive reaction. Zhang Chaoqiang scratched his ears. This was a very serious problem. He had never been so eager for danger to be born. He took the initiative to provoke Xingguoqi and the little bullies in his class who had been naughty all day, wanting the other party to attack and beat him up. But what the hell was it that they left resentfully after merely glancing at themselves? Zhang Chaoqiang he grabbed Xingguoqi's strongly rejecting hands and frantically pounded himself. No way, no way. Zhang Chaoqiang was frustrated. He found Mr. Guan and wanted to spar with the other party. And it was still the kind where you didn't need to hold back and hit yourself hard. What? Teacher Guan didn't know for a moment if he had misheard or if Zhang Chaoqiang had said something wrong. Why would the other party make this kind of request? Was it because he was sick, or was it Zhang Chaoqiang? I can't tell, I really can't tell. Seeing that Mr. Guan seemed to be more anxious than himself, his hair was gripped off a few. Well, don't bother Mr. Guan anymore. In the office of the Wisdom Building, after Chang Wen heard the words that Zhang Chaoqiang, who had just arrived, said to her, she slapped her hands on the table and stomped her legs to get up. No, Mr. Zhang Chaoqiang, this matter of you wanting to use the inner body spiritual force sensing device to detect your inner body spiritual force is absolutely not allowed. Chang Wen was very afraid that something would go wrong with the school's equipment and Zhang Chaoqiang again. Zhang Chaoqiang closed his eyes in despair and thought about it, and he couldn't let the school equipment be destroyed again in order to raise a few points of combat awareness. He couldn't help but ask Chang Wen, composure teacher? Then do you know of any places in the school that are forbidden to enter or dangerous to pass close to? Chang Wen was still immersed in the memories of the explosion in the aspect and subconsciously said, the security guards at the north gate keep a few wolf dogs, so students can't get close. The water in the fish pond is very deep, you can't step on the bank, it's easy to fall into the water. The 8th floor of the Wisdom Building, where simulated battles are fought and spiritual power is repaired, it is forbidden to enter. The 8th floor of the Wisdom Building, Zhang Chaoqiang couldn't enter, pass out. The remaining 2 places. Zhang Chaoxiang ran out of sight in a puff of smoke, and Chang Wen returned her mental focus back to the front only half a minute later with intent. Reflecting on what she had just said, she subconsciously sensed that something urgent was about to happen. Darting downstairs with her long legs and tight jeans, she could no longer find Zhang Chaoxiang. Zhang Chaoxiang Focus Group. Mr. Cheng and all members, Zhang Chaoxiang's classmates are acting and speaking strangely today, and now they are nowhere to be found. The security office immediately checked the surveillance, focusing on the central fish pond and around the north gate entrance. Mr. Guan at Mr. Chang, is he looking for you and saying strange requests and words? Mr. Chang, that's right. Lord of the Rings, Mr. Zhang Chaoxiang is also behaving strangely in my classroom. So the group of school leaders, executives, teachers, and security guards started. One group searched for Zhang Chaoxiang. Another batch, looking for Zhang Chaoxiang in front of the surveillance screen. Only to see. Zhang Chaoxiang first appeared by the fish pond in the center of the school. Talking you, can I discuss something with you? What is it? From the blue striped satchel and the pink Barbie satchel and the bear satchel, Tanyu pulled out a packet of demonic beast jerky, tore it up and sprinkled it in the middle of the fish pond, causing the fish to frantically grab it. Later you take advantage of me not paying attention, push me into the water, okay? Talking about Yu's shock, she hurriedly pouted and shook her head. Zhang Chaoxiang, what are you doing? Begging you. Please. Zhang Chaoxiang, are you ready? What do I need to prepare for? You're going to push me into the water while I'm not looking, and if I'm prepared to be pushed by you, it won't be a sudden danger. Zhang Chaoxiang sighed and re-emphasized the main points to Tanyu. After 10 seconds had passed, Zhang Chaoxiang was standing alone at the edge of the fish pond, and he walked around the shore like this. Wow, suddenly his body involuntarily took a step back, as if it was a conditioned reflex of his body, dodging away from Talking Yu who lunged at him. Pouncing on Talking Yu's stumbling feet, Zhang Chaoxiang hurriedly pulled the other party's satchel and clothes to avoid falling into the fish pond. No, this won't work. Zhang Chaoxiang from the nearby sports equipment room found a number of red scarves. Will be its ears, eyes, anyway, is any part of the head in addition to the nose all covered. A vain attempt to isolate himself from the world. He stood on the shore, and once again, Tanyu sneaked up with her hands outstretched. Hey! Zhang Chaoxiang's subconscious waist and hips suddenly crooked to the left. The whole person presented a seaward form, and once again, Tanyu almost fell from the middle of the seaward to the fish pond. Talking Yu gradually became irritated. Zhang Chaoxiang, you tricked me. Sorry. One more time. Last time. Zhang Chaoxiang paced back and forth, tying more red scarves around his body's hands and feet, bouncing around, smiling, thank you. Pounce. Boom, like a bomb, in front of the real-time monitoring screen, the hearts of the director of instruction, Mr. Guan, language Prince Han teacher and Chang Wen and the rest of the crowd sank. Dropping, the security chief behind him picked up the walkie-talkie and yelled, it's been 2 minutes, why haven't we arrived at the scene yet, Mr. Zhang Chaoxiang has fallen off the fish pond. Wait a minute. The moment he fell into the fish pond, Zhang Chaoxiang suddenly remembered why Tanyu was willing to do such a dangerous thing. That was clearly because the other party knew that he could swim. Back then, when he was less than 3 years old, he was dragged to the swimming pool by his parents in a hard way, and when he tried drowning for the first time, he used instinctive reaction and stomped his hands and feet to learn how to swim in a hard way. And after that, he also got the champion of young children's fancy swimming, or 2 consecutive times. The party was pushed by Tanyu, actively dodging, and could not trigger the instinctive reaction. Now falling down the fish pond, Zhang Chaoxiang attempted to drown, but his conditioned reflexes did not allow him to do so either. Thus this time, Zhang Chaoxiang still wasn't able to actively use his instinctive reaction. Holy shit! Zhang Chaoxiang, who had his hands and feet bound, was like a worm, or rather a snake. His body kept twisting and pushing to burrow out of the water. The way that Tanyu looked at him was gradually out of place. It was too late to explain. After Zhang Chaoxiang asked him to untie the red scarf, he asked Tanyu to return to the classroom first, and he himself would go to a dangerous place later. Then he directly left behind Tanyu and dashed towards the north gate of the school alone. After tens of seconds passed, 3 or 4 security guards wearing walkie-talkies on their waists finally arrived, but only saw Tanyu alone. Captain, missing student Zhang Chaoxiang. Drop. North gate of the school. Surveillance shows that he's standing near the wolf dog pile next to the guardrail at the north gate. Hurry over. One of the security guards thumped in his heart. He was originally the security guard stationed at the north gate entrance and was urgently called over. Hurry. Those wolf dogs are specially used to suppress petty thieves. They won't get close to children. Student Zhang Chaoxiang is in danger. Without stopping, the crowd of security guards flew. At the same time, the security chief also called 2 security guards from the main entrance of the school, 3 security guards from the south gate, a total of nearly 10 security guards for the capture of Zhang Chaoxiang. In front of the surveillance, 2 more people came. Schoolmaster Lu, who had a grave look on his face, and Xianyu, who was surrounded by a charming floral scent. As soon as Mr. Guan saw Xianyu, he was like a chicken blood. I have already said long ago that Zhang Chaoxiang's classmates' stress is too much to produce a mental illness. I have already said that. He didn't shut up until School Lu glared at him, while the crowd focused on the picture with heavy hearts. Zhang Chaoqiang really had too much stress to vent, thus going crazy everywhere? The pupils dilated, and Zhang Chaoqiang appeared in the middle of the north gate screen. Near the electric retractable gate of the north gate was a flower bed, and directly behind the flower bed, there was an area surrounded by iron fences and iron. Inside were several large wolf dogs that were more than 1.75 meters long. There was no way for Zhang Chaoqiang to enter the tightly closed fence, so he could only stretch his still slim arm in through the middle of the iron grill grid. "Friend, do me a favor and attack me, thank you," Zhang Chaoqiang said politely. Won. The several wolf dogs that were originally incidentally aggressive slowly transformed from ferocious to suspicious when they saw Zhang Chaoqiang gradually approaching. Sniff. They came in and sniffed Zhang Chaoqiang's palm without making any move. Zhang Chaoqiang couldn't wait and directly grabbed a handful of gravel around the flower bed, storming down on the wolf dogs' heads and bodies. Woo woo. Zhang Chaoqiang's demonic beast smell sense clearly learned that they had transformed from the confusion they felt just now to fear. "Help, help, you're big wolf dogs, students see around. Why are you afraid of me?" Trying again to no avail, Zhang Chaoqiang ended up sitting on the flower bed with his head hanging down as his body was wet and his face was stagnant and confused. The several wolf dogs that were frightened by him were always overlapping and shrinking in the diagonal corner of the fence that was farthest away from Zhang Chaoqiang. Trembling, do not dare to move half a step. Until the security guards came, finally caught Zhang Chaoqiang unharmed, but let them breathe a sigh of relief. Simply send the helpless Zhang Chaoqiang back to the office in the wisdom building. The teachers eagerly dried the water stains on his body. His eyes were dull, like a lost passerby who couldn't find his way. Teachers, leaders are also sensible, did not say more, for fear of becoming the last straw camel that crushed each other to death. Wearing a thin high-heeled Xian Yu, squatted down in front of Zhang Chaoqiang, redressed him, and said gently, "Zhang Chaoqiang student, don't catch a cold, go and sit at Xian Yu teacher's place, Xian Yu teacher will accompany you to chat." At the mine station, Zhang Chaoqiang drifted off, hypnotized by Xian language once again, and the two of them engaged in conversation. Before class began, Zhang Chaoqiang walked back to the classroom without any expression. Ms. Xian Yu, who stayed in the mine station, was in disbelief and collapsed helplessly on the soft sofa. After the psychological observation of Zhang Chaoqiang after hypnosis, Zhang Chaoqiang did not have any psychological problems, anxiety problems, or any mental illness. Is he sick, or am I sick? After informing them of such a real, but not at all logical and reasoned result of one's behavior in the newly opened group, it exploded. The group exploded. Zheng Super Mental Health Group. Guanju, impossible. At Acid Q, I told you a long time ago, Ms. Xian language you are also sick, you don't believe me. Mr. Cheng at Acid Q, at Guanju, I think you're all under quite a bit of pressure. Acid question at Mr. Cheng, I suspect that your psychological problems from the previous 2 years are about to flare up again. Come over to my place sometime, at Guanju. How, you too. Lord of the Rings, I don't think Zhang Chaoqiang has any psychological problems, he might just be simply greedy for fun. From what I've observed over the past few days, he hasn't had much fun. Tick-tock, all of a sudden, the language Prince Han teacher's cell phone vibrated like crazy. Guanju at Lord of the Rings, I didn't think there was a leak here. At Acid Q, hurry up and get him. Mr. Chang at Lord of the Rings, you're sick too. Acid question at Lord of the Rings, come over to the mine station for a bit later. Lord of the Rings, I'm not sick, neither is Zhang Chaoqiang, it's you guys who are sick. Inside the classroom. Puberty activation progress bar, 50%. From the moment Zhang Chaoqiang foolishly searched for a way to activate his instinctive response, he hadn't noticed this column of information. It was only when he found it that he realized in hindsight that he was approaching puberty, so it was no wonder that his behavior and demeanor these days were drastically affected by his emotional desires. What Zhang Chaoqiang had just done, except for Tanyu, none of the other students knew. Talking Yu came up, the weight of doubt in her heart, Yugong couldn't move it. She stared straight at Zhang Chaoqiang, not saying anything, and Zhang Chaoqiang faced his gaze like a sharp edge, piercing his eyes. Zhang Chaoqiang knew that his strange behavior, if he didn't give them a statement, I'm afraid that he would also be considered an alien. Yes, lately I've been under a lot of stress, and may possess some mental illnesses, but it's fine, I'll just go to Ms. Xian language a few more times. This sentence was not only said to Tanyu, but it was also copied by him, without changing a single word, to the language teacher Prince Han's place. At the end of class, Zhang Chaoqiang couldn't find any other teachers, so he solemnly apologized to language teacher Wang Zihan and took the initiative to admit that he might have a psychological stress problem. In reality, although Zhang Chaoqiang would be troubled by his inability to raise his combat awareness desire for a while, it was not enough to translate into a source of stress for him. Even deep down, teacher Xian language's evaluation of Zhang Chaoqiang was, in all the years, he had met the student with the healthiest mind and spirit. His pure heart was like a lake, serene and gentle. He was so cute that Xian Yu even pinched Zhang Chaoqiang's face several times every time. Anyway, a child with such a healthy mind, of course he wouldn't be angry with himself. But this night, Xian Yu was lying on the bed, she felt that she was really sick. The moment she received Zhang Chaoqiang's admission that she was mentally stressed, her entire career was on the verge of collapse. A person who says he has no mental problems, that is not necessarily no problem. But when he admits that he has a problem, then I'm afraid it's still true, and it's not a small problem. Xian Yu needed to rest for a while and think about life. And after Mr. Guan learned everything at dinner, he was so excited that he was holding his chopsticks and dancing around the table. In front of his wife and child, he struck a triumphant pose. Yes, I told you long ago that Mr. Zhang Chaoqiang has a mental problem, he's sick, and they just don't believe me. Mr. Guan's wife and child were filled with strange looks. The wife thought to herself, her husband has been under a lot of stress lately, psychological problems, he's sick. Have to find a psychiatrist someday. Damn weather. It was cold as hell the other day, and then it suddenly climbed up to 25 degrees Celsius in the past 2 days. The sudden change in weather made everywhere wet, and with the emergence of Huinan Tian, the whole house became a waterfall hole. Zhang Chaoqiang had tried every method he could think of in the past 2 days, and there was really no way to find out the opportunity to actively make the instinctive reaction, so he temporarily put it on hold. Right now, his growth value, slightly better, 2199/4000. So much growth value, and combat awareness is only 86. It would be great if combat awareness could be continuously increased like growth value, or even convert growth value into combat awareness on a proportional basis. He would be willing to do so. On the weekend, the family cooked the last bowl of Chinese medicine for Zhang Chaoqiang, and under the care of his parents, Zhang Chaoqiang drank it all in one go, giggling as his heart visibly skipped 2 beats. Ha! A little reaction this time? Zhang Chaoqiang only felt some burning in his internal organs. Zhang Chaoqiang's state seemed to have improved over the past few days, and Xin Xiangwei and Zhang Huolong didn't know where to feel it. Perhaps it was the teachers at school that gave him confidence, after all, making Zhang Chaoqiang personally admit that he was indeed overly stressed, something that the two of them, as parents, couldn't be guided to say. Come on, let's go watch a movie. After Xin Xiangwei and Zhang Huolong cleaned up the thick layer of water vapor that had accumulated on the tiles in the hall and room, one on the left and one on the right, they held Zhang Chaoqiang's little hand and cheerfully prepared to go downstairs. The corridor outside, as well as the stairs and staircase handrails, all had a not-so-shallow layer of water stains on their surfaces, while the tiles on the walls were like waterfalls, ticking and dropping water droplets non-stop. It's okay, wife is super strong, let's be careful when we land, but don't slip, I'll hold you guys up. Zhang Huolong looked down at the road, careful. Shen Rongwei's grip on Zhang Chaoqiang's hand also gradually tightened. When they went downstairs, Xin Xiangwei held each other's hands in order to keep each other from falling, and none of their hands were empty. Zhang Chaoqiang had once told him that triangles had stability, and this looked like it was solid, but Zhang Chaoqiang always felt that it wasn't right. Can this walk? Oops my ass. Zhang Huolong's soybean shoes were not non-slip at all, and as he fell alone, he didn't forget to tug on the wrists of Shen Rongwei and Zhang Chaoqiang in his hands. Instinctive reaction, activate. You activated instead. Zhang Chaoqiang didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to use instinctive reaction even in this state. Because there was no need for an instinctive reaction at all, he had already let go of Zhang Huolong's hand, and his entire body pressed tightly against the staircase handrail, his right hand wrapped around and clasped around the riser. With his left hand grasping Shen Rongwei, and Shen Rongwei grasping Zhang Huolong, the three of them did not fall down the stairs in unison because of Zhang Huolong's slippery feet. The family all fell down the stairs in unison. Good job, super strong. Still one on the left and one on the right, the two parents fiercely kissed Zhang Chaoqiang's left and right cheeks, leaving behind moist saliva like a return to the south. This world is a huge Huinan Tian. Just as the family continued down the stairs, flutter. The heartbeat became more and more violent, and Zhang Chaoqiang's face changed as he actually felt, both in his heart and stomach, a spasm. An indescribable experience festered within the body. Viscera 4. 23/18. Internal viscera -0. 0-1, -0. 0-1, -0. 0-1. Visceral 4. 19. Crap. Zhang Chaoqiang was shocked to realize that during his internal colic, his visceral index was falling rapidly, dropping 0.04 points in just a few seconds. Poisoned. Shouted in his heart. Status, poisoned. What the hell? Zhang Chaoqiang immediately remembered the strong medicine that he had just poured down. It was too late to think about it. His mouth was just about to tear out. Before that, traction some of his mind. Activate, instinctive reaction. Spiritual power value, 664. Slightly better, 2199/4000. Combat awareness, 86. Internal viscera 4. December 18th. From the start of the instinctive reaction, psychic power value continues -1 to 1. Because of repeated use of instinctive reaction, with a 48-hour limit, growth value -50-50-50. Visceral +0. 0-1 +0. 0-1 +0. 0-1 +0. 0-1 +0. 0-1. Driving instinctive reaction enables Zhang Chaoqiang, who has no way to freely manipulate his spiritual energy value at all, to urgently trigger the defense and risk avoidance state as if by conditioned reflex. Consuming spiritual energy value. Replenishing the internal organ index was secondary, and the main purpose was to resolve the poison state. Zhang Chaoqiang. Heartache, in the physical sense, and in the spiritual sense. Although it was true that the growth value had to be sacrificed in order to increase a large amount of combat awareness in a short period of time, it was only when it was implemented on the body that it felt more painful than imagined. Less than a minute's time, Zhang Chaoqiang consumed 18 points of spiritual value, only to tend to calm. Zhang Chaoqiang long breath. Combat awareness, 100/100. Combat awareness, elementary control, synthesized, spiritual power control. Zhang Chaoqiang, 10 years old, puberty activation progress bar 70%. Growth value, slightly better 1499/4000. Spiritual power value, 650. Physical qualities, spirit 4. 69/16, internal viscera 4. 23/18, torso 4. 65/16. Unique talent, growth against all odds. Growing talent, demon beast smell sense LV1, 8 out of 100. Ability, survival instinct, sight, 1893/2000. Manipulation, 38. Spiritual control, 1. Growth tasks, 80% obvious contrast, 70% advanced word practice. From the dizziness in the middle of his mind gradually returned to a state of wakefulness. From feeling that his body was poisoned, to activating the instinctive reaction, being automatically used the spiritual energy value to lift the poisoning state of his body's internal organs and replenish the index of his internal organs, and then reaching the full progress of combat awareness. The entire process, just less than a minute, even though the stairs hadn't even gotten down to the first floor yet. For the time being, it was too late to ponder and manipulate the spiritual power control. The first question he needed to think about was, why was he poisoned? Why was he poisoned? Why was he poisoned? Unconsciously, the middle of his nasal cavity was already wet. 2 streams of hot liquid flowed down from the middle of his nasal cavity, one of the rows of which was stranded in the middle of his upper lip, and the other row dripped down to the ground. The progress bar of puberty activation had reached 70%. Zhang Chaoqiang felt that his emotions were being dramatically amplified, and as a person who had lived for a long time, there was no way for him to avoid this stage. He, who had always been somewhat calm, frowned and clenched his teeth at the inexplicable state of intoxication he had just experienced, but fearing that his parents would notice that he was different, he held back his bitter face from continuing to deteriorate, and barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Finally, he went downstairs to take advantage of their lack of attention and quietly wiped off the 2 lines of nosebleed. Dad? Just as Zhang Huolong was about to unlock the door and turn Ghostfire around to drive out of the alley, Zhang Chaoqiang spoke out coldly. What's wrong, Chao Chang? Those medicines, are they really medicine to strengthen the muscles and bones? Zhang Chaoqiang met Zhang Huolong's eyes, visualize, +1, and the latter nodded and said, yeah, you don't need to drink it in the future, Dr. Mo said to only use 2 weeks worth of dosage. Zhang Chaoqiang was puzzled in his heart. It was clear that the successful use of eye vision and the increase in experience value should have amplified his dad's weakness. Why did it seem to be justified? The moment Zhang Chaoqiang faced Qin Xiangwei, Zhang Huolong turned his back and made a grimace, showing his teeth, thinking, just now, he was so weak-minded, but fortunately, he controlled his expression and didn't let Chaoqiang see the abnormality. This kid is so smart. Cannot let him find out that he and his wife gave him a treatment bath, rest, kidney tonic medicine, or it will follow the trail to know his secret by his parents, no place to hide. And Qin Xiangwei's eyes met, her heartbeat accelerated. When Zhang Chaoqiang once again asked his mom that question, I did not expect his mom's answer to be the same. Good boy, Chaoqiang, those are good for you to eat. They can make you grow taller and faster. Visualize, +1. Visualization had been used, but dad and mom's performance was very normal. It didn't look like they had a weak heart. It seems highly likely that Dr. Mo is a quack, not grasping the dosage of the herbs, and reaching the dosage that causes poisoning in a short period of time will result in a state of toxic loss of internal organs. Because one's own physique compared to children of the same age group should be absolutely superior, so these medicines are a threat to oneself. At the very least, they are not the dosage that a normal physician can prescribe to a small child. But intuition, oh no, is the demon beast sense of smell and told him, today one of his own father and mother behavior is strange, but also absolutely have what to hide from themselves. So, on the way to the movie, watch the movie, back to the scattered time period. Zhang Chaoqiang on the dad and mom, a total of 37 times using visualization. All did not bring much effect. Zhang Chaoqiang was not able to hear any answers about their strange behavior during this period of time from his dad and mom's mouth. However, without exception, these successful uses of visualization had all increased their experience value. Successfully used, but not effective? Zhang Chaoqiang was skeptical. I'm afraid that this was the first time in all these years that he had been in a state where the visualization did not work properly so many times. Originally, Zhang Chaoqiang had begun to give up on his mom and dad's skepticism. After all, no one had ever been able to resist his visualize ability dozens of times in a row. However, he keenly noticed that Chen Rongwei and Zhang Huolong, throughout the day, were absent-minded, their hearts flying off somewhere, which was definitely not a normal phenomenon. Dad, is this his name good? Good looking, As if he had lost his usual patience with Zhang Chaoqiang, the current Zhang Huolong could no longer withstand Zhang Chaoqiang's torture, and was bent on holding his wife and Zhang Chaoqiang wanting to go home immediately. He came slightly closer to his mom, Shen Xianwei's side, tugged on the corner of her coat, and asked, "Mom, what kind of story is this your name about?" Just a love story, superb, you're still small, after you grow up, you will also have such a sweet love." Oh. Shen Xianwei didn't dare to look at him, touched Zhang Chaoqiang's head and replied perfunctorily, "I really don't know what's wrong with dad and mom today, they don't even have the heart to watch their favorite love action movies. Oh no, it's love cartoons." "What? This movie, it's not called His Name or My Name, but My Name." The two were silent. Zhang Chaoqiang's hands were held by Shen Xianwei and Zhang Huolong, and he walked fast. The two of them, Zhang Huolong and Shen Xianwei, who returned home, spent the whole day avoiding Zhang Chaoqiang, avoiding talking to him, avoiding meeting his eyes. Eye contact, 1947/2000. Dad and mom are so mouthy. What exactly are they hiding? Zhang Chaoqiang's brows were furrowed in 3 horizontal and 4 vertical lines. Today, he had to get a result. So he frantically looked for an opportunity to lock eyes with Shen Xianwei Zhang Huolong. When cooking, Zhang Chaoqiang stayed in front of the seasonings, and if he wanted to stir-fry, Shen Xianwei had to create a confrontation with Zhang Chaoqiang. Hiding in the bedroom blindfolded Zhang Huolong, Zhang Chaoqiang purposely made a wrestling sound in the doorway, miserable, ouch. Zhang Huolong hastily ejected up to check Zhang Chaoqiang, 4 eyes relative to each other resulting in visualization. After tossing and turning all day and having dinner, Zhang Chaoqiang's visualization had been used nearly 100 times today. Most importantly, he hadn't been able to pry mom and dad's mouth? Maybe he is really too worried? Zhang Chaoqiang himself, sitting on the balcony, one foot propped up, left hand on the knee, contemplating. It was like a cross-generation J week. When he glanced at the cat on the neighbor's balcony that was trying to steal bacon, the cat was scared away by him. As of this moment, eyesight, 2000/2000, grew to angry eyes. Inside the room, the two of them, Shen Xianwei and Zhang Huolong, whispered, "Wife, I don't know why today, but I so want to tell Chao Chan what we know and about the medicine. That heart is stupidly excited, that's how it should be described, isn't it?" "Me too, but thankfully suppressed it." "Don't ever tell Super Kung, he'll be embarrassed." Angry eyes, when a weak-minded person looks into your eyes, they will feel a monstrous rage, and it makes them even more weak-minded. An even stronger ability than eye gaze. Zhang Chaoqiang thought to himself. This time, I should be able to take down mom and dad, right? Given their previous fixation, Zhang Chaoqiang could not really catch a break. So while watching TV at night, Zhang Chaoqiang seized the opportunity to perform angry eyes on them. The status effect of raging eyes was a little bit not quite the same as visualization. Zhang Chaoqiang was able to feel the eyes of the other party being acted upon, tightly attracted by his own pupils. Like a whirlpool of flames, they suddenly blazed over his mind. For the first time, they experienced that Zhang Chaoqiang was angry. The concealment from Zhang Chaoqiang was infinitely amplifying their sense of emptiness at this moment. Chaoqiang is angry. Shen Xianwei had a bitter look on her face. Nothing was more important than a child's emotional stability. Glancing at Zhang Huolong, he nodded heavily before deciding to drag it all out. "Super strong, you be quiet and listen to mom and dad." Shen Xianwei and Zhang Huolong knew a word, with the most euphemistic words, say found Zhang Huolong middle of the night off the matter, and then to the back of the discovery of the bath. Xia, buy aphrodisiacs from Dr. M.O. The great feeling of emptiness has not completely dissipated. The two people at this moment feel that hiding Zhang Chaoqiang is not necessarily a good thing. Family, open and honest. Chaoqiang, dad, and mom didn't mean to find out. We should accept that Chaoqiang is flawed in some ways, and maybe we shouldn't have interfered too much in the first place. Zhang Chaoqiang. After being speechless for almost a few minutes, Zhang Chaoqiang raised his right hand. A single release of energy from the psychic energy ring caused a rustling wind-breaking sound, identical to the small commotion they had heard during the night. The two of them instantly stared in disbelief before Zhang Chaoqiang said, "My hand is so sore, it's because of the recoil from releasing the energy that shook it." The misunderstanding that had lasted for half a month went up in smoke at this moment. The two of them, Shen Xianwei and Zhang Huolong, froze in disbelief. "Super strong, why didn't you say so earlier? Dad and mom, you guys misunderstood me and didn't ask me?" 3 people. After half a day of stalemate, Shen Xianwei felt humiliated to the extreme in front of her children and hurriedly collected her clothes and took them to the toilet for cleaning. "Oops, I'll go downstairs to buy some late-night snacks. What do you want to eat, Super? Wife, what do you want to eat?" Quickly disappeared, leaving Zhang Chaoqiang stranded in place. Before going to bed, Zhang Chaoqiang, who had synthesized spiritual power control, began to observe and dissect this one ability. Spiritual power control was different from manipulation power in that it controlled the state of spiritual power. Whereas manipulative power was the skillfulness of the ability to manipulate attached spiritual power implements and cutting-edge battle armor. Like manipulation power, the activation of spiritual power control represented that he could practice and enhance his control over spiritual power in similar energies. This was not to say that Zhang Chaoqian was able to control his inner body spirit power ahead of time by having spirit power control, as inner body spirit power needed to be 12 years old before it could be refreshed out of his body. The only thing he could train now was the spiritual energy fluctuations brought to him by the spiritual energy ring. Whoosh! Zhang Chaoqian headed towards the ceiling and released a bolt of energy in the void, pulling his body and also his mind. What he could feel was that this energy fluctuation released did have signs of gradual improvement. In his mind, he formed his energy into the shape of a fist. Boom! The sharp sound of breaking wind, more violent than any other time before. Zhang Chaoqian was able to clearly feel that although this energy fluctuation was not as solid as a fist, but what was certain was that the energy was much more concentrated compared to before, and not too spread out. The energy was centralized, and the strike surface was narrowed, but the force of the effect was greater. There was a breakthrough. Spiritual energy control +1. Practicing a few more times, the control of concentrating energy became more skillful, and sometimes with a thought, Zhang Chaoqian was able to release energy that could resemble a needle. But the price of concentrating energy was losing a lot of energy as concentration loss. Practicing spiritual energy control, one was able to practice manipulation along the way. Zhang Chaoqian would never go back to his previous state of second man, where he would release all his spiritual energy in a single burst of chirp 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 chirp. Therefore, the energy storage of the spiritual energy ring was enough to support him for quite a long time. Spiritual power control, 4. After exhausting all the energy in his spiritual energy ring, the next day, as soon as Zhang Chaoqian arrived at school and put down his bag, he immediately came to Mr. Guan's place to recharge his energy. Zhang Chaoqian student, I heard that you have been under a bit of stress lately. Oh, definitely need to pay attention to the physical condition. What is there? Xin language teacher will help you. Got it. Got it MS. Guan, please help me recharge my energy. The corner of the eye of Mr. Guan's eyes shrunk and took the psychic energy ring. Then thoughtfully said, all three of you have initially mastered the use of the spiritual energy ring. I'll adjust the value for you in the next lesson so that you can feel the power of higher energy fluctuations, okay? Good. Zhang Chaoqian was somewhat happy as he saw it with his naked eyes. The closer he got to the progress of adolescent activation, the more obvious his emotions became. Adolescent children couldn't hide anything in their hearts. This was something Zhang Chaoqian had already practically experienced. Moreover, Mr. Guan also told him the good news that the next month, the elementary schools in Tianan City would conduct a student-simulated spiritual power exchange. Probably, they will exchange and compete with each other to see if the energy fluctuations they simulated in their spiritual energy rings are better or worse. The competition and rankings would come out. Yuhua Primary School, as the affiliated elementary school of Yuhua Martial Arts School, naturally possessed an inherent advantage in this regard. Although teacher Guan was also torn about whether Zhang Chaoqian's presence on the field would accidentally injure other elementary school students, but after all, this was a matter of the school's honor and disgrace, so there was no room for error. Hearing this, the obvious contrast amongst Zhang Chaoqian's growth targets jumped a little. Obvious contrast, 99/100. There was still one more award to be able to complete. This growth goal had lasted from kindergarten until now, and it was finally coming to an end. Secondly, advanced practice, 470,000/500,000. It's also at the backstretch. It was time to enter the closing state, striving to complete both goals this month. After school, leaving the school together with Tanyu and returning to his home, Zhang Chaoqian did not immediately go upstairs. There is still an account that has not been settled. Mom and Dad clearly informed Dr. Mo that the person taking the medication was a child, so why was he still poisoned? Is the medical skill is not good, chaotic prescription, or pick out the toxic herbs dose is too large? In any case, Zhang Chaoqian should go to find an understanding. If others and Zhang Chaoqian have the same effect, then I'm afraid that not in time to seek medical treatment will be pulled down a lifelong physical ailments. Ping Shui Street Backstreet, evening bustling crowd, mention right Dr. Mo Chinese Medicine Hall plaque. Chinese Medicine Hall from time to time in and out of a few people, is considered lively. Dr. Mo from the move, with a mouthful of clever tongue, attracted the neighbors like. Zhang Chaoqian stood in the backstreet opposite Dr. Mo's traditional Chinese medicine hall. Through the glass, the indoor consultation, looks like 40 to 50 years old bald Dr. Mo, a head can be seen. Zhang Chaoqian's eyes were filled with fire. In the midst of people coming and going, this bald physician, at first very busy, have no time to pay attention to other things, even if he looks up, but only to the small apprentice instructions according to the prescription to pick medicine. After Zhang Chaoqian stayed for a little more than half a quarter of an hour, the bald physician Mo finally became much more free. He raised his head, moved his eyes, and clashed hard with Zhang Chaoqian's eyes. After a few seconds of stagnation, that Dr. Mo tilted his head slightly sideways, and there seemed to be a point of doubt among his face. Also reading the message on the other party's eyes, Zhang Chaoqian gradually approached until he entered the inner hall of the Chinese medicine hall. He will take from his dad, Dr. Mo personally give himself a prescription. Epimedium, Deer Antler, Lock Yang. These were all aphrodisiac prescriptions prescribed for adults, and when he once again met Zhang Chaoqiang's pupils, he knew what had happened, and vainly remembered the scene where a man and a woman dressed strangely had come to ask for medicine. Ordinary prescriptions were sold by him for hundreds of dollars. And the most fatal point, the words "for use by children," which the parents had urged so much, was not on his mind. Seeing Zhang Huolong's weaker than normal body bones, he only thought that he was too weak to fight and begged for medicine. Therefore, the aphrodisiac prescription he provided, whether it was the type of herbs or the dosage, were all for adults. If it is taken by a child, and is still about 10 years old, long-term serious chances of heart-kidney internal loss, body hot and dry, blood pressure soaring and other serious things happen. There was no impression at the time, why now suddenly remembered? Get. Dr. Mo hastily moved his gaze away from Zhang Chaoqiang's eyes, the violent sense of guilt in his heart causing his entire body to tremble, whether it was because of the fear of the consequences that had formed, or whether it was the horror of his own moral failings being discovered. Even the table and chairs in front of him were shaking, and the sound of shaking hitting the floor tiles was very obvious. The sight of the small apprentice rushed over to check out the appearance of Dr. Mo. What's wrong, Master Mo? In turn, he turned his head and pushed Zhang Chaoqiang outwards. Sorry, we won't see the symptoms for now. Knowing that the effect was achieved, Zhang Chaoqiang took back the prescription and carried his steps home. He did not tell Xin Xiangwei and Zhang Huolong about this matter. By the time the two knew about it, they were already in the mouths of the police. Dr. Mo from Backstreet turned himself into the police, claiming that he had given the wrong prescription to someone else and grabbed the wrong medicine, so he came to take Zhang Chaoqiang to the hospital for a checkup. Zhang Huolong and Xin Rangwei is also anxious to death. As soon as they heard of the emergence of this matter, the two quickly combined stunts generally left and right to catch each other dead, is trying to beat the opposite side, but was stopped by the police. To ensure that many aspects of Zhang Chaoqiang body no problem, Zhang Huolong only gritted his teeth on Dr. Mo put harsh words, dead quack. This kind of character also dare to see the diagnosis? This time it is my son's lucky life. You see, your broken pharmacy can still open. Zhang Huolong made up his mind to patronize Dr. Mo's clinic with his workers every day. But that born-a-mouth coaxing mouth Mo doctor seems to realize what he did, no longer will be open down the intention of the medical hall. Self-disclosure of their own medical practitioner certificate and teacher qualification is a forgery. Now he is completely in the medical hall, but also by the surrounding neighbors in the midst of the cacophony of a smash and empty. After this incident, gave Xin Xiangwei and Zhang Huolong 2 lessons. However, in Zhang Chaoqiang seems to be okay. This time it is not the father and mother unreliable, but suspicious and anxious, gullible others. It was time for the skills class to begin again, and after the lesson was half over, Mr. Guan announced free time. He then brought Zhang Chaoqiang, Tan Yu and Shen Guiqi to another skills classroom. He paid heavy attention to Zhang Chaoqiang among them, who had been insisting on going to Xin language every day to receive psychological counseling these days. Although Ms. Xin language still insisted that the other party did not have a single problem, they did not believe it. Every day in Zhang Chaoqiang chat, also further confirmed that the other side of the psychological normal very much. Perhaps it was psychological, seeing Zhang Chaoqiang insist on accepting Ms. Xuanyu's counseling. Mr. Guan was much more at ease and relieved. There was a vague feeling that Zhang Chaoqiang's stress problem had gotten better. After you guys have gone through this month's manipulation of the spiritual energy ring's energy, let me see what level it has come to. Shen Guiqi, who liked to pretend and loved to show off in front of anyone, was always unwilling to miss an opportunity to show himself off like this, and he volunteered. When Mr. Guan moved a 1.6 high wide target, Shen Guiqi stood out first. He was left-handed and wore a psychic energy ring on his left hand. With a whoosh sound, invisible, but able to actually feel the fluctuation of spiritual energy, the wide target was struck by the energy fluctuation released by Shen Guiqi's left hand urging the spiritual energy ring. Around the center of the target, there was a whole large circle, roughly 40 centimeters within the area, the surface covered with a layer of oily target paper, shattered due to the clear sound of the impact. Not bad. Mr. Guan's face was bland as he clapped his hands in encouragement. He keenly sensed that all the energy the student Shen Guiqi was able to release was almost around 2p. Although the power fluctuation effect was not concentrated enough, after all, it had only been familiarized for a month, not bad. When it was Talking Yu's turn, she glanced at Zhang Chaoqiang, and then wore her psychic energy ring on her right hand, and with a palm out, the target paper surprisingly presented a vague palm-shaped hollow imprint. Teacher Guan was also nodding with the same light palm as earlier, but in actuality, his heart was slightly shocked. Being able to release the energy in such a manner represented that she was already very skillful in both the control of spirit-like energy and the manipulation of spiritual weapons such as the spiritual energy ring. It was Zhang Chaoqiang's turn. He happened to also want to verify in front of Mr. Guan what level his manipulation and spiritual energy control had come to. After replacing the target paper with a new one, the few people around him waited attentively, especially Tan Yu, who knew that Zhang Chaoqiang's manipulation of this type of spiritual energy was already out of this world. Zhang Chaoxiang raised his hand and without being too pretentious removed the ring of spiritual energy, still in a handheld state, and whooshed a slight sound. Teacher Guan's ears twitched, and he was the only one present who could clearly hear it. Unknown to him, it was only then that the two of them, talking as Xingguqi, realized that a hole had appeared in the center of the target paper, to the right of the center. A hole the size of a thumb. Teacher Guan, this target paper has a hole. It's not a hole, it was inspired by the energy manipulated by Zhang Chaoxiang just now. It's just this tiny bit big? Xingguqi was a little surprised. How could Zhang Chaoxiang, who had always been strong in skills, only be able to break out such a hole over? It wasn't even as big as Tan Yu's palm print. So puny, a concealed weapon? Sleeve swords? Flying needles? It wasn't even thought that it was Zhang Chaoxiang who manipulated the energy to break through. Not bad. Teacher Guan spat out an unprecedented sentence and told the rest of the two that the smaller the area that could be controlled to be struck by energy, it was actually the smaller the test of one's control of energy. Spiritual energy was the same thing. Only then did Xingguqi realize how extraordinary Zhang Chaoxiang was. Next is the second element. Teacher Guan placed the wide target back in the storage room and was about to take the target paper off when he noticed something strange. Crap. Generally speaking, an energy or spiritual impact caused a hole in the target paper. The edge of the broken paper caused by the hole should be facing towards the front of the energy release, in the same direction as the energy. According to the usual, when a person releases energy on the target paper, the hole facing the person's side should be a smooth plane, and the one facing directly in front of the person is the blooming end of the broken paper. But now that Mr. Guan disassembled this target paper, the broken edge on it due to the broken hole was actually facing Zhang Chaoxiang. In other words, if Zhang Chaoxiang had released the energy from directly in front of himself, then it would never have caused such a situation, because the impact of the force would have left a flat and smooth plane at the end where the force was released. The only other possibility was that the energy manipulated by Zhang Chaoxiang was launched from behind the target paper. Teacher Guan fell into a deep silence for a while. He seemed to be in disbelief that in just a month's time, Zhang Chaoxiang was able to realize that the energy was driven away from the contact of the psychic energy ring? Whether it was after the development of the spiritual energy ring, or martial artists over the years, none of them had been able to just come into contact with spiritual or spiritual-like energy, and were able to do so in such a short period of time as 1 month. Achieving such manipulation results, even in 3 to 5 months, it was almost impossible. This kind of control of spiritual energy and manipulation of spiritual weapons had reached an astonishingly consistent excellence, although much of the incredulity was already sparse and unusual in Zhang Chaoxiang. But amidst the constant stream of discoveries, he was still amazed at its peculiarities. He had already begun to favor believing that the other party's inner body spirit power had truly reached an incredible level. By the time Mr. Guan returned to the trio, he had already gathered himself, and his next step was to adjust the energy strength of everyone's spiritual energy rings. He asked Xingguqi to take off his own spiritual energy ring, opened his palm, summoned out his inner body's spiritual energy, and as if he were a puppet on strings, he communicated with the spiritual energy ring with a strand of spiritual energy. The invisible spiritual power, for these 3 small children, as if it were nothing, but watching Mr. Guan's serious demeanor. He felt that the spiritual energy in his hands was hidden. Mr. Guan's mouth was not idle, he introduced. The energy regulation span of the spiritual energy ring is around 1-50p. 50p is the largest, and it is also the state of the most depletion of stored energy. I am now using my own spiritual energy to carry out strength weaving dissolution of the spiritual energy ring. The principle of regulating strength is roughly the use of spiritual energy into a fine line weaving blockade of the highest strength frequency, reduce the strength of composite weaving, increase the strength of the dissolution of the weaving. It sounds awkward, but when you have the power to utilize it at will in the future, you will naturally understand it without having to learn it. Alright, now I've regulated your energies to 10p. In the middle of the student simulated spiritual power exchange meeting in Tianan City next month, the prescribed energy intensity for the cut is 10p. Don't underestimate the energy of 10p. If you guys can learn to dismantle the moves we learned in the previous skills class into energy boosts, the power will show a further increase and have a surprising effect. Teacher Guan thought that these 3 children, even if they singled out Xingguqi and Tanyu, it was estimated that it would be difficult for them to find opponents for their first attempts. There was no way to comprehend a realm that was too profound. Putting the 10p energy psychic energy ring back on his hand, Xingguqi curiously prodded it directly, not realizing that the huge resonance caused his arm to endure a violent recoil, and threw it directly behind him. Although this level of energy, with your abilities, is not enough to pose a threat to people, try not to point it at people when you're not practicing in a cutthroat manner. Speaking without facing towards Zhang Chaoxiang's side, it was clear that this statement did not include Zhang Chaoxiang. Xingguqi hurriedly nodded his head and turned his body sideways, no longer facing the other two. Zhang Chaoxiang was puzzled. He understood that the use of releasing energy on a small scale like this was basically the most feeble use of spiritual energy. If one needed to play with spiritual power or spiritual-like energy in a fancy and dangerous way, one would have to change the form of spiritual power or incorporate it into martial arts or movements. The martial artist had a long way to go in this course on his own, but right now, that wasn't what he was thinking about. Suppressing their foolish hearts, under the watchful eye of teacher Guan, the three of them were driven to practice skill splitting and try to incorporate energy into the single movements of their attacks. Zhang Chaoqiang was absent-minded. As soon as class ended, without waiting for Talking Yu, he rushed to a corner of the empty playground, showing his urgency. "What's wrong?" Talking Yu caught up and said suspiciously. "Shoo." Zhang Chaoqiang quieted down, trying to recall the scene during class when teacher Guan weaved the spiritual energy ring to block the energy. It was probably like this? Zhang Chaoqiang catalyzed his energy, spreading out from his 5 fingers to form 5 slender spiritual threads, which were driven by his mind to communicate to hitch onto the spiritual energy ring. A flurry of operations, relying on the 39 points of Zhang Chaoqiang's manipulation power. Right now, copying teacher Guan's behavior was barely enough. Layer after layer on the surface of the spiritual energy ring, under Zhang Chaoqiang's feelings, some of the spiritual energy clues similar to knitting sweater patterns, were loosened by his communication one by one. 15p, 20p. Sweat had already covered his forehead, and Tanyu carefully took out a handkerchief from the first layer of the zipper bag of the bear satchel among the pink satchels to wipe it for Zhang Chaoqiang. "Thank you, Talking Yu." Even though he was at a critical stage, Zhang Chaoqiang still managed to find the time to say this. In the end, Zhang Chaoqiang exhausted his energy and adjusted the energy of the spiritual energy ring, weaving unsealing to 25p. Maneuvering power +1. Together with his excitement, he pinched his fist and instantly gave a cross arm to the large banyan tree next to him that possessed a 1 meter 7 diameter trunk. Attached to the energy of 25p strength, protected in the hand, the moment of collision, the last 200 years of history of the big banyan tree, although not a whole shake. But Zhang Chaoqiang left a roughly 3 mm arm imprint on its body, and the countless branches at the top of the tree were trembling chaotically, dropping pieces of old leaves and clattering wind sounds, seemingly expounding on something. "Sorry," muttered Zhang Chaoqiang. Talking Yu, who was still paying attention to the strength of Zhang Chaoqiang's arm, turned her attention back to the words Zhang Chaoqiang said. She never seemed to be quite interested in plants and animals other than people. "Old Grandpa Banyan spoke? Did you understand what he said, Zhang Chaoqiang?" "Lesser," he said, "XXX. What is XXX? It's juvenile. Grandpa Banyan is so strange." "It is. I want to try it too." Talking Yu jumped at the chance. Zhang Chaoqiang had once taught her how to wrap energy around her body, but she didn't realize that Zhang Chaoqiang was now using 25p energy. "Hey, slow down." Talking Yu had already swung out her fist. Zhang Chaoqiang set it aside with a hole and said anxiously, "You're not yet able to skillfully protect your fist with energy, you'll get hurt that way. I also want to become as powerful as you." Thinking of me as a target, Zhang Chaoqiang saw that Talking Yu was as solemn as an adult, her eyebrows like fronts, as if she had made up her mind. After adjusting the strength of her spiritual energy ring to 20p, he instructed, "High-intensity energy manipulation may allow you to make rapid progress, but in order to ensure safety, you must be under my supervision before adjusting the high intensity." Next, Zhang Chaoqiang and Talking Yu practiced intensely during the month. After continuously practicing their manipulation power, their values gradually increased. And by liberating the weaving state of the spiritual energy ring, they were able to reach 35p. By having to adapt to the 35p energy interval every day for a month, Talking Yu's manipulation of the spiritual energy ring had also become much more skillful. Zhang Chaoqiang realized that it seemed like he had become a teacher in some ways? Or a parent? The original feeling of nurturing, was it like this? Ever since he secretly turned up the energy intensity, the energy storage that could originally be used 20 to 30 times usually lost its energy completely after about 10 times. The loss was so severe that Zhang Chaoqiang was able to seek out Mr. Guan's help in recharging the energy a full 13 times a day at most. Why 13 times? Because Zhang Chaoqiang was only able to search for Mr. Guan 13 times that day. It was also precisely that day that teacher Guan, while searching for teacher Xian language again to strongly request for a repeat of the spirit verification on Zhang Chaoqiang, was kicked off by the other party, his buttocks sinking deep into the corridor handrail. It was only then that his thoughts shifted back. Right, Zhang Chaoqiang isn't suffering from stress, but he's concentrating on preparing for the next elementary school's simulated energy exchange. There's nothing wrong with him. Having gathered that he would never beep again, Xianyu patted her leg and nodded in satisfaction. Sometimes, the method of psychological counseling depends on the person, and some people just use targeted physical therapy. Recently, Zhang Chaoqiang found that his father is also very busy, every day out early and late. "I heard that the factory orders and more must be rushed before the year to work overtime to get finished." That said, Dad Zhang Huolong factory production and manufacturing of what exactly the object, Zhang Chaoqiang is not to know. Most of the work troubles and things he will not take the initiative to say, unless asked. Only remember, it seems to be about the mold shells of various weapons devices. A month later, Zhang Chaoxiang, who diligently cultivated, could not help but sigh a sentence. It is easy to get started but difficult to become proficient. Manipulation power has been stuck at 46 for some days. What comforted him more was that Tan Yu was very smart. Regarding the many points of manipulating the spiritual energy ring, it was very vague, and by only saying a generalization, the other party was also able to understand and learn in a relatively short period of time. Moreover, during this month, Teacher Guan had given the three of them extra small cooking, instructing them to incorporate energy into their movements, just like what Zhang Chaoxiang had demonstrated at the beginning. Elbow strikes, punches, whips, and some simple movements were already able to be integrated. December 22nd, today happened to be the winter solstice, and according to the schedule, the day after tomorrow would be the day of the exchange of various elementary schools' spiritual energy rings. It was also today that Zhang Chaoxiang got a news that made him thunderbolt from the sunny sky and chilled his heart on the winter solstice. What? There will be no awards for the exchange? Teacher Guan told him that the exchange meeting was really just a cut and write exchange. It wasn't that serious, so naturally, there were no awards set for titles such as champion, first place, second place, and so on. Zhang Chaoxiang was exasperated and laughed in his heart. In order to prepare for this, he had even put off the Tianan City Primary School student painting competition that would be held a few days later. During his free time this month, he had been practicing the manipulation of his spiritual energy ring and practicing writing, so he had no time to refine his drawing skills at all. Now you're telling me that you won't set up an award? Then where will I fill in the last 1 point of my obvious comparison experience? As the new year is approaching, there are really no other competitions in these 2 months. Only the painting competition in a week's time can act as a filler for the last bit of experience. Zhang Chaoxiang needed time to prepare, and he was a little less than kind, but in the end, he still informed Mr. Guan. Teacher Guan, I might not have the time to participate in this exchange. Ha? Teacher Guan was momentarily puzzled, then said, it's okay, there will be rewards given out by the school for good grades without placing. You don't have to worry about this, Mr. Zhang Chaoxiang. He thought that Zhang Chaoxiang was because of his family's financial problems, but in fact, their family was already considered well off within the range of unusual people in his opinion. It was just that it was not worth mentioning in front of Teacher Guan and these martial artists. Zhang Chaoxiang still claimed that he needed to coordinate his time to arrange the work, saying that he would implement it as soon as possible and give himself a reply. Coordinate the time, arrange the work, and implement it as soon as possible. That's a set of words. Am I making it up or is Mr. Zhang Chaoxiang making it up? Teacher Guan entered a state of confusion. Today, the winter solstice, Tan Yu was very happy all day. Because this year's winter solstice, to Zhang Chaoxiang's house. Fish skin dumplings, horseshoe dumplings, donkey meat dumplings, waterfish dumplings. Sitting sideways on the seat between classes, with her back to the blackboard, Tan Yu swish back and forth pulling the zipper of her satchel, while counting, almost more than 30 kinds of dumplings. She asked Zhang Chaoxiang, Grandpa Chen told me that he prepared these types of dumplings, I wonder if there are enough. Zhang Chaoxiang, who was practicing writing with full concentration, was attempting to utilize his brush to write, combining various different characters from a poem to become a painting by arranging the position, rotating the angle to zoom in and out, and other methods. This is the Mothershan Rose in a brush ratio short video found in the creative. She was still trying to let Zhang Chaoxiang use a funeral of roses, burying our memories. Love is not something you can buy if you want to, and Shen Changwei loved Zhang Huolong. These paragraphs to draw a family portrait of her and her dad, Zhang Huolong, plus herself. Zhang Chaoxiang, who refused on the spot, did not expect to actually implement it today. He was going to use this idea in a short period of time to try and see if he could win the awards for the painting competition. The top 3 would be fine. After all, practicing his painting skills would take more time. Are these dumplings enough? Seeing that Zhang Chaoxiang did not reply, Tan Yu repeated. You're saying that Grandpa Chen has prepared more than 30 types of dumplings to come over? Yes, but I don't think it's quite enough. Just like the buns, Grandpa Chen sends me big dozens of satchels almost every month, and they're never the same every day. No wonder then, you've never carried that little bear satchel I gave you. Zhang Chaoxiang finished drawing, self-satisfied, waved the pen to collect ink. His face could not see the happiness, anger, sadness and joy, as calm as the surface of the lake. Who said that? I've been carrying it? Talking Yu quickly turned over the black leather satchel, which was loaded with, as brand new factory small white bear pink soft satchel. After taking a look, Tan Yu zipped it up. Oh. Zhang Chaoxiang's gaze remained stagnant in the position of the satchel that had already moved away, nodding slightly. After a long time, he packed up the items on the table, and carefully handed the A3-sized rice paper to Tan Yu. Only for me? Tan Yu jumped for joy. Looking closer, there were 2 awkward characters, Tan Yu. Looking at it from a distance, one could vaguely tell that it was a portrait with a high degree of resemblance to Tan Yu herself. The thoughtful Zhang Chaoxiang was still using colored ink. Of course it's not just for you, Grandpa Chen also has them. Zhang Chaoxiang took out another pair of portraits consisting of 3 large twisted characters on it, Chen Shoukai. Comparing the 2, Tan Yu felt that her painting was a bit more refined than Grandpa Chen's. After school, the 2 of them were picked up by old Chen, ready to head back to Zhang Chaoxiang's home. Today's old Chen had specially combed his hair with a big back. How to say that today was also a festival. Crimson vest shirt, iron straight suit pants, glowing appearance, fully 11 social elite. As if today is not the housekeeper Lao Chen, not the driver Lao Chen, but the elite Lao Chen. But when he arrived at Zhang Chaoqiang's house, he became Chef Old Chen. If you eat, a bunch of people eat. If you cook, one person cooks. Still swinging the spatula around until it smoked, he kept muttering under his breath, and from time to time, he even turned sideways and stretched his head to look at the hall, chanting another sentence. I'd like to see if Zhang Chaoqiang's mom can clean up this chicken. Inside the living room, a large rooster was crowing non-stop woo-woo in a stainless steel basin. With a crooked face and pursed lips, Xin Xiangwei pressed the rooster's wings tightly through her gloves. Whispered, see the ghost, crazy, the boss is crazy, winter solstice does not send dumplings, do not send shopping cards, do not send money, send a large rooster? All cut the trachea, why are you still struggling? Shen Rosebud was slapped by the rooster's wings and covered in blood, chicken feathers flew all over the sky. Zheng Chaoqiang, who couldn't see past it, hurriedly drove the psychic energy ring energy like a thin line. The rooster's throat trachea that hadn't been completely cut off was cut off as much as possible, and his hands helped control the rooster's wings. Hanging down upside down, he bled the rooster. Zhang Chaoqiang is so powerful. Talking you sincerely praised. Zhang Chaoqiang is awesome. Old Chen, the chef in the kitchen, grimaced. Boiling water and plucking the chicken's feathers were done in one go with Zhang Chaoqiang's help, and unknowingly Xin Xiangwei ran to the side to swipe her cell phone. Mom, come and help. Coming. Rustling, the sound of the door opening, Dad Zhang Huolong came back. Zhang Huolong's cheeks looked a bit puffy lately. I don't know if it was exhaustion or what. Hi, Lao Chen, hi, Tanyu, wife, mua, super, mua. After a string of homecoming routine flow streaks, Zhang Huolong was physically and mentally exhausted and paralyzed on the sofa. Hubby, today you're very perfunctory, hey. Xin Xiangwei beamed and pouted, and with one hand of chicken feather and chicken blood flavor, she directly cupped Zhang Huolong's chin and sat in the other party's arms. Muah! Yikes! Zhang Chaoqiang hastily covered the eyes of Talking You, even if the other party was curious and wanted to pivot away. Zhang Huolong, who had been kissed deeply, looked a little better, but he was not good at lying, and his original expression could not hide his heart. The crowd saw him paralyzing himself on the sofa without saying a word, especially Xin Xiangwei, who had gradually become worried. Hubby, I fixed you a pair of black Chelsea online today, see if you like it? Facing the cell phone photo that Chen Rangwei stretched over, Zhang Huolong coped with the state that was visible to the naked eye and nodded his head, like it. Ah, there must be something wrong. Although usually two people love each other, but in the aesthetic dress up above, each of them have their own opinion. Neither would compromise with the other. Like what the new wave of dark punk style, Xin Xiangwei this kind of reformist, Zhang Huolong as a traditionalist is absolutely not to the other side of the compromise. The black Chelsea that Chen Rangwei bought for Zhang Huolong, hard hesitation for 2 days, did not speak to him, did not expect that today even passed his decision? This was not normal, this was not reasonable. Hubby, what's wrong with you? Xin Xiangwei directly gave Zhang Huolong a mouthful, kissing the opposite side of the 5 faints and 3 collapses. Old Chen, who heard the commotion, hurriedly shouted, Chaoqiang. There was no need for him to worry at all. Zhang Chaoqiang's hand over Tanyu's eyes didn't move at all, allowing Tanyu to try to break it open, but also in vain. Say it or not, say it or not, say it or not. The general offense of indiscriminate bombardment still did not pry open the absent-minded, listless Zhang Huolong's mouth. Could it be because Xin Xiangwei realized something? Yesterday, the famous player of the Aegean border country, Mei Chicken, refused to take the field at the Central Country Soccer exhibition match. Hubby's idol was Plum Chicken. She hurriedly turned the channel to the sports news being broadcasted on the television. It doesn't seem to be. Xin Xiangwei didn't have any way to pry Zhang Huolong's mouth open even after some tossing and turning, and finally, Zhang Chaoqiang stepped in. Zhang Huolong's eyes were lax and lifeless, his gaze glazed over, and Zhang Chaoqiang took advantage of the moment when he called him, and his eyes met. Whoa hoo hoo. Containing the aggrieved, lost emotion instantly be inspired, Zhang Huolong in the cough after the tears like a waterfall gushing, Xin Xiangwei hastily give to hand over tissues. What's wrong, is not in the factory aggrieved? Shen Rose embraced the road, a time to give him a tight hug, and then stroked the back of the careful care, but also to persuade. With both sides attacking, Zhang Huolong finally sobbed out. These days the factory has received a few more long-term orders, one of which needs to be shipped out urgently. The manpower recruited last month was still not enough, so 2 days ago we recruited new employees over. I didn't expect that one of the new employees in our production line was my junior high school classmate. As soon as he saw me, he climbed relatives. He said how it is also a classmate in the past, in the future to take care of him more. I thought that although I only studied 1 year in junior high school, but after all, it is a classmate, care is certainly to take care of. But I didn't expect him to get an inch. The next day began to not work. Who let him do things? He just a condescending. My classmate is the team leader. Dry or not work is none of your business. Then of course I had to spread it out and tell him, you came to work, not doing work is definitely not an option. I didn't realize that he actually, surprisingly what? A sudden cry. I don't know when, old Chen had already come out from the kitchen, moving a stool to sit on the chicken killing basin, boiling water to scald the rooster, then plucking the feathers to deal with the internal organs. It was as if he was really here to do something. Zhang Huolong whimpered and continued to speak intermittently. He said that I don't deserve to be in this position. He also said that I'm just a dilettante who hasn't graduated from junior high school. Who is he to be able to manage him? To manage him as a college student, and who is he to be a small management of a team leader? He said I got everything today, all is good luck. I this kind of education, this kind of uneducated spirit boy, why can also ride on his head. Saying that, Zhang Huolong's eyes reddened once again. Shen Xiangwei hurriedly wiped her tears, encircled his head, gently nursing and comforting. Oh, I won't reason. I only know that I have today is not because of good luck, but all rely on their own efforts and wife's superb support. His resume, on the blank on just a bachelor's degree certificate of completion, graduated 3 or 4 years do not work, no resume experience, study time did not win any awards. But actually stayed up for nearly 7 or 8 years before becoming such a team leader. He said that my luck is good, he is sentence of my luck, to erase all my efforts. The crowd was silent, and there was a slight heaviness in the air. Fucking hell. Unexpectedly, the first one to curse was Old Chen. One could only see Old Chen holding the rooster that had been plucked of all its feathers and gathering up its entrails, just like a screaming chicken in the middle of a game. The two pupils were glaring huge, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe them as angry eyes. Zheng Chaoqiang, as an afterthought, did not expect that the first one to swear and curse in front of Tanya was actually Old Chen. At this time, Old Chen also realized that he was talking too much in front of the children, but he was still angry and his breathing gradually became rapid. Zhang Huolong, who was startled so much, the sense of aggression in his heart dropped for a while. Old Chen, what are you doing again? Zhang Huolong asked him with a hoarse voice. In the next moment, the corners of Old Chen's mouth turned downwards as he gave a flashback to his past. Back in my day, it should have been around Earth Star 960, at that time, I was also new to society, and had yet to enter Talking You's family. At that time, my first job in society was to play the load is to cut the vegetables and prepare the vegetables. The master fried the vegetables to the plate after the work of the underhand. At that time, a total of 10 apprentices, I am considered more diligent that one, pick through the eyebrows, to help pour tea and water to wash the clothes, to get the master chef's favor before giving the opportunity to learn the cuisine. In addition to working hours, other times once free, I will buy materials at my own expense to learn to fry cooking, and so continued for a good period of time before getting the first opportunity to take the helm. I cherish, day by day more and more hard work, day by day more and more tired, before I was considered to be the year's kitchen second in command, and the head chef master also formally accepted me as a disciple. I worked diligently until after his old man retired, and also introduced me to his martial artist friends, allowing me to set foot on the path of practicing martial arts. The current me, and the other apprentices at the time, no matter the identity, stature, strength and so on, are not at the same level at all, and with the way they treat things, it makes it so that now all of them are still a second scooper in an ordinary restaurant. It is because of this, from the beginning I was able to take the first step in the beginning of the spoon. They have been in the denigration of me, saying that I will only kiss the ass, lick the teacher's ass, or else where people will accept me as an apprentice, smooth talk without a bit of real material. Until the time I learned to be a master, and then later quit the chef profession, they were still spreading rumors, this kind of people who never take the efforts of others seriously. Grass. Mom. Old Chen's eyes were red, his eyes covered in red blood, and he exerted all his energy before roaring out that last sentence. Deliberately slowing down his speech, in order, Zhang Chaoqiang had enough time to seal Tan Yu's ears. Without realizing it, Old Chen was also full of tears. No, that's not right. How, himself too? Zhang Chaoqiang's heart was inexplicably touched as he felt his eyes blur, and moist tears also heated up within his eyes. The senses were enlarged, and the emotions in his heart were also enlarged, and it seemed that the whole person was sentimental. In life, not being recognized by people was a very difficult thing to bear. And these people, not only wipe out all their efforts, but also wantonly defile each other's innocence. A particularly sad phenomenon, even if you don't mind, but when you hear these remarks, being denied their own efforts, everything they have gained in the eyes of other people seem to be just picking up, without experiencing a trace of hard work. You will still be heartbroken. Zheng Chaoqiang can empathize. Zhang Huolong heard those words, those who simply do not make any effort, but a pair of righteous indignation and cynicism of the table. This kind of, perhaps is the dad Zhang Huolong and Old Chen most feel lost to grief pointed. Unconsciously, Zheng Chaoqiang could no longer control his emotions, and hurriedly dropped his head to shed tears. Adolescence activation progress bar 100%. While his emotions were further expanded today, the puberty activation progress bar filled up, representing that he had officially entered puberty. It was only when Zhang Huolong returned to his senses that he wondered why he was so agitated just now and acted rudely. However, after throwing up, and then under the comforting embrace of his wife, he had already cleaned up his mood, turning left and right always looking for something to do. But the stubborn old man Lao Chen, who had a resolute attitude, still didn't give the other party a chance to enter the kitchen. Even set up the dishes, he was not allowed. Because the placement of the bowl, the position of the chopsticks, these are some very strict standards of etiquette, not because he has obsessive-compulsive disorder, although it does have some, but mainly because from the master's generation, this is how it was passed down. Zhang Huolong had nothing to do, wandered around, or sat back on the sofa, accompanying talking you to watch cartoons together. His mood was gradually improving under the healing of his family. And Zhang Chaoqiang turned to leave. He came to sit alone on the balcony windowsill, his left foot propped up, took off his shoes and stepped on the windowsill, his left hand rested on his left foot above the knee. Melancholy eyes, but his heart was hissing urgently. Calm down, calm down. How emotions are suddenly out of control. I want to cry, I grass. Still immersed in the experience of Dad Zhang Huolong in the party. After a few seconds passed, the progress bar finished loading, in which several messages were ejected, almost blinding Zhang Chaoqiang's eyes. Adolescence, countdown to 3 years. Debuff, emotions are dramatically amplified, in line with the state of an unusual adolescent teenager. End of puberty, growth value plus 2000. Puberty target. Mass pointing, puberty time limit. Playing it cool, adolescent teenager, you need to play it cool in front of others and gain their approval, provided that your toes don't snap out of 3 rooms on the way to playing it cool. Total number of times 0/10, 1 success plus 1 psionic value, plus 0. 02 torso. Dark humor, tell jokes or facts that will send others to hell, on a spiritual level, if they get a laugh. 0/10 total, plus 1 psionic point, plus 0. 02 spirit on 1 success. Make a splash, when the collective is proud of you and onlookers marvel at you, a specific moment to make an appearance can get you noticed. Adolescence is always about trying to get someone's attention, isn't it? Total times 0/10, 1 success plus 1 psionic point, plus 0. 02 viscera. Family pointing, no time limit. Rebel, disobey the will of parents 30 times, may not grieve them. Body cap plus 3, growth value plus 200, manipulation power plus 10. Revealer, discover 20 of your parents' untold secrets. Spiritual ceiling plus 3, growth value plus 200, sense of smell of demonic beasts plus 15. Reformer, make behavioral or cognitive adjustments to parents 30 times. Visceral ceiling plus 3, growth value plus 200, spiritual control plus 10. Unconsciously, Zhang Chaoqiang couldn't control his emotions and got sad. Compared to the matter of his dad, Zhang Huolong, the current puberty goal was the one that caused him the most headache and broke down. He didn't even need to have puberty anymore, so what was the point of forcing himself to increase it? What is the meaning of forcing oneself to increase? What is the meaning of forcing oneself to expand one's emotions? Zhang Chaoqiang didn't want to be a crybaby and angry brat. There are also these tasks, one more than one difficult, one more than one embarrassing. Take this play handsome as an example. Play a chicken hair handsome he just think about, those in adolescence of the student child buddies one by one the antithesis of the operation. Play handsome out of the limelight this kind of how childish behavior, and the spirit of the guy dress aesthetic self-conscious superior and why is not the essence of the same phenomenon. Zhang Chaoqiang's face gradually distorted. With a click, the image of him shedding tears was captured by Xin Xiangwei. Yo, Chaoqiang is crying. Xin Xiangwei announced loudly towards the living room, and at that moment, it was as if Columbus had discovered a new continent. Along with the sound of surprise, Shenrongwei even repeatedly pressed the camera shutter and even had to videotape it. Zhang Chaoqiang, who originally had extremely complex emotions, saw his own mom even make fun of himself like this. Complaints, shame and other emotions arose. No matter how much he stopped inwardly, how to shout asshole, give me to stop No matter how much he tried to stop it, the distortion on his face became heavier and heavier. Although there were no cries, tears gushed and dripped onto his clothes under the shocked voice of Shenrongwei. Yo, the crying has gotten even worse. Hubby, come and see now. Realizing that Zhang Chaoqiang was crying, the couple's first reaction was not comfort or sorrow. Instead, they were shocked and let out a bull 6. For so many years, it was basically rare to see Zhang Huolong shedding tears, while Zhang Chaoqiang even less so, except for the baby period. After the age of 2, he had not cried at all. Today, the old son shed horse urine, and the son shed horse urine. What is going on? So it was not without a little reason that Xin Xiangwei's surprise. What? Super strength cried? Zhang Huolong came to his senses, completely leaving his worries from earlier behind. Zhang Chaoqiang cried? Talking you froze, as if she had heard a big joke. Since kindergarten, Zhang Chaoqiang had sat next to his crybaby self, completely unfazed, as if the word cry was never in Zhang Chaoqiang's dictionary. When Tanyu and Zhang Huolong quickly ran to the balcony, Old Chen was already here, grating the carrots in his hand that would be used in the soup later. The four of them only saw Zhang Chaoqiang desperately wiping the tears on his cheeks with his sleeves, finally holding back the emotions spreading in his heart. Everyone thought that this picture should be included in the historic moment album. Xin Xianwei unprecedentedly did not comfort Zhang Chaoqiang, because she swiped through a short video, in which a mother found her adolescent child sitting on the windowsill crying just like the transgressive Jay Cho. The more he comforted and cared, the more miserable he cried. Zhang Huolong wouldn't comfort at all either, just faintly saying something like, crying is one of the ways to vent your emotions. It's a good thing. Don't keep your bad moods inside. Too fresh. Old Chen exclaimed. The crowd looked at the carrot in his hand, and Old Chen quickly waved his head. I'm not talking about the carrot. Hurriedly taking the photos, Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei stiffly pulled Old Chen away, secretly begging for help from Tanyu. Talking you, help uncle and auntie coax Zhang Chaoqiang, okay? While saving the photo of Zhang Chaoqiang crying just now as wallpaper, Shen Rangwei squatted down and touched Talking You. Wrap it around me. Talking You jumped around and moved a stool to sit in the balcony. At this time Zhang Chaoqiang was twisting his head to watch the bustling traffic outside and how beautiful the night was. Talking You patted Zhang Chaoqiang. The latter turned his head and had already cleaned up his mood, although those fucked up targets still made him bitter. Zhang Chaoqiang, you actually cried today, so funny. Zhang Chaoqiang cocked his head? In kindergarten in the past, it was always you who saw me crying. Now I see you crying too, so awesome, great. Talking about you's seriousness, Zhang Chaoqiang suffocated his emotions to the point of difficulty. A whole face turned into a pig's liver like blood color. Old Chen picks through his eyebrows, as soon as he hugs Talking You away, sighing in his heart. Dinner was served. Old Chen truly deserved to be an outstanding housekeeper, martial artist, driver, and chef. Everything was organized. 6 dishes and 1 soup were cooked. The main course was dumplings, all kinds of dumplings, more than 30 types, 2 of each type were cooked. Zhang Chaoqiang had already adjusted himself. At the dinner table, the adults were chatting. He seemed to think of something. He said, Dad and Mom, food is not words. It's best not to talk at dinner. Okay. Dad and Mom quickly agreed. But why? Why did not show the completion of a remodeler? After a few minutes he understood why. Because after agreeing to Zhang Chaoqiang, just 2 or 3 minutes later his mouth involuntarily moved. As if he couldn't control himself in general. These were personal habits that had been down for more than 10 years, and it seemed like there was no way to change them for a while. Just like the program in general, you have to turn over the underlying program to be able to completely change, otherwise it will always be the left ear in the right ear out. I'm afraid the cycle of this kind of remodeling is very long. Pain. Painful emotions exploded in Zhang Chaoqiang, which was suppressed by him to death, and for a while his mouth did not eat. As she ate, Xin Xiangwei took out her screensaver wallpaper for the crowd to see. On it was precisely the photo of Zhang Chaoqiang sitting on the windowsill and sobbing just now. Zhang Chaoqiang's toes immediately snapped out of the 3 rooms. At the time Zhang Huolong saw the photo, but could not help but exclaim, how do I feel, a little handsome? Old Chen from the clip and the shirt collar of the presbyopia worn in front of the glasses, Zhang Chaoqiang's photo carefully appreciate. Indeed, Zhang Chaoqiang and the dark night produced a sharp contrast. This posture is also very handsome. Originally grew a small handsome. Tear stain is added a trace of melancholy, really cool. Playing it cool, 1 out of 10, plus 1 point of psychic value, plus 0.02 torso. Happy. The corners of Zhang Chaoqiang's mouth suddenly raised, like how to suppress it could not be suppressed, unintentional action to him to achieve the goal for once. Good thing at that time he did not feel self-conscious about embarrassment. Xin Xiangwei thought Zhang Chaoqiang liked this photo, purposely gave him another raise. Zhang Chaoqiang once again deducted another 3-room apartment type. After dinner, the old Chen Tanyu was not in a hurry to go. 5 people sitting in front of the TV. It happens to also have so a point of the family feeling. Television International News Channel. Due to the uncivilized and disrespectful behavior of Mei Chicken who refused to take the field in our soccer exhibition match today, our country will join the International Sports Federation to impose a total ban on Mei Chicken. And henceforth, we will interrupt all strategic cooperation and weapons and armor provision to the border country of Aegon, and the outstanding talents of the expatriates will be recalled in the near future. Any attempt to show disrespectful behavior towards our country will pay the price. Seeing this piece of news, old Chen, who was sitting on the sofa, directly sighed. It's so good that the country is thriving, so that we can have such a stable life nowadays, and the people don't have to suffer from the threat of war from being on the border of humanity, and anything that is rude to us can be easily put to rest. Speaking of which, the master who brought me into martial arts in the first place also contributed to the construction of the central state. Tanyu, Grandpa Chen, tell us about martial artists and demonic beasts. Old Chen looked towards the far side of the windowsill. These are still far away from you guys. When you go to junior high school you will gradually be able to get a glimpse of these. Today, I will talk to you guys about. The 2 families had an ordinary winter solstice. The next day at work, Zhang Huolong see that junior high school classmates again absenteeism disappeared, began to work on preparing to submit to the upper head of the information of its dismissal. But the personnel told him that last night the man had resigned with just a hurried phone call, sounding very alarmed. Zhang Chaoqiang sighed, whether in order to achieve the goal of publicity, or adolescent desire to win, must be proposed to Mr. Huan to participate in this exchange. The 3rd day after the winter solstice, the so-called primary school simulated spiritual power exchange was held at Yuhua Primary School, the affiliated elementary school of Tianan City's No. 1 Martial Arts School, Yuhua Martial Arts School. It wasn't like a formal event, it was actually an exchange between outstanding students from different schools. In order to test the level between them, after all, the martial artist is not a vase, is ultimately to go into battle, against the foreign demonic beasts. The development and birth of the spiritual energy ring, in a way, allowed some children to have a glimpse and exercise for the martial arts path earlier. On the 7th floor of Yuhua Primary School's Wisdom Building, inside the martial arts hall, in the center was a huge shock-absorbing sparring platform with 100 square meters. There were no spectators, only participants and teacher leaders. Surrounded by all kinds of school uniforms, like fireworks, all kinds of different color combinations, like they wanted to dominate the main event. But the Yuhua Primary School team, located in the main field, with 3 grades, 4, 5 and 6, only selected 20 people, plus their respective responsible skill teachers and the director and principal, with the same light black background and red logo embellished martial arts uniforms. In the midst of all the flowers, a different kind of steadiness arose. Before the match, Zhang Chaoqiang broke away from the team and surveyed the field. It was his first time to take part in this kind of cut and thrust battle out of the ordinary category. In the previous martial arts competitions, where was this kind of spiritual energy present? He stabilized his foolish excitement and swept around the field. Yadi Primary School, Tianan City No. 1 Primary School, Lotus Primary School, Tiannan Martial Arts School Affiliated No. 1 Primary School, Tiannan Martial Arts School Affiliated No. 2 Primary School. Including his own school, there were a total of 7 elementary school, and there were a total of 100 pre-selected top students in martial arts who participated in the cutthroat exchange. Yuhua Primary School had gone through layers of screening, but there were still 20 students who were qualified to go on the field, so it was evident that the name of the first primary school of Wushu section was well deserved. After these 2 days of thinking, he was thinking, the goal does not need to be too deliberate, whether it is out of the limelight or play cool, if it is too much specialized for its action. Then in the eyes of others, and deliberately pretending to be a middle child, no different. Zhang Chaoqiang still wants to find a way to accomplish the goal in an invisible way. This was unavoidable, and in the future, he would have to seize opportunities that could showcase himself. Zhang Chaoqiang, are you nervous? Talking Yu gently bumped his back with her head tied in a single ponytail. Small children always like to play around. Zhang Chaoqiang's strange eyes watched the movement in her hand that was about to pull the zipper of the satchel to the point of smoking. Frowning, this was the second layer of the satchel. The outermost one had already been broken by the nervous Talking Yu. If this one breaks again, then the next one, it will be the turn of the bare satchel that he gave to himself. Zhang Chaoqiang nodded, I am very nervous. Talking Yu heard the other party's calm words. The zipper pulling action once again accelerated until the chain broke. Her hand went to lightly twist the zipper of the bare satchel inside again. Pausing for half a moment, she finally let go. You're pretty good now. The psionic rings are manipulating nicely. Just practice like you normally do and trust yourself. The exchange was ready to begin, and the schools had standardized on a maximum energy of 10p for the psychic energy ring setting, so as not to be able to easily injure their opponents, and both sides of the duel needed to change into sparring protective bodysuits for cushioning the impact. After the first round of sparring, each student is free to challenge other students. The rules were also simple. Being knocked down or out of the line was considered elimination. Zhang Chaoqiang drew a male student from Yadi Primary School, which was famous for its liberal arts, so only 8 students came this time. As for Tan Yu, she drew a big girl from Tiannan First Primary School. The people they drew from were all in the same age grade. Before they officially went on the court, the scene was very lively, and every student who was going to go on the court had a skills class teacher in front of them instructing them on the things they needed to pay attention to when sparring and cutting. And after Mr. Guan had instructed Xingguiqi and Tan Yu in his class, he lingered in front of Zhang Chaoqiang, his mouth constantly chattering. Almost by the time the entire room of students began to get ready to wait for their numbers to be called on, Mr. Guan still had no intention of stopping his mouth. Next to them, around Schoolmaster Lu, the director of instruction, and teacher Chang Wen, the eye-reflecting lights flickered. Skills class teachers from other classes in the same school, and even some other school teacher leaders who were in neighboring locations came to be interested. Zhang Chaoqiang had won awards frequently in various knowledge competitions and children's martial arts competitions over the past few years, and most of the teachers, not only in this school, but even in the neighboring schools, knew him. They secretly thought that with Zhang Chaoqiang's ability, I'm afraid that the spiritual energy ring, sparring battles were also manipulated in a smooth manner, right? Where was the need for such nagging? Were they worried that he would be nervous when sparring, or that he would get hurt? It's not necessary, is it? Gradually, in the large martial arts hall, Mr. Guan's voice was a bit louder, and the teachers from the surrounding schools came closer to hear the clear voice that went back and forth with just a few words, but still repeating them over and over again. Mr. Zhang Chaoqiang, later on, you have to be more attentive and careful, don't hurt each other. This is a sparring session, a friendly sparring session between schools, remember to keep it to the point, just about the same, you mustn't hit hard, do you understand what the teacher is saying? Teacher Guan spoke long and earnestly, going back and forth 2 more times before finally stopping. He hadn't seen Zhang Chaoqiang go all out, but the details revealed by the other party during the weekday training were enough to worry him. When the crowd heard this, in an instant, they were all stunned in place. Is it serious? Careful people observed that its principal, director, and teacher Chang Wen never dropped the serious expression on their faces during Mr. Guan's speech to Zhang Chaoqiang, which, please prepare all parties, the referee announced before they returned to their original positions with resentment. After starting from the lower grades, Zhang Chaoqiang observed several matches before wasting any more of his attention on them. They were all similar to what teacher Guan had taught him, incorporating energy into basic movements or acting as temporary offhand techniques, which he had already played badly. He turned his head and focused on Tan Yu and instructed, "Your opponent is a big girl who is a head taller than you. What are your plans?" Talking Yu carefully recalled the content of the actual battles since Zhang Chaoqiang had accompanied her in training over the previous month as well as Mr. Guan's theoretical knowledge, and said, "Aim for the underhand, roam and consume, and seize the right moment?" "That's right. Talking Yu, your skillfulness in manipulating energy has been amazing in the exercises I gave you before. With an energy strength of 10p in the district, flexible manipulation is your superiority. In terms of strength, you may not be able to beat them, but the flexible utilization of energy is your strong point, while others are unaware of it, focusing on interfering with wandering in order to seek to seize the opportunity of a single strike." Zhang Chaoqiang waved his arm towards Talking Yu as a sort of cheer for her. Meanwhile, a proud-looking Xingguiqi, who had just picked up the win in a crushing manner, waved his arms wildly, his waist and hips relaxing, just like Connor, who had just captured a two-weight gold belt. "Please invite Tanya Yu, Lin Ping to the ring." On top of the sparring platform, under the referee's waving instructions, Talking Yu and Lin Ping from the opposite side of Tiannanmen One primary school shook their fists as a salute. In comparison, the 1 meter 4.5 Talking Yu was nearly half a head shorter than the opposite side. However, Zhang Chaoqiang was very assured of her, he believed in his own guidance, and that avoiding one's shortcomings was the key to defeating the opponent with more weight. With a command, the two of them instantly tensed their bodies and confronted each other in a counterclockwise walk. Talking Yu took the lead, the right hand wearing the psychic energy ring threw a punch to interfere. The other party retreated and dodged, then attached the energy to the arm wearing the psychic energy ring and returned the attack. Exchanging hands against the air one after another, Lin Ping thought that she had blocked off Talking Yu's path of retreat, and step by step, she pressed her opponent tightly. Pushing, elbowing, swinging horizontally, Tanya noticed that all of her opponent's movements were basically carried out by the hand that wore the psychic energy ring. Manipulation of energy, only at this level? The basic breakdown movements of an attack could sometimes give a glimpse of the person's martial arts talent, and it was obvious that Lin Ping's martial arts talent was quite good. The teachers from the various schools present were still able to carry out their attacks so smoothly against her arm that had energy attached to it. A series of disintegrating movements had them nodding their heads in succession, but by the time they came back to their senses, the sparring match was over in an instant. Lin Ping got carried away, her persecution of Talking Yu intensified, and the moment both sides approached the edge of the platform was also the moment they were closest to each other. Talking Yu struck, swinging her waist and hips sideways, her toes landing on her opponent's inner knee. Lin Ping thought she had seized the opportunity, and her fist filled with 10p energy was directed towards Talking Yu's chest. Once hit, the other party's single-legged stance, naturally, could not be resisted. As for the attack that had kicked the inside of his knee, it was just an ordinary force. How could it be as hard as his energy-enhanced fist? Suddenly, Lin Ping's pupils shrank, her legs involuntarily flexed, and she clearly felt that before Talking Yu's foot had even touched her thigh, it had emitted a ring of energy fluctuations. The force of the fluctuation might as well have been around 5 kilograms? It was enough to make her thighs go numb with a shock, followed by a whipping leg strike with an additional energy surround, directly knocking her to the ground. Yuhua Primary School's Tan Yu, the winner. Lin Ping was not indignant, she was still shocked by what she had just seen. Her opponent was actually able to attach power to a body part that did not have a spiritual energy ring in contact with it? So powerful. After saluting, before both sides prepared to leave the field, Tan Yu turned her head towards Zhang Chaoqiang's position and raised her mouth to smile. Zhang Chaoqiang lost his concentration for a moment. It wasn't because of Tang Yu. At the same time as he was fighting against Tao Yu, what he was thinking about was how he could accomplish both goals at the same time, playing cool and making a name for himself at the same time. This was a great test of one's ability to pretend, but Zhang Chaoqiang thought that he might not be too suitable for deliberately pretending. Why? Because the current Zhang Chaoqiang was about 3 millimeters shorter than the Zhang Chaoqiang from 10 minutes ago. The reason for this was that the brainstorming of various on-field pretending scenarios was too anticlimactic, and it was really embarrassing to be self-conscious, and in the meantime the toes had madly snapped out of the 3 chambers, and the insoles had been snapped down by a full 3 millimeters. He decided that it is better not to deliberately pretend to be a bully, and act normally. Just as he returned to his senses, he saw Talking Yu, who threw herself a smile. Seeing the other party easily take the victory, the corners of Zhang Chaoqiang's mouth couldn't help but pry up. When expressions were involuntarily controlled by emotions, they could only be manually suppressed. He hastily gave it a press with his hand, tugging on both corners of his mouth with his thumb and forefinger, nodding strangely to Tan Yu. Is this what it feels like to be nurtured? Filled with a sense of accomplishment, Zhang Chaoqiang drifted off. When Talking Yu was off the field, school head Lu and director, Cheng Wan and other teachers discussed in low voices. They discovered Talking Yu's amazing ability to manipulate spiritual weapons, which was directly related to the spiritual tier. Your dream of being an outstanding cutting-edge battle armor manipulator, which requires a very high spiritual tier, is now gradually approaching. Zhang Chaoxiang, still pressing the corners of his mouth to cover his face, said to Tan Yu, who had just gotten off the field. You still remember my dream? Talking Yu was surprised. She remembered that she had only mentioned it to Zhang Chaoxiang once when she was in kindergarten. Zhang Chaoxiang nodded his head curtly, while hearing the referee's roll call summons. It was his turn. Go Zhang Chaoxiang! Talking Yu exclaimed. He went up to the stage and saluted in a flowing manner. Zhang Chaoxiang of Yuhua Primary School versus Chen Dong of Yadi Primary School, now begin. It began. The teacher leaders of Yuhua Primary School thumped in their hearts, both in anticipation of Zhang Chaoxiang's strength, but also in fear that he would accidentally injure his opponent, and all of them moved closer to the competition area, so that they could react in time in case there were any emergencies. Teacher Guan and Changwon were even more fascinated. After saluting, and in line with the party, the two pulled away. Torso 4. 66/16, a torso value of 4. 66 was already much beyond the physique of a 10-year-old. There were no wonderful movements, no back-and-forth attacking maneuvers. Zhang Chaoxiang threw a punch at his opponent in a very plain and unadorned manner. The opponent was unable to react. Zhang Chaoxiang's fist directly landed on his chest, with the amplitude of energy fluctuation, making the opponent, who failed to make a move, take several steps back one after another. As the saying goes, when you give away a rose, you leave a fragrance behind. Zhang Chaoxiang was giving away a punch and leaving an aftershock. After the opponent retreated a dozen steps, he was finally overwhelmed and was about to fall down under the sparring platform with his face facing the sky. Underneath the sparring platform is like a tiled floor, falling down if it hits the head. It is difficult not to avoid a meal of flesh and blood pain. Mr. Guan's face changed, hastily crossed the ready to go forward, but did not expect to precede him. There are still people in. Taking advantage of his opponent, Qindong, who had not yet completely fallen to the ground and landed on the stage, Zhang Chaoxiang quickly stepped forward and held him up with both hands, in a somewhat awkward position, and finally pulled him up. Thank you. Chen Dong was grateful after being pulled up by Zhang Chaoxiang. Zhang Chaoxiang said that there was no need to thank him, thinking that the sparring session was to the point and there should not be any injuries, and he was also reflecting on whether he had exerted too much force. In his opinion, such a sparse and unusual behavior, but even more than the battle, just attracted people's attention. The gazes that were thrown at Zhang Chaoxiang allowed him to fulfill his goal of being in the limelight once. Stand out, 1/10 of the total number of times, plus 1 point of spiritual energy value, plus 0.02 internal organs. It turns out that battles aren't just about winning and losing. Zhang Chaoxiang is usually quiet, but he turns out to be so attentive. The act of pulling someone just now was very gentlemanly. The teachers in the school were talking a lot, and some of the eyes around them also thought that Zhang Chaoxiang's behavior of treating his opponents well was very commendable. For a while, Zhang Chaoxiang's slightly awkward stance just now also added 2 points of handsomeness in their hearts. Playing cool plus 1. Playing it cool, total number of times 2/10, plus 1 point of spiritual energy value, plus 0.02 torso. Almost within the same time period, Zhang Chaoxiang had inadvertently accomplished 2 goals. Happy. The corners of Zhang Chaoxiang's mouth rose madly, followed by his hands covering his mouth and pressing down. He remembered a line from a movie his dad had seen. The AK recoils a lot, not to be used to hold it up, but to be pressed with the hands. Then, may I ask, how does the Gatling press? I'm asking for some monthly votes and recommendations. The sparring exchanges between elementary schools came to an end, and there was nothing more noteworthy on the field than Zhang Chaoxiang's match and several other sparring groups that had come and gone. Yuhua Primary School's teaching quality was very high, with a total of 20 players in the 3 grades, getting 12 wins, 3 draws and 5 losses. Among the many elementary schools, it was the brightest, with Zhang Chaoxiang and Tan Yu leaving an impression on people. However, Mr. Guan and School Lu, among others, had still not been able to learn of Zhang Chaoxiang's true fighting ability. There was still about less than 2 weeks to go before it was nearing the time when the school would go home for winter vacation to prepare for the new year. Over these days, the students had realized that Zhang Chaoxiang was a bit different from before. He seemed to love covering his mouth. He didn't play handsome like other kids who had a bipolar attack, nor did he take selfies on his cell phone, and his classmates couldn't figure it out. Zhang Chaoxiang just don't want to break his icy persona, just always indifferent to him, suddenly expressive, which will make people feel strange. During the period, he has been committed to try to achieve growth goals and adolescent tasks. Finally, to him to catch his mom once secretly to the dad Zhang Huolong plastic bottle pour 5-grain liquid. The supply deadline is very anxious these days. Zhang Huolong morning and evening, and sometimes personally, taking care of the inspection quality and general assembly process. Rest time is less, but anxiety, it produces insomnia. Shen Xiangwei refused to take his sleeping pills, so hit some bulk rice wine, drink a mouth or two at night, easy to sleep some. Bulk rice wine for yuan a caddy, Shen Rosebud hit, but Zhang Chaoqiang once in the evening to capture Shen Rosebud is sneaking into the empty bottle to pour hundreds of bottles of Wuliangye. Once asked, only to know as the mother thinks Zhang Huolong daytime work too hard, cannot bear to give him drink 4 yuan of rice wine, sneak this way, otherwise Zhang Huolong is not willing to mouth. He just felt that this rice wine, the flavor is not quite right, quite fragrant. Revealer +1. It just so happens that it is just a secret of discovering the person in question, and doesn't need to be revealed to everyone, otherwise Zhang Chaoqiang himself would be afraid that Zhang Huolong wouldn't be willing to drink it if he learned about it. When he was in school, just these few days basically had very little free time. For one thing, he had to attend classes. Secondly, he had to deal with the children's painting competition before the vacation. Thirdly, he had to think about how to accomplish his adolescent goals. It wasn't really that difficult, it was just a matter of capturing a specific time event. Some unusual things, cannot cause other people's feedback, have considered hair coloring and other behaviors, but this and out of the limelight, as if there is not too much to do, the key is to do it but want to find a hole in the ground to drill in. This is also out of a set of trade in the limelight. And, black humor, the internet found dozens of cold jokes, every day to the classmates, and the teacher about. Why don't you say it to your parents? An allotment of open-minded, Western priests like boys and girls? These things, dad and mom text, characters do not know a few, still expect them to understand the connotation of it. But let Zhang Chaoqiang did not think of his, and so on the cold joke, to them not a little effect, it is possible because, the black level is not enough. The painting competition was just 2 days away, so on the day of December 27th, Zhang Chaoqiang was practicing calligraphy and painting at an accelerated pace. Demonic beast, helmet bonebird, this is a kind of demonic beast among the demonic beast encyclopedia, the record is more detailed demonic beast, ordinary people rarely have the opportunity to contact these things, as a martial arts school elementary school of martial arts preparatory class, their science teacher will be on the demonic beast science course once in 2 weeks. In their opinion, these theories are not too useful, wait until the primary school formally joined the martial arts school, these theories will have the opportunity to be used in actual combat. Helmeted bonebird is a kind of arthropod bird, the body exterior is full of sharp and hideous armor bones. Zhang Chaoqiang with ink will be helmeted bonebird, 3 words twisted and distorted inverted zoomed in and out after the proposed synthesis of a painting. From a distance, it looks 60% to 70% similar to the helmeted bird, and as it is not a surrealist style painting, the effect is already very scary. Half realistic and half abstract, this was the so-called AI painting. Talking you propped herself up in her seat, slightly bowing her head to look at it in detail, and in her heart, she thought of the war between demonic beasts and humans that her teacher had recounted from time to time. History of the two sides of the fight and nowadays their respective division of the field, the two regions still occasionally break out in conflict, although from their central country this kind of powerful country to build a peaceful society is relatively far away. But teenagers were always sentimental. She said sorrowfully, in this world, can't humans coexist with demonic beasts? It's just like us and animals living together. The class teacher of the next class, Ms. Wang Zihan, stepped in from the doorway, and holding a lesson plan, she just happened to hear Talking Yu's confusion, and was about to open her mouth, but was interrupted by Zhang Chaoqiang. On a larger scale, humans and demonic beasts already coexist in the world. Zhang Chaoqiang rolled up the dried ink drawing and put it into his binder while continuing. On a smaller scale, humans kill demonic beasts and make them into jerky or cook them for consumption. Demonic beasts slaughter humans and eat their flesh and blood raw. Either way, both have also coexisted as one, which is also considered coexistence. Ha ha ha. After saying this, Zhang Chaoqiang only realized that it was interesting, laughed and covered his mouth again. On the contrary, the surrounding circle of students since as well as Talking Yu. Even Mr. Wang Zihan, at first, was also hee a sound, and then the brain weightless, as if falling into hell. Black humor +1. Black humor, January 10th, +1 spiritual power, +0. 02 spirit. Only events that one could relate to could achieve true black humor, hell jokes, without realizing it. Zhang Chaoqiang completed a black humor. Happy. I heard something. But the people around him were made to feel as if their brains had eroded, frantically shaking their heads, trying to shake off the views that Zhang Chaoqiang had just instilled in them. Meanwhile, Mr. Wang Zihan expressed his creativity towards Zhang Chaoqiang's insights and suggested that next time, he should not express his opinions. The day before the painting competition, after school at noon, Zhang Chaoqiang and Talking Yu were called to the Director of Instruction's office alone. School Principal Lu, Mr. Guan, Chang Wan and other teacher leaders were also present. Director Song Yu informed Zhang Chaoqiang. Student Zhang Chaoqiang, starting next semester, you will be included in a special advancement group, and in addition to the normal curriculum, you will receive a higher intensity Hive State Spirit Power Sensation, as well as a series of martial school junior high school courses. Advanced junior high school courses? That's right, after our observation, your indicators are far beyond your age. In order to not let the junior high school martial arts courses affect your body, that's why we waited until now. With your age of nearly 11, you are fully capable of adapting to the formal martial arts program, So in response to you, Yuhua Martial Arts School, as well as our elementary school headquarters, have decided to establish a special advancement group. This specialized advancement group, is it just me and talking you? Just you. The entire specialized advancement team, it's just you. What about me? Talking You's voice was a little anxious, like a family going to the flower street on New Year's Day and leaving her alone. What about Tanyu? Zhang Chaoqiang similarly asked. The specifics of the two of you are a bit different. Student Zhang Chaoqiang is excellent in all-round abilities, while student Talking You is more outstanding in manipulating the spiritual tier. As such, we will also conduct a special spiritual level training group for student Tanyu to cultivate her in the direction of a battle armor manipulator. Your training will both be directly aligned with the middle school division of the Yuhua Martial School, and will mainly be conducted by the middle school division teachers for special training. Zhang Chaoqiang already understood that the two of them could already be called guaranteed. Elementary school was starting to learn the junior high school curriculum, heading towards the realm of a martial artist, which made Zhang Chaoqiang inexplicably a little excited. Only by stepping into the realm of a martial artist would he be able to open up a corner of the world. He looked forward to this process. Tanyu was just about to say something, but Songyu jumped ahead and added, the two of you will also have common specialized courses, such as maneuvering tier drills, sparring matches against each other, and so on, so there isn't any need to worry that one will be bored. Songyu, who wore gold-rimmed glasses, raised her mirror ears, really growing two pairs of eyes in general, and for a moment, Tanyu felt that she was able to look straight into her heart, and shyly lowered her head. After dispersing, Zhang Chaoqiang started to prepare for the painting competition as if nothing had happened, and Tanyu looked around, wanting to ask him if he was nervous. As a primary school student, learning the martial arts school junior high school curriculum in advance, I don't know how Zhang Chaoqiang was like. Anyway, Tanyu was very nervous. Zhang Chaoqiang routinely comforted the other party, I'm also nervous, but more excited. Don't you think you're great? Skipping grades to study. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up. How can you not be able to keep up? You're the only one in the special training group for manipulating levels. How can there be a situation where you can't keep up? In the class, it's you who has to follow the rhythm of the teachers. In the group where you're the only one, it's instead the teachers who have to match your learning situation and progress. You're making me even more nervous by saying that. A day later, Saturday's painting competition. The location is in Chiting District Children's Palace. To be honest, Zhang Chaoqiang has lived so much, always thought that this children's palace will only exist in math problems, but did not expect to really have the opportunity to enter. It is said to be Chiting District, but in reality it is already close to the Zodiac District, located to the southeast of Zhang Chaoqiang's house, along the horizontal and vertical streets, and then through the circular flyover. The map showed 10 kilometers, but the actual distance was enough to come to about 14 kilometers, and it was only easier for people in the Zodiac District to travel to it. Basically, it was less convenient for people who lived in the unusual Khitan District to get there, and there were better children's sports centers nearby for them to choose from. Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei brought Zhang Chaoqiang to the competition site early in the morning. Parents were uniformly only able to stay in the lounge outside the competition drawing room, separated by a glass wall, making it easy for them to observe their children. Xin Xiangwei Zhang Huolong dress has been considered more restrained, but cannot avoid the body of the spirit of the marrow of the temperament. In front of the glass wall of their own son Zhang Chaoqiang murmured a secret cheering time, attracted the surrounding parents' heavy eyes. Inside the painting room, the judges announced that the subject of the competition was a choice of two, family and friends. The judges announced that the subject of the competition was one of two, family and friends, from which a theme should be chosen for painting, and there was no restriction on the style of painting. Zhang Chaoqiang looked around. He knew that this competition was not a good idea to win. Basically all the 8 to 12-year-olds around him had been immersed in painting for several years. It could be said that in the field of painting, they were special top students. So if he wanted to win, he can only rely on the two aspects of special and emotional cards. In the end, Zhang Chaoqiang's painting was, using 5 colors, representing their respective personalities. Xin Xiangwei red, Zhang Huolong yellow, Zhang Chaoqiang green, Tanyu black, and Old Qin silver. Then using their respective names, they were twisted to form the outline of each person through various adjustments. Each of the 5 persons, by their own names, formed the corresponding general body outline in portrait. Then with block letters, the name was written underneath each person. It was officially done. The judges asked him, "May I ask Mr. Zhang Chaoqiang if the theme of your painting is family or friends?" Zhang Chaoqiang replied, "Family and friends." Teachers, each of the lines that outline the body are actually, through a certain perspective, the names of my family and friends, you see. And each one uses a different color of depiction, which represents their respective personalities. It was only after the story was told that the judges realized that this simple painting, which was still somewhat speculative, had such a deep meaning within it. In the end, it was assessed as the first prize, while accomplishing the goal. Obvious comparison, 100/100, spirit plus 0. 2, viscera plus 0. 2, body plus 0. 2, out of the family's expectation. When Zhang Chaoqiang displayed his paintings, the parents who watched were all marveling at the person's delicate mind, except for Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei, who were dancing around. That's my son. I don't know that it was already the first time I was proud of Zhang Chaoxiang. Zhang Chaoxiang, holding his dad and mom's hands, was sandwiched in the middle of a wobble with swaying arms, jumping and jumping. Shenrose asked, really can't get that painting back? Should find a photo album to seal it up and hang it on the living room. Zhang Chaoxiang replied helplessly, the works of the competition can't be taken away, I'll go back and paint another one. Hanging in the home painting, Zhang Chaoxiang, actually a lot of heart, spent a full 2 hours of time, close to measure, and stopped to look at the distance, self-conscious, nearly perfect, before nodding to the end. A 3-frame is not good to find. Zhang Huolong ran for an afternoon, only to buy back 2. Hitting the wall nails, the first painting was hung on the white living room wall. After writing on the fine block letters using a brush, advanced character practice was also finally achieved. Advanced character practice, 500,000/500,000, viscera cap +2. Physical qualities, spirit 4. 90/16, internal viscera 4. 45/20, torso 4. 87 of 16. Record, depicting a record of your life moments 0 of 200, mental ceiling +2, gained, copying and learning. Zhang Chaoxiang ushered in a new goal. Life moments, depicting records? It seemed like he should enhance his drawing skills. At the start of the winter vacation, Zhang Chaoxiang had Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei enroll themselves in a painting class, focusing on realistic landscapes and sketches. In the time of a few professional classes, Zhang Chaoxiang has been able to use colors flexibly, and the teacher said he was quite talented in oil colors. It was around the 27th of the year, 2 days before New Year's Eve, when Zhang Chaoxiang took the last lesson in the painting class. Zhang Chaoxiang depicted the things in the studio and the scenery outside the window on the drawing board. Before the festival, the drawing room was hung with red color everywhere, and the red lanterns of the trees outside the window swayed in the wind, so it was surprising that all the details could be reflected on the cramped drawing board. Record +1. This year's Spring Festival was a bit exciting for both Zhang Chaoxiang and Talking Yu. Talking Yu got rid of the coldness of previous years when she was at home with old Chen, and this year she celebrated the new year with Zhang Chaoxiang's family. Today, the Spring Festival is so lively that it actually feels especially festive and festive. But every year is the same, some traditional customs have never changed, but only the mood of the people's mentality. Zhang Chaoxiang's home is located in the Wind Street, next to the street next to the Pingshui. In the year 27 this day, around the cypress trees around the hanging of colorful small lights, red light flashing, with the bifurcated tree branches hanging red lanterns. Before the Spring Festival, there was already a taste of spring. Zhang Huolong finally the day before, the goods that should have been prepared before the year, through the completion of the task. Incidentally completed the task schedule after the year. Today is also the factory is ready to vacation, a big health, at noon the factory to carry out the annual meeting, raffle dinner. Zhang Huolong is a team leader, the year-end award also has nearly $8,000 bonus. The last day of the year, and Shen Rongwei unprecedented, finally early off work for a time. Around 4 or 5 p.m., Zhang Huolong had driven his chariot from the factory to the Song Snake tattoo shop to pick up Shen Rongwei. Their intention was to purchase the tools used for the New Year's goods and cleaning later on, and then pick up Zhang Chaoxiang, who was picking up the next painting class. The windy Zhang Huolong had just arrived at the door of the tattoo store when a stream of air filled with chicken feathers and chicken poop rushed at him so hard that at one point he stumbled and barely managed to hold the handlebars. The sound of a half-cool mop, accompanied by a cry, upside down, I can't believe I sent 2 big roosters for New Year's Eve. But luckily I've learned to pack up and deal with it. Xin Xiangwei carrying a chicken coop, inside are 2 large roosters recommended by the bondage, from time to time to raise the feathers to struggle with the bondage. Every activity will sweep the surrounding air filled with the smell of chicken feathers. Zhang Huolong hastily picked them up and placed them on the pedals. Wife, sit firmly, you need to hurry home or the chicken will shit and dirty my car. Zhang Huolong gritted his teeth, very much in love with his chariot, and hurriedly placed the rooster past the balcony, using a cardboard box to separate it so that the smell would not spread throughout the house. Then began the purchase of annual goods. Melon seeds and snacks, cleaning tools for the big sweep, blank spring scrolls and banners. As for why they are blank, it's because there is a master calligrapher in the family who can write well, so where is the need to borrow someone else's hand? Picked up Zhang Chaoxiang. The next day, the 3 began a miserable cleaning event. Mom Shen Rangwei with detergent to wash the floor. Zhang Chaoxiang refused and corrected her behavior, told Mom, baking soda is more capable of removing grease stains and stubborn stains on the tiles. Old Mom accepts, surprisingly completed a remodeler. Why was this time so easily able to adjust the old mom's behavior change? The reason is that, at first, Shenrose insisted on using detergent and launched the implementation, until the back and forth cleaning twice still cannot be washed as much as possible. Zhang Huolong walked through the solid was slipped and fell a fall. Only then did she switch from inferior detergent to baking soda. Zhang Chaoxiang understood that there had to be consequences before people knew they were wrong. Chaoxiang, get the wet rag for Dad and wipe the small objects on top of the counter. Oh. Zhang Chaoxiang took a look at the long never cleaned, dusty ornaments and refused. No, there's too much dust, you need to use a small broom to sweep off the surface dust before wiping it, this way the cleaning effect will be better. Super knows a lot. It was hard to seize the opportunity to complete a disobedient. Disobedient +1. In the afternoon, the home has been cleaned up, not completely dry floor. Fortunately, the weather in the past 2 days is very bright. I believe that to not more than 2 or 3 hours, the residual water stains on the floor can be completely dry. At this time they are discussing what clothes to wear in the new year. Zhang Chaoqiang does not comment too much on the clothing they pick for each other or themselves, as long as this fire doesn't burn to himself. Snapped. 1 second he thought so in his heart, but the next second he was sized up by Zhang Huolong with a standard Wangju suit hitched to his back. This set of clothes, I specifically bought 1 size bigger 2 years ago, super strong now where if tight is a little tight, still wearable, and then grow up a little more, will really not be able to wear. Hello. Zhang Huolong said this. What the hell was a hint of sadness in his words? Zhang Chaoqiang hurriedly refused. He refused madly, shaking his head rattlingly, and said with a sad face, Dad, I don't want to wear this. It's too embarrassing. Zhang Chaoqiang was fortunate enough to have drunk this brand of milk. No, it was a dairy-flavored drink. If he was wearing such a big iconic logo on his body, he directly died. This time, the number of disobedient people did not increase. Zhang Chaoqiang was a little lost. It seems that because of the rejection of his dad, it made the other party a little disappointed and sad. One size fits all. He was determined in his heart. That is, he will not wear this Wangjai suit even if he dies. The year 29, Old Chen and Talk About You, came with a big bag. Zhang Chaoqiang family was flattered. Zhang Huolong scolded Lao Chen, just come, bring so many things why? Old Chen gave him an unfavorable look. These are imported snacks and candies, as well as pen and ink for Chaoqiang. In addition, this red bag is full of good quality siren beast meat, which is almost impossible to see on the market, but it's a good ingredient that I've treasured for many years. The New Year's Eve dinner will wait for me to show you guys, the best chef with the best ingredients, guaranteed to be unforgettable in your life. As the adults exchanged pleasantries, Tan Yu quietly watched Zhang Chaoqiang write on the Spring Festival couplets. She had always done so, and she would patiently stare most of the time Zhang Chaoqiang worked. She helped sprinkle gold powder into the ink so that the words written would take on the appearance of glittering gold powder, and when the light hit it, it shone. The crowd began to put up the Spring Festival couplets as well as the banners on the door of each room. Peace and happiness for 1,000 years, family harmony and prosperity. The banner reads, all things are as they should be. After patting the dust on their palms, Zhang Chaoqiang and Tan Yu helped with the work, and Old Chen, with his strong muscles, stepped on the wooden ladder, and in 3 tries, he was able to stick the banners firmly. After all this, it was already the afternoon of New Year's 29th, and today was also New Year's Eve, so the family started to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. In fact, only Lao Chen is preparing. But today, he made an exception, because after the last time Zhang Chaoqiang killed chickens, he realized that Zhang Chaoqiang was a good talent at playing loads. Chaoqiang, you come and help me. Old Chen made an unprecedented exception and was willing to let another person besides himself into the kitchen. Chaoqiang? When he went out, he saw Zhang Chaoqiang alone, standing in front of his room. He raised his head and stared at the 4 words across the top of the room door with a confused expression. Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei were at the side, not understanding what he was doing. Tang Yu's face was a little embarrassed, all behind him. After a long period of silence, Zhang Chaoqiang opened his mouth. Dad, why did you post 6 animals prosper on my room? What's 6 animals prospering? Isn't that 6 rich and prosperous? Zhang Huolong stretched his neck and squinted, puzzled. Zhang Chaoqiang crossed his eyes over, puzzled. If one misreads a single word, it is indeed understandable. But there should be some common sense, right? Where is the idiom of 6 rich and prosperous? Even Mom didn't think there was anything wrong with it? This is 6 animal prosperity, usually posted on pig pens, chicken pens and other places. The intention of Chao Chang writing this should be for use on the chicken coops containing chickens, to indicate poultry prosperity. Old Chen spoke out to explain. He once again raised his doubts. Chao Chang's father? Tell me what you think. As soon as he grabbed a stool and sat down, Tan Yu also curiously surveyed at the same time. Zhang Huolong stared at the 6 animals prosperity that was removed by Zhang Chaoqiang and pondered back. 6 fortune prosperity refers to the upper and lower 6 generations being rich and prosperous. That's what I think. Shen Rosebud on the side also nodded with certainty. The old Chen heart shocked, steady as a mountain, arm trembling to the 2 thumbs up, invincible. Kill the chicken, scalding water, and plucking the feathers to remove the internal organs. Chop, 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 chop. Cut vegetables and beat the load. Cleaning dishes and chopsticks, preparing vegetables and plates, preparing seasonings. At this moment, Zhang Chaoqiang, under Old Chen's slight guidance, had now become a ruthless load-breaking machine. Those dried meat of the sea demon beasts brought by Old Chen, Zhang Chaoqiang was not sure exactly what kind they were. Just follow the other party's instructions, wash it and cut it into pieces for backup. 1 loader, 1 chef, 2 hours, 1 table. White burned shrimp, abalone chicken soup, white cut chicken, pickled pork sausage. And most importantly, the main event, the meat of the sea beast in the sauce. After following the traditional customs of previous years and going through the process, leaving out the red tape that didn't matter, the crowd started to move. Taste. Old Chen gave a piece of sea beast meat and sauce to Tan Yu and Zhang Chaoqiang. Zhang Chaoqiang made his chopsticks up and caught it in his mouth, and was instantly astonished, his eyebrows dancing wildly between inadvertent moments. It was as if an exclamation mark appeared in the middle of his eyebrows. It was so delicious. Immediately melting in the mouth, the ultimate simple fresh flavor, without a trace of fishy smell, the special sauce as a garnish, quite a finishing touch. Long ago, under the nourishment of the demonic beast meat, the unusual demonic beast meat had already not been able to react too much to Zhang Chaoqiang's spiritual power increase. However, this could be fully described as a gourmet dish. At least he had never tried such a delicacy before. After trying it, Zhang Huolong instantly stepped up his efforts to give Shen Xiangwei a piece. Previously, they had eaten the snake demon beast meat that Zhang Chaoqiang had brought back from Tanyu. It was dry and faggy, with a fishy odor, while this time, after Old Chen had cooked it, it was actually very different. His mouth was still savoring the enjoyment, his mouth chattering, "Wife, you quickly taste, Old Chen, this craft, croak. It's top notch." Old Chen enjoy the pursuit, but the face is bland as a picture, as if since this life, every day will be praised, the heart has long been compared to immunity in general. In actuality, his heart, beautiful, in contrast to the previous, did not bring him any feedback to talk about you. This is all because of every day to eat. But after carefully savoring today's New Year's Eve dinner, surprisingly, also Riley happy nod, today Grandpa Chen cooked dishes are so delicious. Old Chen muttered in his heart that it should be the environmental factors that add to it. As soon as he thought of this, he put down his chopsticks again and sighed in his heart, secretly taking Zhang Chaoqiang and Tanyu to act as a comparison. A good family atmosphere, family environment, for the healthy growth of children, should be the most important. And the environment here does not necessarily mean the family's financial situation, the degree of wealth. No matter what, the behavior that can make Tanyu feel warmth, one must fight for it, being childless all her life, although she is only a part-time worker. But he had long treated Tanyu as his granddaughter. Around 8 o'clock, the New Year's Eve dinner was eaten in the second half. The plate of sea beast meat and sauce has long been swept away. Crackling sounds resounded downstairs. Tanyu stopped her chopsticks and looked sideways at Zhang Chaoqiang for a long time, her eyes somewhat questioning. The neighborhood is setting off fireworks and firecrackers. Zhang Chaoqiang replied indifferently. I also want to put them on. Girls like gorgeous fireworks. I purposely bought a lot of them. Under the coffee table, Chaoqiang, you accompany Tanyu to go down to set off the fireworks, Shen Xianwei said delicately. Reluctantly handing over the task of washing dishes to Shen Rongwei and Zhang Huolong for the time being, Old Chen and the two children carried a large red plastic bag, which was filled with full of fireworks. Inside the open space of the neighborhood, away from the greenery, there is an area that has been divided into an area for fireworks display. Residents in order, in this New Year's Eve, adults with children to set off small fireworks. After the end of the place will be used to organize, clean and tidy, restore the original appearance. Talking you was not afraid to use fire, only Old Chen was not too assured, always forcibly helping to light them. Crackle boom boom boom. Cone-shaped spray fireworks, for a moment turned into as bright as fireworks, followed by a slight firecracker sound to punctuate. Surrounded by many children are also playing. Compared to fireworks, some children prefer the firecracker explosion at the moment of release of tension and sense of power. They snapped the stainless steel bowl to the firecracker, and with a bang the firecracker blew it up 2 or 3 meters high, and from time to time came the educational voices of their parents. Zhang Huolong and Shen Xiangwei also came downstairs, and they accompanied Tanyu to set up the fireworks. Talking you trotted over and pulled up the sleeve of Zhang Chaoqiang's shirt. Zhang Chaoqiang, you come and play too. You play, I'll paint. He had already fixed his drawing board easel, and his color box was neat and tidy, which was extremely rare among art people. Paint me? Tanyu was immersed in the lively and joyful atmosphere of the festival and surroundings. Painting everyone. Old Chen sat next to Zhang Chaoqiang, viewing how a painting, from the start of the brush all the way to the end of the brush. Shen Xiangwei accompanied Tanyu to set off the fireworks. In fact, she was also a bit scared, but she couldn't lose face in front of the little children. Holding tightly to talk about you small hand, horse stance squatting down to skim the head to avoid, stretching arm twisting one end of the incense, the other burning end on the fuse, ZZ firelight appeared, clutching the talk you flew out 7 or 8 meters before stopping to watch. Talking you held Shen Xiangwei's slightly rough palm tightly. At this moment, she looked up with her eyes slightly drooping to Shen Rongwei, while the other party was glancing at Zhang Chaoqiang who was painting. The fireworks that were set off for a while had gone unnoticed. Zhang Huolong's childish mind was still intact, and he specialized in approaching those children who were left alone and were setting off firecrackers. Naughty thoughts welled up. Bang! Zhang Huolong's mouth made a sound of commotion, scaring several children who were lighting firecrackers and running away. Going back and forth several times, almost breaking the other party's mentality, almost crying in general, he shouted, "What are you doing? Scaring me again." Seeing that the other party had the idea of suing, Zhang Huolong escaped. 9 o'clock, after the meal down to the activities of the people more and more. The variety of fireworks in the hands of small children is also becoming more and more abundant. They will be the brick frame, a kind of bazooka launching fireworks, similar to a powerful version of the 2 kicks. The bad thing is, due to the recoil, the original vertical bazooka tilted down. It was fired at a 3 or 4-year-old child near Old Chen. At this moment, his pupils gradually became clear. Hey! Hey! In the nick of time, the surroundings witnessed that the firework shell was about to land on the 3-year-old's face and he was unable to dodge it. In the next second, the firework bomb fell short, and in a long arc, it was thrown to fall towards the ground in the distance, followed by the loud sound of explosion once again. The crowd was astonished as they saw that old Chen, an old man over 70 years of age, grabbed the child's body and was right next to Zhang Chaoqiang, who was devoting himself to painting. Arm sinking, Lao Chen pushed and released the child out, instantly running with small broken steps one by one, snapping and running, mouth wailing. Parents, anxious and panicked look, hastily thanked Lao Chen, carrying away the child. At the same time, Zhang Huolong stiffly to the bazooka fireworks position around the back, meticulous worrying, will be thumping non-stop firing fireworks shells bazooka right, add a few more bricks fixed, before spitting out. What kind of kid sets off fireworks like that? Then there was a sudden cry from the neighborhood, the sound of a parent's whipping as they lectured their horsey child. Old Chen's square, nimble, nearly uncatchable figure left a deep impression on those present. People sighed in their hearts, this was bound to be a highly powerful martial artist, or else he could not be able to have such speed. In the time to come, people more or less paid attention to old Chen's behavior, and their eyes could not help but admire or envy him. After collecting their eyes, Zhang Huolong and Shen Rongwei praised old Chen, deep in the dark. They also naturally knew that the other party was a martial artist, only that when they had not witnessed the gap between the two, they always thought that there was not much difference between ordinary people and martial artists. However, what old Chen showed just now had far exceeded the realm of ordinary people. Talking Yu ran to swing old Chen's arm. She had also rarely seen old Chen strike. Her ethereal voice said, Grandpa Chen is so powerful. Can I also be as powerful as Grandpa Chen in the future? Old Chen laughed. His fingers stroked his chin that had been shaved empty and had not yet grown the tips of his beard hairs, and had not yet answered the words of Tanyu, but had calmed the shocked mood to a halt. Even in martial arts, he could be almost at the top level in Tianan City, and the form of his posture should naturally be sought after and marveled at by everyone. But the body is in the painting state of Zhang Chaoqiang, surprisingly from beginning to end are in waves of emotions, good at capturing the emotions of the old Chen. Before and after the meal also captured some of the other side on behalf of happy, depressed, speechless expression. But now, around the occurrence of such a thing that cannot be ignored, he even turned a blind eye to the general, in a calm demeanor. Emotions? What? This kid has so seen the world. The determination is so strong, even I can't scare him? Alas, at this moment, Zhang Chaoqiang seemed to sigh again for no reason, which made old Chen even more puzzled. Zhang Chaoqiang continued to draw on his hand. There were no waves about old Chen, because he had long expected that old Chen would come to his aid. His demon beast smell sensei sent for nothing. There exists an extremely safe feeling on Lao Chen. Being beside him is very down to earth. He knew early on that he was very strong, so he wouldn't be surprised by the unexpected. The more the brush flies in his hand, the more he sighs in his heart. There are too many wonderful images. Lao Chen saves people just for a moment. Such a good thing should be recorded, but he does not have enough pen power. Unable to present it on the drawing paper. Another sigh. Moving his eyes away from Zhang Chaoqiang, packing up his doubts, no longer thinking about this, Lao Chen was ready to further talk about the secrets of the martial arts with Talking Yu, who was about to participate in the junior high school program of the martial arts school in advance. It just so happened that Zhang Chaoqiang was also able to hear. Old Chen, who had crossed his legs, also remained a gentleman as he narrated. Starting from middle school, you guys are considered to have officially stepped onto the path of martial arts. In this world, there are two main types of people who control transcendent power. One is the martial artist, with their own body to cultivate spiritual power, practicing martial arts transcendent. The second type is the battle armor manipulator, who uses cutting-edge battle armor to arm his body and relies on his own spiritual layer to control it. Zhang Chaoqiang already understood that the so-called decision of whether a person was suitable to act as a battle armor manipulator mainly depended on his spiritual tier. And this one statistic was not benchmarked against one's own spiritual index, but rather manipulation power. Old Chen continued, Little you, your dream is to be a battle armor manipulator, and I believe there is no need for me to say more about the detailed difference between the two. But what I'm going to tell you today is very serious. Once you become a martial artist or a battle armor manipulator, what you are shouldering is not only your family and friends, but also the safety and security of this country and the world. The fact that we can have such a glorious and prosperous living environment nowadays actually relies on the maintenance of countless martial artists. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Every martial artist need to take up the fight against the demonic beasts as well as the maintenance of the country's piece of responsibility to bear. Just as some years ago, all the martial artists and manipulators had done their best to banish the world's many demonic beasts to various secret realms. The predecessors utilized their blood and sweat to accomplish this feat, and you should all the more guard this rare piece. The originally elegant old Chen's body slowly became violently trembling, and although it wasn't so much as to break his unique elegant gentlemanly temperament, onlookers were able to detect the agitation in his tone. Grandpa Chen, you should have also participated in the banishment program back then, right? A long time passed before he nodded heavily, omitting the bloody details of it, only deeply, repeating over and over again that the world tending to calm down today was not easy to come by, and that the sensei master who had brought him into the martial way had also died in the midst of that period of time. From the time you step into the martial arts, that is, officially join the martial arts school junior high school, you may have to start going down the copy. The so-called down the copy is to go to the secret realm of the various banished demonic beasts, going to maintain the balance and normal operation of the secret realms, eliminating demonic beasts that are too violent as well as reproducing in excessive numbers. There is also the occasional need to be dispatched to the borders between humans and demonic beasts to maintain order and clean up the hidden dangers of the neighboring demonic beasts, etc. What I said to you today is just for you to be psychologically prepared. Choosing the martial section, while cultivating to gain strength, the things you carry on your back will also increase. This is the mission as well as the will of every martial artist. Xiao Chang, tell me, after I expounded on all of this, is your will still strong? Talking, he slapped her thighs. The first one to have her heart's fervor stirred up was surprisingly this young girl, who firmly said, Grandpa Chen, I am certain that I want to become a battle armor manipulator. On the other hand, Zhang Chaoqiang's face was expressionless. It wasn't that he didn't have emotions, he had just learned how to control them better and incorporate them into his paintings. The original careful school of painting, the movements of wielding the brush gradually went wild, turning into a frenzied school. He nodded firmly as well. Deeply rooted. The heart from goodness had long been deeply rooted, born in such a peaceful era. If one had the ability, how could one bear to see it all disappear like a bubble phantom? Contributing one's own strength, this is what Zhang Chaoqiang has been doing all along before. Old Chen looked into the distance. He did not know what he was thinking about, perhaps thinking that children are always passionate. It does not seem to put the firmness of the two people in his heart. Hopefully, just this attitude from one to the end, follow through to the end. Unconsciously, fireworks have been Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei, two people in the burning, playing, the two people for each other to cover each other's ears. Sometimes Zhang Huolong play a little bad, and Xin Xiangwei firecrackers on purpose to scare, but the next second, their own body, there is an additional 97 pounds of human-shaped pendant. Talking you is also a 3-minute fever, even more splendid fireworks. There will always be a time when she gets tired of looking at them. She relies on Grandpa Chen's arms, her eyes follow Zhang Chaoqiang's paintbrush rotation. Bought too many. Xin Xiangwei was embarrassed, and Zhang Huolong couldn't finish burning them all, so she thought of giving all the fireworks to the small children playing in the neighborhood to play with. Zhang Chaoqiang, who had been serious all along, finally spoke up, stopping his parents, claiming that if something went wrong when the children were setting off these firecrackers, not only would they physically harm each other, but they would also take the blame. These accidents are best not to happen, everything to keep an eye out for the other parents, or their own burning for the children to watch. These are good ways to deal with it. Once again, the parents' behavior was successfully corrected by him in the new year. Reformer +1. Perhaps, Zhang Chaoqiang was much more understanding and powerful than he had imagined. Old Chen secretly nodded his head and thought to himself. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, always adhering to the fine quality of thrift and not wastefulness, eating yesterday's leftovers at noon, and then at night, Old Chen simply fried 2 new dishes and heated up some leftovers that had not been able to be eliminated even after yesterday and noon. Talking about you was also happy to eat, and even felt a different flavor. At this time, on the white wall of the living room, the second painting had already been hung. It was the fireworks painting that Zhang Chaoqiang had depicted in the open space of the neighborhood square on New Year's Eve. The theme of this painting is fireworks. Zhang Chaoqiang originally depicted the moment when the fireworks were set off. In the center is the fireworks bloom splash, around is Zhang Huolongshan Roseway and the distant bystanders, from the first time for themselves. The painting of the most left, is half into the frame of the old Chan and lying on its legs talk you. From yesterday night, hanging on the wall, until after a day. Every view up, Zhang Chaoqiang survey object gradually from the center of the fireworks, to the surrounding not clear figures, those families, and their own families. As well as the illuminated high-rise buildings in the background. Although his painting skills were still not considered top-notch, the painting, he thought, was 1 point higher in level. What was worth the surprise was that from the time he comprehended and experienced the people of the world in the middle of this painting, his growth value +30. Surprisingly, this was perhaps the growth of his self-awareness and different views on things. After dinner on the first day of the new year, the 5 of them gathered to watch TV, and waited until around 9 o'clock when the cake that Zhang Huolong had ordered in advance arrived. A 10-inch fruit and animal cream cake with Happy New Year written in chocolate. Xin Xiangwei frowned. It's not as nice as the one written by my family's Chaoqiang. Without blowing, in front of the crowd, the 2 children, Zhang Chaoqiang and Tanyu, used their energy to extinguish the candles, and then began to make a wish. Hubby, what's your New Year's wish? Can't say, it won't work if I don't say it. What's your wish, Zhang Chaoqiang? Zhang Chaoqiang was asked by talking you. No wish-o. But on second thought, there is sort of something, such as living smoothly? Shaking his head and smiling to ponder. How Shen Ranwei pressed the question. Tanyu was also unwilling to say her wish. After eating the cake, they started to give each other gifts, and Tanyu prepared a set of demonic beast hairbrushes for Zhang Chaoqiang, and heard that the hair quality was delicate, and could also be used as a brush for writing. Zhang Chaoqiang on the other hand prepared a white satchel for Tang Yu. The other party was confused, but he claimed that he would be painting on it in the next few days, as a gift to Tang Yu. Lao Chen gifted Zhang Huolong and his wife with wine and cosmetics, which was returned by the two of them with a noble gentleman's hat that was quite expensive. A set of battle armor model worth 2,000 was given to Takyu, which was bought by them through gritted teeth. Zhang Chaoqiang's arms were stuffed with a sweater by the two of them, a roughly made, extremely rough sweater, which was knitted by the two of them together, after 3 nights of researching through online tutorials. Zhang Chaoqiang thanked his parents and then put it away. He did not intend to wear it. In the end, they realized that Qin Xiangwei Zhang Huolong couple too, each other did not give each other gifts. The next day, the second day of the new year, according to the custom, people in Tianan City would go to the Martial Saint Temple located in Wuguan Street to burn incense and pray for the safety of their families. The legend of the martial sage goes back to 3,000 years ago. He was a wild man in the mountains and forests, who by chance entered the martial arts path and was able to take in the aura of heaven and earth and turn it into his own power like a demonic beast. This earliest martial artist, step by step, led the human race, in this planet full of savage beasts, opened up the territory belonging to the human race. His deeds were passed down to this day, and he was known as the Sage of Martial Arts by his descendants. Zhang Chaoqiang's family and Lao Chen, today agreed to go to the Martial Saint Temple to load incense and pay homage, especially Lao Chen, who was extremely sincere in the midst of the crowded Martial Saint Temple at the moment. Every martial artist would maintain the highest respect for the martial saint. The style of the Martial Saint Temple was ancient, with mottled golden tiles, and within it, there was an enlightenment master to help the incense burners who came to burn incense with free items to be enlightened, such as amulets and the like, and the Martial Saint Blessed Peace. Gai Shi, hero. These 4 words, at the moment, were not referring to the martial saint. Rather, they were the words on the upper of the soybean shoes that Zhang Huolong was carrying in his hands. After the enlightenment master received it, his eyes that had seen everything in the world suddenly froze for a moment. And in the end, he completed the enlightenment for it. Seek a good luck. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, a group of 5 people came to Pingshui Street to stroll around the Flower Street. While strolling around, on Tang Yu's head, a pink lily was pinned by Zhang Chaoqiang. Zhang Huolong spent $10 or so to buy a rosebush, worn on the head of Shen Rosebud, by it's a burst of heartache. Wild roses are all over the roadside, why waste money? The spring festival time leaps away. Zhang Huolong feel grateful, because he felt from his circle of friends of workers who went out to work. Accompanying their families is also a luxury for some people. What is there not to be satisfied? On the 10th day of the first month, school started. As a special training group, Zhang Chaoqiang and Tang Yu, both of them, needed to start school 5 to 10 days earlier than normal elementary schools. In the training room, Zhang Chaoqiang saw Chang Wen, Teacher Guan, and Teacher Huang Zhonghan Huan, the martial arts class located in the middle school. He swept Zhang Chaoqiang with stern eyes and said, "Practicing martial artists nurture their spiritual energy before they can cultivate martial arts. You're under 12 years old but your spiritual tier is superb, so try to liberate the highest energy from your spiritual energy ring." Before he could fully encompass the spiritual energy on Zhang Chaoqiang's arm's spiritual energy ring, he was so shocked that he retreated. "Why is your spiritual energy ring not moderately blocked at 5p energy intensity?" Huang Zhonghan immediately released his spiritual energy, causing the few thin dusts on the floor of the training room to flutter and run amok, tightly wrapping around Zhang Chaoqiang's wrist. The fire in his heart was inexplicably ignited. After observing just now, Zhang Chaoqiang's spiritual energy ring had clearly been at the intensity of 50p, and had not been restricted to 5p. A 50p strength spirit-like energy, if used poorly to cause a disturbance in the energy flow, would cause a collapse-level energy ring wave, even if it was only 50p. Even if it's only 50p, it's still enough to shatter an ordinary person's arm, let alone a child. What's more, unauthorized drive is not within the scope of their own spiritual level of high-energy spiritual weapons. Light is the brain breaks affecting the nerves, heavy is the spiritual backlash of a lifetime of stupidity. Huang Zhonghan at this time in the heart of fear, Zhang Chaoqiang so talented, let's put aside the matter of his internal body spiritual power is true, simply his strength from other aspects of the show, has become the highest focus of attention of the Yuhua Elementary School. Special training is also specially for him and exceptionally carried out. Yuhua Martial Arts School for this under a huge effort energy. As a result, as soon as he came to the elementary school today, he ran into such a thing. Zhang Chaoqiang was in danger. Huang Zhonghan staggered back 2 steps, in his heart. He just wanted to shout to the heavens, which in turn transformed into anger, and his eyes, whose emotions materialized into substance, landed heavily on Teacher Guan. What was the meaning of Mr. Guan's calm face? When Teacher Guan noticed his anger and confusion, it was only then that he suddenly remembered that this exceptional martial arts teacher who had come down from the junior high school section had not seen much of the world yet. Zhang Chaoqiang, too, was considered a sight of the world. He coughed twice and stepped forward to explain, "Teacher Huang, the restriction of the spiritual energy ring was unlocked by Mr. Zhang Chaoqiang himself, and he has the ability to harness it, so you don't need to worry. Just get used to it." What a good habit. Originally, Zhang Chaoxiang did not take the initiative to inform about this matter, but naturally, the entire Yuhua Elementary School was warning him up and down, and even a few hairs falling out of the toilet were found out. This matter, also long ago by the director informed Zhang Chaoxiang, the latter will no longer take the initiative to hide, through several years of observation of the school and in the country environment, is not dangerous and treacherous, so there is the strength does not necessarily have to hide all. It can be said that the school leaders and teachers have been desensitized by Zhang Chaoxiang, and are not surprised by this matter. When Nat Huang Zhenghan heard this from Mr. Guan, his eyebrows were like the folds on a quilt as he asked, "This matter can be big or small, are you sure?" "You ask him." Teacher Guan looked up toward Zhang Chaoxiang. Zhang Chaoxiang nodded his head, his face expressionless. He was surprised by his own ability, it was a given, had long been prepared for it, and was not overly emotional. What was in his heart was not anything else, but this teacher named Huang Zhenghan in front of him. Thinking carefully, he actually felt that the two names were constructed somewhat similarly. "What?" Huang Zhenghan coughed, after a long time, only then gently vibrate the robe, calmly put the mind, although the words are a little excited tremor, not yet completely from the surprise back to slow down, but it is still considered to be with a smile on his face. "Student Zhang Chaoxiang, since you have already adapted to the high-intensity energy fluctuations and familiarized yourself with the manipulation in advance, then you can appropriately speed up our practice. The so-called martial techniques are the skills used by martial artists, the techniques of fighting. It is the fusion of communicating spiritual energy and martial arts. Earlier you have already learned the various decomposition movements in Mr. Guan's class. So a martial art is simply a combination of different decomposition movements, and then filled with the creator's understanding of this art, driven by spiritual power. This martial art, called the basic fist technique, is the first martial art for all students entering the martial arts school, so comprehend it well and try to integrate your spiritual energy into a complete set of movements. Now watch this, Teacher Guan and I will personally exchange hands to demonstrate it to you." Huang Zhenghan was very patient, and after Zhang Chaoxiang received the book of basic fist technique, he saw the footage of the two teachers exchanging hands. Smooth boxing movements, he had already started to deduce them in his mind, arranging the decomposed movements in order. While performing hand-to-hand combat, Huang Zhenghan's mouth droned on, "The basic boxing technique is to be dynamic, turning the whole into nothing. The essence of attack is point, shock, break. Zhang Chaoxiang, pay attention to it." After a set of punches, as if the water was flowing smoothly, Huang Zhenghan swung his fist in arm, and Mr. Guan's pupils dilated as he hurriedly swung his hand to block the attack. The breaking point was at Mr. Guan's elbow. The attack fell. He hadn't moved half a step, but he was hardened and shaken back more than 3 steps. So powerful. Zhang Chaoxiang nodded his head. He had already opened the basic boxing book in his hand. If Huang Zhenghan stopped his hand movements to pay attention to Zhang Chaoxiang, he would find that he was using the short nail on his index finger to put the movement points of the corresponding moves. That is, the two teachers in the hand-to-hand picture, roughly carved down traces, to help their own understanding of the experience. In the first half of the lesson, after the rehearsal, Huang Zhenghan began to instruct Zhang Chaoxiang to practice. He found that Zhang Chaoxiang's proficiency in manipulating the spiritual energy ring was far higher than what he had imagined. Under his guidance, Zhang Chaoxiang completed his first practice of the basic fist technique, and although there were some raw twists and turns that most people would experience, he had done very well. The 4 courses, basic fist technique, advanced fist technique, basic leg technique, and advanced leg technique, were all taken in the first semester of the junior high school at the martial arts school, and basically, the time spent on each martial arts skill to learn the introductory techniques was around a month. To become proficient in it would be a matter of a lifetime, as any other profound martial arts could not be separated from these foundation-building martial arts. Huang Zhenghan was so impressed with Zhang Chaoxiang, he didn't know how to describe it. Perhaps he didn't want to admit that in reality, by giving this martial skill to Zhang Chaoxiang's hands, he himself could leave to rest. Because Zhang Chaoxiang never took the initiative to ask himself about the main points of his cultivation, and was completely just burying his head against the books, he was angry inside in his heart. At the end of the martial arts class, Huang Zhenghan, in response to Zhang Chaoxiang's spiritual tier, taught a spiritual Dao door called Qi skill in advance, able to run the spiritual power in the body, to achieve the effect of honing a solid and skillful control of spiritual power. Not yet born with spiritual power, using the energy of the spiritual energy ring was also more or less able to cultivate a bit. Zhang Chaoxiang tried it out, and before he even got started, he felt that during the running process, the spiritual power control increased vaguely super fast, which was indeed something good. In the morning, there was a martial arts course, and in the afternoon, there was a lesson on strengthening the sense of spiritual power. Chang Wan and a group of school executives, along with the assessment of the martial arts school above, Zhang Chaoxiang should be able to undergo a higher intensity ring of spiritual energy perception, hence this advanced course. As Zhang Chaoxiang began to sense, Chang Wan carefully kept a close eye on him, not daring to slack off. For the past 10 days, there were only 2 students, Zhang Chaoxiang and Talking Yu, attending classes at Yuhua Primary School. There were more teachers than students, it was true. On the other hand, Zhang Chaoxiang learned from Talking Yu's mouth. She had conducted a central simulation test of her spiritual tier today, which was used to assess her spiritual tier, a layer of intermediate level. Talking Yu was pleasantly surprised. Her spiritual weapon class teacher told her that the spiritual tiers were divided into a total of 10 tiers, and by reaching 3 tiers, one would be able to attempt to manipulate some primary cutting-edge battle armor. Her own tier was definitely a demonic existence in the eyes of the teachers as well. Thus, Zheng Chaoxiang wondered which spiritual tier his current 47 manipulation power was equivalent to, so he applied to Changwon, Mr. Guan, Huang Zhonghan and other teachers to test his spiritual tier, but received a uniform dismissal from them. He was also somewhat uncertain. That night, Huang Zhonghan was pulled into the Yuhua Primary School Zheng Chaoxiang focus group and was shocked after learning about Zheng Chaoxiang's previous deeds. With the previous experience, the fault-tolerant sensitivity of the mental detection center was not high, so as a precaution, it was better to wait for the new equipment to arrive before testing Zheng Chaoxiang. During Zheng Chaoxiang's classes during the day, he would request his teacher rehearse the main points of the movements, and then record the moment of the picture in his martial arts book. When he went home, he started copying the paintings, recording the action images carefully. As the picture gradually became clearer and clearer, together with his brain's memories from the daytime lessons, his body's movements were matched, and he hung the painting on the wall of the living room, and started imitating it one move at a time. Of course, for each move, Zheng Chaoxiang just roughly sketched it, being able to see the movements but not wasting too much time. Usually, several such sketches would only be able to increase his record by 1 point, but in 2 days' time, Zheng Chaoxiang had already gotten started and was gradually moving towards the step of mastery. Record, +1+1. When he fully comprehended and mastered the martial art, the growth value increased by 30 points. Thus, Huang Zhonghan looked at him with increasingly strange eyes. 2 days of introductory basic boxing, 2 days of introductory basic kicking. He wondered if it was possible that Zheng Chaoxiang had already practiced these 2 basic martial arts in other channels long ago. Amidst the sideways knocks, he realized that it wasn't such a situation as he had thought. Thus, the look he gave Zheng Chaoxiang also became even stranger. But why? When he locked eyes with Zheng Chaoxiang, it seemed as if the other party's gaze was hiding something as well. When, by chance, Huang Zhonghan was calling his own mother, Zheng Chaoxiang accidentally saw a note on his cell phone screen to his own mother, Chen Beauty. Phew, not Han, hanging heart finally put down. From now on, Zheng Chaoxiang's eyes on Huang Zhonghan no longer have that hint of strange meaning. In the sense of strengthening spiritual power class, Zheng Chaoxiang's spiritual power value continued to increase as he meditated on his senses. On average, he was able to increase his spiritual power value by 1 point in 3 afternoons, although it wasn't fast, and the effect even diminished the further back he went. But there was always an increase, which was better than nothing compared to a stagnant spiritual energy value. Strong ring fluctuations, like a clear spring rushing towards Zheng Chaoxiang's body, both physically and mentally, he could actually feel the piercing chill. He knew that perhaps by the time the feeling these spiritual fluctuations brought to him changed from bone-piercing to ice-cold, the fluctuations of this intensity would not be able to cause any further increase in his spiritual value. Regarding the spiritual level cultivation, once every 2 days, this was the only opportunity for Zheng Chaoxiang and Tan Yu to attend classes together. Located in a whole brain simulator like a VR control room, this was the equipment used by the martial arts school to deeply experience spiritual power. The frequency of the electric wave released by the equipment was synchronized with the frequency of the brain, and by emptying the body and mind, the control of the body was lost. However, instead of the brain simulator, the virtual battle armor. In other words, it is similar to the game, which has become the brain spirit in the virtual screen to control the virtual cutting-edge battle armor. Manipulate the virtual armor in the simulator, there will not be any negative problems, but on the contrary can also enhance the sensitivity of the spirit. Thus, it can effectively improve the spiritual level. However, every person's spirit has an exciting period, a stable period, and also has a period of fatigue. Manipulating the simulator could increase the spiritual level, and at the same time, it was very exhausting to one's spiritual consciousness, and it usually took more than a day to recover. This was also the reason why simulation classes were held once every 2 days. Excessively depleting one's spiritual tier would leave irreversible after effects. Zheng Chaoxiang and Talking Yu experienced the sensation of communicating with the battle armor for the first time. It was a special kind of touch, as if their bodies were covered in a layer of miasma mist, becoming light and agile. The entire person's senses as well as mobility were dramatically increased through the armament of the battle armor. Zheng Chaoxiang's brain consciousness lowered his head, he saw light and shadows lurking on his body. It was a flowing substance similar to liquid mercury. Maneuvering power drove it. In the reaction of Talyu's surprise, he polymerized the special flowing metal, part of it, on his hands, his fists clenched, and his arms transformed into sharp lances. In the simulator's sea of consciousness, the miso sound that pierced the brain was scratched out. Talking Yu. There was no way to speak in the simulator, or else Talyu's voice would have been long and reverberating, and even after communicating for half a day, she was unable to manipulate the liquid flow by a fraction of a second. Outsiders were unable to observe the two in the simulator, and the teacher who always had to deal with emergencies and regulate the simulator did not enter the simulation. In the sea of consciousness, the sweet voice of the female teacher of the simulation class was heard, and she urged to never try to drive the special liquid metal on the surface of the battle armor. Although the simulator lowered the standard of manipulation, without a long period of training to break in, manipulation would result in the loss of a large number of spiritual layers. That night, Zhang Chaoxiang was at home, biting the brush in front of the easel and thinking for 2 hours, and the drawing paper in front of him was still blank. The manipulation of the battle armor was so magical that Zhang Chaoxiang, who was trying it out for the first time, could not speak or depict it. The specialized special training had come to the 7th day, when Zhang Chaoxiang smoothly executed the advanced fist technique and advanced leg technique in front of Huang Zhonghan. It was only then that he realized the gravity of the matter, his brows never allowed to be stretched, and in the second half of the 7th day's martial arts class, he looked out the window for 20 minutes before saying to Zhang Chaoxiang, "You don't have to come to class until elementary school officially starts, go play." Without waiting for Zhang Chaoxiang to say anything, he looked out the window with a preoccupied face to watch the flowers and sigh. Until Zhang Chaoxiang left, he remained frozen by the window. But he wasn't thinking and doubting his life. He was thinking about the next teaching work. How in the world will it be carried out? How exactly is it going to be planned? His own plans had been all but broken. After thinking long and hard, he sent a message to the group. Zhang Chaoxiang focuses on the group. Flowers in the Sea. Zhang Chaoxiang's students have already completed a semester's worth of martial arts course tasks in 7 days. While the specialized special training was underway, the entire elementary school population had also officially started school. Zhang Chaoxiang's manipulation power harvested from amongst the simulators had increased by 3 points in only 3 times, compared to burying himself in repetitive and painstaking training of his spiritual energy ring. I'm afraid that he would have to take a month or 2 to do so. At the same time, with the start of the school year, in order not to affect the other course assignments that Zhang Chaoxiang possessed, he had no choice but to place the special training on a Saturday. And it had been a long time since Zhang Chaoxiang had seen Mr. Huang Zhonghan. He originally had some questions on the chi secret that he wanted to ask for advice. Zhang Chaoxiang found that the chi secret is the real martial arts practitioner cultivation method. Always spiritual energy ring energy cannot fully act as their own spiritual power, so cultivation, but also cannot achieve the effect of penetrating the whole body, dredging the tendons and bones, but can increase the spiritual power control. However, it can increase the points of spiritual power control and improve the ability to control spiritual power. So what the heck, let's practice it first. Zhang Holong and Xin Xianwei were a little confused when they learned that Zhang Chaoxiang and Talking Yu had to stay in school on Saturday to study and attend classes. How is it that elementary school students, too, have started taking a single day off? Can we not go to class on Saturdays? 1 day off a week, is that enough? Zhang Chaoxiang thought carefully. If he was given a choice, he was afraid that he would only be willing to attend that 1 day of class on Saturday. For daily classes, Zhang Chaoxiang focused on accomplishing his goals. Between classes, the students gathered together to frolic and chat in a circle, throughout which they were talking about what animal pets or demonic beasts or whatever they liked. When they got into a heated discussion about how dogs are man's best friend and whether or not they should be eaten, and how dog sellers are bad and such, Zhang Chaoxiang, who had never been much of a maniac with them, suddenly burrowed into the middle of their little collective and coldly came up with this sentence. "A dog meat stall near my house, he often releases dog meat." Oh. The students were puzzled. What is releasing dog meat? He uses a 720 weighing, so that selling a caddy of dog meat is equivalent to releasing 320 dog meat. After saying this, he left, and when the students went to ask the teacher with puzzlement, the crowd was once again enveloped by his black humor. Black humor +1. At the same time Zhang Chaoxiang buried his head in troubles caused by the target. The special training targeting him seemed to have come to the second stage. Huang Zhonghan was usually teaching at the middle school of Yuhua Martial Arts School, and it was only on Saturdays that he had the time to find time to conduct martial arts lessons on Zhang Chaoxiang. However, the other party's learning progress was just too amazing. For basic martial arts skills, through practicing sparring with himself, confirmed that he had indeed entered the door. Martial artists, it was through training sparring and then killing demonic beasts in life and death that they reached progress and metamorphosis. But now the problem was, in the elementary school, Zhang Chaoxiang had no suitable opponent, no one who could compete with him and make progress together. Elementary school is not like the junior high school of martial arts school. After reaching the age of 12 in junior high school and awakening their own internal spiritual power, they can really have the power beyond the mortal child. It was also during this time period that the students began to compete with each other and even enhance their combat experience through trial battles in the secret realm. Thus, the martial arts class officially turned into a sparring practical training session between Huang Zhonghan and Zhang Chaoxiang. This situation only lasted for 1 lesson, and Zhang Chaoxiang thought to himself that the strength of the two was too disparate, and it seemed that there was no more benefit to be gained from fighting at the same level of strength. He recalled what teacher Chang Wen had said earlier and took the initiative to propose to Huang Zhonghan. "Teacher Huang, I've heard that the 8th floor of the Wisdom Building is a place for battle simulations?" Huang Zhonghan nodded, and after combing his hair a bit, he said, "That's a simulation fighter used to simulate demonic beasts, which can holographically project spiritual energy into the state of a demonic beast. This kind of equipment is used for the enrollment test of the junior division of the martial arts school." Zhang Chaoqiang thought about it and asked, "Can it be used to act as combat training?" "You are thinking of." Suddenly, Huang Zhonghan slapped his thighs with both hands. "Right, this battle simulator is a waste to leave it anyway. Might as well just act as Zhang Chaoqiang's combat training object." In the afternoon of that day, Huang Zhonghan started to contact a group of school executives, including School Lu, to advance this matter. In addition, there were several districts in Tianan City as well as schools that hadn't had any large-scale tournaments recently. Opportunities to make a name for themselves or to play cool were few and far between. During the second week of the second year of the fourth grade, the entire student body of the school, which was affiliated with the martial arts school, was taken to the theater as a group to watch a screening of In the Cage of the Eight Claws. This movie told the story of an ordinary person, with overly ordinary qualifications, who ended up becoming a famous and outstanding martial artist through his own hard work. It was because of this kind of martial artist-themed movie, therefore, having the same ideals, the students of Yuhua Primary School were naturally filled with a sense of immersion. Watching with fervor, when the movie ended and the black screen flipped the subtitles, the students ran in groups to the open space in front of the big screen of the movie. They waved their fists and thighs, itching to rack their brains to show the movements taught by the teacher in the martial arts class at this time ruthlessly. At this moment, it was as if they were the protagonists in the movie, with the pursuit of their dreams embedded in their hearts. Their airstrikes were sometimes misplaced with each other, and at other times, they were neatly organized. Zhang Chaoqiang and Tan Yu were the few students still sitting in the audience. He looked toward Xingguiqi, who was leading the field, and sighed secretly again. "He's better at playing handsome than I am." At the same time, he sensed that he had to change his shoes. Another battle armor simulation class. "Talking Yu, has your spiritual tier improved?" After several times of battle armor simulation, Zhang Chaoqiang thought that his manipulation power, that is, his spiritual tier, had significantly improved, and thus wanted to know if it was the same for Talking Yu. Talking Yu nodded her head. The weekly battle armor simulation had finally made her feel less overwhelmed, and her expression had also become more animated. "This time, I've already been able to slightly drive the fluid metal attached to the surface of the battle armor, but it's still too poor compared to you, Zhang Chaoqiang." Zhang Chaoqiang patted her satchel and comforted her. "Take your time, you're already better than a lot of people, at least in the entire elementary school. We're the only two who have qualified for special training, aren't we? And no matter if you are a future battle armor manipulator or a martial artist, you should have the spirit of not giving in and not getting discouraged. You have to believe in yourself." Is that why Zhang Chaoqiang possesses such awesome strength? Talking Yu's eyes widened tremendously. No matter what, Zhang Chaoqiang's motivation did work as well. "Yes, you should set a goal and keep moving forward towards it." "Good, I already have a goal." Tan Yu clenched her fists. Zhang Chaoqiang shook his head straight in his heart. Huang Zhonghan had already told himself as early as in the martial arts class that he could not achieve self-achievement on his own. An excellent martial artist or a battle armor manipulator had to be in a constant state of refinement and comparative competition. Mutual promotion and mutual growth, of course. This is in the case that the gap between the strength of both sides is not too big. But when she felt that the gap between her and herself was too great, she could not see any hope in her endeavors, and her fighting spirit could only be gradually wiped out. After the consultation of the school's senior management, it was finally decided that the battle simulation system on the 8th floor of the Wisdom Building would be exceptionally made available for Zhang Chaoqiang to use as his daily training. When the director, Chang Wan and other teachers brought Zhang Chaoqiang to the 8th floor, spiritual power barriers that flickered with blue light everywhere, the crystal state of the barriers surrounded a huge aperture in the center. The aperture showed a rippling wave effect, with a circular platform rising out of thin air in the center, resembling a lotus flower in the water. The so-called battle simulation is very different from the battle armor simulator, except that the simulation here will place the conscious body of Zhang Chaoqiang's classmate, Yu, into the simulation space. In the simulation space, when you voluntarily withdraw, or if you are overly injured and die, the conscious body will directly return to the main body. For the examination and also the training, it is already considered to be very safe. The simulation space was like a huge blue cube presented in front of the crowd, in which a blurred shadow gradually became clear, and eventually reached visual materialization, appearing in the middle of the cube. The demonic beast. When it appeared in it, and then through the Director of Instruction's introduction, Zhang Chaoqiang finally realized. The so-called battle simulation refers to the battle simulation with the demonic beast. No wonder this whole system is used for the assessment of the martial arts school. At this time in which the demonic beast is the most common and in the demonic beast class at the lowest end of the dog and wolf, and the wolf dog is similar to their birth, is the combination of the two, after the long river of time derived. Dog and wolf body than the wolf dog to be 2 circles, 1 meter 8 long, 1 meter 2 high, sharp mouth fangs, hair is not like ordinary dogs and wolves general smooth. Instead, it was hard and bifurcated visible to the naked eye. With its hideous appearance, it was as if it had seen Zhang Chaoqiang and the others, revealing a muddy breath and a ferocious light. The age range of dogwolf demonic beasts is basically the same as that of humans, 6 to 18 years old is the adolescent state, and is also the time period in which they gradually grow up. Therefore, Mr. Zhang Chaoqiang, the dog wolf in front of you has an age range of around 10 years old, keeping in line with you. Of course, an inferior demonic beast like a dog wolf has only birthed a trace of spiritual energy at this age, and has yet to fully enter the rank, thus it is more than suitable as your opponent. Among the demonic beasts, the weakest were the ordinary demonic beasts, and although they were much stronger than ordinary people, they were not worth mentioning in front of the entry-rank demonic beasts and martial artists. This young-type dogwolf, on the other hand, was a demonic beast that had not yet entered the rank. Zhang Chaoqiang had learned about it in some encyclopedias, and comparing it again today, the weakest demonic beast in this demonic beast world was also stronger than a human of the same age group. His current height was less than 1 meter 6, which belonged to a more normal stage of development, and compared to the dog and wolf, it would not be worth mentioning. For some reason, Zhang Chaoqiang's body ended up with a sense of burning flames that leapt out of his body, which should be his own demonic beast's sense of smell at work. He smelled the flavor of a demonic beast, and a leaping desire to fight was born. Teachers urged him again and again, and Huang Zhonghan also closely watched his every move, instructing him to withdraw immediately if he was not defeated, or else he would be injured in the middle of the simulation. The feeling of pain would not be omitted. Zhang Chaoqiang stood on the simulation platform, and when he touched the blue crystal on his body, his brain went blank, accompanied by a dizzying vomiting sensation, as if he had traveled. Only, it was the consciousness that had traveled into the middle of the combat simulator's cube, and as he looked down, his own body gradually manifested under the combination of energy within the cube. He shook his arm, the energy of the psychic energy ring wrapped around his arm as much as he could, and the dogwolf on the opposite side of him snorted out violently, his front body prostrate. Strong front legs gripped the ground tightly, maintaining a poised state of attack against this person who appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Outside the battle simulation cube, the school teachers and senior staff had serious faces, of which the director of instruction Song Yu and Changwon were even more transfixed, while holding pens in their palms as they kept writing something on their books. Song Yu's eyes did not turn as her body turned towards Huang Zhonghan and asked, Mr. Huang, through these days of observation, do you think that student Zhang Chaoqiang possesses the ability to rival a demonic beast under the same level? Under the same state, what demonic beasts possessed was more of the nourishment that the innate spiritual power was uniquely able to provide for the advantage of being physically strong, which was something that ordinary humans had no way of rivaling. The gap between an ordinary demonic beast that had not entered the rank and an ordinary human was usually much bigger than the gap between an entering demonic beast and a martial artist. Although Zhang Chaoqiang had a 50p energy psychic energy ring, it was not enough to narrow the gap between the two. Faced with this question, in reality, Huang Zhonghan did not have an absolute answer in his mind. This old battle simulation system is only capable of simulating unclassified demonic beasts that do not have the slightest bit of demonic beast spirit. In the past, it was always for use in martial arts school examinations, and the students who participated in martial arts school examinations usually already possessed no less than 100p of spiritual power, and their proficiency in martial arts techniques was also very high. Even so, the kill rate was no more than 50%. After my observation of Zhang Chaoqiang over the past many days, it's very likely that he has the ability to engage in a sustained fight with a dogwolf of the same age group, and I'm guessing that he'll be able to at least hold out for more than 10 minutes under the dogwolf's onslaught. After all, only with the help of the spiritual energy ring 50p's energy, Huang Zhonghan's evaluation of Zhang Chaoqiang was also very pertinent. Song Yu gently nodded her head as she, along with Chang Won and the others, placed all of their attention on Zhang Chaoqiang. Zhang Chaoqiang, who was in the simulation cube, was carefully surveying the simulated dogwolf in front of him, and he had already determined that the other party was just a combination of energy, without a single bit of will as a demonic beast, a dead thing piled up with energy. Otherwise, how could it not react to him in the slightest other way, but instead be filled with aggression? Just as the dogwolf came crashing towards him, what the crowd did not expect was that Zhang Chaoqiang was a step ahead of it. Basic leg technique made his pace sensitive, each step was like a dexterous steer leaping over water stains, his body sneaking in from the side of the dogwolf. Taking the initiative to attack? This made the crowd outside the cube not expect it. Zhang Chaoqiang, as someone who had never experienced life and death combat before, would even have this realization. As Zhang Chaoqiang quickly moved closer to the dogwolf, the other party was prepared to raise his front leg high, wanting to engage in a head-on blow with him. If he was hit head-on, Zhang Chaoqiang felt that he was definitely going to be knocked down, but Demon Beast's smell sense was no joke, and quickly reacted. The advanced leg technique adjusted his footsteps, dipping and flying 2 kicks to the side of the dogwolf's raised leg, and while he was staggering, the advanced fist technique was executed by him. Turning face into point, breaking with point, energy wrapped around Zhang Chaoqiang's arm like a sharp knife, dodging obstacles with dexterity, landing on the dogwolf's ferocious eyes. Puff 2 sound, eyes splash energy, at this time lost senses of the dogwolf by Zhang Chaoqiang completely pinpointed, leg control energy will be the other party's limbs as much as whip kick broken. Preemptive strike. Zhang Chaoxiang, in a state of no injury, the dog wolf will be crippled by a thunderous means. Patting the energy residue on his hands. Possessing a decisive fighting sense, victory was inevitable. At this moment outside the cube, all was silent. Growth value, +5. After he completely killed the dog wolf that was already a fish, and its body turned into a tidal wave of energy that returned to the ripples, Zhang Chaoxiang was pleasantly surprised. Under his first real battle, he promoted his own growth. Growth, cool. As such, he was prepared to strongly request for the battle simulation to be turned into a part of his special training as well. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, school director Liu and his party wiped off the cold sweat from their foreheads and immediately announced. The martial arts course had officially become a combat simulation course that belonged exclusively to Zhang Chaoxiang alone. From this moment onwards, this old battle simulation system that had been eliminated belonged exclusively to Zhang Chaoxiang. As for some of the true compound martial arts techniques other than the basic advanced boxing techniques, Huang Zhenghan told him that without reaching the age of 12 and truly activating his own spiritual energy, there was no way to use the spiritual energy ring energy. There was no way to cultivate with the help of spiritual ring energy. Because the chi skill was the cornerstone for every martial artist to stabilize their realm cultivation as well as to cultivate composite martial arts, with the help of spiritual energy ring energy, they could not meet the entry requirements. Originally, Huang Zhenghan's teaching was intended to teach Zhang Chaoxiang the basic advanced fist and leg techniques for 1 semester, and then the rest of his elementary school career would be spent continuing the solid deepening of these 4 basic martial arts techniques. Now it had completely disrupted his plans, but luckily, this way he had more or less some presence, at least when it came to conducting combat simulations. He could also more or less science the information data of the demonic beasts he was battling. Battle armor simulation class to increase one's mental tier, or manipulation power. Combat simulation lessons to increase one's growth value. Depth of sense class, to increase one's spiritual power value. Cultivate the chi technique and practice control of energy outside of initiation to improve spiritual power control. Growth goal to raise the body's 3-dimensional index. Before stepping into the middle school of martial arts and activating his own spiritual energy, Zhang Chaoxiang's remaining elementary school career, I'm afraid that the path of enhancement would be set in stone. Eyes opening and closing, close to 2 years passed. Earth Star 1911. During these 2 years, many major events happened in the world. For example, the Aegean border country, because of the loss of the central country's strategic cooperation as well as the provision of weapons, the border barriers were successfully trampled under several sieges by demonic beasts. The people were innocent, and the central kingdom, because they couldn't bear the suffering of the people of the world, sent a dozen exceptional martial artists to pacify the beasts, saving the lives of many of the local people. The number of demonic beasts active on the borders gradually increased, but it was still within control. The central kingdom, as well as other big countries, sent martial artists to go deeper into the domain of the demonic beasts, and found that the number of demonic beasts breeding in recent years has climbed up. Of course, the tiny changes occurring in the world were far from creating the possibility of rippling into the domestic society within the central kingdom. In the midst of the passage of time, Zhang Chaoxiang experienced more things, having a privileged upbringing himself, all of which stemmed from the kingdom behind him. Creating a peaceful and stable living condition for future generations was the reason why martial artists' predecessors had fought for it before and after. Without setting foot in a martial arts school junior high school, Zhang Chaoxiang's life growing up remained the same, but being the same was sometimes the most valuable. Zhang Chaoxiang was now in the 2nd year of the 6th grade, and after passing through close to 2 years of specialized special training, he felt that he was now frighteningly strong. The weekly combat simulation class was already enough for him to torture the few demonic beasts in the combat simulation system in different ways. At first, the increase in growth value was still 5.5 points, and later on, it was less and less. Helmeted bone bird, dog wolf, sawtooth snake, these ordinary demonic beasts that didn't enter the rank, Zhang Chaoxiang was now able to slaughter them with his eyes closed. The battle armor simulation class, the depth perception class was the same. At first it grew rapidly. Once it came to an end, there basically wasn't much of an improvement change. His state today. Zhang super strength, 12 years old, 10 months countdown to puberty. Growth value, slightly better 3120/4000. Spiritual power value, 762. Physical qualities, spirit 6. 29/16, internal viscera 5. 93/18, torso 6. May 16th. Growth talent, demon beast smell sense LV1, 28/100. Ability, survival instinct, angry eyes. Manipulation, 108. Psychic control 102. Growth tasks, record 103/200, rebel 730, revealer 630, reformer November 30th, playing it cool April 10th, make a splash 3 out of 10. Zhang Chaoxiang still couldn't learn how to invisibly pretend, but the black humor of it had been done to him. Slowly nurturing and growing, under a stable environment, Zhang Chaoxiang felt incredibly fulfilled. Due to the debuff of puberty, he also became sentimental, whether it was about family, friends, or other things. Zhang Chaoqiang and Tan Yu were still sitting in the unchanging first row window seat, and Zhang Chaoqiang, too, had long known the reason for not arranging the seats for the two of them. Sometimes he would smile at the hidden camera above his head, which caused the security guards, teachers, directors, and even schoolmaster Lu, who were in the middle of the monitoring room and were peering at the screen, to shiver, more or less like chastity. At this age, some precocious girls have already grown up, individually matured like adults. Although Takyu is not in this category, but also grew quite tall, possessing 1.5 meters, just only shorter Zhang Chaoqiang 10 centimeters. Her pair of watery eyes became more and more clear and moving. Talking about you in these 2 years, the harvest was also good, occasionally carrying out physical training. In the battle armor simulation special, she was also continuing to improve her spiritual level. Now, through the test, she had reached the second intermediate level. This also caused many teachers to be amazed, and they appreciated the brains of Tan Yu, who rarely had such talented students after so many years in the field. Zhang Chaoqiang also praised her for her flexible brain. After all, a strong brain is only a high spiritual level. Knowing that no matter how hard she worked, it seemed that she would never be able to compare to Zhang Chaoqiang's skillfulness in manipulating the simulated battle armor. Occasionally, she would become annoyed. Talking about Yu's depression, she used it in her proud headbanging sneak attack on Zhang Chaoqiang. Zhang Chaoqiang again thought that her brain didn't seem to be that flexible either. The changes in the family, well, nothing much changed. Xin Xiangwei and Zhang Huolong's aesthetics were permanently unchanged, and Zhang Chaoqiang thought that this was by and large the hardest reality in the world to impress. From time to time, the two broke out of the clothing aesthetic debate, the intensity of which is like the fourth demon and beast-human war in general. But at night the two wrestle together, that is the fifth war. Zhang Huolong's factory is still busy. From 2 years ago, 2 production lines totaling 20 or so people, due to the increase in demand for production, hard to increase the staff to 40 people. You know, some small factory supervisor may not be able to manage so many people. Zhang Chaoqiang, by knocking sideways, finally was aware of the fact that the original Zhang Huolong factory mainly produced mold shells, which were the shells of spirit weapons. Just produce spare parts out, delivered to the hands of customers. As for the assembly, empowered spirit, and the identity of the customer, these, there is no way to know. In the evening, Zhang Chaoqiang skillfully killed chickens and cooked. Under the guidance of Old Chen, he also knew how to stir-fry in the kitchen. And occasionally, he was able to receive favorable comments from Old Chen, a master who had won numerous awards. Chaoqiang, you play aside, I'll do it. Xin Xiangwei was usually reluctant to let Zhang Chaoqiang cook. Usually coming back from studying was already tiring enough. Where was the reason for a child to cook? Well, although he did cook better than himself by a hair, he was usually still not allowed on. Zhang Chaoqiang lowered his head to cut the vegetables and said without lifting his head, "Today is Sunday, Mom agreed to reward me with a chance to cook once a week. Okay, is there anything I can do to help?" Thinking of Xin Xiangwei's unchanging cooking skills, Zhang Chaoqiang, like Old Chen, kicked his mom, Xin Xiangwei, out of the kitchen. There was one strange thing. Xin Xiangwei and Zhang Huolong had already reached the age of adulthood, and their appearance was still not too different from when they were young, that is, when they had just given birth to themselves. It seemed that life and age could not leave traces on their faces. There was also Old Chen, who was nearly 80 years old. He was nearly 80 years old, but he was still in high spirits, without a trace of decay. Dinner started. Dad and Mom first gave themselves 2 chopsticks of food. Zhang Chaoqiang, who was in puberty, felt more and more warmth for the love that his family brought to him, and sometimes puberty was beautiful. Yesterday, the factory manager approached me, saying that he was prepared to recommend me to take over the position of production supervisor. Zhang Huolong said calmly at the dinner table. When Xin Xiangwei heard this, she was both happy and sad. She was already busy enough now. When she became a supervisor, she mustn't go home and arrange for work in the future as well? But I refused. Xin Xiangwei was both sad and happy at once. Managing 2 production lines is already my limit, and it's pretty well organized now. When I become a supervisor, when there are more people under me, especially those team leaders who each have their own mind, I'm only afraid that the efficiency of my work will be greatly reduced. I'm still only suitable to be a small team leader. Xin Xiangwei, Zhang Chaoqiang and the two of them nodded their heads, supporting Zhang Huolong's decision. After dinner, Zhang Huolong lay on the sofa, his wife Xin Xiangwei massaged and knead his shoulders to relax. The TV set at home and the 2 walls where the sofa was placed had been filled with his own paintings over the past 2 years. After hundreds of exquisite paintings that were able to increase record, he thought that his painting skills had already had a breakthrough. But for some reason, the idea of traveling to the Snake Song tattoo parlor to help Xin Xiangwei design the base of her tattoo was always rejected by his mother. But drawing and designing at home, helping Xin Rongwei create a personal catalog of her works as well as stencil tattoo drawings. She was again very happy and happy. Zhang Chaoqiang felt that she had something to hide from herself. It was good to have secrets, and exploring them could help him increase his revealer. In the view of Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei, nowadays Zhang Chaoqiang is also considered to have grown up, moving meat tightly and heavily kissing Zhang Chaoqiang, this kind of behavior that makes their son embarrassed. They tried to restrain it as much as possible, but it also bred a bad habit. That is, intentionally or unintentionally, will ruthlessly caress Zhang Chaoqiang's face. Zhang Chaoqiang at first refused, but gradually still accepted the reality. In the second book of the 6th grade, the students were in a tight schedule of study and training, achieving excellent grades, improving their physical fitness, as well as meditating as much as possible to enhance their internal body-spirit power in the sense class. These were all factors that could increase one's chances of getting into the Yuhua Martial School. Although the Yuhua Martial Arts School had prioritized the recruitment of Yuhua primary school students throughout the years, the prerequisite was that they had to be good enough. If one did not fall into the other martial arts schools in Tianan City, then the environment for cultivation would be greatly reduced. It was clear that no one wanted to be abandoned by Yuhua Martial School. One must know that the promotion rate from Yuhua Primary School to Yuhua Martial School in the previous year was less than 20%. In other words, less than 100 of the 500 people who went to primary school were able to be successfully promoted to the Yuhua School of Martial Arts, the number 1 ranked martial arts school in Tianan City, with many years of heritage, the breeding ground for countless exceptional martial artists. Even Shinguichi, the class bully and notorious for his high physique and potential, was staring at the ultimatum of less than a semester. He couldn't help but worry. I'm afraid that amongst the first class, the ones who felt the most relaxed were Zhang Chaoqiang and Tan Yu, who had been internalized 2 years ago. All of them were hurriedly preparing for the primary school assessment in half a year's time, while Zhang Chaoqiang was just doing his own thing, slowly growing as usual. This tense atmosphere in the class made Zhang Chaoqiang find it interesting as he took out his drawing paper and quickly started a draft on it to record it. Then he couldn't help but think of playing it cool and other adolescent tasks. I'm afraid that even before graduation, there wouldn't be much of a chance that he would be able to accomplish them. Stepping into Yuhua Martial Arts School, activating his spiritual power, and stepping into the path of martial arts was truly the best platform that would allow him to play cool and make a name for himself at will. Zhang Chaoqiang was now looking forward to the moment when he officially stepped into the martial arts path, even if he was burdened with a heavy responsibility. The once-a-week combat simulation class. Huang Zhonghan eyed Zhang Chaoqiang, who was in the middle of the simulation cube, and the sleeves of his clothes clutched in his hands could not be loosened for a long time. As far as the naked eye could see, Zhang Chaoqiang's speed in killing demonic beasts was getting faster and faster, just like Fruit Ninja. The most simulated demonic beasts of the same level in the cube were under Zhang Chaoqiang's control of energy. The energy that was only 50p in strength was actually compressed and precisely controlled by him to turn into a strand of rope, weaving and stabbing into the skull. It didn't take more than 10 seconds for the demonic beast to lose its vitality and dissipate into spiritual energy that was integrated into the simulator. It was like playing a game of elimination. Zhang Chaoqiang kept repeating it, and usually after one session, Zhang Chaoqiang was able to kill 80 demonic beasts without any problems. As his ability improved, these 80 demonic beasts could only add about 10 points of growth value to him now. Huang Zhonghan could see that Zhang Chaoqiang seemed to be in a great hurry to kill the demonic beasts, as if he was brushing up his experience. He was indeed correct on this point, as Zhang Chaoqiang gradually realized that his body's three-dimensional values increased as he grew. In addition to being able to improve through exercise, physical growth as well as accomplishing goals, there was another important factor that influenced it, and that was the growth value. After so many years, Zhang Chaoqiang had only recently been able to discover that when his growth value was high enough, he was clearly able to react to the speed of his body's three-dimensional numerical value increase being accelerated compared to when his growth value was low. What he was able to do now, in the context of not activating his spiritual power and not being able to nourish his body with it to rapidly enhance his physique, was to rapidly raise his growth value in order to accelerate his body's developmental values. He felt that his current self was like a fawn, his body couldn't keep up with the intensity. The double fists without attached energy blasted the last demonic beast's limbs raw, and Zhang Chaoqiang shook his head and sighed. This did not satisfy him. The body is still too weak. In the final analysis, it was still his body's 3D index that was too low. Even though he was able to easily blast off the limbs of demonic beasts that were twice as strong as equivalent humans. However, Zhang Chaoqiang doubted that his current body could withstand a spiritual energy value as high as 862. This was because according to the age stage of 12 that had already been reached, the release of internal body spiritual energy would be activated before the primary school. The teacher had once said that if one's spiritual energy was much higher than the limit that the strength of the physical body could carry, then the overflowing spiritual energy would overflow, squeezing the body alive. However, he turned his words around and claimed that such a situation would almost never occur. This was because the human body's physical body determined the upper limit of carrying spiritual energy, just like the height of a fountain that would never exceed its source. How could there be an odd situation where the spiritual energy was far higher than the strength of the physical body? Then, what if the spiritual power had a large enough amount of spiritual power before the inner body was activated? What about this situation? Without a large number of growth targets, Zhang Chaoqiang could only steadily raise his three-dimensional values. Unless he promoted himself to a martial artist, cultivation would be able to accelerate the growth of his body values if he stepped into the martial path. That would be caught in a dead cycle again. During the recent class period, Zhang Chaoqiang was still performing record when he had time. Recording would allow him to accelerate his comprehension of the content contained in the paintings. His classmate, Tanyu, was still bored in playing with the zipper of her bag. In the morning, Zhang Chaoqian would occasionally pull open the curtains and hide his head from the sunlight, letting it pour over the left side of Yu's face. Her slightly curved eyelashes were like swaying branches and leaves under the effect of light and shadow. In an instant, only Tanyu became the focus of the sunlight in the class, contrasting light and darkness. Zhang Chaoqian, from the god's point of view, refined this painting, which was the second painting he gave to Tanyu. Sometimes it's quite troublesome to send money to buy things that Tanyu probably doesn't lack and can't use, so he can only return the favor with a token of his appreciation. Gradually, the elegant and graceful Takyu became the white moonlight of many people in the class. Many boys secretly had crushes on her when they learned that she and her classmate Zhang Chaoqian were just ordinary friends. However, it was just a thought in their minds, and they didn't tell this thought to talk about it, 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 to talk about it. And of course, they didn't dare to. Day. The sound of crisp hard-soled leather shoes striking the tile floor, Prince Han slapped the lesson plan on the podium with a steady face. Stopping the somewhat noisy classroom, his eyes scrutinized the surrounding area, shining a light on every student's heart. Drinking water, clearing his throat, soon after with the ringing of the bell, students from the door as soon as they came in, they saw different from the usual, today extraordinarily serious class teacher Prince Han. After the board is standing on the podium, immediately know that there is something important to announce, all quiet to return to the position, sitting upright. After the people are all together, Prince Han solemnly said, after verification, this month our 6th grade will reach the age of 12 years old. After preliminary discussions at Yuhua Martial School, it is tentatively scheduled that the spiritual power activation ceremony will be held for all 6th graders next month. The exact time will wait for further notice. With a bang, the most exciting and nerve-wracking and disorienting news came out. The class was instantly in an uproar. Today is February 15th, so that means the spiritual power activation ceremony is going to take place after less than a month and a half at most, less than half a month at least? There's a bit of tightness and tension. Look, I can tell. Jiang Wenming, who had always liked to mess around and tease his classmates, especially the female classmates, revealed a fan-like confidence. He turned his head around and flashed his upper row of somewhat yellowed teeth to the surrounding classmates. It's finally time for me to show off. But no one paid any attention to him. Most, on the other hand, were not quite so calm in their hearts, because they didn't know whether the spiritual energy they could activate was strong or weak. The matter of activating spiritual energy was almost the most important thing in a student's career. If the strength of the activated spiritual energy was high, then it meant that the chances of being able to step into the martial arts path and enroll in an institution of higher learning like the Yuhua Martial Arts School was high. It directly determined one's potential, one's future. Although before they entered Yuhua Elementary School, they were also once assessed for their spiritual force sensitivity, and were considered to be in the better category amongst their peers. But 6 years had passed, and there were plenty of examples of injuries, of 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Before they were sure what level they could reach, they were of course nervous as hell. In addition to the leisurely Zhang Chaoqian and Takyu, I'm afraid that the most confident in the class is Xinguiqi, only to see him case head and chest, although not open his mouth to make a sound, but the majestic self-confidence has been invisible overflow. Bang bang, quiet. Prince Han knocked twice, once again bringing the chaotic situation under control. I haven't finished yet. After the spiritual activation ceremony, there will also be a test of the spiritual layers of all the students. Students do not need to be too nervous or worried, whether it is spiritual power or spiritual level. These two figures only represent the more suitable development towards the two aspects of a martial artist or a battle armor manipulator. It doesn't mean that a weak activated spiritual strength or low spiritual level necessarily means a bad future. I believe that as long as you work hard, even with a low starting point, you will be able to make your own achievements. Prince Han's fervent words attempted to pump chicken blood into the students who were now in a tense mood, but it was obvious that it was not working. The students waited for Prince Han to finish his speech and continued to chatter. Activating a weak spiritual strength and a low spiritual tier doesn't necessarily mean that you can't become a martial artist or a battle armor manipulator effort, but it means that it's a useless person, and it means that you won't be given the opportunity to attend the Yuhua Martial School. I'm so nervous. No, I'm not nervous. No, I'm so nervous. Children are playful by nature, and the very few small portion of students inside the class who usually don't exercise, train or study are now as anxious as ants on a hot pan. What should I do? I promised my mom and dad with a pat on the back that I would definitely get into the Yuhua Martial Arts School. Wait, even though I didn't pay much attention in class, what if I'm a genius? Can I make up for it later? It should be too late. What if I'm a genius? At once, Zheng Chaoqiang and the class teacher, Prince Han, had the same thought in their hearts. That is, the mind stage would be very busy during this period of time. In particular, Ms. Xianyu, the beautiful teacher who was understanding and knew the mind of a small child, would be very busy. At the end of class, the head of the classroom and the classroom became even more lively and noisy. Zheng Chaoqiang packed up his textbooks and painting equipment, and after saying a word to Talking Yu, he ran to Wang Zihan's office by himself. Teacher Wang, regarding next month's spiritual power activation ceremony, I have a very serious matter I want to tell you. Zheng Chaoqiang asked Wang Zihan what should be done if the activated spiritual power was too high and his body was not strong enough to withstand the full amount of spiritual power coming out of the activation. Prince Han was organizing the bookshelves in his office seat without looking up, and subconsciously reached out to try to stroke the forehead of the visitor. According to the memories, to be able to have such arrogance and say such unrealistic words, it must be Jiang Wenming, who even Xinguoqi should be ashamed of himself. Listening to the content, it seemed as if the condition of narcissism was continuing to worsen. Have to see if he has a fever. Teacher? When his palm covered the other party's forehead, eliciting a puzzled cry from him, only then did Wang Zhan view clearly that the person coming was not Jiang Wenming, but Zhang Chaoqiang. Ah! The fish fluttered in his heart. If it was Zhang Chaoqiang who uttered these words, then it might be true. He immediately pacified Zhang Chaoqiang. You don't have to worry, Mr. Zhang Chaoqiang, the school will definitely not let any of the students get hurt again. Please do believe in the school. Let's hope I can really trust the school. Zhang Chaoqiang pursed his lips, nodded to Prince Han with a different kind of mood, and left under the other party's reassurance. It was fine if he didn't talk about it, but just by saying it, he was getting a little worried, as if the threat that the school brought to him wouldn't be any less than the chances of his spiritual power rising up and breaking through his body. However, for the time being, there is no way, the matter of being different from the norm, one knows, the school side is not a fool, and can only ask for help from them. After Zhang Chaoqiang left, Wang Zhan immediately tightened the matter to inform the director of teaching and other senior. The other party told him that they had already thought about this issue. If the originator of the destruction of the internal body spirit power detection device back then was Zhang Chaoqiang's super strong spirit power, then it was absolutely normal for Zhang Chaoqiang's current physical strength to be unable to withstand such a large amount of spirit power. In the afternoon of that day, all the group members in the Zhang Chaoqiang focus group gathered together for a meeting. Even teacher Huang Zhonghan of the junior high school, once he got out of class, he stepped on his car to the point of smoking, ensuring that it took less than 15 minutes to arrive at the elementary school from the Yuhua Martial Arts School, which was 20 kilometers away, under the premise of safety. At the meeting, Sonya took the lead and took the initiative to say, we've actually made arrangements for this matter, we just haven't had time to tell everyone yet. First of all, for the matter of the body not being strong enough to hold such majestic spiritual energy, we have invited 3 teachers from the senior middle school to come and help us. Their martial arts rank was at the 4th level, and at that time, when Zhang Chaoqiang's spiritual energy was officially activated, they would work together to suppress the liberated spiritual energy until it was close to Zhang Chaoqiang's upper limit of his physical body, and only then would they reblock the remaining internal spiritual energy that had not yet been fully activated. In this way, it is not until Zhang Chaoqiang's body is gradually super strong in the process of cultivation that the activation of the remaining internal body spirit power will be considered based on the subsequent situation. A 4th stage ranked martial artist? Not only Prince Han, even Huang Zhonghan, Chang Wen and the others were startled, before they nodded their heads and pondered as a matter of course. Even in the senior middle school, 4th-ranked martial artists were near the top, and with them there, suppressing Zhang Chaoqiang's activated spiritual energy wasn't a problem. The school had also done everything in its power to give Zhang Chaoqiang a possibly safe guarantee. There was one more thing. Song Yu added, regarding Zhang Chaoqiang's spiritual level, the elementary school department has been using an older model of hub equipment, and this year's test will update the equipment with the same latest hub model as the junior and senior high school departments. It will have a higher level of fault tolerance, so don't worry, there will be no more accidents. There will be no more accidents. Song Yu's firm tone, with Colonel Lu beside her like a C-pin, gave Chang Wen enough courage to keep echoing in her mind. And Zhang Chaoqiang's guesses were really good. After the notification about the matter of conducting the spiritual power activation and spiritual tier rating ceremony next month was decentralized, for the duration of each of the following days, there was an endless stream of 6th graders at the spiritual post. Xian Yu's original state of always having an overflowing smile on her face also gradually became gloomy in this situation. Truly idle when idle, busy when busy. What a thing! And the children also specifically liked to come looking for themselves for psychological counseling, even if they themselves had to ruthlessly scratch and pinch the other party's chubby little cheeks after the end of each counseling session. But they were still happy to come to the door again in a day or two. Xian Yu's exquisite psychotherapy had successfully hypnotized many students to lower their psychological stress. When it was really too busy, she searched for a helper. Zhang Chaoqiang. This student who had once observed her work, Xian Yu thought that the smart one would definitely be able to help. Zhang Chaoqiang was very helpful when he used raging eyes, in conjunction with the distant and serene light music of the mind station. Xian Yu noticed that the students who were mind alienated by Zhang Chaoqiang actually stopped their chattering mouths and gradually calmed down. Zhang Chaoqiang scratched his head as he realized that he was afraid that he might not necessarily be able to help Xian Yi. Originally thinking of utilizing the angry eyes, to force the other party into a state of calmness. He did not expect that it would catalyze the students' psychological fear. They were calm on the surface, but in reality, their hearts were churning inside. The fearful thought of not being able to successfully enter Yuhua martial arts school after 6 years of hard work was expanding infinitely, and their minds were close to collapsing. After realizing that the situation was getting more and more serious, Xian Yu hurriedly invited Zhang Chaoqiang away and gritted her teeth to deal with the workload that was increasing again and again. Comparing these people with Zhang Chaoqiang, where did the latter look like he was under a lot of stress back then? Xian Yu looked at the students present, who peed their pants due to excessive stress, and still had a nagging feeling in her heart. Zhang Chaoqiang, are you nervous? After school, Tan Yu once again asked him this question. Nervous? Liar. Really? Zhang Chaoqiang did not lie this time, he was indeed nervous. It wasn't because of the strength of the spiritual power he had activated out, but he was worried for his own safety. It wasn't until Song Yu and Wang Zhan intercepted Zhang Chaoqiang, who was preparing to leave the school gates, and informed the school of the way to deal with the situation, that they were able to insert a C-pin into Zhang Chaoqiang's heart. No need to be nervous, no need to be nervous. The night he returned home, all the students attending Yuhua Primary School had their parents' school newsletters notified of the date for the spiritual power activation and spiritual tier rating ceremony. Zhang Chaoqiang took over Zhang Huolong's cell phone and took a look at the 12th of March, which was still a week away. What is spiritual power activation and spiritual layer rating? Zhang Huolong was puzzled. They, as ordinary people, Zhang Chaoqiang's knowledge of the special training he received at school and so on, hadn't gone into too much detail with his parents, otherwise it would have overloaded his brain. It's probably just testing for suitability to become a martial artist in the future. Zhang Huolong, then super strong you must be suitable. I've heard that martial artists are very popular, the top echelons of society. Dad, this is not just about being suitable, it also depends on after activation. No matter, you must be suitable anyway, be suitable. During the last week of activating their spiritual powers, even at night, the students were anxiously reviewing their school lessons at home. They couldn't wait to come to the sensory lessons a few more times a day so that they could increase their inner body spirit power by a few more points. But it was obviously not very realistic right now, and all they could do was to enhance their physique. The Yuhua Martial Arts School's enrollment test was not all about spiritual power and spirit level to directly define a person's future. If they achieved extremely excellent results in the physical fitness test, it was not a new thing to be admitted. While they were drilling their bodies at home after school, Zhang Chaoqiang was leisurely scrolling through his cell phone videos. Combining work and rest, Zhang Chaoqiang would now arrange an hour of cell phone playtime for himself starting at 8 p.m. I have to say, short video is indeed a good thing. No wonder the old dad and mom often hold a cell phone as a day, tea, and rice. Recently, Zhang Chaoqiang after having his own cell phone, only to understand this truth, he is also often attracted by interesting short videos, watching is a taste. A family of 3, the background sound of the TV. But the attention is on the cell phone held, constantly sliding up and down. UFD 298 headline, Zhang Mingyang's first round KO victory over Ribeiro, first win in a major class. Zhang Chaoqiang swiped a few entries in a row, and they were all about mixed martial arts championships, the kind of fights that his own dad, Zhang Huolong, liked to watch as well. Usually, it was because people in the neighborhood had just watched it, and thus, big data pushed these videos to Zhang Chaoqiang and Xin Xiangwei. However, Mom Xin Xiangwei was usually not interested in such and directly scratched away, while Zhang Chaoqiang stayed to watch for a while. The UFD restricts the participation of martial artists, so the participants are all ordinary people, and through their battles, Zhang Chaoqiang can also learn combat skills from them. Swiping short videos and reading the comments was of course indispensable, and sometimes the most interesting thing was precisely the comments. While scrolling down, Zhang Chaoqiang's eyes suddenly lit up and was attracted to a comment. Why is everyone with the surname Zhang so powerful? Zhang Weili, Zhang Mingyang, Zhang Sanfeng, Zhang Wuji, Zhang Chaoqiang, this is my son. Zhang Chaoqiang found this comment sent out by a person named username 5426. This comment had attracted many laugh-out-loud trolling nods. Thus, while sizing up Zhang Huolong, who was crossing his legs and getting high, he followed the trail in his hand, but found that the other person's homepage showed that it was not viewable. This is Dad's trumpet? Zhang Chaoqiang and his family's accounts were followed by each other, not this account. That said, only Dad, Zhang Huolong, would say such things on the internet. As if he suddenly thought of something, he ghostly clicked on his mom, Xin Xiangwei's Douyin works. Xin Xiangwei a few years ago to shoot narcissistic video has been deleted by her, replaced by the current tattoo works. She will be uploaded in this short video platform to put their own tattoo catalog and works, record the work of life. Each piece of work, the number of likes and comments is almost no more than 10, Zhang Chaoqiang one by one scrolling through, almost every one of them have their own, Dad, and this user 5426 comments support. Recalling that before, Xin Xiangwei was ecstatic because there were netizens who continuously praised and supported her works. There was no one else but this user 5426. Wordlessly, Zhang Chaoqiang closed the screen, his 1 hour of playtime was over, and he prepared to take a shower and go to bed. At the same time, Revealer, +1. On the day of March 11th, the school had already begun to set up the venue, on the first floor of the Wisdom Building, a staircase classroom that could accommodate 3,000 people. The stage had already been remodeled for a short period of time, and the spiritual power activation and spiritual layer rating apparatuses were placed right in the center. The students who were in the class all more or less possessed a little bit of anticipation and nervousness for tomorrow's arrival. As a class of martial arts pre-selected class, for one half of them to be able to meet the enrollment standard requirements of the Yuhua Martial Arts School, it would be considered to have surpassed the previous class. Meanwhile, in their hands was a copy of the Yuhua Martial Arts School's fall enrollment form for each of them. The column of enrollment standard requirements above mentioned the minimum standards. Spiritual strength 40p, spiritual layer 0 intermediate, one of the two can meet the standard to carry out the physical strength as well as the actual combat examination. If the strength of the physical body is extraordinarily extraordinary, it can also be enrolled. The students' hands gradually tightened as they clutched the enrollment form. In addition, the parents of the 6th grade students received a notice that one of their family elders must accompany them for the activation, and naturally, they were extremely happy that their child's activation ceremony could be witnessed by themselves. Meanwhile, after Zhang Huolong and Xin Xianwei finished their busy schedules on this day, they separately asked their bosses for leave. The factory had always had a lot of tasks, and was so busy every day that Zhang Huolong grabbed the factory manager who was preparing to get on the bus to go home, and asked him for a day's leave. Factory manager, this month there is a batch of goods in a hurry. The quality of the problem or by your gatekeeper, I rest assured that some, busy after this bout of me and then give you 2 days off, okay? Zhang Huolong, my son's spiritual power activation ceremony is tomorrow. The factory manager suddenly stuck his head out and said, is 1 day enough for such a big event? By the way, I haven't seen your super kung for 2 or 3 years, right? How about I go see your family's super strength as well? After Zhang Huolong politely declined, he was authorized to take a leave of absence and immediately rode his car to leave. At the Snake Ming Tattoo Parlor, the owner received Shin Rongwei's request for leave and frowned. A customer has made an appointment to have your tattoo cleaned tomorrow. My family's super strength is activating the ceremony tomorrow. I'll call the guest and tell him to come another day. For Zhang Chaoqian's family, tomorrow was an extremely important day in their lives. It had to be cleaned up beautifully, and the family was neat and tidy. The next day, old Chen Tanyu and Zhang Chaoqian's family arrived at Yuhua Primary School. If it wasn't for the 4 characters of Yuhua Primary School at the main entrance, Zhang Huolong would have thought that the family had run into the wrong bustling street. Yuhua Primary School was crowded with people, according to the situation that one student was accompanied by 2 parents. At this moment, there were roughly 1,700 people pouring in towards the Wisdom Building. Similar to the likes of Tanyu, there was only one parent accompanying her. There were also some families with more than a dozen people coming out to help. The numbers of these 2 types of families were averaged. Wearing a F426 zipper jacket with a Chanel logo black tights inside, the belt was replaced with a H Classic label from the city of Love Horse. The jacket was purposely retracted into his pants and the belt pulled tight in order to purposely show off the shiny gold H logo. He mulled it over with his mouth. Super? Those classmates of yours, why did they bring so many people here? Is there a number of people cheering bonus? I should have known that I would have called out my group of workers to come over as well. Thinking more carefully, Zhang Huolong shook his head. No, who's going to catch the goods if they're all gone? Zhang Chaoqiang followed Zhang Huolong's eyes and saw his classmate Jiang Wenming. Jiang Wenming brought a lot of people. His mom and dad, uncle, and granduncle brought 10 people to watch him perform the activation ceremony. A stance of confidence, but Zhang Chaoqiang appeared to sense that behind his confidence was apprehension. On the contrary, the other students in the first class were much more normal, basically bringing only their parents. The empty ladder conference classroom was half filled with seats before 9 o'clock. The seats belonging to the first class, the martial arts pre-selection class. It was in the forefront near the entrance. More than 40 students, along with their parents, began to wait quietly after finding the empty seat area of their class and sitting down. In addition, Zhang Chaoqiang noticed that Xinguiqi had also brought his parents over, and the lazy demeanor of the other party was visible to the naked eye. Xinguiqi came in from the doorway, shaking his lazy posture, making Zhang Chaoqiang cannot help but think of the Tang-style video that he had seen a few days ago. At 9:15 on this important day, no students were absent, and the whole team finished taking their places. When the school leaders and teachers didn't show up, Zhang Chaoqiang could feel the eyes of the other classes, drifting over to this side from time to time, casting them on old Chen, then falling back to Xin Xianwei and Zhang Huolong's. Perhaps the scene where the classical and elegant aristocratic dress and the bold and innovative to reality-only art style collided in the same frame. It's not often seen in their eyes. Many of the students in this class scoffed at this, thinking that it was rare and strange. Not long after, the dignifiedly dressed director of instruction, Song Yu, appeared at the center of the stage as the chief host of this activation ceremony. As for school principal Lu and his group of managers, they were sitting in exclusive positions in the first row of the auditorium, with their respective identity nameplates standing in front of them. At the same time, the homeroom teachers and classroom teachers of each class stood at the last position of the class team. The moment they appeared, Zhang Chaoqiang felt that his chastity was in jeopardy. There was a dissecting feeling of his entire body being stared at tightly. Honorable school leaders, dear parents, students, welcome to today's activation ceremony. With the simple opening speech, the entire room was silent at first, but the closer it got to the start of the activation ceremony, the heartbeats of the students' parents, the more pronounced it became. Super strong, go for it. Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei didn't dare to raise their voices, one on the left and one on the right. The two of them had their side faces pressed tightly against Zhang Chaoqiang's cheeks, squeezing his mouth into a pout. Talking Yu's sideways eyes were somewhat expectant. Talking Yu, go for it. Sharing the gourd acted on the face of Tanyu, and she smiled with satisfaction in her heart. Go Zhang Chaoqiang. Talking Yu pulled Zhang Chaoqiang's sleeve. You too. After some opening remarks and introduction of the instruments used in the activation ceremony, Songyu stepped aside, and a few martial arts teachers behind him moved the crystal orb device for activating spiritual power and the spiritual layer test hub system to the very front of the stage. Under the light, the two were filled with mysterious colors, and in the eyes of the parents, these two things determined their children's future martial arts prospects. I announce, all students of the 1005th class of Yuhua Primary School, the activation ceremony is officially launched. Now starting from Class 1, first place, Chen Lingling. The entire room clamored, starting so quickly? The entire class of Class 1 immediately felt the pressure multiply. As a martial arts pre-selected class, the students of Class 1 were generally quite a bit better than the other classes, both in terms of quality and quantity. Thus Class 1 played the lead, while also making the other classes apprehensive. Class 1, extraordinary. A loud voice was so abrupt that it searched towards the source, and it was none other than Zhang Huolong, Zhang Chaoqiang's parent, who was writing in the middle of the first class area. After a long time, the parents of the entire class spoke in unison, Class 1, extraordinary. The first student to receive the activation ceremony, Chen Lingling, then bravely stepped onto the stage with the encouragement of her family. Place your hand on the crystal ball, relax your whole body, there will be some tingling sensation. After a few instructions, the crystal ball, under the control of the staff, azure-colored light, visible to the naked eye, enveloped Chen Lingling in it. After a few seconds had passed, the confinement deep within her body was completely liberated, and she felt an unprecedented sensation of pain and pleasure in her body, and the flow of qi pulsing back and forth through her body made her energized. Spiritual strength, 53p. Excellent. Chen Lingling's two parents were even more excited than her, and many of the students' parents present cast envious glances at their family. 53p, exceeding the 40p standard for applying to the Yuhua Martial School by quite a bit. Next was the spiritual layer test, but Chen Lingling's did not have a spiritual layer rank. This meant that it wasn't suitable to act as a battle armor manipulator. But she was ecstatic anyway. Zhang Chaoqiang silently observed all of this. 6 years ago, Chen Lingling's first test of her internal body spirit power was quite a bit lower than that of Taoyu, and through these years of enlightenment, she had cultivated to 53p, which was already extremely outstanding. Feeling that she was being watched from the sidelines, Tanyu twisted her head to look at Zhang Chaoqiang, and the other party had already returned her head to the right place. Next, Chen. The activation ceremony still proceeded methodically, and gradually, Zhang Chaoqiang rarely invested too much energy in paying attention to others, and it was difficult to completely hide the hint of sadness between his brows. The activation proceeded quickly, and in just 20 minutes' time, nearly 30-odd people had been activated. In Zhang Chaoqiang's class, most of their spiritual energy was hovering around 40p, and those who had truly reached the standard of 40p were considered to occupy 1/3. On the other hand, the number of people who had attained the spiritual tier was even rarer than the spiritual power, because the spiritual power could more or less be raised through enlightenment. Spiritual tier, it had to depend on one's own talent, like the battle armor simulation class conducted by Zhang Chaoqiang and Tanyu. It was also an exclusive course for battle armor manipulation students that only middle schools of martial arts schools had. Among the 30 people, there were only 7 who had reached the intermediate level of tier 0, and most of them were lower and unranked. Next, Jiang Wenming. At these words, Jiang Wenming was a little shaky, like he was nervous or excited. He hugged every elder in his family and went up to the stage with the hopes of the entire village with determination. When his palm imprinted on the center of the crystal ball, sweat dripped downstream from his creased brow, his feet and toes curled up, and his breathing increased. Spiritual strength, 3p. Such a piercing voice, Jiang Wenming's face was expressionless, his inner emotions had suddenly collapsed, the corners of his mouth seemed to be mocking, facing Songyu's indifference to the sound of his pronouncement. Spiritual tiers are not ranked, there are no grades. He seemed to hear the mockery of countless parents and classmates, and when he turned his neck, like a robot, he made a choking, stiff sound, and he realized that not many people were paying attention to him. Even with the lowest psychic strength in the room, not too many people would mock him specifically. Luckily, not many people in life will pay attention to themselves. Looking back at his family members who were originally filled with anticipation, Jiang Wenming descended the stairs in a state of disillusionment. On the way down the stairs, because of his loss of concentration he also tripped over the railing, and the aggression that had been bothering him surged to his heart, followed by middle-aged anger. Since life has poured such a pot of cold water on himself, then I will kick the life. In a fit of anger, Jiang Wenming fiercely kicked back at the bottom post of the railing. Miso sound, the post did not move, but it was his legs and feet shocked and painful and numb. Embarrassed, the corner of his eye to squeeze out teardrops, but fortunately, or in life so many people pay attention to themselves. But after descending the stairs, he realized that most of the people were looking at him in unison, as if they were recalling what he had done just now. Annoyed and ashamed, he hurriedly ran back to his home location in anger. His family felt sorry for him and didn't mention it much or comfort him too much, just for fear that if he touched his heart, it would be out of control. At the same time as the next student went on stage, behind Jiang Wenming, there was a ghostly song. The youth has its own youthful madness, the body is like a mountain and river to support the spine, dare to put the sun and the moon. The twisted but clear singing became the gunshot that broke the last trace of tranquility. For a moment, Jiang Wenming could no longer control the emotions in his heart, while Wao cried bitterly, his 10 parents' joint consolation also had little effect. The song came to an abrupt end, seemingly realizing that it had done something wrong. Zhang Huolong scratched the back of his head, muttering in his mouth, I see the video, people are so singing to comfort. You are afraid that he will pull through, right? Zhang Chaoqian covered his face. Next, Shen Guiqi. The class was instantly in an uproar. As the class as the naughty little bully, naturally, he was getting a lot of attention. Shen Guiqi shook his shoulders, nodded to his parents, and lightly went up to the stage, his demeanor relaxed to the extreme. Reaching out to activate his spiritual energy, when the abundant spiritual energy was channeled out of the surface of his body, Shen Guiqi couldn't help but shiver. An unprecedented sense of power instantly filled his physique, and even his body was inflated by the abundant spiritual energy. Shen Guiqi, spiritual strength, 112p. Song Yu was very satisfied, his eyes lingering on him for a long time. The school's senior management had been on the lookout since first grade. In 6 years' time, the inner body spiritual strength had grown from 28p to the 112p that was now activated out of it. Even among the entire Yuhua Elementary School's school calendar, it was one of the few that existed. Although there was no grade in the next spiritual tier test. However, a spiritual power of 112 strength already made him the strongest and most promising student at the moment. Prior to this, the highest spiritual strength generally activated, but it was only barely 80, and now Shen Guiqi was again pulling it up hard. It was rumored that both of his parents were strong martial artists, so it made sense that he would have this genetic heritage. To say is not proud, that is absolutely impossible. High Head has shown this point. Continue to lazily step off the stage. Eyes full of strong man demeanor, eyes where he saw, are regarded as dust, but the only one that cannot be named. The chief school Lu as well as the school managers, for the current session to appear such an outstanding seedling, it was a pleasant surprise, immediately exchanging words and preparing to report it, exempting the examination to directly enter the junior section of the martial arts school. Tan Yu. Calling out this name, even the school managers who were in the midst of whispering conversations, their voices instantly stopped and their bodies returned to the right place, serious and valued. Song Yu's tone in dealing with Tal Yu was much gentler. Talking about you weekdays not close to classmates, almost no friends, and she had daily exchanges of classmates, only a few. She was like a person on the edge of isolation. In the course, the performance of Tan Yu was very good, so some students who had a good feeling about her were also looking forward to each other's performance. Spiritual strength, ADP. Spiritual tier, second order lower level. As fast as an assembly line, Tan Yu completed the activation ceremony in 30 seconds as if nothing had happened. She then quickly stepped down from the stage and returned to the seating area of Zhang Chaoqiang's family in Old Chen. Much, how much? ADP of spiritual strength, and then the spiritual tier is still at the lower second tier? Second tier? Many people shook their heads, they hadn't heard it wrong, right? In contrast to the ADP spiritual strength, what made the crowd feel the most incredible was Talking Yu's spiritual tier. Those who had conducted their assessments before Talking Yu, without exception, none of their spiritual layers exceeded the intermediate level of the 0 rank. Even the first rank hadn't appeared, and as a result, now there was a girl that they couldn't quite recognize and name. A girl who had crossed over from the 0 and first ranks to the lower second rank in one go? Is the first class such a place of hidden talents and crouching tigers? At once, the scene was a hot mess, as parents and students were attracted to talk about you. Talking Yu, who had been hit by a large number of gazes, was also temporarily a little uncomfortable, as Old Chen crossbowed her mouth and swept a glance over to her. Eye to eye, counterattack, the other party was traumatized. So no one dared to use that kind of unkind eyes to recklessly survey Tan Yu. Rustling. Talking Yu tugged at the corner of Zhang Chaoqiang's coat, and the latter turned his head towards her. Zhang Chaoqiang, am I awesome? Talking Yu raised her eyebrows somewhat wryly and mischievously, displaying the fruits of her efforts. Amazing. Zhang Chaoqiang heartily praised her. The thumbs up was enough to make the other party happy for half a day, so why not? But I feel as if I'm not as good as you, you're much better than me. Talking you enjoyed the other party's affirmation of her while redrawing her mood back to reality. Everyone has their own strong points and shining points, I just happen to be superior to you in these two aspects. Zhang Chaoqiang's comforting words were becoming more and more skillful. For example, talking in her heart, you pondered, she was not good at communicating with others, she did not have any friends, her academic performance was not as good as Zhang Chaoqiang's, Zhang Chaoqiang could also draw and sing. The list of advantages was endless, did she really have anything better than Zhang Chaoqiang? Old Chen was also interested and ready to listen to Zhang Chaoqiang's answer. You have a nice smile. At that moment, Old Chen almost choked. It seemed like he had said this kind of rhetoric decades ago. Without waiting for Tan Yu to lower her head and think carefully, the activation ceremony of the first class had already come to an end. Immediately afterward, Song Yu called out the last student amongst the first class with an unusually heavy mood tone. The last one of the first class, Zhang Chaoqiang. After Zhang Huolong Shenxiangwei pasted his cheeks one by one, Zhang Chaoqiang calmly walked towards the stage. At this moment, a portion of the students, teachers, and even parents who knew Zhang Chaoqiang automatically filled in their minds about Zhang Chaoqiang's deeds. Ranked No. 1 in the overall course for 6 consecutive years, decathlon, super battler, tier 1 key attention person. In a moment of confusion, they noticed that Zhang Chaoqiang on the stage did not immediately place his palm on the crystal ball, but instead, the always calm Song Yu looked nervous. On the activation ceremony stage, which was originally only occupied by Song Yu, there were suddenly 4 more tall and sturdy middle-aged men. Without paying too much attention, they didn't even notice when they got on the stage. They said they were middle-aged, but in reality, 3 of them had already grown half a head of gray hair, wearing black and white martial arts uniforms, their hands clasped their chests in a serious manner. The aura emanating from their bodies gave off a feeling of toughness, and the parents concluded that several of them were definitely not bad martial artists. Some of the parents present had a good understanding of martial arts, or were martial artists themselves, so they were able to detect the uncomplicated nature of the several people on the stage. At least they were above the 3rd rank. Xinguoqi's parents, who were at the 2nd level of martial arts, couldn't understand those people on the stage. More people, on the other hand, were puzzled as to what their appearance was for. As the few of them approached Zhang Chaoqiang, a warm breeze encircled his body. At that instant, it was as if Zhang Chaoqiang's bones were tightly wrapped around his body, and the 4 of them presented a formation, sticking to Zhang Chaoqiang's side. What kind of formation is this? Zhang Huolong's flooding voice was the first to express disbelief. At the same time, the crowd noticed the unusually attentive demeanor and mannerisms of the school executives, including Colonel Liu. Shenxiangwei pondered the speculation in a serious manner. Could it be that there is too much spiritual energy in our family's superpowers body, and there is no way to fully activate it with the crystal ball alone, so we need to look for a few helpers? Absolutely. Other than their own son being too strong, the husband and wife could not find any other reason for a while. Talking Yu raised her head to face old Chen, who didn't say a word, just quietly looking away. Start. The parents wondered why Zhang Chaoqiang's activation ceremony was so different. Was it because he was a genius? Without waiting to think carefully, the spiritual power activation ceremony for Zhang Chaoqiang was announced by Song Yu. Zhang Chaoqiang placed the palm of his right hand in front of his body and stopped for half a second, his eyes turned backward before he no longer hesitated to slap it down on top of the activation crystal ball. Boom! A nameless gust of wind, the source of which was none other than Zhang Chaoqiang, surged and scattered in all directions, and his hair was blown by the momentary blast and appeared messy. What the hell? Xinguoqi, who had just activated his super-strong spiritual power, had pale lips at the moment as he gazed at Zhang Chaoqiang, who was in the midst of activating his power, and had originally developed a trace of faith that he could fight against him. But at this moment, it was shattered by a blast, and he actually felt a sense of powerlessness that was disappointing. In such a scene, Colonel Liu slapped the table and stood up. Today's result of Zhang Chaoqiang's spiritual power activation can reflect whether the suspicion from 6 years ago until now is correct or not. How can he not be excited? Seeing him like this, the crowd of school managers could not sit still either. At this moment, the strength of Zhang Chaoqiang's spiritual energy around his body continued to climb. This feeling for a moment made Zhang Chaoqiang somewhat familiar and gentle, completely different from his previous guess. Song Yu clenched her hands tightly, biting her lower lip lightly as her eyes stared at the changes in spiritual energy on the crystal ball. 50p minus 60p minus 70p, 100p minus 110p minus 120p. Still climbing continuously, at first Zhang Chaoqiang felt that his body was empty. Then until it gradually filled up, and by this time, his spiritual strength had reached a staggering 250p. Student Zhang Chaoqiang, are you still able to hold on? The senior middle school martial arts teacher who was on Zhang Chaoqiang's left-hand side, put his hands together, pinched his fingers, and gently stroked at the location of Zhang Chaoqiang's shoulder blades. For a time, the spiritual energy that was constantly overflowing from his body was suppressed. It's still far from the limit, continue on teachers. Seeing that Zhang Chaoqiang was not trying to be brave and hard, the 4 teachers who were located at the 4th-ranked martial artists slightly relaxed. Boom! The second air current, even stronger compared to the first, was loud enough to blow up the clothes of those present. Somehow, the crowd felt that Zhang Chaoqiang's activation ceremony was not simple. Nonsense, practically a blind man could perceive extraordinary with his senses. Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei froze with their eyes unblinking, staring intently at Zhang Chaoqiang. The body's skin color temporarily became black and purple, but less than 10 seconds later, it returned to becoming the original state. At the same time, the body physically flared up as it surged with spiritual energy, but then tended to calm down and adapt. At this point, a 300p strength of spiritual energy had been reached. Still continue? It can still continue, teachers. Zhang Chaoqiang's tone remained stable, so the teachers did not further suppress him and gradually let go. At the same time, their hearts kept wondering, what the hell is this thing? What kind of monster is this? Possessing more than 300p of internal body spirit power, this was a rare situation. Soon enough, they realized that they were wrong, because if you look at the climbing condition of Zhang Chaoqiang's activated spiritual strength, it seemed that 300p was still far from his full spiritual strength. 340-350-360. The spiritual energy emanating from Zhang Chaoqiang was getting stronger and stronger, and even before he could control it back to his body for storage, it was flowing around and overflowing away. This brat! The four teachers' eyes stared. In addition, the parents had a face like they had seen a monster. Was this a joke? A single spiritual power activation, and it hadn't ended after 3 minutes? Then what level of spiritual strength is he going to go to? 410-420-450. Stop, teacher, I'm a bit overwhelmed. Please help me press it back into my spine for sealing. Good. Too late to marvel at Zhang Chaoqiang's activated spiritual energy, the four martial artists summoned the strength of their entire body to further compress the spiritual energy gushing out from Zhang Chaoqiang's source. Subsequently, they used the bones of his body as a medium to step-by-step force him to return to the primordial place, the place of his vertebrae. Seeing Zhang Chaoqiang's body gradually stabilized, his hand movements became more and more cautious, but for a moment, the cunning spiritual energy escaped from Zhang Chaoqiang's other places and flowed away. This resulted in the spiritual energy surging into Zhang Chaoqiang's body becoming even more majestic. Seal the mountain seal. The teacher behind Zhang Chaoqiang quietly and silently struck an obscure seal deftly into Zhang Chaoqiang's body, temporarily controlling the spiritual energy that was fleeing around. The remaining three then cooperated and gradually compressed it to force it back, but they didn't expect it to be so tenacious, and just when they were about to succeed, Zhang Chaoqiang's body's spiritual energy once again proceeded to break free from the overflow. My sealing mountain seal is also not very effective against it? His face changed drastically. This proud martial skill, a cultivation method obtained from killing a fourth-ranked demonic beast, the mountain monster, was unable to compress the 12-year-old's inner body spiritual energy back into a cage? The strength of the spiritual energy climbed and flowed through the muddy body. Zhang Chaoqiang was able to cultivate the chi skill that he had not been able to start for a long time in this moment. The teachers who sensed the change didn't have time to be surprised and hurriedly said, utilize the chi skill to protect your body. Without stopping, they instantly tried again. Ha! When the old technique was repeated and the four of them cooperated with each other to suppress it. For some reason, this time, unlike the previous 2 times, it was particularly smooth. Pressing step by step, in the end, they managed to re-block the part of Zhang Chaoqiang's inner body spirit power that had not been activated. At this moment, Zhang Chaoqiang's body glowed while the 4 teachers looked around. Spiritual strength. 500p? Alarmed, Song Yu weakly spoke out. 500p. What 500? Wide-eyed, what does this mean? With another bang, the staircase room instantly filled with echoes. Spiritual strength, 500p. The entire room fell silent. They didn't know what the situation was for a moment. The situation was that the instrument that activated the spiritual energy had malfunctioned? How could such data be measured? Zhang Chaoqiang finally stabilized his body and loosened his palm that was pressing on the activation crystal ball, only to see that tiny spiderweb-like gaps were slowly spreading in the area that was covered. The pupils of those 4 fourth-ranked martial arts teachers condensed, the crystal ball, scrapped. Song Yu, who had also noticed the small changes, tightly bit her lower lip. This time, fortunately, it was without any other conditions. At the same time, the shocked look, as if carved on the face in general, for a long time cannot fade away. Lu School has been with all the school managers' long-standing table, fluttering, just now the announcement of the sound into individual ears, buzzing, can only hands hard to support the body, so as not to be paralyzed and fall to the ground. This kid, 500p unexpectedly is not his real limit. No one had ever activated out such a huge amount of spiritual energy. The 4 teachers who could not calm down for a long time also met this situation for the first time. They also hadn't expected that suppressing their inner body's spiritual energy would be so difficult. Something was wrong. For a time, the scene was so serious and unusual that Song Yu, who had always been capable of doing things quickly, did not move his body for a long time. The school leaders, their expressions were also completely off. They did not hear wrong? What was the concept of 500p? Some martial artists know, to reach 500p, and practical martial arts ability to match, has been considered into the first class of martial artists. Those who didn't know martial arts also knew more or less about it, and no more. carrying out Shingguichi, who had previously activated the highest spiritual power, for comparison. 1112, 1500. Is this real? What do you mean? At this moment, Shin Xianwei and Zhang Huolong spoke in unison. They didn't get it. What 500p stood for, what exactly happened? The two looked at Old Chen with a puzzled expression and asked, is it the meaning of super strong and too awesome? Awesome? Old Chen ignored the two men, his cheek flesh and eyebrows, squeezing his eyes curtains narrower and narrower. Without waiting for them to ask further questions, the entire scene instantly roared. The clamor of the scene, all of them were venting big question marks and incomprehension. But Song Yu's undeniable demeanor didn't seem to be joking with them at all. The first ones to accept the truth were probably only Shingguichi and his parents, who asked their children, rare in the world, 500. How could this happen? How did Zhang Chaoqiang perform on a regular basis? Shingguichi under the lofty head, face screwed into a ball, as if stimulated by the pain of the situation do not need to answer, has told them the answer. When you go to middle school, you should hold Zhang Chaoqiang's thigh. Would she hear me? So powerful. Although it seemed like she had expected it, Tang Yu beside Zhang Huolong was also surprised and kept murmuring. Meanwhile Jiang Wenming, who was sitting in the front position, understood the earthly disparity, and his cries expanded more and more, but compared to the noisy ambient sounds, it was nothing. At the back of the first class, Wang Zihan, Changwen, Xianyu, Mr. Guan, and even Huang Zhonghan who came to eat melon, they were stagnant, they were wooden. It's true, after waiting for 6 years, the mystery is finally solved. Zhang Chaoqiang is truly heaven-defying. How could there be such a person? Shaking their heads, they muttered to themselves in unison, unable to calm down for a long time. Zhang Chaoqiang's intensity was completely in line with that nebulous imagination in their hearts. What do you mean? All the teachers? What does this mean? Seeing that Old Chen did not answer, Zhang Huolong Shin Xianwei ran up and crossed her arms and pestled, tormenting the several teachers, but it looked like the several teachers had no intention of preparing an explanation. Does it mean that my son is very powerful? There is a chance to become a martial artist? They had just googled what activating 500p spiritual energy at the age of 12 represented, and there weren't any answers on the internet to similar questions. What Zhang Huolong didn't expect was that the teachers didn't answer their own words either. With a strange mutter, he prepared to return to his seat. The lively scene boiled up all of a sudden, and amongst the exchanges of words, it was only then that the ordinary parents learned from some of the martial artist parents that 500p had already reached the standard of a first-rank martial artist. As long as you pass the martial arts combat strength test, you will be officially promoted to a first-order martial artist after meeting the standard. In the entire Chaonan city, the youngest first-rank martial artist was only 15 years old, just activated with 500p spiritual power, after 3 years of cultivation in martial arts school junior high school. Then when he is 15 years old after 3 years, what degree of strength can he really be? It's raining, Zhang Chaoqiang feels it's raining. Play cool +1, out of the wind +1. The eye gaze of the stormy pear blossom was as fierce as thunder and as heavy rain, pouring wildly on Zhang Chaoqiang's back. Feelings have a kind of intensity of beauty. Trained for 2 whole years of emotional transfer control, at this moment also cannot resist, one side of the mouth corners of the crazy upward, the curtains of the eyes half drooped, the palms of the hands lifted to the front of the body gently gripped. At this moment, he held the power. Bah! Shaking his head violently, ashamed of his mid-range just now, he even attempted to ask for help from a few teachers in the neighborhood just now. Could they help him suppress the corners of his mouth? After a few seconds of brewing had passed, he finally collected his emotions, and by now, the staff had already kept the entire room in order and quiet, while secretly replacing the damaged crystal ball without letting the parents know. Student Zhang Chaoqiang, let's conduct the spiritual tier assessment. The eyes of the crowd coalesced once more. The shock did not seem to be over yet. This was because school head Lu and a group of school managers had already abandoned their seats and headed to both sides of the evaluation hub to witness it. One of the school director's body softened and wanted to return to his seat, but was given a hand by schoolmaster Lu. Show some respect to fellow student Zhang Chaoqiang. He has brought a monstrous reputation to our school this time. You directors are usually my bread and butter, but from now on, Zhang Chaoqiang has become the bread and butter of the entire elementary school as well as everyone else. Dabbling in the birth of such a heaven-defying existence represented that the next thing Yuhua Primary School received was a steady stream of grant rewards from above as well as social reputation. That school director no longer dared to be slack. After accepting the center's assessment, the crowd saw that Song Yu's expression was once again as unusually grave as before, and they knew the seriousness of the matter. It was only after a long time that the announcement was made, Zhang Chaoqiang's spiritual tier, the second upper tier. Holy shit! This thing was much easier to understand than the spiritual power values that had just swelled as if they were falsely open. The minimum enrollment standard for the Yuhua Martial School's junior division was the 0-step intermediate level, and just now, as the best of the best at the moment, Tan Yu reaching the second step lower level had already dazzled people. Now there was another second-order upper level? Zhang Chaoqiang shielded himself from the clamor of the outside world, enjoying in the midst of the harvesting process, playing it cool and being in the limelight +1. What's up? What's going on? Does this achievement of my family's Chaoxiang represent something great? Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei knew about Talking U's rating, and the reactions of the people present were not so intense when it was assessed. The two appeared to know that their son was powerful, but to what extent he was powerful, they did not understand. Old Chen was still reluctant to tell Zhang Huolong in the face of his questioning. If he were to let him know exactly to what extent his son was powerful, with his parents' abnormal brain nerves, then wouldn't they rejoice as if they were making a big fuss? Well, the teachers thought so too. Zhang Chaoxiang stepped down from the stage, and in fact, if he wasn't the target, he wouldn't have stayed amongst the crowd's gazes for a little longer. The chaos of the scene was once again controlled by the staff. Colonel Liu, as well as a group of school managers, placed their hands in front of them and slightly owed to Zhang Chaoxiang's back as he stepped down from the stage. This kind of behavior was very strange. After determining Zhang Chaoxiang's return to his seat, only then did they return to their positions, and as soon as they sat down, School Liu took out his cell phone and reported to his superiors on the hoof, on the matter of Zhang Chaoxiang's promotion to higher education, preparing to convene an emergency meeting overnight. Zhang Chaoxiang's side, just returned to be greeted by many people, did not wait for them to come forward to disturb, was persuaded back by Wang Zhan. Student Zhang Chaoxiang. The palms of the teachers piled up on Zhang Chaoxiang's shoulders like stacks of wood, wanting to say something but unable to do so. Thank you for your teaching, thanks to your teaching, remember your teaching. Go back. From mute, gradually evolving into pride for Zhang Chaoxiang as a student, the teachers looked at each other with a knowing smile and pushed Zhang Chaoxiang back to his position. Zhang Chaoxiang, who returned to his position, was first pressed into a painful kiss by Zhang Huolong and Shen Rongwei, and then began to interrogate him. Zhang Chaoxiang only claimed that he was gifted in martial arts, and did not go into further detail about the specifics. Explaining to his parents was a bit tiring, and he was even more worried that after learning the details, his mom and dad would get excited and rush on stage to perform a few songs of social rock, which would be a bit difficult to handle. Teacher, Zhang Chaoxiang, and Old Chen had a unanimous idea. Next was Class 2 to perform the activation ceremony, and as time passed, the eyes thrown at Zhang Chaoxiang did not decrease. This was because for every student who activated their spiritual power and spiritual tier, Zhang Chaoxiang would be pulled out by the rest of the students and their parents to make a comparison with him. Class 2 was also a martial arts pre-selection class, and the average activated spiritual power was also around 40p, with the highest one reaching 109p. A few of the spirit tiers had reached the intermediate level of Tier 0, and there was also one upper tier of Tier 0. Well, very few were quite outstanding, but pulling Zhang Chaoxiang out for comparison, Cripes immediately thought to himself, this kid is open for business, isn't he? The entire ceremony lasted until the afternoon, except for the two martial arts pre-selected classes. The rest of the ordinary classes, on average, had even lower spiritual power and spirit tiers. For the combined ones, there were only 185 students who had reached 40p or above the intermediate level of spiritual tier 0. This was only the standard attainment, and in order to enter the middle school of the Yuhua Martial School, one must also take physical combat and other tests. Thus, I'm afraid that at most, only about 150 people would be able to successfully enter the Yuhua Martial School. This was already a very high promotion rate compared to other elementary schools. Jiang Wenming, who had been crying all day, was nicknamed in a 3P sacred body by his classmates as the lowest spiritual power among all the students in the grade. Although it was just a random nickname, but they really got it right. Jiang Wenming was a 3P when he first tested his inner body spiritual energy. That meant that in these few years, he hadn't improved in the slightest. It is also true that he is a talent. Today's activation ceremony had already been successfully concluded. Originally, Schoolmaster Liu and a group of school managers were prepared to stand guard at the entrance, inviting Zhang Chaoxiang's family to sit down and have a good chat. But after seeing the smiling old Chen preparing to bring a few people to celebrate, the idea of interrupting dissipated. Congratulations little Yu, congratulations Chaoxiang, let's go celebrate today. Turning to Talking Yu and Zhang Chaoxiang, who were being held by Xin Xiangwei and Zhang Huolong, old Chen couldn't stop his bright smile and said with his index finger up, I know of a place that has a very good old fire and beautiful soup, everyone is hungry, let's set off now. In the car, there was laughter. Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei were ecstatic to learn that their son possessed a talent that was quite good amongst martial arts. I told you long ago, Ultra Strong is a genius. Ultra Strong is awesome. Talking Yu is also working harder. Is also very powerful. Xin Xiangwei immediately switched the conversation. With regards to Taoyu's spiritual tier and spiritual power activation, old Chen was already particularly satisfied, knowing that he was far worse compared to Taoyu in the beginning. As for Zhang Chaoxiang, breaking his concentration on driving, old Chen couldn't help but look at Zhang Chaoxiang in the backseat through the head-up mirror and muttered, this kid, he's truly heaven-defying. He clearly possesses more than 500p of spiritual energy. And with a body physique of this age, being able to withstand such intensity of spiritual energy is far ahead of his age. Having the honor of seeing the birth of a genius, it really is also somewhat interesting. On the way, Zhang Chaoxiang was only able to take the time to check today's data. He found that the spiritual power value had been drawn out by 500 and moved to the spiritual power column. On behalf of that, it should be the future spiritual strength, and there were still 362 points of spiritual strength value, which would need to be activated and transferred out one after another when the body physique rises in the future. At the same time, the spiritual tier column was added. Spiritual tier, second upper tier. Zhang Chaoxiang faintly felt that recently, he had become more and more skilled in practicing the virtual battle armor in the battle armor simulation class, according to the teacher's description. According to the teacher's description, this was a sign that his spiritual level was extremely close to the third layer. Upon reaching the third layer, one would be able to initially physically manipulate some introductory cutting-edge battle armor. Aya, it's so shaky and wobbly. Mom's voice pulled him back to reality, and only then did he notice that old Chen had been driving for an hour and was gradually moving away from the city, hanging a first-class Rolls-Royce, walking on a potholed dirt road. It tilted violently from side to side. Old Chen, the old fire beautiful soup you said, is it a farmhouse in the city village? Insightful, you're right about Chao Chang's dad. Zhang Huolong grabbed the handle on the car window, the other hand pulled Qin Xiangwei steady. The two were shaken so much that they couldn't sit still. As for Talking Yu and Zhang Chaoxiang, at this time, they were as stable as MT. Tai, and the spiritual energy flowing in their bodies was different from the past. The two of them looked at each other. Talking Yu heartily smiled, experiencing the fun of martial arts. Enough to drive for 2 hours, in which Qin Xianwei and Zhang Huolong were shaken for an hour. A few people got off the car to see the car door wheels, filled with dirty black stubborn mud. Zhang Huolong was puzzled. After tossing and turning so much, you came to such a small mountain village to eat? Chao Chang's father, I take back what I said before, you have a lack of pursuit when it comes to food. After another half hour, the farm's private secret 5-fingered peach chicken soup was served. The internet says that the purines in old fire soup will greatly increase after a long time of cooking. Having said that, Zhang Huolong and Qin Xiangwei tried the delicacies of the earth, of which the two who enjoyed it the most joyfully were the two of them, serving the soup bowl after bowl to drink it quickly. Super strong is dad. You actually know what purine is? After twisting the soup with his thumb, forefinger and middle finger, elegantly sending the soup into his mouth, and wiping the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief. Print, old Chen faintly said. Zhang Huolong lowered his head to inhale the soup while turning his eyes sideways to look at him, taking the time to ask, what is purine? That's what it says on the internet, but old Chen, do you know what purines are? Old Chen. A good meal ended and each returned home. That night, Zhang Huolong received a call from School Lu, who said that he would come to visit them at home tomorrow night along with a group of school managers. The next day at school, Zhang Chaoxiang clearly felt that the gazes on his body were not quite the same. The usual gazes received were mostly surveillance, scorn, and a little fear. The former were the school staff, and the latter two were classmates. But now it was more of a look up to himself. What he didn't know was that many of the boys had already put off the idea of having a crush on Tanyu. Unlike that overflowing dynamic surprise, there was more of a treacherous atmosphere in the class. Talking Yu pulled on the sleeve of his shirt, so strange. Zhang Chaoxiang, have you ever felt that the class is so quiet today? Talking Yu looked back around, the eyes thrown over by the class were hidden. The students who usually played around and frolicked once class ended, especially Jiang Wenming and Xin Guoqi, were unusually peaceful. Obviously is the end of class time, but silent. Can only hear the birds by the window, the head of a beat, the feathers on the body accompanied by a slight open-mouthed squeak and fluffed from time to time. Claws clasped on the edge of the window. Meanwhile its demeanor was being etched on A3 drawing paper by Zhang Chaoxiang. There were 20 minutes between classes, which was enough for him to finish the rough outline, and the next step was to further refine the coloring. Until the last step, Zhang Chaoxiang gently raised the paper to compare it with the bird. Record, +1. Perfect. Satisfied, Zhang Chaoxiang rolled up the drawing paper and informed Tanyu, I'm going to the restroom. Then he left with a steady pace. Ho ha, ho ha. As soon as he left far away, the group of students who usually made the whole thing weird finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the bird flew away in alarm at their movement. Fong really didn't dare to breathe a word, just for fear that when Zhang Chaoxiang was painting, the bird was accidentally startled by the class's commotion and flew away. In fact, Zhang Chaoxiang had already gotten used to concentrating in a noisy environment. The chi skill was wonderfully useful, and with his own spiritual power control, what used to be about 20 seconds of shushing time now took less than 8 seconds. Zhang Chaoxiang, who had finished going to the restroom, was pulled to the principal's office by Prince Han with a mysterious face. The elegant principal's office, around the pearwood tea table, was filled with people, and after Zhang Chaoxiang entered, he was placed right in the center. Principal Lu, the 8 school managers, Songyu, the teachers of various subjects, the 4 teachers of the senior middle school who helped suppress his internal spiritual energy yesterday, and a few old people he didn't recognize. What's going on? Is it hard to have a general meeting? Hello, teachers, leaders and principals. The crowd praised Zhang Chaoxiang for being civilized and polite. Quickly getting to the point, school head Lu displayed a gentleness and patience than he had never seen before when dealing with Zhang Chaoxiang, asking, Mr. Zhang Chaoxiang, may I ask if you would like to enroll in the Yuhua martial arts school? I would like to, Principal Lu. Zhang Chaoxiang nodded his head. Yuhua Martial Arts School was the most famous martial arts school in Tianan City, and even ranked in the top 3 at the provincial level. It was definitely his first choice. Come. Schoolmaster Lu smiled brightly, stretching out his own right pinky finger and hooking it towards Zhang Chaoxiang in front of him. Pull the hook, don't change for 100 years. Zhang Chaoxiang's right little finger was hooked by School Lu, and he even recited that phrase childishly. Is he afraid that he will be poached by other martial arts schools? Zhang Chaoxiang couldn't stay any longer, and when the class bell rang, he directly fled. Zhang Chaoxiang, student, it's a deal, huh? Tonight we will be coming to your home to have a good talk with your parents. The long voice, Zhang Chaoxiang just scribbled a response and left quickly. In the office meeting area, the door bounced back and closed, and only after Zhang Chaoxiang left did the sound of secret conversations begin to flow inside the room. I've received news that Tianan Martial Arts School and the Liuli Martial Arts School in Qinghai City are already preparing to dig up people's chips. If we don't take action, I'm afraid that there won't even be any dregs left. But tonight, we have to bring our sincerity. The matter of Zhang Chaoxiang's activation of 500p spiritual power, despite being extremely concealed by the entire department of the Yuhua Martial School, had still spread to the ears of the other competitors. For this reason, they had also prepared quite a few bargaining chips, wanting to recruit Zhang Chaoxiang directly into the midst of their own martial arts schools. This battle for the home turf had officially kicked off. At the same time, Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei received phone calls one after another, and without exception, they were all from the enrollment offices of various martial arts schools, or even from the leaders of the senior management personally. They also did not realize that the matter of Zhang Chaoxiang's strong talent was well known, but out of respect for Zhang Chaoxiang's choice, they also had ignored it, because Zhang Chaoxiang had clearly said before. Yuhua Martial Arts School is the best martial arts school in Tianan City, and not far from home. Zhang Chaoxiang's first choice is here. Therefore, without waiting for them to take out their chips, the two hastily declined politely, saying that Zhang Chaoxiang would inform them in advance if he had other plans. At night, Zhang Chaoxiang's home was a crowded place. When the doorbell rang 10 seconds ago, they should have to feel bad, because as soon as they opened the door, nearly 20 people, led by School Lu, poured into the living room that was only less than 30 square meters. In learned that the other party is Zhang Chaoxiang's school principal leader, Zhang Huolong flattered, the sofa stool position at home is not quite enough, and hastened to the next door and then borrowed more than a dozen plastic benches. In this way, an interesting scene appeared. Zhang Chaoxiang saw a group of school executives, directors and managers, and a few teachers in the high school. These usually the status of noble people, at the moment is split thighs, curved feet sitting only 20 centimeters high, less than the plastic stools. They were smiling, not tired, and enjoying themselves to the extreme. Zhang Chaoxiang found it particularly interesting, and brought an easel, just in his own room, able to take in the scene of the living room, and the brush in his hand kept dancing, recording this scene. Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei stuttered for a moment, not knowing how to speak. The leaders shushed Zhang Chaoxiang for a while, then also inquired about Zhang Chaoxiang's wishes, and finally showed their chips. Mr. Zhang Chaoxiang has performed well, so we will give him a special commendation. First of all, it's a $2 million cash reward, plus a permanent residency in a 200 square foot building in the Royal Water Residence near the Yuhua Martial Arts School. After Zhang Chaoxiang enters the martial arts school, we will prioritize all resources and opportunities for him, and in the future, Zhang Chaoxiang's outstanding performance will be converted into a generous bonus. Moreover, we will arrange for the two of you to work within the system with excellent remuneration packages. When they finished recounting it apprehensively, they were worried in their hearts that Zhang Huolong Xin Xiangwei would think it was too little, but the other party just froze in a trance. Within the system? With so many tattoos on their bodies, they could still enter the system? After a long time, only then tremblingly asked a sentence, leaders, my family's super talent, probably came to a kind of what level? Surprisingly, it was worth putting forward such conditions just to recruit my own family's Chaoxiang. Zhang Chaoxiang had already started his draft. He took the drawing paper and brush and left the house silently, because he knew that something big would happen later. After the leaders described Zhang Chaoxiang's talent to Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei by substituting other things over and over again, they finally realized, where was Zhang Chaoxiang's good talent in his mouth? His talent was simply 1 in a million, truly a genius among geniuses. Yahoo! Cheering and screaming resounded through the entire building, drowning out the square dance music of the Plaza Amazons downstairs. Zhang Chaoxiang had already gone downstairs and glanced at the window sill, vaguely two silhouettes frantically dancing their bodies. In the living room, the crowd was sweating and embarrassed. It is with great honor that Zhang Chaoxiang will officially join our Yuhua Martial Arts School Senior High School in September. Upper middle school? Zhang Huolong caught the key amidst the swaying. That's right, with student Zhang Chaoxiang's talent and ability, the junior high school's curriculum will do very little for him. This is the decision made by the 3 departments of our school after discussing it all night long, so please convey this to student Zhang Chaoxiang. And tell him not to have too much psychological pressure. Our teachers will do their best to help student Zhang Chaoxiang adapt to high school life and curriculum. Woohoo! Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei's hearts had rushed up to the clouds. What is a winner in life? A son who has made a good living, being a dad and mom, is truly a winner in life. Their words of exhortation had long since become a whisper in the ears of the two couples, and at this moment, they were dissipating. The long-lost ghost dance made the leaders wipe a cold sweat. Fortunately, they did not act like this in yesterday's ceremony. Otherwise, they would be laughed off by the other martial arts schools. But who cares about them? Scrambling Zhang Chaoqiang into their hands, they were the biggest winners. As for the province's high school student martial arts competition soon, Yuhua Martial Arts School, which had been kneeling for 2 years in a row, was also bound to get back. After a few days, on Saturday, Zhang Huolong Xinshanwei took Zhang Chaoqiang to the bank to do a savings card, belonging to Zhang Chaoqiang's savings card. Should not say, people Yuhua Martial Arts School is indeed sincere. 2 million whole, on Monday, played over. Now Zhang Chaoqiang's bank card inside, there are 2,060,000, of which 2 million is Yuhua Martial Arts School rewards. The other 60,000 is over the years Xinshanwei give him to save, so also together into. Zhang Chaoqiang did not feel strange about this money. After all, he was considered to be a one-in-a-million genius. Secondly, with so much money in his account, it was a lie to say that he wasn't happy. Zhang Chaoqiang's family was happy as hell. Only, the amount of money did not bring much change to the family either. The price of $50 of clothes is still cut as usual, and buying food is still comparing prices and running around a few more times. Otherwise, the family wouldn't have been able to save so much money over the years. Turning a month as time passed, in the battle simulation class since this month, his highest record, killed 300 ordinary demonic beasts within 30 minutes. After cultivating the chi technique to the first layer, paired with the basic fist technique, he felt that he had already adapted to the 500p spiritual energy in his body and gradually refined his mastery. Spiritual power control, 121. Physical qualities, spirit 6. 40/16, internal viscera 6. January 20th, torso 6. 17/16. A month under the nourishment of spiritual power, the three-dimensional improvement of the body is also very rapid, but the further it goes, the slower it will be. The three-dimensional index increased by the growth target also gradually became an icing on the cake situation. It was still slowly becoming skilled, waiting until Zhang Chaoqiang reached the state of being able to do whatever he wanted after he had completely mastered his own spiritual energy. In conjunction with the standard of martial arts and combat, he would be able to formally impact the first-ranked martial artists. The youngest first-order martial artist to ever come out of Qianan City was 15 years old. Zhang Chaoqiang remembered that his teacher had once said, after entering the junior high school of martial arts, after the trials of the secret realm and the cultivation and learning of many specialized courses, there were not a few geniuses who had grown from 100p spirit power to 300p, or even 400p spirit power in 3 years. Zhang Chaoqiang was still looking forward to his next career in the martial arts school. At the same time, it also meant that he had already put himself on the agenda towards the uncharted path of martial arts. As he neared the end of elementary school, a lot of things happened at home. Father Zhang Huolong's factory. The factory manager inexplicably gave Zhang Huolong a raise in salary and was also prepared to promote him to become a supervisor, but previously have been invited to the appropriate supervisor. To understand, his position is virtually non-existent, is a tea-drinking idle position. After thinking about it, finally came to a realization. Zhang Huolong resigned. In the consent of Xinshanwei and Zhang Chaoqiang, at the same time also formally rejected the martial arts school to arrange the system work. The two parents pondered for several nights in a row and decided that they wanted to use the money saved over the years to open a small tattoo parlor. After all, Xinshanwei had already been promoted from a small apprentice to a small tattoo artist with slight seniority over the years. From time to time, she would receive favorable comments from customers, and her tattooing ability was also considered to be completely out of the class. Asked Zhang Chaoqiang, he expressed support for his mom and dad's idea. So, Shen Rosebud, grateful to their own boss and master, will be her last month, and this month's salary refused to accept, and stay full this month, as a thank you for the year on her favor. The tattoo parlor's location, not close to their old boss, and no big publicity, just in Pingshui Street. Coincidentally, after Dr. Mo's arrest, there has been no suitable tenant for that storefront. Lot is not bad, so Shen Rose and Zhang Huolong will rent there. Purchase of second-hand instruments. There are a variety of tattoo recliners, or snake tattoo store owners specially to help Xinshanwei looking for, inexpensive. The day of the official opening, Zhang Huolong previously brought those workers on the 2 production lines, personally came to the store to congratulate. Zhang Huolong pulled the red cloth on the signboard, Dragon Tattoo Shop. Zhang Chaoqiang wrote on the plaque in running script, beautiful and eye-catching. The name of the store, very good. This is the former workers have always thought. This group of friends recognized in the factory, although usually people are frivolous some, but to Zhang Huolong, they are also sincerely as a big brother or brother to look at. On the first day of opening, they took care of Shen Ranwei's business, not just to support her personally. Rather, it is because Xinshanwei's tattooing skills are really quite good. As early as when she did not quit her job, there are 2 workers had her help tattooing. Combined with the skin location and state, the effect is very good. In July, the long but still somewhat unfulfilled elementary school career was completely and utterly announced to be over. At the graduation ceremony, some of the students were confused and thinking about their future destinations, while some of them were looking forward to their own martial arts school life in the near future. Only Zhang Chaoqiang, his head was blank. In the way of Zhang Chaoqiang, the school, after much discussion, decided to let the parent of this outstanding student of the year to speak on stage. This kind of thing happened once again. Before the speech, Shin Xiangwei had thought about incidentally advertising her family's Wei Long tattoo parlor, but in the end, she still shot down such ideas. Just what Zhang Chaoqiang did not expect was that the other parents and students in the audience, in the face of the scenario of the speech of his father and mother, there is no big strange reaction, look serious, after the end, clapping reaction is also extremely natural. Entering the summer vacation after graduation. The contact between Zhang Chaoqiang and Talking You was considered intensive, and they had their own cell phones. While other people were anxious about furthering their education, the two of them had already been sent to school, bailed out at a young age. Since the activation, Talking You often pestered Zhang Chaoqiang to give him a demonstration on how to better master his power. It had to do with control, and Zhang Chaoqiang imparted his insights to the other party. As time passed, Zhang Chaoqiang gained a new growth target. Mentor. There is a difficulty in mentoring in order to gain rewards. Stage reward, internal organs, body, spirit plus 0. 2. A cloudy introduction. The general meaning was understandable to Zhang Chaoqiang, but this stage, how exactly was it defined? Teaching arithmetic to someone who doesn't know how to add, subtract, multiply and divide, is this considered a stage? He found a kindergarten child in the same neighborhood, and when the child heard that Zhang Chaoqiang wanted to teach himself math, shoes don't even want, running with his tail straight. Increasing the value of the body helps to more quickly and completely adapt to the current spiritual strength and grow further. So this growth goal had to be taken without delay. Coincidentally, the long 2-month summer vacation is the best time to play the role of teacher. The coercion and lure, finally a 5th grade student in the neighborhood, hard to teach the trigonometric functions of the equation of one element. Even the parents of the other party personally thanked, claiming that Zhang Chaoqiang surprisingly junior high school to their own children to teach the content of the equation, simply incredible. And his own mom eyes surprised, Chaoqiang so powerful how many times have you taught him? This parent do not have to be polite. Fearing that the other party would pull out his bag, he hurriedly closed the door politely. Zhang Huolong at the same time touched Zhang Chaoqiang's head and said in a serious tone, "Is Chaoqiang very short of money lately? The money in your card belongs to you, you can take it out any time." Zhang Chaoqiang coped with nodding his head and didn't want to explain, he couldn't be happy right now. Because teaching elementary school students to learn middle school knowledge, surprisingly, none of them were able to trigger the instructor. The time spent for several days just fizzled out. After this incident, Zhang Chaoqiang decided to never place his hopes on other people again, as it would most likely be a waste of time. By focusing on people close to him, even if he was unable to trigger it, the other person would be able to be guided and gain, so it would not be a waste of time. While exercising his body, Zhang Chaoqiang will first target his mom. The most milestone breakthrough was to improve Shen Rongwei's cooking skills. The cooking skill that hadn't grown for many years. If his skills were to be upgraded, it wouldn't be enough to reach the instructor, then he would also break the defense. During his occasional meetings with Talking You, he absorbed the skills of the cooking path from old Chen frantically. Sometimes it wasn't just cooking, there was also dining etiquette, matching of ingredients and the skill of selecting ingredients and so on. Mom, boil the tomatoes a bit to be able to peel them more easily. So Shen Rongwei boiled the tomatoes. Scramble the eggs first, then set them aside, then pour the diced and prepared tomatoes in and stir-fry them. Add the eggs when almost done, then add salt, soy sauce, ketchup and other seasonings as appropriate. Zhang Chaoqiang demonstrated once again, let Shen Rongwei come, Mom will be the whole kitchen stove to get chicken and dog. The color was scorched black, the taste was sour, and the overall appearance was fluid, rather like vomit. In the end, Zhang Huolong ate the entire plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes all by himself. Having no choice but to place the next target on Zhang Huolong, which aspect should he start with? Zhang Chaoqiang stroked his chin, writing is even better, forcing doesn't come. Right, singing? The sensitive ears he possessed had accommodated for the demonic beast's sense of smell, but it didn't affect the perfection of pitch in the slightest. This is not a sudden thought, because from time to time, Zhang Huolong will be the popular music on the market, hard-pressed voice, spitting out the lyrics. It was quite a shouting style. This is also not to say that Zhang Huolong likes shouting from the beginning to the end, people's hobbies, and will change, of course, in addition to wearing aesthetic. In the end, Zhang Chaoqiang realized that he was unable to sing at all because of his lack of pentatonic voice, and shouting was just a forced choice because there was no such thing as pitch in his life. How can not sing out the highs and lows? The elementary school music teacher that Zhang Chaoqiang purposely sought out to consolidate his knowledge was personally on board. Dad, try to resonate with your chest and try the ups and downs of pitch just like me. /a /a/. Zhang Huolong, Being in the midst of thousands of soldiers, stating the grandeur, for a while, the buzzing sound, like black clouds pressing down on the city, the soldiers swept vastly. Zhang Huolong's voice, pressed even more tightly, and could even cause Zhang Chaoqiang's chest resonance. He completely gave up his dad and mom. What he was good at, his dad and mom knew nothing about and couldn't improve, and what his dad and mom were proficient in, he wasn't good at either. Let it be. Zhang's super strong will, in this half-month tossing, gradually be worn out. As a result, he focused on exercising, as well as occasionally learning from each other with Talking Yu. Of course, most of the time, it was Tang Yu who learned from Zhang Chaoqiang. On a bright sunny day in less than August, the two of them went to the riverside park to play under old Chen's watchful eye. Talking Yu still hadn't gotten the chi skill started. Moreover, when the two of them graduated, director Song Yu gifted them with the meditative thoughts that could elevate their spiritual levels, and it appeared that Tang Yu hadn't grasped too much of the essence of it either. Although Song Yu personally told them that this was a normal phenomenon, and that many people would not be able to get started even after a year or two, the meditation method. But it was an exercise method that lasted throughout one's life. Zhang Chaoqiang was also sitting in the kiosk in the river, sometimes sitting in meditation himself, sometimes imparting Talking Yu's own understanding as well as her feelings. Talking Yu, what can make you feel your brain emptying? I don't know. Shook her head and asked, is there any difference between the feeling of meditation and the sensation class? The difference is that meditation is not thinking about anything, while sense enlightenment is thinking about something. A long speech was useless. Halfway across the river old Chen looked over. Zhang Chaoqiang was tugging on the sleeve of Talking Yu's coat, trying to calm her down. He then quietly walked away to keep his distance, scraping up the two of their green silks as one of the few clear breezes brushed by. For the next few moments, Zhang Chaoqiang narrated his insights to Tang Yu as usual, about the experience of the chi secret and also the meditation thoughts. Mindless picking of willows turned into shade. On the 10th day, under the circumstances of Zhang Chaoqiang explaining to her for many days, plus her own comprehension and diligence, finally, she was able to give the meditation thoughts to her. Finally, she succeeded in introducing the meditation thoughts. Zhang Chaoqiang thought that Tang Yu's talent was very strong, but the attainment of instructor made him feel even more satisfied. He himself was only a student, not even understanding the path of martial arts, and with occasional narrated insights, he was even able to reach it? I'm afraid the so-called mentor refers more to the role of guidance. When the body's three-dimensionality was raised by a value of 0.2, Zhang Chaoqiang immediately felt a wave of relaxation in his body, and that feeling of his entire body being tightened up by the expansion of spiritual energy. It was gone. Immediately, he took off his shoes and sat down on a stone bench in the park, running the chi skill as a medium to communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refining it for his own use. Spiritual energy, 507. It was a good thing that the accumulation over many days had allowed him to get twice the result with half the effort all of a sudden and improve. Fading into the scorching summer. In September, the Yuhua Martial Arts School officially opened. The day of the first was exactly the day of the opening of the school, and after spending a fulfilling summer vacation, Zhang Chaoqiang felt that it wouldn't be long. It was a good thing that Tang Yu was also able to give a gradual introduction to the chi skill. On behalf of himself, he was able to complete another instructor. Having packed up everything early, now that Zhang Chaoqiang had looked away, he no longer dwelled on his dad and mom's dressing. Quit his job and then open his own tattoo parlor. What kind of experience is it? Roughly is, no longer need to take time off. Weekdays have any unexpected things, just need to hang a today closed. Even the neighbors would be especially supportive. Old Chen took Tang Yu and Zhang Chaoqiang's family, and together they prepared to go to Yuhua Martial Arts School. Yuhua Martial Arts School was located at the junction of Qinglan Road and Fui Road, which already belonged to the development zone, but compared to Yuhua Primary School, Yuhua Martial Arts School was far away from Zhang Chaoqiang's school. Yuhua Martial Arts School is closer to Zhang Chaoqiang's home, about 6 kilometers away. Yuhua Martial Arts School is a closed school, except for some of the students outside of this regulation can apply for a walking pass. For all other students, they are only able to leave the school on weekends. From the Martial Arts School Junior High School, it represents, officially from ordinary people towards the road of martial arts. As Old Chen and the teachers at the elementary school had said before, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. As a student practicing martial arts in the society, martial arts school will give many resources to cultivate, enjoy the superiority brought by the society, and at the same time, also have to bear the responsibility of maintaining stability. In the car, Old Chen seriously said to Zhang Chaoqiang and Tang Yu, the study task after promotion will be very hard and heavy. Little Yu, Chaoqiang, are you ready? Are you confident that you can keep up with the tedious lessons so that you won't fall behind? Although she was eager to give it a try, she was still lacking in confidence and said weakly, I'm ready. As for Zhang Chaoqiang, he felt a bit strange. Why would Old Chen claim that the next lessons would be tedious? The two of them claimed to be one of the best students in 100 miles, and their talent was at the top of the pyramid level amongst the Yuhua Martial School. Why were they worried that they wouldn't be able to keep up? Was the middle school curriculum so difficult? With doubts in his heart, he didn't ask, but just answered politely, I have confidence, Grandpa Chen. Good, it's good that you have confidence. Make sure you work hard and never fall behind. Cheer up. During the 20-minute journey, Old Chen always felt an itchy neck and a bit uncomfortable. through the mirror, only to realize that it was the gazes of Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei in the back seat, towards the back of his own neck substantially, which seemed to exist in texture, and was accurately perceived by old Chen. He had some disordered breathing, and his right hand took the time to pull the shirt collar upward, and the stiff collar completely covered the back of his neck before he stretched his eyebrows. After 2 seconds, Xin Xiangwei and Zhang Huolong's attention returned to the two children. It wasn't long before they reached the Yuhua Martial Arts School at exactly 8:30. The Yuhua Martial Arts School covered 1,000 acres of land, and more importantly, there were fewer students. Even with the middle school plus the high school, the 6 grades combined totaled no more than 1,800 people. This is attributed to the Yuhua School's almost strict enrollment standards. Red couplets with the words "Welcome new students" and so on were scattered all over the campus. The entrance was like a village pagoda, but bigger and more imposing, with a 15-meter-high domed gate made of granite. After smoothly entering, several security guards took a look at them and handed 3 maps to Lao Chen, Zhang Chaoqiang, and Tan Yu in turn. I'm afraid that what was in his mind was that 3 generations were being anyway. On the maps were all the designations and points of various buildings. The teaching building and dormitory were divided into A and B. Zhang Chaoqiang did not know which one was the teaching building of the junior high school. "Hello uncle, can I ask about the junior high school?" Without waiting for Zhang Chaoqiang to open his mouth to the security guard, old Chen interrupted. "Chaoqiang, follow me, I know the way." Toward the map due north, the 5 strolled on the asphalt road while strolling. The pine trees on both sides were tall. If they stayed sheltered under the shade on a hot summer day, the wind would patronize them from time to time. There are quite a lot of people on the road, most of them are students who started school today. Let Zhang Chaoqiang feel a little strange things, gradually began to more and more. From the time he had just entered the door, to the short period of 5 or 6 minutes that he was now heading towards the middle school building, he was on his way, sensing many not-so-ordinary students. First of all, their heights, most of them had already reached over 1.75 meters, and even most of the girls were 1.7 meters in stature. Zhang Chaoqiang looked down and surveyed, his own 1.6.5 meters, and Tan Yu's 1.5 meters stature, although it was considered average among his peers. But it's not so much that it seems so exaggerated here. And with the demon beast smell sense, he was able to perceive that these students who were striding in the same direction as them, their physical qualities as well as the strength of their spiritual energy were not low. Although it was still far from the point of making him feel dangerous or safe and solid, he was afraid that it would be substantially higher than the spiritual strength of Tan Yu. I'm afraid it might be in the range of 200 to 300, or even close to 400 p? What the hell? Is this a battle power collapse or what does it mean? Middle school freshmen are this strong? It was also written in the novels, what with the number of holy realms being as numerous as dogs once they ascended. However, Zhang Chaoqiang had never seen the existence of such characters in Yuhua Martial Arts School, which produced many outstanding graduates every year. Today was the unified school opening report, the same school opening, but Zhang Chaoqiang noticed that those new students did not bring their parents along. Occasionally being cast a glance, the new enrollment carries parents instead still seems special? Area B teaching building. Before Zhang Chaoqiang could take a closer look at the building where he would need to study for the next 3 years, old Chen brought a few people to a classroom on the 2nd floor near the balcony. The classroom was much larger than the elementary school, with all sorts of advanced virtual equipment for projection, and judging from the names of the new students posted at the entrance, there were only 30 people in a class. And with both his and Talking Yu's names on it, Zhang Chaoqiang was no longer surprised. Only, the class sign hanging above the wall of the entrance was the senior class. Why is it the senior class? A faculty member removed the class sign, claiming that it hadn't been changed over. Without waiting for Zhang Chaoqiang to think more, the number of people at the turn of the stairs gradually increased. Among the crowd, a figure with unruly and dashing demeanor stepped out, casually draping his jacket over his body, holding a lingering demeanor, all the way towards Class 1, the direction Zhang Chaoqiang was in. At the same time, all sorts of gazes from all around looked towards him, and murmurs rose and fell. A freshman from the same class as us, rumored to be a once-in-a-century genius, nicknamed God. It is rumored that he has won countless awards in the past 3 years, and countless students in Tianan City have fallen under his command. Zhang Chaoqiang's pupils shook, and he actually felt that the other party's strength was even stronger than the freshman he met on the road. It was feared that it had reached a strength close to 400 p. Suddenly hearing a shout, the man turned his head and met up with a few other students, talking to each other. Later today. I went to bed too late yesterday, and I didn't fix the manuscript. Jabopi, why are you coming now? The dashingly mannered boy seemed to realize that it wasn't quite appropriate to dress up in the face of a new student, and put his off-white jacket on. To the boy closest to him, who was only 1.6 meters and slightly obese, he said, "This should be the only one shorter than Zhang Chaoqiang among all the male freshmen today. Introducing you guys." The fat guy named Zhu Bo cleared his throat. A man and a woman beside him were well built. The former had a sturdy look, the latter had a flowery face and beautiful icy skin. No need for introductions. Rongyu, Pang Lei, they're from Tiannan. How are you? God, how are you? Yu was most outstanding student of this year, has won many martial arts awards from Tianan City and even Linhai Province. it's a pity that we didn't have a chance to spar. Rongyu responds to God and extends her delicate palm, like a dragonfly pointing at the water with a quick twisting handshake before retracting it. Rongyu, Pang Lei, you guys aren't simple either. Generations of martial artists, families have all had glorious 7th-ranked martial artists, making great contributions to the stability of the Central Kingdom. There will be opportunities to spar in the future. Although he said that, the boy named God did not have much awe, just a civilized and polite smile, his hand hanging down, between his fingers was rubbing slightly. Rongyu noticed the small movements of his hands, face slightly changed, the body even slightly tilted back, have self-defense instincts. It was rumored that this god possessed an extremely terrifying self-created martial arts skill god's hand. However, it is not from the demonic beasts or inheritance to obtain its cultivation method, but by virtue of the outstanding martial arts ability, in the basic boxing and advanced boxing method to transform. At this time, Zhu Bo by Sea God is a little upset, and its relationship with the better he spoke out to break the other party's hypocrisy. Don't pretend. Who doesn't know that you are usually arrogant, only to see the girls will show their modest and polite appearance. Punctured God, the smile bloomed, upper and lower lips gradually separated, cackle ringing sound comes from their own finger joints. Zhu Bopi saw the arm that was slowly raised, a moment to stop breathing, panic back. A few people, quite a bit of the odor of the middle too. Zhang Chaoqiang had been observing the few people, and they hadn't been hitting on him. It was only right that a talented young man who was in the center of the wind would receive a lot of attention. Retracting his gaze, he murmured that these few did not look like they had just started middle school. He attempted to search the list of new students at the entrance for the being whose nickname was God. After scanning through it twice, his attention focused on a name called Customer. Perhaps it was more of a nickname than a joke. Plus, from what he could tell from the conversation, the other was one of the best in his grade, the pride of his peers, and had won quite a few awards in martial arts over the past few years. Combined with the strength as well as the talent, it counted as putting a sharp edge on the nickname God. In the gap of Zhang Chaoqiang's suspicion, finally, the faculty member at this moment returned. To the door hung Senior Class 1 sign. The moment stood still for a few seconds. He turned his head to look at his parents, and said calmly as a matter of course, Mom and Dad, I'm in high school? A stiff voice came out of Zhang Chaoqiang's mouth. The thickness of his throat seemed to be tearing incredulously. Zhang Huolong and Shen Xiangwei scratched their heads when they heard it. Didn't your teachers tell you? Then you don't know and won't ask? A series of double strikes caught Zhang Chaoqiang off guard, and he just stayed quiet. Shen Xiangwei looked at Old Chen again and asked, Old Chen, how come you didn't tell Chaoqiang either? Old Chen took a deep breath and tried his best to maintain his elegant demeanor. Who are you guys to Chaoqiang? His parents. You actually remembered? Old Chen was shocked. Calling the school teacher. Prince Han, I thought School Lu had discussed this with Zhang Chaoqiang's classmates. Didn't you parents tell your kids either? School Lu, Changwen, Mr. Guan, and the school board members did not inform Zhang Chaoqiang's classmates about the discussion? Teacher Guan, Jinjia and those senior middle school teachers should have to inform Zhang Chaoqiang himself. For a while, Zhang Chaoqiang somehow felt that the sky was spinning. It was just as well that his parents were not very reliable, but surprisingly, the school teacher leaders and even Old Chen had not mentioned this matter. Such a rigorous thing was ignored, which should not be. Zhang Chaoqiang couldn't figure out, such a big thing, how in the world the people around him were able to do unanimously did not reveal a trace to him. This was the third time, and at the same time a more obvious time, that it felt like the workings of things around him were somewhat out of the ordinary. In the process of stagnation, Zhang Chaoqiang inadvertently turned his neck, inadvertently swept over Zhang Huolong's arm, as if it had an attraction. Zhang Huolong's arm possessed an endless number of tattoos, perhaps too many to count, but they had been piled up together, and some of the shoddy patterns using inferior ink coupled with rough techniques had slowly blurred and faded over time. The one that had blurred more noticeably was a piece of a crane drawing on the inside of a small arm. The black ink crane that stood in the middle of the stream was first seen by Zhang Chaoqiang in the days when he was born, probably more than 10 years ago, when the pattern was still vivid and especially obvious. Later on, Zhang Huolong was always afraid that the pattern on his body would be seen by Zhang Chaoqiang intentionally or unintentionally, so he seldom showed it in front of him, and Zhang Chaoqiang wasn't too curious. No one can clearly find out how some things began to dissipate. Take tattoos for example. Until recent years, cheap tattoos in Zhang Chaoqiang inadvertently also have noticed the silent blur and unusual diffusion fade differently, like smearing a thin layer of cloud. For some reason, Zhang Chaoqiang heart has a kind of autonomy to use angry eyes, which should be the ability to use the eyes of the human eye, was subconsciously and for the first time he acted on other parts. Zzz, the sound of frying, to determine the dad did not react, he continued. At this time the clouds have been burned by the fire cloud, the original crane figure became more blurred. But in Zhang Chaoqiang's eyes, it was so clear. He saw another sight. The bird with thick, deep black feathers and a duck-like appearance was grasping at the long, tall branches with its vulture-like bifurcated talons and ratty tail shaped like a delicate cotton rope. It was only a momentary sensation that swept before his eyes, but was etched in his mind. Superb his father, superb his mother. A hefty shout broke Zhang Chaoqiang's thoughts as well as the noisy environment around Class 1. The crowd clearly saw that wearing a black martial arts robe, the golden armor of Class 1's homeroom teacher, as well as the same martial arts teacher who had previously used the ceiling mountain seal on Zhang Chaoxiang. At this moment, he took the initiative to greet Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei, who were crouching in the corner and happened to be covered by Old Chen and Zhang Chaoxiang. The hand quickly took the initiative to reach out to Old Chen before shaking hands with Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei. At this time, Zhu Bopi noticed the few people in the corner and finally placed his gaze on Zhang Chaoxiang. Superman strong? Crap. Something that made Zhang Chaoxiang a little worried happened. The class teacher's name was Golden Armor, and it happened to be the very same teacher who had made the ceiling mountain seal at the top of the spiritual power activation ceremony at that time in order to help Zhang Chaoxiang seal his inner body's spiritual power. Basically, the students present had already known about it a few days before enrollment. However, they were even more curious about the student named Zhang Chaoxiang, whose parents were rumored to be behaving strangely and dressing even more differently from the norm. However, when the students looked at Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei, who were laughing and joking with Golden Armor at the moment, it was clear that they were not too simple. Having stepped into the martial arts for 3 years, they knew that talent had a certain heritability, and usually the strong gave birth to the strong. The chances of a weak person giving birth to a strong person were very low. So this showed that Zhang Chaoxiang's parents were definitely first-class strongmen. When the freshmen moved their eyes from Zhang Huolong Xin Xiangwei's face, they were even more moved. Arms, body, hidden all kinds of tattoo patterns, most of which are beast-shaped diagrams. The more geniuses they were, the less they would think that the two were doing this for no reason. There would definitely be a reason for them to do so. Could it be that this was a beast king that they had beheaded? The pattern of the 5-clawed golden dragon on their shoulders slightly undulated and throbbed, causing their hearts to be startled. Hastily putting away his eyes, Zhu Bopi and the few people around him walked over to Zhang Chaoxiang. Greeting, Superman Chang, Tenyu, hello two geniuses who have jumped levels, from now on, we'll be classmates in the same class. My name is Zhu Bopi, you can call me Big Guy, these two are Rongyu and Pang Lei, and God, oh yeah, his name is Customer. Talking you politely responded, but Zhang Chaoxiang wasn't so keen on hitting on them. Activating 500p of spiritual energy at the age of 12, this is the threshold of a first-rank martial artist, don't you think you're superhuman? The Customer stroked his chin and pondered. Zhu Bobi, maybe he doesn't like realistic nicknames, so how about we call him Chang? Martial arts were somewhat boring, and geniuses needed to find fun among the details of life. For example, the Customer's nicknames, then Zhu Bopi was short but called himself a big man, and so did Zhang Chaoxiang, who was small for his age but addressed him as brother. Just call me by my full name directly. Superman Chang? Doesn't it feel like Brother Chang is better? The words of only Zhu Bopi and God surprisingly brought the 6 people closer together quickly. Zhang Chaoxiang surprisingly thought that it was going to be better than going to middle school. The little theater didn't last long, and 2 minutes later, a batch of new students were seen from outside the corridor railing surging up towards the B-teaching building. As the time approached 9 o'clock, Old Chen, seeing that he had successfully delivered the 2 children and that their homeroom teacher, Jinjia, was already in place, pulled Zhang Huolong and the 2 of them were ready to leave. Zhang Huolong tilted his body while twisting his head and asked, "We're leaving here?" Zhang Chaoxiang's eyes moved with Zhang Huolong's departure, and together with Tanyu, they bid farewell to a few people. School had officially begun. Zhang Chaoxiang, Talking Yu, and Zhu Bopi were all freshmen in senior class 1. Jinjia, as the class teacher, after a simple class meeting, the radio notified all the freshmen to come down to Area B's lecture hall to start the mobilization meeting. Unlike Yuhua Primary School, the resources of Yuhua Martial Arts School's upper school were not particularly inclined towards places like the lecture hall and playground. Lecture hall space is not big, tables and chairs are also more unusual, the stage is even more simple, the curtain is also only date red curtain and the bottom curtain, the light pole is only the most unusual conference lighting. The staff of the senior middle school, Zhang Chaoxiang was able to experience, they are almost all martial artists, after placing the conference table in the center of the stage, confirmed that the illumination of the surface light will not affect the vision of the leaders. This time it was the principal of the senior high school and the vice principal director and other new student mobilization. Zhang Chaoxiang's mind was not on the soaring words of the principal at the mobilization meeting, his mind was full of recalling the image that had been burned into his brain with just a glance. Click, Zhang Chaoxiang took out as the work paper, with a signature pen on the top of a sketchy copy of the picture in the memory. Clear and fuzzy, the state of the drawing was already comparable to what he had seen, although in the eyes of others, it could not be called meticulous. Putting the pen and paper away, he had the energy to listen to the sound of the principal's speech, which was growing more and more intense at the moment. The loud and firm voice had him caught up in the emotions as well as the other students. Being able to achieve this with just his words, Zhang Chaoxiang thought that the tall-looking young principal, who looked to be just under 40 years old, was not simple. From now on, you have transformed from the cluelessness of being new to the martial arts path into an arigato teenager who is truly heading towards the path of a martial artist. The world's apparent peace and stability, in fact, behind the flow is the blood and flesh of countless predecessors. Every martial arts person, from the beginning of cultivation, he has shouldered the maintenance of the motherland and even the world's peace. Our predecessors brought us a peaceful and favorable environment to grow up. We should do the same, while trying to grow up to give future generations an equally peaceful world. To embark on this path, one must be aware. Telling, are you afraid of death? Not afraid. Talking you was also somewhat slightly moved. The only one who didn't respond in the entire room was probably Zhang Chaoxiang. How others were like he didn't know. But he, in front of life and death, where would he dare to be so childish? At the end of the mobilization assembly, it was announced that the students would first familiarize themselves with the school today and officially start classes tomorrow. As soon as they were dismissed, Zhang Chaoxiang searched for the location of the library in Area B from the map and headed there under the follow of Tanyu. He had already received his student ID card before the mobilization meeting, and only needed to identify the card to enter the open places for students in the high school section of Area B. Books were the keys that helped him open up the world, and the library in the senior middle school covered various fields of knowledge in the world. Under the instructions of the administrator, the two of them, Zhang Chaoxiang, arrived at the demonic beast atlas located on the third floor, which contained more detailed information on demonic beasts than the elementary school library as well as the community library. Ordinary, first order, second order, sixth order. It could be described as a wide array, and after casually flipping through it a few times, they didn't even know where to start looking for a while. Once again copying a similar picture of a strange bird or beast, Talking You was looking for it, so he looked for another target. Seeking help from the librarian on the third floor, that was a female teacher wearing glasses. After looking at the bird and fowl on the paper that looked like a duck and an eagle with a long tail, she also fell into deep thought. In her memory, such a form of demonic beast was not rare, and there were none that were exactly the same as it. Therefore, after the administrator teacher searched for a few demonic beasts with similar characteristics in the first, third, and fourth orders, Zhang Chaoxiang didn't need to compare them when he immediately shook his head. He then stopped obsessing about the library, and after thanking the administrator teacher, he focused on his new class teacher, Golden Armor. As it happened, the other party also had something to look for him. Zhang Chaoxiang, during the pep rally just now, your state didn't seem quite right. Was it because you weren't quite adapting to the high school environment after switching to it all of a sudden? Fingers lightly knocking on the pearwood desktop, Jinjia's gaze was casual and warm. Zhang Chaoxiang cast his gaze. Teacher Jin, do you recognize what this is? Is it an ordinary bird or demonic beast? He gently tapped down the desktop with the only piece of paper he had depicted and pushed it to Jinjia's body with his 5 fingers, turning it around. Golden Armor nudged his nose, even though he didn't wear glasses. This is. Twisting his hands together, Jinjia's brows narrowed halfway to his eyes, looking back and forth, sometimes bringing it to his eyes, sometimes swinging it away and squinting at it. After a long time, Zhang Chaoxiang got his helpless shake of the head. No impression, haven't seen it. Perhaps you can go up to the library in Area B to seek help from the administrator on the third floor. I was on my way back from the library just now. That can't help you. Can you tell teacher where you saw it from? Zhang Chaoxiang shook his head. I can't remember. Teacher, can I ask you for something? He took out a signing pen from his pocket, quickly made a copy of this avian diagram, and solemnly handed it to Golden Armor. Please, teacher, can you help me ask around? I want to know what exactly this is. Golden Armor took it, and he had no reason to refuse. However, he had a feeling that Zhang Chaoxiang was godly. Could it really be like what those guys from the elementary school department said? After receiving Jinjia's promise, Zhang Chaoxiang thanked him again and again, and when he closed the door to his room, he actually had the feeling that he was in an elementary school. With this always on his mind, in the afternoon, Zhu Bopi, along with customers and others, dragged Zhang Chaoxiang and Talking You on a so-called garden tour to familiarize themselves with the school's environment and architecture. Through the introduction of this big man Zhu Bopi, they came from the key class of the junior high school of Yuhua Martial Arts School, and since 3 years, even the environment of the senior high school was also clearly understood by them. After a glance, Zhang Chaoxiang was also familiar with these new classmates. Rong Yu is arrogant and voluptuous, and doesn't talk often. Pang Lei is extremely introverted, thick but not necessarily honest. Zhu Bopi is humorous and witty, a chatterbox. The customers are dashing with a small belly. And they also probably knew Zhang Chaoxiang and Talking You. One afternoon, they were always called Brother Chang and Brother Chang. After explicitly protesting, Zhu Bopi called him Superman Chang instead. After 3 times, Zhang Chaoxiang finally accepted the nickname Brother Chang, but in fact, he was too lazy to care about it. After leaving the boring elementary school, Zhang Chaoxiang did not have to be in the pile of kids anymore, and with these teenagers around 15 years old, his topic of conversation was only 1 or 2 points more. This is the library, and over here is the combat gym, where we usually have practical combat classes. Then there's the Demon Beast Simulated Combat System. The unit is located in the Practical Training Building. As for martial arts, that thing, there are 3 main ways to obtain them. The first is the library, where each student can borrow 1 martial arts skill per month, but of course, most of these are unusual, and it's not too much of a stretch to describe them as bad. Second, is the school rewards. Complete the tasks assigned by the school or go to pacify the beast chaos, go down the secret realm to complete the designated tasks, etc. can obtain some relatively superior martial arts. These are generally into the rank. Third, killing demonic beasts. The strong demonic beasts that entered the rank and had spirituality would contain demonic beast crystal cores, which were a good thing. Even if a first-order demonic beast crystal core is able to provide a source of life energy that is enough to provide 2 hours of uninterrupted bombardment from a 300p energy cannon, each one is worth tens of thousands of dollars. It must be said that Zhu Bopi, the big man, knows a lot of things. Zhang Xiaoxiang looked around. Even if Tanyu was also bland, perhaps only he is a real country bumpkin. He asked, "Big man, can demonic beast crystal cores also provide martial skills?" Shu Bobai knocked a ringing finger in front of him. "Yes, Pinch Chang, some martial artists with superior comprehension ability, after absorbing the crystal core of a demonic beast, not only can they enhance their chi and blood life, but by chance they can also comprehend the habits and abnormalities of that demonic beast, and thus have a sense of what's going on, derived martial skills." Sounds a bit childish, but that's the truth. The customer interjected at this moment, raising his finger. "For example, Golden Armor, our class teacher for the next 3 years, it is rumored that his famous technique, the Sealing Mountain Seal, was acquired after killing a mountain beast in a mountainous secret realm and absorbing its crystal core. Have you guys ever possessed such experiences?" Zhang Xiaoqiang touched his waist while speaking. Rongyu, Zhu Bobai and the others looked at each other and laughed not too kindly. Junior high school is not yet able to go down to the secret realm, thus we do not have such experiences. When they looked into Zhang Xiaoqiang's eyes, they became even more embarrassed, and their words broke off. "Well, actually, our family owns quite a number of high-level demonic beast crystal cores, and we've all tried to absorb them, only that we've never been able to reach that special state, and apart from slightly replenishing some of our chi and blood, it's not much use. So for our martial arts, some of them were taught by the school rewards, and some of them were handed down by the family. As for God's hand, that's his self-created martial art. With this move, he is indeed worthy of being the strongest in this year's competition. But then again, if we're talking about spiritual power, of course you're beyond the strongest, Brother Chang." The words just fell. Zhu Bopi felt surprised, staggering back a step to slightly cover his mouth. How he subconsciously said what was in his heart. Until the customer will palm fall in front of him, Zhu Bobai was instantly startled, jumped backward to avoid. "What are you waiting for? Go eat." The customer glanced at him and then followed the large group to the cafeteria. All of this was seen by Zhang Xiaoxiang, a candle flame of contemplation dancing in his eyes. This customer's hand of God. Just how strong was it? Although that big man was not as strong as the customer, he still possessed a spiritual strength of 350p or so. How could he be so frightened of the hand of God? Area B Cafeteria. The food in the cafeteria is just like that, just to fill up his stomach. Zhang Xiaoxiang randomly played some ordinary vegetables and rice. Ordinary demonic beast meat is not useful to him, also does not meet the appetite, not many people are willing to eat. On the collective dinner table, Zhang Xiaoqiang glanced at Tanyu. She was eating with relish. On weekdays, the big meal made by Old Chen was even more delicious, as if it was not as good as a long-lost meal of wild vegetables. At dusk, when Old Chen came to pick up the two of them from school, Zhang Xiaoqiang noticed that for the entire junior high school and senior high school freshmen, they were the only two who were going to walk in and out of school, and the rest of them were living in a closed campus. Today's Old Chen was a bit absent-minded. Zhang Xiaoxiang found that always used to wear matching bow tie Old Chen, today wearing color scheme conflict, and even vest also a little wrinkled. Asked, the Old Chen only answered, somehow, at noon, tossing and turning, the heart seems to have a heavy stone, worried about not a good night's sleep. Angry eyes, visualized the details of life changes 2 out of 100. He was given the ability to rage eyes for growth goals. He was more or less able to feel that the next tier state of the raging eyes, I'm afraid, is capable of possessing actual damage. On the way home, the diligent talking he was practicing hard in the car. Originally, her chi skill, under Zhang Xiaoqiang's mutual exchanges with her for many days, had already improved quite a lot, and it was only a matter of time before she was completely initiated. However, today's progress seemed to be a bit slow, and when guiding the heaven and earth spiritual chi, Zhang Xiaoqiang could feel a sense of rawness filling the other party's body. He asked, what's wrong? Talking shook her head, a bit downcast. Cultivating the chi skill is a bit of a hindrance, and it feels like my body and brain are a bit sluggish today. This was not the first time this had happened to her, and for the 2 months of summer vacation, part of that time had been spent slowing down her cultivation progress due to her body's sluggishness. Rage +1. On the first day of school, Zhang Huolong and Shen Rangwei originally wanted to leave the two of them, Lao Chen Tanyu, to have dinner at home, but the other party was not in good shape, so they did not force themselves. Xin Shangwei learned the smart way, she doesn't cook herself, and she doesn't want to let Zhang Xiaoxiang cook, so she chooses to order takeout, which is a luxury thing, before she thought so before. Although the store has just opened business in general, but in the end, it is not a lack of money, once in a while the indulgence is also deserved. At the dinner table, Dad and Mom said with some concern, Xiaoxiang, we originally thought that the school teacher had already discussed with you, you have already agreed. I did not expect that you did not know? Yes, did not say, how would he know? After a conversation, his parents were worried that he wouldn't be able to adapt to high school life. It wasn't that they were worried that he wouldn't be able to keep up with the curriculum either, but rather the operation of genius skipping a grade, which seemed oxymoronic, had actually lost the opportunity to communicate with his peers about his life, both in a practical sense and on an ideological level. They were also an afterthought, waking up only when they were ready to leave in the morning. However, it was only after Zhang Chaochang's comfort that the two Xinshangwei Zhang Huolong gradually put their hearts down. After the meal, the family paralyzed in the sofa to watch TV. Zhang Chaochang squinted at Zhang Huolong's small right arm, pretended to play under, grabbed and then rolled down the sleeve, did not wait for Zhang Huolong to react to put away. Zhang Chaochang asked in a hurry, "Dad, this pattern is so beautiful." Zhang Huolong noticed that his son was pointing at the fuzzy crane located in the center of his small arm. This is an immortal crane, representing longevity and peace and wealth. His son had grown up and was not particularly shy about these issues anymore. Zhang Huolong could no longer recall when this crane was tattooed. In fact, the vast majority of the tattoos on his body did not have any significance, and the specific times and dates were all discarded by his dull head. Zhang Chaochang attempted to use angry eyes to see if it could show the same effect as this morning. But this time there was no response. The foggy blur on the tattoo was just cheap pigment spreading and fading under the skin tissue. So he pulled out the picture, but Mom and Dad claimed they hadn't seen it before. Such a strange monster, it looks like one of those so-called demonic beasts. Where have we seen it before? Both of them shook their heads, claiming that they did not have any impression, so Zhang Chaochang could only give up. In the midst of searching on the side, he officially started his high school life, even though he was only less than 13 years old. On the second day, the entire school officially opened, and the teaching building and area B accommodated the classrooms of the 3 levels of high school, and although there weren't many classes, the building had a total of 11 floors, which included classrooms for a wide variety of subjects. The basic theoretical knowledge of demonic beasts. The history of martial arts. The first day of school officially started, and basically, within a small period of time, it was mainly all about learning basic theories as well as written knowledge. This knowledge, Zhang Chaochang absorbed very quickly. It just seemed that Golden Armor might be biased towards the practical combat type, and wasn't good at theoretical knowledge, and would occasionally talk about some irrelevant knowledge points incorrectly. The teacher of the Demonic Beasts class surprised Zhang Chaochang, and was none other than the female administrator, named Wu Ku, that he met yesterday on the 3rd floor of the library on the Demonic Beasts catalog level. How did a teacher of the Demonic Beasts class have the time to also serve as the administrator of the 3rd floor of the library? Without waiting for Zhang Chaochang to be puzzled, Wu Ku explained that the actual administrator of the Demonic Beasts layer was not the only one of her kind. However, being able to act as a Demonic Beasts class teacher, Zhang Chaochang naturally would not doubt her ability. The Demonic Beast class focused on understanding the living habits, physical characteristics, and special abilities of various types of demonic beasts. Without surprise, Zhang Chaochang meanwhile became the object of Wu Ku's attention, whether it was because of him being a grade-skipping student or his inquisitive behavior yesterday when he took a strange drawing to find the answer. The theory class, at the same time, was also Tan Yu's strong point. People with a high spiritual tier would have a more flexible brain thinking. Afternoon spiritual lesson teacher He Hong. The resources of the high school center, not elementary school, can be compared, has more advanced testing equipment, just that these equipment can't be moved in a simple wide range, being connected to the running hub of the practical training building. After quickly performing the tests one by one, Zhang Chaochang surprisingly realized that he and Tan Yu, in a class of 30 people, were actually ranked first and third. The one who ranked second was the girl named Rongyu. It had reached the middle level of the second tier. Although it was expected early on, the class was in an uproar when Zhang Chaochang's specific tier level appeared, and the only thought that could comfort their unbalanced hearts was that the tier level did not represent the actual ability to manipulate the battle armor. The first day's lessons weren't exactly intense, there was a gradual progression in everything, and in the classroom before the last lesson, Golden Armor once again called Zhang Chaochang to his office. Originally, the entry-rank martial skills were required to be selectively praised based on a student's performance, but you, Zhang Chaochang, are in a different situation, and the school's resources will try to be skewed in your favor as much as possible. Here are 40 first-rank martial arts, see if there are any suitable ones. If not, state your requirements and I will go and look for them for you. With a wave of his hand, the desktop was neatly placed by Golden Armor with 40 martial arts written on yellow leather paper, which appeared to be somewhat historical. You are new to martial arts, practicing one discipline at the same time is already the limit, don't try to be strong. Zhang Chaochang's gaze quickly swept over, and his hand movements continued. He hadn't really thought about what kind of martial skill he needed. According to the movement breakdown plan, there were also 2 major categories of martial arts, fists and legs. Of course, there were also some side paths, such as what Iron Top Gong, Divine Whip Gong. Zhang Chaochang was not that idiosyncratic, but there were also so many reasons why these strange paths were simply not available here. Wind Fist. A simple and powerful name. Once I read the introduction, it is really simple to the extreme. Probably it is to use both fists to move, thus generating fist wind, small into dust, big into wind. Putting the martial arts skill away, Zhang Chaoqiang thanked his teacher and began his first martial arts training. On the third day of receiving the theory course, Zhang Chaoqiang finally acquired this wind fist. When he vibrated his robes with a slight turn of his wrist, this proved that he had already introduced this technique. During this process, he had asked Zhu Bopi how long it took for them or people in general to be initiated into the first-rank martial arts. The vast majority of martial artists, they first acquired the martial skill and then cultivated enough spiritual strength to achieve the rank of martial artist. Zhu Bopi replied that it took him a full half a month or so at first before he learned about introductory peeps. 500p plus introductory first-rank martial skill equals first-rank martial artist. However, one needed to register with the Transcendent Authority for a certified rank, as well as officially backing up one's file within its database. On Thursday morning, he searched for golden armor. As his homeroom teacher, it was his obligatory duty to certify the rank of his students, not to mention Zhang Chaoqiang, who needed special care and cultivation. Introducing a first-rank martial skill in 3 days? The abnormality that golden armor had seen from Zhang Chaoqiang before compared to now seemed like nothing. At noon, golden armor took Zhang Chaoqiang alone and headed to the Transcendent Authority, which was located in a hidden location in Tianan City. On the way, golden armor tidied up the sleeves of his somewhat messy clothes, and at this time, Zhang Chaoqiang also noticed, "Teacher, didn't you sleep well last night?" "It's alright, just some insomnia." At this time, Zhang Chaoqiang turned over a plasticized card in his hand. It was golden armor's martial arts teacher ID card. "How come it's with you?" Jinjia's eyes widened and he hastily picked it up. Angry eyes +1. Zhang Chaoqiang did not say anything. The teacher ID card had fallen when he left the school over the machine. He picked it up with his own quick eyes. The car had been out of the development zone for nearly 10 kilometers, but he was unaware of it. For a while the two were speechless. Golden Armor took the initiative to find a topic. He popularized the Transcendent Authority for Zhang Chaoqiang. "Although your previous teacher should have also talked about it, but about some details I think I still need to repeat it again. The Transcendent Mortal Authority, they are a martial artist management organization that is directly dispatched by the central state, not influenced by any towns and cities, and belongs exclusively to the central state. All matters concerning martial artists are the absolute responsibility of the Transcendent Authority, and all local martial artists will be under the jurisdiction of the local authority, just as the police station manages ordinary residents. And not only that, they are in charge of the Secret Realm's Spirit Key, the dispatching of martial artists' actions, and the opening of the Secret Realm by our school for students to practice, all of which need to be approved and passed by the Transcendent Management Bureau before they can move forward." After a few words, basically only Golden Armor was talking and Zhang Chaoqiang was listening. Although he sometimes made mistakes, it was harmless. The Transcendent Authority was, simply put, a police station for martial artists. After the long speech was over, Zhang Chaoqiang, who had been hesitating for a long time, finally asked the sentence that he had been wanting to ask since he got on the bus. "Teacher Jean, I don't know if my pair of diagrams. As I said, there are no records about that bird in fowl you depicted." Seemingly realizing that his words were a bit hasty, Jinjia quickly adjusted back. "No one has an impression of it either. Student Zhang Chaoqiang, I don't know where you saw it, but what can be confirmed is that demonic beasts of this appearance do not exist." "Thank you, Teacher Jean, I understand." Zhang Chaoqiang nodded in response. In his heart, he said strangely that his eyes and memory would not make any mistakes, and as his demonic beast smell sense grew stronger and stronger, his perception of some details became more and more sensitive. Since observing that thing, surprisingly gradually a trace of inexplicable uneasiness was born in his heart, although insignificant, but he was afraid that a little spark would eventually spread. Arrived. The break interrupted Zhang Chaoqiang's thoughts. Unexpectedly, the so-called hidden Transcendent Authority was located in an urban village in the middle of Patao district. The obviously eye-catching cyberpunk-style plaque was out of place with the card-playing villagers gathered around in front of the kiosks immediately adjacent to the neighborhood. It was like someone else viewing the scene of their parents and old Chen appearing in the same frame. Somewhat strangely, after entering the Transcendent Authority with its peculiar decoration style, he realized that there was a different kind of heaven inside. The long, brightly lit corridors with the names and photographs of the outstanding authority employees hanging on the walls carried both job titles and martial arts ranks. The highest one, the authority's law enforcement captain, was at the position of a 6th-ranked martial artist, while Zhang Chaoqiang noticed that he was currently the authority's director. Tick-tock. Golden Armor had already registered with the administrator inside, and once the administrator heard that the student behind Golden Armor was Zhang Chaoqiang, who had come to assess the level of certified martial artist, he suddenly became serious. Ordinary people might not have heard much about it, and even if they did, the impact would not be great in their limited perception. But they belonged to the Transcendent Authority, and anything about martial arts had to be included and well known, and a separate follow-up file was opened against Zhang Chaoqiang. "Fellow student Zhang Chaoqiang, Mr. Jean, you guys sit down first and wait a bit." The internship administrator had just turned 20, and with his glasses, his eyes flashed with a glint. As a result, the Transcendent Authority, which normally only had tea and plain water, unexpectedly appeared with a cup of milk tea, thoughtfully placed in front of Zhang Chaoqiang. "Thanks." Zhang Chaoqiang quite liked the drink, mainly because his own mom had the habit of drinking cheap milk tea, and over time he was even interested in the sweet to greasy stuff. It didn't take long for Director Zhong to personally receive him, a gentle, middle-aged man who, from the looks of it, the onlooker would assume to be engaged in clerical work rather than a martial artist. Zhang Chaoqiang, Xiao Jin, come in. Due to his work at the school, he needed to conduct secret realm openings frequently, thus Jin Jiao was very familiar with the personnel of the authority, even the director. This time, Zhang Chaoqiang's martial artist rank rating certification went smoothly, and while he executed his first rank martial skill smoothly, the spiritual power detector rated his spiritual strength to 513p. Zhang Chaoqiang glanced at the strength value on the void barrier. It was still because his body limited the strength of his spiritual power, not because he was slow to cultivate himself. Not forgetting that the actual battle of decapitating demonic beasts was also able to raise the body's value, but everything must not be rushed as these lessons would be carried out one after another in the second week. Originally, Zhang Chaoqiang was still considering how to open his mouth and inquire with this Director Zhong, but the director was much more affable than he had imagined. Is Zhang Chaoqiang usually tired of studying? How has the family been recently? Look at the address column in your message. You still live there in Chiting District. How come you didn't move to the Yuhua allocation of the Royal Water Mansion? My dad and mom's tattoo parlor is near the house. We're used to living there. We don't want to move. As if playing you ask me answer, after answering several stiff questions from the director, Zhang Chaoqiang captured the child's naivety and in turn wistfully started asking questions. Uncle Director, may I ask if demonic beasts will suddenly appear in the city? Director, no, now that society is smooth and stable, demonic beasts are uniformly driven to their territories as well as all kinds of abnormal space secret realms. Then could there be demonic beasts that secretly hide in people's bodies? Will the administrators of the Transcendent Authority be able to tell? In the end, he was still a child, and Director Zhong wasn't surprised by Zhang Chaoqiang's innocent question, explaining patiently and carefully. Zhang Chaoqiang, you ask a good question. It's not like such examples haven't appeared before. There was once a student martial artist who entered the secret realm, was drilled and hidden in his body by a young demonic beast called the poisonous cryptic ant and brought out of the secret realm. But just as he came out, he was perceived by our authorities, many high-ranking martial arts administrators, and under the authorities' probing, any demonic beast has nothing to hide in front of us. In front of. Zhang Chaoqiang had gotten the desired answer. Still chatting awkwardly, Golden Armor couldn't listen any longer and went to the restroom. Jinjia's state was a bit strange, and Zhang Chaoqiang took advantage of the gap. Zhang Chaoqiang submitted the picture in front of Director Zhong. After a few inquiries, the other party had no impression either, and even the files of demonic beasts at their level did not include a record. Zhang Chaoqiang was a bit bewildered. After Golden Armor returned, it was already mid-afternoon, less than half an hour before class. Zhang Chaoqiang, if you enter your iris on this, and then sign it, you will have completely completed the certification of your martial artist rank. Then Xiao Jin, since Zhang Chaoqiang is under the age of 15 and his parents are away today, you as his class teacher can sign in place of the guardian, and upon completion, you will be able to formally receive your martial artist certificate. Uncle Director. After Director Zhong carefully introduced the process to him, Zhang Chaoqiang coldly came up with a remark. Uncle Director, I'll let my dad and mom come over to personally sign the martial artist certificate some other day before receiving it. I want them to be happy as well. Good boy. Director Zhong heavily stroked Zhang Chaoqiang's soft and short hair, and then Golden Armor brought Zhang Chaoqiang to leave the so-called Transcendent Authority. Looking back and taking another glance, it always felt like it was a game hall located in the village. Moreover, this authority was just 3 or 4 villages away from his dad, Zhang Huolong's hometown. On the way back, Zhang Chaoqiang marveled at how well the central state regulated the division and segregation of transcendent martial artists and ordinary people's lives. At the same time, he pondered whether the Transcendent Authority would be able to discover the clues in his dad, Zhang Huolong. Zhang Chaoqiang's deskmate was still Talking You, and he had not forgotten to exchange the cultivation insights of the Qi secret with Talking You these days. And as the only 2 students who were given special care, she naturally had the right to choose a martial art to cultivate. She chose a palm technique called Water Cloud Palm, which favored the soft, dexterous type. Zhang Chaoqiang, have you completed your certification as a martial artist? Successfully completed. Now I'm already considered a first-order martial artist. As for the martial artist certificate, it needs to be signed by my dad and mom as guardians before I can officially receive it. You are awesome. Well, I feel that your Qi technique is about to come to fruition. Hang in there, these few days are the critical point. In the evening, Zhang Chaoqiang didn't go home immediately, but first ran to Wei Long Tattoo Shop to see if his dad and mom were in the store. Wei Long Tattoo Shop does not do business with loiterers, minors, or face tattoos, so the few guests left in the tattoo store that are scattered have work to do during the day. Only able to rush over at the end of the day, so in these days, the tattoo store is not much work, but it is the time node is more tricky. Gradually approaching, there were guests coming out from it, and the lights in the inner room snapped and gradually dimmed. Let's go first, Sister Rose. Looking at the simple uncle who was in his 40s, his arm was wrapped in a circle of cling film. That was the pattern that Shen Rongwei had just tattooed on him. Okay, go slowly. Zhang Chaoqiang was surprised. Xin Xiangwei had actually learned a foreign language. Interest is the best teacher. Recently the foreign English tattoos are relatively hot. If you don't know a little bit, there is no way to keep up with the times and make a living from it. Chao Chang? You're back? Let's eat whatever we want tonight. Your dad's busy. Busy? Only after inquiring, did Xin Xiangwei tell him. At noon today, the factory director of the factory where Zhang Huolong used to work temporarily came in to look for him, claiming that recently, the factory, especially the 2 production lines under his original jurisdiction, had a particularly high rate of defective products. Quality has fallen dramatically, and production efficiency is greatly reduced. Production line employees seem to be more clumsy than usual. So he asked Zhang Huolong to go back to see what the situation was. By the way, he helped with quality control. It was around 9 in the evening, when Zhang Chaoqiang was ready to wash up and go to bed, when Zhang Huolong dragged his tired body back. Zhang Chaoqiang stopped going back to his room. As soon as he came back, he took off his shoes and lay down on the sofa, while Zhang Chaoqiang poured him a drink and Xin Xiangwei massaged him. Zhang Huolong, who had slowed down, then narrated. This group of boys do not know how to get, the state is so poor, a batch of molds all scrapped, the factory lost a lot of costs. Originally this group of guys to do more or less some errors and omissions, when I was more or less can help to make up for it. I heard that I left, this time their state is very bad, good work content even non-stop error. The factory director is also crazy, uncharacteristically, but also said that the factory's losses all let my group of old workers to bear. Today they made a serious mess, many people resigned on the spot. Originally the factory is short of manpower, now the factory director this way, directly let a lot of shipping orders put on hold. Zhang Huolong touched his head and then sighed. The factory director was shrewd for a lifetime. He shouldn't have pissed off all of his workers at this juncture. Rage +1. Zhang Chaoqiang sensed that it was the same change in the details of life. He cooked a good midnight snack for Zhang Huolong, and the food was able to soothe one's mind, and Zhang Huolong's mood was only restored to complete after enjoying it. After Zhang Chaoqiang closed the door and shut the window, formally announcing to them the matter that he had become a first-ranked martial artist, he hurriedly covered Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei's mouths. Ooh-hoo! The 2 pairs of eyes were huge with excitement to the extreme, causing Zhang Chaoqiang to push even harder to stop the peculiar behavior that the 2 were preparing to blossom into next. Dad and Mom, don't disturb other people's rest. After releasing their hands, Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei excitedly and silently jumped up onto the sofa with their hands and feet. Zhang Chaoqiang didn't have the eyes to see the last words as he returned to his room. Dad and Mom, remember to go to the Transcendent Authority tomorrow to help me sign for my martial artist certificate. Dad and Mom? Remember. After repeated instructions, Zhang Chaoqiang set a few alarm clocks for the 2 of them, and planned to take the time to make up a few phone calls for the 2 of them tomorrow. Xin Xiangwei and Zhang Huolong, by traveling to the Transcendent Authority, smoothly brought back Zhang Chaoqiang's martial artist certificate without anything happening in the middle. The 2 of them were curious as they fiddled back and forth to survey the document that represented the identity of a martial artist. Zhang Chaoqiang did not know whether he should feel grateful or worried. In the second week of new enrollment, the curriculum had gradually transitioned from basic theory to practical training. Whether it was a practical training course for martial artists or a course for battle armor manipulators, basically everything was covered. Although there was no such thing as a top class in the middle and high schools of the Yuhua Martial Arts School, under Zhang Chaoqiang's observation, there was no such thing as a top class. However, under Zhang Chaoqiang's observation, the students who were able to enter the first class, none of them possessed a relatively good martial arts talent or spiritual level. Battle armor manipulation course is also extremely important. Low-class martial artists tend to melee combat. Long-distance means of attack can only be carried out through the battle armor or thermal weapons. On Monday of this week, the Demonic Beast class changed from Demonic Beast awareness to actual combat. On the first floor of the practical training building, Zhang Chaoqiang, led by his teacher Wu Ku, saw a more rigorous and complex equipment system than the simulated combat device previously used among the elementary school division. Other than himself, it seemed that the others were not surprised. Wu Ku carried his hands behind his back, revealing a majestic stance as he faced his classmates and introduced them. The real Demonic Beast simulation system simulates the most realistic state of the demonic beasts, and is able to completely replicate the character traits of various demonic beasts, such as greed, cunning, and other emotions. The spirit of the demonic beasts themselves is restored in absolute realism, and it can be said that in the simulator, apart from not being able to cause harm to your real physical bodies, other than that, they are basically no different from real demonic beasts. While Wu Ku was narrating, Zhang Chaoqiang carefully surveyed the azure-colored cube in front of him, a device capable of simulating demonic beasts below the 3rd rank. It was able to act as a practical training for the students, and there was no real danger to their lives. The school's education must be rigorous, and only after determining that each student has the ability to protect themselves in practical combat experience would they consider putting them into battlefields or secret realms for real combat fights. The first demonic beast simulation battle in high school was mainly to initially test the combat abilities of all the students. You guys should prepare yourselves first. After the class, we will officially conduct the initial battle test for each of you, and Teacher Golden Armor and I will give you battle instructions. I hope that you can memorize last week's demonic beast theoretical knowledge in your mind. Know your enemy and know yourself and you will not be in danger in 100 battles. Seize the weakness of the demonic beasts can make the battle twice as easy with half the effort. Gradually turning from the movement of carrying their hands to hugging their chests, the students gradually became more serious. Except for the customer Zhu Bopi's few. Their faces remained cloudy, as if they were already accustomed to it. How about it, Kung? Have you tried combat simulation before? Zhu Bobi shook his leg, but not because he was nervous, as he asked casually. There were, but they were all ordinary demonic beasts. Nodding his head, Zhu Bobi continued to add his introduction. The simulation device in the elementary school department should be a product of the old era a long time ago. The technological power of life at that time was not able to do so, and the simulated demonic beasts did not have any real feelings. There is no spiritual intelligence. As long as you feel out the rules, even squatting at the resurrection point can always brush them to death. There is not the slightest fight of wits and courage to speak of. A real battle is not such child's play. Saying that, he looked at the customer who was sitting on the ground and added, Brother Chang, the real battle simulations later are all demonic beast simulation matches according to their own strengths, but it is important to note that demonic beasts with spiritual intelligence are much richer in fighting ability and experience than human martial artists. In the world of demonic beasts, there is only killing on a daily basis, and it is normal for them to be unable to adapt for a while. Don't look at us so calm, it's actually because the 3 years of actual combat in the junior high school have all cultivated quite a bit of experience, or else we might not have been as subdued as you are. Zhu Bopi could be said to have become Zhang Chaoqiang's guide. His words were sometimes able to answer the doubts in Zhang Chaoqiang's mind. At this time, Talking You pulled her clothes with some worry. Don't worry, we'll watch the others' battles first and absorb the experience from them. Zhang Chaoqiang comforted Talking You. In reality, the other party's cultivation progress wasn't slow, and her understanding was also excellent. 2 days ago, she had completed the introduction to the chi skill. At the same time, Zhang Chaoqiang was given a stage reward. Now, Zhang Chaoqiang's body's gradual improvement, coupled with the ability to enhance his body's strength through killing in the demonic beast simulation battle later on. His strength was steadily climbing upwards. Talking You nodded her head like a chicken pecking to hide her anxiety. After all, she hadn't cultivated the water cloud palm to begin with. Not long after, the demonic beast realization course began. The azure-colored cube with almost 300 square meters of space inside, the entire underground floor was covered in dazzling light under the activation of the simulation device. First Chen Shang. Chen Shang entered the device, and under the watchful eyes of his classmates, the scanning apparatus within the device scanned his entire body, while being able to react to his strength. 300p, against the intermediate level of a second-order demonic beast. Sub-ranked demonic beasts are the transitional form in the transformation process from ordinary demonic beasts to first-ranked demonic beasts, and their strength lies in between. The demonic beasts were randomly simulated, and Chen Sheng's opponent was a demonic beast named the red-eyed arrow pig. The hideous arrow spikes that covered its circumference, as soon as it was simulated, it immediately attacked Chen Shang without warning. Crap, this thing doesn't talk about martial virtues. Zhu Bopi had at least seen a lot, but he had never seen a fucking demonic beast that launched an attack right after meeting. With a bang, Zhu Bopi covered his head in pain. Wuke didn't know when he had already appeared behind a few people and gave him a heavy finger. Let's make you not be careful in class. The red-eyed arrow pig's special diagnosis is its appetite for fighting. The moment a demonic beast of another race appears within its gaze, it will go berserk and attack, which is why this demonic beast is on the verge of extinction. It's because, this thing is just too stupid, said Zhu Bopi quietly, before nearly receiving another finger from Wu Ku. On the contrary, the battle simulation showed Chen Shang being fretted by the arrows fired from long range, looking for opportunities as he wandered. But the demonic beast was always curled up. Chen Shang had no way to strike for a while, and the two sides were in a stalemate, with no one being able to do anything about it, eventually ending. A cold sweaty Chen Shang wiped his forehead. He was not really satisfied with his performance. The battle was continuing. After each new student performed a simulated real battle, Wuku would be recording the opponent's real battle data. The actual combat data of the first-class students was extremely outstanding, within the same level, although most of them were tied, each other could do nothing to each other, but basically there would not be a losing situation. This was attributed to the 3 years of study in middle school as well as good talent. When it was the customer's turn, he was sitting on the ground and resting with his eyes closed when his eyes were reflected by the blue light, revealing a fine rainbow. No one noticed how the customer stood up, just as no one observed how he went inside the simulation device either. Shadow steps. This is a leg-type martial skill passed down amongst God's family, and since 3 years in junior high school, he has already utilized this martial skill freely. Zhu Bopi explained. Zhang Chaoqiang could see that the customer had already modified this shadow steps to his stance with ease, and he was afraid that he had put in a lot of effort. Teacher, I'm ready. Confidence needs no words. The customer's eyes were half-lidded. He had already thought about how to kill the demonic beast in the simulation later with the coolest and most handsome stance. showing off in front of his classmates, and crucially the female classmates, but he mustn't pull that stunt. The simulation started, the customer's strength reached 406p, and at the same time the simulation came out, it was the second rank advanced demonic beast, the flower cheetah. This cheetah has chrysanthemum-like patterns all over its body, except for a certain private part. And it was known for its outstanding speed, and its teeth were so sharp that it was able to finish killing and feeding on its prey in a short period of time. Without waiting for the flower cheetah to size up the customer in front of him for a second, the customer struck first, decisively experienced in combat, with a ferocious stride that was different from his earlier dexterity. Even before the flower cheetah could react, his figure suddenly appeared next to him, using a martial art to blast a fist into the opponent's head. With a dull thud, the flower cheetah's head trembled violently, and the front side of his body couldn't help but reverse its position and collapse to the ground. The customer, who was being faced by the flower cheetah's back leg right in front of him, his palms itched, an inexplicable throbbing in his heart, and his eyes rolled and did not turn to look at the other party's private part behind him. It's going to appear, it's going to appear. Shubopi paced back and forth, but never moved his eyes away. Hand of God. Only 5 fingers curled up, grasping the flower cheetah's vital parts and violently yanking. Ouch. The girls in the class, even Tanya, squeezed her eyes tightly shut in an attempt to avoid this embarrassing scene. The reaction of the boys was even more drastic. At this moment, their legs were clenched, and the pain had already substantially transferred from their vision to their bodies. Among them, the one who reacted the most violently was none other than Shubopi, who appeared to have a psychological shadow. The so-called hand of God, so that's how it is, muttered Zhang Chaoqiang stiffly. With a rip and a punch, the flower cheetah was powerfully killed by the customer. Returning to the crowd, the customer was a bit unimpressed, but the next second he saw the angry and shy reactions of the female students, he realized that he had just lost his poise. Heart waves but forced-face expressionless customer, and silently lowered his head to sit in a small voice. How can't I control myself with these hands? The students who had seen the big scene basically weren't too surprised by what happened next. After half of the students had gone through the actual battle, just when the customer secretly thought that he had been put behind his classmates, Wuku made an observation in response to their battle. You should be like the customer students, seize the enemy's weak points, vital points, and don't think that it's an embarrassing thing to do. Fighting is between life and death. What you all need to think about is not how to win handsomely and wonderfully, but how to make yourselves victorious with the least amount of consumption and expense. This is something that the customer students have done the best so far. Everyone give a round of applause. Applause. Although it was an appreciation, the customer's head was buried even lower. Taking advantage of this time, only 1m6 big man Shubopi, surprisingly good at seizing the opportunity, will be close to the height of 1m8, but at this time is sitting in a low head of the customer with the legs to cross over. The next second, they slipped away and ran away, hiding behind Zhang Chaoqiang. Shubopi, I see that you want to cut off your children and grandchildren. The customer, who was straddled, instantly stood up and said grimly, is that funny and amusing? Anyway, I can't stop laughing. Scaring me with the hand of God all day long, is that funny? It still hurts even now after being scratched by you last time. I'd like to see if crossing God can restore my brother to his prime. Shubopi, who was cowering behind Zhang Chaoqiang, boldly and weakly spat out. I crossed God, just as I nailed God, is an unabashed hellish joke. Facing the customer, who approached him with a progressively gloomy face, Shubopi frantically tugged on Zhang Chaoqiang's coat corner. Brother Chang, save me. How can I save you? I'm just high in intensity. It doesn't mean strong in combat. Although Shubopi was a quirky person, he didn't seem like someone without a brain, and these days, he was extremely close to himself because of the utilitarian nature in his heart. So such a person, could he really do something so humiliating to others just because he held a grudge for a moment? Soon enough, the two people with swords drawn were stopped in time by the teacher, who noticed them, and continued to call numbers to come forward in turn to demonstrate their actual combat abilities. When it was Pang Lei and Rongyu's turn, Zhang Chaoqiang knew that they were both backed by martial artist families with deep roots. But their performance, it seems, is not quite as good as it should be. Pang Lei's 330p and Rongyu's 320p were against the second-level intermediate demonic beasts. The two of them, who possessed exquisite martial arts skills, spent a lot of effort before they barely managed to take it down. Even Shubopi was a bit strange. Their performance was worse than normal. Their state of consciousness in battle was a lot more foolish. Talking Yu, on the other hand, was up against ordinary demonic beasts, and maintained an undefeated performance after a few battles. Shubopi's turn, as the third in the class with 350p strength, against the last rank advanced demonic beasts, was far more wretched than Pang Lei Rongyu. Can't win, not to mention can't do as customers like crushing victory, eventually can only fall to the wind, barely maintain a tie. More or less a little depressed, in the offstage back to the original position, brother was a long-planned customer slightly touched to face. Shubopi shouted, but after the seemingly no pain reaction, but no reaction is the biggest reaction. After a long time, Shubopi, who felt the swelling, finally let go of his heart and looked at the customer's back with tears in his eyes. Finally, Zhang Chaoqiang, who was in the penultimate position, was near the end of the demonic beast class. The details observed by Raging Eyes in recent days continued to improve, and even Zhang Chaoqiang didn't notice that just now. Raging Eyes' experience improved by a full 2 points. He made his grand finale appearance. For a while, the crowd all invested blazing gazes on him. Somewhat different from Zhu Bobai and the others, there were some people in the class who did not have a problem with Zhang Chaoqiang skipping a level and having an overwhelming talent. Being gifted did not necessarily mean that one was strong in actual combat experience, and it was not unheard of for soldiers to cry and cry while hugging a heavy machine gun. Other dare not say, at least in the actual battle above, is that Zhang Chaoqiang cannot be compared with them. Under the attention of the whole room, unexpectedly different, Zhang Chaoqiang's data is not strength. Instead, it was a first-ranked martial artist. This was not very surprising. After all, Zhang Chaoqiang had already reached the relative intensity before enrolling in school. However, when he was matched against the first-ranked demonic beast giant horned yak, the students did not dare to be distracted for a second, because this thing's stats were exceptionally high, generating an impact force of nearly 6,000 kilograms with a casual charge. Moo! Everyone's hearts and minds trembled as the giant horned yak, which was originally facing Zhang Chaoqiang, raised its front legs and turned its head to charge straight towards the spirit wall of the simulation cube. The giant horned yak fled without a moment's hesitation. The head crashed heavily into the spirit wall of the simulation cube, fuming and going back and forth several times until it completely collapsed its body from the impact. The body constructed from aura collapsed, dissipating and converging back into the simulator. Even the cube's spiritual bijou appeared to be temporarily disorganized due to the internal shock. What the hell? Running away? Looking at the corner of the cube where the demonic beast's body dissipated, the students thought that something must have happened here. Worthy of being a real demonic beast simulation system, it was actually able to completely simulate the spirit of a demonic beast. Zhang Chaoqiang was amazed and then moved by it. The sense of smell of the demonic beast allowed him to actually feel the fear that the giant horned yak had towards him just now. This kind of fear that originated from the depths of his heart and bones was not simply through the perception of the other party's power. There was also the influence of aura temperament and subconsciousness. The intuition of a demonic beast, it was truly terrifying. Facing something that feels stronger than oneself and evacuating without hesitation, is this the decisiveness of a demonic beast? Zhang Chaoqiang sighed over it. Class, there is no malfunction in the machine, it might be a disorder that occurred just now from continuous operation. Now please have Zhang Chaoqiang ready to try again. I'm ready. Seeing Zhang Chaoqiang amongst the cubes responding, Wuko once again performed the simulation of the giant horned yak. As amongst most of the first-order demonic beasts, the giant horned yak's power was placed at the upper echelon, and it could effectively react to the strength of this grade-jumping student. As soon as the simulation came out, the yak was right on Zhang Chaoqiang. That giant horned yak didn't even scream this time, unusually valuing its time, darting and falling back towards the spirit wall. Even if it was dead, it wouldn't give Zhang Chaoqiang a chance. Want to escape? Zhang Chaoqiang quickly stepped forward. Just now in the position is to prevent the yak escape. Left and right 2 steps quickly close, and then a fist over. Wind fist small completion, dust lifting. Spiritual energy was like dust, wrapped around the small arm like a miniature tornado drill, and in a split second, it was aimed at the yak's skull and eyes for a ferocious chiseling attack. In 2 or 3 strokes, Zhang Chaoqiang drilled back and forth, lifting up the spiritual energy as it fluctuated and spread to pierce the yak's entire skull. In an instant, the demonic beast's body disintegrated and turned into a tidal wave of spiritual energy returning to the simulator. The scene was once again silent. Just now, the students seemed to have inadvertently heard Zhang Chaoqiang say something. I'm just high in intensity. It doesn't mean I'm strong in combat. The actual combat experience they were so proud of counted for nothing, and was directly crushed by the numerical value. But what they couldn't figure out was that Zhang Chaoqiang's decisive move to seal the beast's back path was likewise part of experience. When Pang Lei simulated, his opponent was also a giant horned yak, only the one he faced had a strength level of only second-order intermediate, and in the end, he was only able to fight his own woes to a draw. Therefore, no one present knew better than him that Zhang Chaoqiang was excellent and even terrifying. He had always been thick, and the surprised expression he revealed at this moment made him even more naive, and Romeo, who was traveling with him, didn't say anything, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. Shu Bopi, while clamping his legs, left hand caressing his body, right hand clapping with one hand, shouted in a low voice, "Brother Chang is mighty." After being raised by the customer's palm, he ran back to the corner alone to hurt himself secretly. Zhang Chaoqiang was afraid that others did not see clearly, but also specialized in maintaining the action for a full 5 seconds. Finally, growth value +5, playing cool +1, out of the wind +1. There was a slight increase in spiritual power and body index, and Zhang Chaoqiang left the cube with a little bit of unfulfillment. Just now, making the wind fist had used up almost half of his spiritual energy and physical strength, or else he wouldn't have been able to kill the enemy beast in such a strong, almost crushing manner. Receiving different gazes, there was envy, admiration. Failing to achieve his goal, he didn't really like these superfluous gazes. Pa pa pa. Applause led by Wuko rose and fell. After everyone had completed the first practical simulation, it was customary to grade everyone's performance and then recommend the students to learn from them. But unexpectedly, Zhang Chaoqiang was not on this list of being learned from, and she did not recommend her classmates to learn Zhang Chaoqiang's fighting style. Everyone, don't just go for dashing and handsome, but learn more from the customers' classmates to kill each other with the least cost. What about Zhang Chaoqiang? A student asked weakly. Zhang Chaoqiang's fighting style is just dashing and handsome. In response, Wuke did not want to explain too much. She silently opened the simulator and asked them, does any other student want to come up and try again? The implication was, Zhang's superb's fighting style, you come up and learn one to see? The crows were silent. After the lesson, some of the students greeted Zhang Chaoqiang, and the latter responded one by one. Unlike elementary schools, after seeing Zhang Chaoqiang's power, the children in elementary schools were either so scared that they hid, or played as usual, but there was little intention to befriend. Zhang Chaoqiang told Tanya not to wait for him and go back to the classroom first, while he himself stayed in the simulation room. Teacher, I want to practice again. Good boy, teacher supports you. With such a high-speed machine in the school, Zhang Chaoqiang directly did not waste any time, and the entire person guarded the demonic beast's simulation construction point, also known as the birth point. Yawn. After the demonic beasts were finished constructing their carapace by the spiritual power weaving, Zhang Chaoqiang punched 2 punches over and took care of 1 in 3. Going back and forth for 3 or 4, the demonic beasts that had entered the rank were different. Each time, they could increase their growth value by 5 points, until his own body tired down, and his spiritual energy tended to be in a state of deficit. He then stopped. Right now, his spiritual power control value was very high. Not only did it drastically improve his martial arts learning and play, but it also accelerated the recovery ability of his spiritual power. It wouldn't take long for this spiritual energy to recover. Wuke was in a daze, and it was only when Zhang Chaoqiang gently called out that she recovered from the daze that the image in her mind was Zhang Chaoqiang. After she turned the simulator off, she held Zhang Chaoqiang's shoulders with both hands and said seriously, next time, I'll give you a simulation of a first-order intermediate demonic beast. Do you have any confidence? Yes. Seeing that the other party did not answer her words, Wuke scratched Zhang Chaoqiang's nose. On their way back to the teaching building in Area B, the two of them walked side by side under the green shade, and Zhang Chaoqiang took the opportunity to take out the pair of diagrams that he had carefully copied again after returning home, and resubmitted them to Wuke. Teacher, please. Wuke took it. She knew what Zhang Chaoqiang meant. It was just that she really didn't recognize this demonic beast on the drawing, and there was no one around her who possessed an impression of it. I'm afraid that Zhang Chaoqiang had really seen it somewhere. For his request, Wuke wouldn't be slack, but whether or not she would be able to obtain valid information, that really wasn't certain. Zhang Chaoqiang returned to the classroom, and Wuke also held the drawing paper in his hand and rushed to the next classroom without stopping. On the way, she bumped into the class teacher of Senior Class 1, Jin Jia, who inadvertently saw the drawing paper in Wuke's hand and pulled her aside. Classmate Zhang Chaoqiang also asked you about this? Wuke, you'd better pay more attention to Zhang Chaoqiang. Lately I've noticed that he's more or less a bit nervous. Nah, I'm not the only one who says so. Jin Jia didn't seem to be quite normal. Wuke thought that he wasn't in the right state as usual, didn't pay much attention to him and simply walked away. Talking you, demonstrate with your water cloud palm. Between classes, Zhang Chaoqiang and Talking You came to the training room of the practical training building, which was able to provide them with a clean cultivation environment and possessed a ring-shaped aura diffuser. The concentration of spiritual qi was higher, suitable for students to carry out cultivation, and students needed to apply in advance to use the training room, but it was obvious that the two of them did not need to do so. Zhang Chaoqiang set up a set of sandbags, which were filled with a special fluid tissue that the user was able to leave traces on when performing attacks. Ho! After brewing, Talking You rose her hand, a palm full of divine charm, causing a slight degree of depression when it solidly touched the fluid sandbags. It was estimated that there had been tons of impact. Not yet a complete beginner, having this kind of power was already considered very rare. Moreover, the water cloud palm was mainly soft and moist. To put it bluntly, it was to making power. The attack that hit the enemy was just a front. The main thing was to transfer that in power through the surface of the body to the interior. This specific practice of Zhang Chaoqiang striking the yak was somewhat similar. As the fluid sandbag gradually returned to its original form without external force, Zhang Chaoqiang demonstrated his martial arts skills to Tanyu. With a single punch, he left a swirling mark similar to a drill on the sandbag, which was 10 centimeters deep, more than 10 times the size of Talking Yu's earlier. Not only was it the depth or the range. Talking Yu's eyes widened, her mouth slightly open to express her surprise, but what surprised her even more was that Zhang Chaoqiang flipped his hand to murmur, and then lightly landed another palm on the surface of the sandbag. It was like a slapdash, without any substantial strength, but Tanyu clearly observed that the sandbag that came next, surprisingly maintained its original state, without the slightest sign of recovery. Finally peaking at the threshold. Although it was far less than a tenth of the power and effect of the Golden Armor teacher's Sealing Mountain Seal at that time. This martial art was not even considered an entry-level martial art at all, but it was a fourth-ranked martial art, and it only took 1 or 2 glimpses for it to have some special usage. This was also thanks to the imprint that the golden armored teacher had left inside his body to seal his spiritual energy, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to copy it by feeling it. Zhang Chaoqiang felt that as his record became higher and higher, he became more and more comfortable with moves such as copying and imitating. Dismissal. It was only after the communication dispersed the marks on the sandbag that the original appearance was gradually restored. Next, Zhang Chaoqiang gave Tanyu a review of her actual battle today, and there were still quite a few mistakes and omissions. What's going on lately? It feels like your cultivation process is rather slow, and although today's actual battle resulted in a tie, I feel like you still have room to play. Talking, you also couldn't figure it out and just claimed that it had been a bit sluggish lately, maybe it was a bad rest? The two of them began to study and discuss various aspects, and the matter of Tanyu obtaining the introduction to martial arts was also formally put on the agenda. On the same day, there was also a battle armor simulation class, but unlike the special training in elementary school, it was transformed into a mini-pod similar to a game console. In the 2,000 square feet of the Battle Armor Simulation classroom, 30 students shared a room, using the mini-pods to conduct simulations as a way to raise their spiritual tiers. Only after officially entering the 3rd level would they be able to truly try to harness the battle armor. Until then it was all simulation-based, mainly to raise their spiritual levels. Zhang Chaoqiang, who was already at the advanced level of the 2nd tier, was one step closer to the 3rd tier, and the improvement of manipulation power represented the level of his spiritual tier. Manipulation power, 125. This value was somewhat similar to Dad's previous chariot model. Zhang Chaoqiang secretly compared it to the current analog minipod's boosted manipulation power, estimating around 140, which should be the threshold of the 3rd tier. As for this grade jumping student of Tanyu, the class, and even Pang Lei and the others were not too fond of it, but it was just a high value. But when they were in the simulation space, they were only able to manipulate the battle armor to perform basic movements and walk. Zhang Chaoqiang, however, was able to comfortably maneuver simple flights and simple fire coverage attacks, while Tanyu was not particularly skilled, but under the stumbling, she was also able to wobble around and travel in low altitude just as if the engine at one end of the plane was out of order. Zhang Chaoqiang was just gliding around Tanyu, separating some of his mind to keep an eye on him, occasionally speaking out to communicate and exchange guidance. When the students saw such a sight, there was a huge difference between it and the simple movements they were practicing on the ground, such as walking and running. It was only then that they realized that the world was different, and that geniuses were just the ticket to see them. Those in the class who were also able to manipulate the battle armor in such a way were also Rongyu. Obviously Zhu Bopi and the customers weren't good at it and weren't interested in it. Rongyu acted as a big sister, took the initiative to hold up the hand of Tanyu, leaving Zhang Chaoqiang behind, hand in hand with 2 sets of humanoid metal battle armor. She led Tanyu to cut through the simulation space with a wonderful flight trajectory. Why don't you let him lead you to fly higher? Men and women don't teach each other. Ronyu's eyes lit up as she flirted. There are already several young couples in our class. Some of them are set up by their parents and know each other well. Some of them were born out of love for each other. What era? Already high school students, although regardless of talk about love, but ordinary physical contact to avoid. I can't believe you still have such thoughts. It's already high school. But we're less than 13 years old. But you guys are also high school students. Through the 2 layers of battle armor, the barrier, Tanyu seemed to be able to see Ronyu's serious eyes, and the worry in her heart that she was originally still worried about skipping a grade and causing the others to have a sense of disapproval faded away. Did Zhang Chaoqiang say that sentence? And his mom and dad. Her mom and dad are great, aren't they? Ronyu's eyes flowed with a different color, wanting to inquire about Zhang Chaoqiang's parents from Tanyu's mouth. Talking, you recalled bits and pieces of Zhang Chaoqiang's parents' various odd behaviors, being kind and stubborn, and nodded heavily. They are indeed very powerful. People's life always need to be lively, looking for excuses to make themselves lively, but also a kind of happiness. During the summer vacation, the old Chen Tanyu traveled to Zhang Chaoqiang's house to gather more and more often, although this time the school year is more sparse, but finally this day seized the opportunity, tomorrow, to celebrate the first time that Tanyu fought with a demonic beast. At the request of Tanyu, Lao Chen prepared a large bag of ingredients and materials, and now he has been hidden behind the scenes. Zhang Chaoqiang metamorphosed into a chef. When he was ready to go home that day, Zhang Chaoqiang was only informed by Zhang Huolong's phone call. Today is the anniversary of their kiss. The two went to the surrounding shopping malls to enjoy the world of two people to eat a movie theater straight down. Also said what this kind of anniversary is not suitable for Zhang Chaoqiang together. They are not worried about with his current cooking skills, will be hungry. Obviously, while slowly discovering that Zhang Chaoqiang's ability is constantly improving, their hearts are getting bigger and bigger. They could only call it quits and immediately decided to reschedule for another day. Yesterday at 10 p.m. A fire broke out in the theater on the 4th floor of Parkview Plaza, triggering the alarm system. This fire is relatively small in size. Under the emergency rescue of firefighters, the scene casualties are 0. According to the monitoring screen, the cause of the fire formation is not standardized use of popcorn machine in the front of the theater, resulting in high temperature ignited the surrounding paper tube, again appealing to the general public, standardize the use of clattering sound of frying in the kitchen. Zhang Chaoqiang's sensitive ears heard this scene, spatula are ignored, ran out of the kitchen is to the living room. The Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei, who were sitting leisurely, conducted a physical examination. The two celebrated the anniversary of their kiss last night, and the place they went to was the Parkview Plaza. Although the two ended the program and went home at less than 10 o'clock, the news at this time of the day forced him to take it seriously. Being tossed around by Zhang Chaoqiang, checking the two men's physical condition, there were no abnormalities or injuries on the surface, and when he wanted to check his dad Zhang Huolong's body even further, he stiffly twisted his head and glanced at the two men, Old Chen and Talking Yu, who were sitting on the sofa on the side, eventually stopping the movement in his hand. Chao Chang, what are you doing? We're fine. Zhang Huolong struggled to get up as he hurriedly straightened his combat uniform. At this time, Old Chen voiced out quietly, he raised the crux of the matter. Chao Chang's father and his mother, you guys went to Baijia Plaza yesterday? Yes, fortunately came back early. Surprisingly, there was a fire. That ticket salesman at the front desk, I looked at him and he didn't look like a resourceful person. No wonder he could have an accident. In small mall theaters, the front desk is usually responsible for ticket sales as well as the provision of food. For example, frying popcorn, filling Coke, restocking containers, and so on. Due to the advancement of the internet, not many people sell tickets offline anymore, so a front desk in a small mall theater with not much foot traffic can completely take care of it. Then you guys are kind of lucky you didn't run straight into each other. The usually red-faced Old Chen, although his condition had slipped a bit these days, but where there was a melon, he was able to arouse his curiosity and attention, and his words increased. There is no problem, Zhang Chaoqiang thought inwardly, but the angry eyes, +1, again, made him think that the small changes that happened these days should symbolically represent something. Or perhaps they were related to each other. After determining that there was nothing physically wrong with Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei, Zhang Chaoqiang continued to follow Old Chen's instructions, and took charge of the load frying and cooking all by himself. However, he did not complain. Weekdays he wants to personally cook, very few opportunities to eat their own dishes, peace of mind. Practice makes perfect. His body was running skillfully, while his mind was sorting out the changes that happened today. Every single change that could add experience value to Nirakumo was catalogued in his mind before being intertwined with each other to find the commonalities and criticality of their existence. The only commonality was probably the fact that it happened in the middle of his life. Recently, when he observed the bird and fowl of unknown origin from Zhang Huolong's arm, it became more and more obvious. Dad, Zhang Huolong, might have gotten some dirty stuff into his body, and that was what the previous Zhang Chaoqiang had always thought. But when Dad and Mom traveled to the Transcendent Authority to help him receive his martial artist certificate, nothing happened. Zhang Chaoqiang wouldn't think that the group of administrators were all work and no play. For a moment then, he still didn't have any clue. Therefore the only way now was to turn to Old Chen, who made him feel most at ease. After cooking the soup and frying all the dishes, Zhang Chaoqiang called on Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei to help serve the dishes and organize the chopsticks. Supporting the others, he found Old Chen, and the two of them were on the balcony, blowing in the night wind, with the sound of a subwoofer coming from time to time from downstairs, and the tap 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 sound of the square dance being especially clear. Grandpa Chen, have you noticed anything different about my dad and mom lately? Zhang Chaoqiang asked him, while Old Chen, after some careful pondering, solemnly nodded his head and said, Chaoqiang, don't blame Grandpa for telling the truth. I don't think there's anything different about them. How stupid they were in the past, how stupid they still are now. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Old Chen, who had always had an extremely high emotional quotient, also nosed out sharply, and hastily flung his palms in front of him, snorting his way past. Zhang Chaoqiang knows that the Old Chen erudite to the extreme. He pondered again and again, or take out that figure please ask. The Old Chen in the end of about half a day, once again pondered. This. I seem to have some impression, but it seems that it is not a demonic beast, but I saw from a book called Ancient Scriptures, among the description passages about ancient beasts, and you have some similar characteristics on this picture. Old Chen seemed to be caught up in his memories, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't recall the name of this type of foreign beast and any detailed information about it. Observing it purely from its appearance, at least 80% of it could match up with the vague recollections. But Chaoqiang, where exactly did you get this picture from? Zhang Chaoqiang did not hide it and directly claimed that he had seen it from Zhang Huolong's right arm, but Old Chen had already noticed that the arm was nothing more than some messy tattoo patterns and a crayon that had long since faded badly. Children are always full of curiosity about the mystery, whether it is conjecture or imagination. Lao Chen also respected Zhang Chaoqiang. Just when he further inquired, Old Chen said with some regret, those ancient scriptures that record ancient beasts and strange ways and arts, none of them are the secrets of the central state, and even in the world also belongs to the first-class confidential information. Therefore, aspect I am also fortunate to be able to view one or two, did not go deeper. Now, I may also not have any access to contact. If the hidden despondency seems to show, the Old Chen in the past also resides in the important position, at least the identity shall not be simple. Old Chen seemed to be a little disappointed with Zhang Chaoqiang's bashfulness, so he directly told him, Chaoqiang, perhaps I can help you to ask around, maybe someone will know too. Old Chen possessed an unusual amount of patience, and the usual adults would not be overly obsessed with a child's strange questions. Of course, part of it also stemmed from the fact that Zhang Chaoxiang was not originally an unreliable person. Trouble Grandpa Chun. Zhang Chaoxiang said obediently. Dinner is ready. Xin Xiangwei nodded to Talking Yu. Little Yu, go tell the two of them to come in for dinner. Talking Yu jogged to the balcony at a trot, pulling Old Chen's wrinkled hand and Zhang Chaoxiang's clothes to the house, while repeating, Zhang Chaoxiang, Grandpa Chen is having dinner. Zhang Huolong inside the house, on the other hand, pondered with Xin Xiangwei that Old Chen and Zhang Chaoxiang were afraid that they were again engaged in exchanges between their cooking skills. Beginning of the month to beg for some monthly votes. How come the chopsticks are not the same length? The dishes should not be placed in a zigzag pattern. Now is not the time to worship God in the public. Chaoxiang his father, Chaoxiang his mom. Once on the table, Old Chen was immediately exasperated by the chaotic scene, and Zhang Chaoxiang hurriedly adjusted him over before his old man barely managed to continue this breath. In his mind, he had already thrown Zhang Chaoxiang's request for help out of the sky and forgotten all about it. Xin Xiangwei painfully added a piece of cocktail to Lao Chen, as an atonement. They understand that this is a good enough relationship with Lao Chen. The other party will be so heartbreaking. In fact, it is not. It is just that when Lao Chen saw such a ridiculous scene between them, he could not control his emotions for a while. Skillfully split the tail of the chicken, elegantly nibbling, Old Chen's face from extremely red slowly become lighter. Xin Xiangwei gave Zhang Chaoxiang and Tan Yu another piece of chicken wing tip and chicken leg respectively, mouthing off to each other about the recent happenings. On the factory side, it seems to be getting more and more troublesome. The employees are still making a lot of mistakes at work, and the factory manager doesn't have any solutions, so he can only re-recruit people from outside again. And now that the shipping period has been delayed by quite a lot, the factory is estimated to have to pay out a considerable amount of liquidated damages. Chatting, Zhang Huolong chatted about his previous factory. That said, after his own visit that day, instead of having any effect, the situation was getting worse. It was mainly because of the workers and the leaders. One seemed as if they suddenly wouldn't work, while the other seemed to have completely forgotten the law of management. Zhang Huolong shook his head. He couldn't figure it out, nor could he. Although Old Chen felt like doing things quite a bit less efficiently lately, this stuff wasn't something worth mentioning, so he didn't say anything. While eating and watching TV, occasionally, attracted by the TV, Tan Yu would not pay attention to the grease stains on her sleeves, so Zhang Chaoxiang thoughtfully rolled up her sleeves and patted them with a layer of paper towels. He then buried his head and ate his meal, secretly pondering in his mind, wanting to find some commonalities from the details of life. Tink. On the way to eat, the landlord's doorbell, in particular, pierced his ears. Because the doorbell of this building is simply useless, before the property forced the addition of a unified doorbell system in an attempt to increase property costs, who knows that after a period of time, it was scrapped en masse. At that time, the landlord old man is dozens of unit owners, angry at the right side on the spot young 50 years old, grass all over the property of the upper and lower 500 generations. So no one will be more aware than the landlord that the doorbell is not at all useful. The so-called doorbell ringing harsh, but because this instant the house just silence, poor quality doorbell button extrusion issued a harsh and sharp friction sound, like a marker pen on the glass friction sound, can make people's souls to fall down. After opening the door, the landlord held a pipe, which was surprisingly equipped with tobacco. The landlord old man did not relapse into smoking? Zhang Chaoxiang noticed. He handed Xin Xiangwei last month's rent slip and said, "This is the slip you asked me to get a few days ago. You guys eat slowly. I'll go up first. Come all the way, sit down and have a meal together before you leave." The landlord tilted his head and reached in to look at the leftovers on the table, finally resting on Zhang Chaoxiang's face. "Chaoxiang, eat slowly. I'll go up first." "Grandpa, go slowly." Tan Yu followed suit and also politely greeted the landlord. Only after Xin Xiangwei had carefully examined it and thought there was no problem did she slap the rent slip down on the table, but Zhang Chaoxiang keenly noticed it. The rent data on it. 12,674. 0, obviously not right. The decimal point is wrong, right? With a clunk, at this moment, another 1 point of Raging Eyes had been added. With the progress of Raging Eyes over halfway through, that is, capturing more than 50 changes in these days, it was enough for him to extract from it the common characteristics of these changes. Firstly, it seems that all of them happened in the sight of his father and mother. Secondly, these changes referred to a decline in their condition, the not so good one anyway. Forgetfulness, mistakes and omissions, as well as emotional changes in various situations, in general terms, is to look stupid a lot. It's all a bit similar to mom and dad's personalities. Is it hard to be really possessed by a beast? Dad Zhang Huolong is the leftovers of the scavenger. Operating a hand is not too formal chopsticks method to clip vegetables, two are with strange eyes staring at his hand. Old Chen has always disliked this fire dragon with chopsticks, but the natural stubborn saint body, how can not correct? He is not happy with Zhang Huolong this thing for a long time. Zhang Chaoxiang, on the other hand, wanted to use chopsticks to pinch his middle finger up nicely to see if he could drive down the dirt on his body. After the meal, Zhang Chaoxiang always paced back and forth on the living room. He tried to ask Zhang Huolong Xin Xiangwei. The replies in return were all about the other party's touch on his forehead. Chao Chang, what's wrong with you? Why are you always worrying about my body these days? There's no fever here. He tried to request old Chen to properly examine his body. After checking it 3 or 4 times, he still didn't come to any abnormal conclusions. These two boys are heartless and healthy as hell. I reckon that the vast majority of people their age don't have bodies as healthy as your parents. Zhang Chaoqian didn't know whether he should doubt himself or life. The personnel of the Transcendent Authority and even the director, as well as old Chen, who made him feel incredibly at ease, hadn't found anything strange inside Zhang Huolong's body. Zhang Chaoqian also shook his head. The high values were not even detected. Did he really need to worry about himself? Could it be that the demonic beast was still a mechanism monster, ignoring the numerical value to crush it? Not being able to discover further clues, Zhang Chaoqian's main task in the near future could only continue to look for details in his life while completing the record, and the communication with Talking You was a daily routine, so the instructor himself didn't need to worry too much about completing the situation. As for the adolescent tasks, there are still several months to go, and then they will also face a variety of practical courses for sparring training, and even Golden Armor claimed that soon they will experience the first secret space in their lives. There were still plenty of opportunities to make a splash and play it cool. He was not worried. At night, while Zhang Chaoqian was asleep, Zhang Huolong and Xin Shangwei murmured private words. Even though their brains were no longer sharp, they were able to sense that Zhang Chaoqian was a little too concerned about himself these days. All day long, does your arm hurt? Where do you feel sick? Is this parental paranoia? Shen Romwei slapped Zhang Huolong's small arm. It's all your fault for revealing your tattoos in front of Chao Chang. He must have disliked your tattoos before mentioning them so often. How come something happened during this time? Have to find their homeroom teacher to communicate. Just like back then when he suspected that Zhang Chaoqian was under too much stress, he also summoned all the teachers in the primary section to discuss. The next day, after personally sending Zhang Chaoqian to school, Zhang Huolong Shen Xiangwei found Jinjia in his office. After presenting his recent Zhang Chaoqian's unusual demeanor, no one can see that the blurred tattoo picture on Zhang Huolong's small arm gradually turned into a mist, and a bird hibernated under the mist. A plague of progression, Zhang Huolong passed his own anxiety about Zhang Chaoqian to the teachers again. When Zhang Huolong and Xin Xianwei left the Yuhua Martial Arts School High School, on the rooftop of one of the surrounding high-rise buildings, 2 young men wearing black leather jackets and black sunshades were watching all of this from a distance. Tall Huang Feng's body was thin, his hands in his pockets, one leg supported and the other bent with his toes pointing to the ground. The short and fat Bai Lu was holding his arms in front of his chest. Looking at the stature, these two were the most classic duo no matter where they were. With a drop, a square barrier screen exhaled from the void in front of him, and Bai Lu sighed. Report, it's been 2 weeks since the sudden birth of the abnormal biofluctuation phenomenon in Tianan City, Huangfeng, and I have already arrived and lurked near the Yuhua Martial Arts School where the biofluctuation started, and have not found any end to it. It was only after reporting upwards that the two began to launch themselves into boredom, leaning on the rooftop railing and occasionally playing with the nameplate watches on their wrists, which were exclusively reserved for their identities. They came from Zhongzhou City, the capital of the central state, and were subordinate to the Central Investigation Department, and were elite investigators amongst the department. The Central Investigation Department and the Transcendent Authority were not subordinate to each other in any way, but the power of the Central Investigation Department far exceeded that of the city's Transcendent Authority. The Central Investigation Department was directly under the control of the central government, and its main daily task was to investigate hidden security dangers and threats in the city, as well as dealing with demonic beast disasters at the country's borders, and so on. If the Transcendent Mortal Administration was like a police station for ordinary people, then their Central Investigation Department was the equivalent of special forces. This time, Huang Feng and Bai Lu came here from the distant city of Zhongzhou because 2 weeks ago, the Central Investigation Department's bioenergy detection hub, it detected a faint fluctuation of demonic beast life energy in Tianan City over a very short period of time. Through strict control, unusual demonic beasts would never appear in a human city, so this sudden fluctuation of demonic beast energy drew the attention of the top brass of the Central Bureau of Investigation. Just a weak fluctuation, according to the information provided by the local ministry, did not occur. Any clues? Huang Feng and Bai Lu, 2 senior investigators previously happened to be living in the mission, so did not come immediately. It was also because the energy fluctuation was weak and lasted for a very short period of time that matching the owner of the energy was very troublesome. Soon after, Bai Lu's communicator sent back a voice message from the head of the Central Investigation Department. According to the comparison of the demonic beast database, the energy fluctuations that appeared in Tianan City can be affirmed to have come from an ancient foreign beast, and we are still further verifying the specific parameters. However, there is one thing that we must tell you in advance. According to the Central States Core Classified Ancient Beast Database comparison, it is highly likely that this energy originated from the beast Jieho. Jieho? The two of them were more or less moved. As the Central State's secretive organization, they had access to the most precious information in this world. Ancient beasts are different from demonic beasts in terms of group existence. Beasts have a long history of existence, they do not have clans, they are born from nurturing heaven and earth, and every one of them is a lone product. Most of the beasts were already killed by the martial saints in the era when the martial way was first born. Some of them have not yet been cleared, and may have disappeared and fled to hide in different parts of the world, or ambush in human cities, or reign supreme in the world of demonic beasts. The foreign beasts that survived in human territory lacked the resources to feed, and they were generally weak, far below the growth period of ordinary demonic beasts. As such, under the management of the Central Investigation Department, which occasionally killed the Fey beasts hiding in various parts of the world, there were no human casualties due to Fey beasts for the time being. The data of foreign beasts or demonic beasts was recorded entirely through the joint contact of various human powerhouses of various eras, and belonged to the most precious treasures of mankind. It didn't take long for the specific information of the perspective hook to be transmitted on by Lu's communicator. Huang Feng bent down and lowered his head before he could barely get close enough to view it together. There were no pictures, only the textual description of what he had seen, the Jeho, duck body and rat tail, sharp voice. Where it appears, it spreads plague. This description, so simple? Huang Feng paused, almost ready to curse out loud, but he still caught the blind spot. Plague? Bai Lu, these days, have you noticed any plague or anomalies around the Yuhua Martial School or Tianan City? Bai Lu pondered a bit, leaning sideways on the rooftop guardrail. The fat on his body was squeezed by the guardrail. He raised his feet, and his entire body was actually clamped and hung on the guardrail, relying solely on those fat on his body. A traffic accident occurred on the north side of Qingtian Road, and the takeaway boy spilled 10 or so takeaways all over the place. A fire broke out in the popcorn machine on the 4th floor of Parkview Plaza. Bang! Bai Lu didn't even finish his sentence before he was directly chopped down horizontally by Huang Feng with a hooked finger. The latter spat out without a trace of anger. Want to tell me what color panties you're wearing when you pee more today than yesterday? Bai Lu rubbed his head, still confused. Specifically, I didn't count, or else later. Bang! Another hook finger goes by, and Bai Lu falls off the railing completely. Whoosh of 2 sounds, a height of 20 floors. The two instantly jumped down in a single leap, landing smoothly, and even did not set off a trace of the level. Lightly approaching Yuhua Martial School, to be precise, approaching Senior Class 1. Because their mission was not just to bring out the Fae, the higher-ups gave there was an important task, that is, before the hidden danger of the Fae had been lifted. Zhang Chaoqiang's personal safety must be guaranteed. As the most outstanding genius in Tianan City, he was actually considered to be far ahead of the rest in the entire central state. It was just that every generation of outstanding martial artists grew up through martial arts education, and the central government would not interfere with Zhang Chaoqiang's growth trajectory under the premise of ensuring that his talent would not be buried. But as usual, he had also become a key protection target. As 7th order martial artists, they naturally wouldn't be smoothly perceived by Zhang Chaoqiang, and the latter really hadn't detected Huang Feng's duo's presence in recent days. 1st rank and 7th rank, a world of difference. Huang Feng, Bai Lu, after further determination, it is confirmed that the energy fluctuations of the appearing beasts came from and the intensity of the bioenergy, is close to the 2nd order level. 2nd order. In order to ensure that this mission goes smoothly, the headquarters will send an additional group of 6th order martial artist squads, and I hope that you will identify and eliminate the hidden alien beasts as soon as possible. It was definitely not nonsense to raise a team, knowing that the biggest difference between Fey beasts and demonic beasts was the mechanism and value. Fey beasts didn't necessarily possess great strength, even when they reached their growth and prime, but most of them possessed some special abilities. Huang Feng and his 2 men had dealt with it once, in a coastal city. A tsunami flood that lasted for 10 years was detected to be a Fey beast rebellion. Digging up the sea for 100 feet before the Fey beast called the winning fish was resolved and eliminated, and since then there were no more floods in the surrounding area. This is? Close to the Yuhua Martial Arts School, the 2 eyes how clear, through the layers of windows, looked into the Zhang Chaoqiang seat next to the drawing paper has been shelved for a long time. On it, a duck body with a rat's tail was consistent with the description of the one named Jia Hook. Zhang Chaoqiang was called to the office by Jinjia. He noticed that the teachers in the office, more or less, looked at him with a caring and nurturing look. Zhang Chaoqiang, can you adapt to the high school curriculum? If you are not able to adapt, tell your teacher in time. Anxious about Zhang Chaoqiang, Jinjia overflowed with anxiety, in line with Zhang Huolong Xinxiangwei's emotion of worrying about her own child. It was not easy to get rid of Jinjia and a group of teachers, while sighing strangely while strolling back downstairs to the classroom on the way. Zhang Chaoqiang in front of the tall, thin, short and fat 2 people appeared. It is the White Road and Huang Feng. Without waiting for Zhang Chaoqiang to open his mouth, he was hitched on their shoulders, a step of 100 meters, almost an instant of 3 or 4 breaths. The 3 had already arrived at the outskirts of the city outside the Yuhua Martial Arts School, surrounded by mountains. Zhang Chaoqiang was surprised. These 2 people in front of him, their strength would not be lower than golden armor at least. The 2 immediately introduced their origins and affiliations to Zhang Chaoqiang, for which they did not hide anything from him. When Zhang Chaoqiang questioned them, Bai Lu raised his fist and blasted it at the granite around him, and in an instant, there was no ringing, but that granite had long since turned into pieces without a sound. Okay, Zhang Chaoqiang nodded his head to show that he believed it, and that the one step of 100 meters just now was not an illusion of his own. Little friend Zhang Chaoqiang, we noticed yours, and if that's what you saw with your own eyes, then it's necessary for us to tell you. That foreign beast is named Jie Hook. Where it is located, it will bring about a plague. So little friend Zhang Chaoqiang, you can't hide this matter from your uncle. Tell your uncle what you know, all of it. Zhang Chaoqiang was the person involved in their opinion, and had the right and also the need to be clear about this matter. Bringing the plague. Through the elaboration of the two men, Zhang Chaoqiang finally realized that the head he had looked at on Zhang Huolong was the foreign beast named Jie Hook. Facing the two central investigators, Zhang Chaoqiang, after deliberating for a while, told Bai Lu and Huang Feng about the matter again and again. Uncle Huang, Uncle Bai, my dad might have been invaded by this foreign beast. Little friend Zhang Chaoqiang, are you saying that it's in your dad's body? There's no time to lose, let's set off immediately. Huang Feng climbed onto Bai Lu's shoulders, and the two of them whooshed out of sight. Two uncles, be careful, don't hurt my dad, and also, can you send me back to school? The target shifted from the Yuhua martial arts school, to the Willow tattoo shop. The two of them didn't sense even the slightest bit of abnormality on Zhang Huolong in the middle of Wei Long tattoo shop. They did not act rashly, after all, it was Zhang Chaoqiang's dad, it was not good to use the strong. They sat in the milk tea store opposite the dragon tattoo shop, not directly looking for Zhang Huolong. Instead, they carefully observed and scrutinized. Fiddling with the miniature detection instrument in his hand, he was carefully sweeping the Willow Dragon tattoo shop, and there was no energy fluctuation of other creatures. Could it be hidden inside his body? Thinking like this, but there was no way to prove it, they originally thought of directly taking Zhang Huolong away, in which case regardless of whether the foreign beast was true or false hidden in his body, it had the greatest insurance. But when the tattoo store made a sound, this matter was thrown to the side of the clouds again. Tattoo store a crackle, Zhang Huolong clumsy, accidentally smashed the cup containing hot water, the whole person jumped up. Shen Xiangwei cared and pampered, anxious to the extreme, rushed over to check whether Zhang Huolong was injured, put the scalded finger into the mouth in a hurry, and then carefully cleaned it. After watching for a whole day, the straw on top of the milk teacup was bitten to pieces. Bai Lu and Huang Feng for a while felt helpless towards Zhang Huolong. This kid, in just one day, had accomplished many feats. Breaking water cups, using a mop to wipe the table, consuming moldy apples by mistake. Huang Feng was confused. This person, was he out of his mind? Sure that Zhang Chaoqiang wasn't adopted by him? There was even a moment when they thought that Zhang Huolong had infected them with demented stupidity. Until dusk, the sun gradually set. Zhang Chaoqiang returned to Wei Long tattoo parlor, and as he passed by the entrance, he apparently also discovered the two Huang Feng and Bai Lu. They told Zhang Chaoqiang that they did not detect the fluctuations of the Fey Beast on Zhang Huolong's body. However, it did not rule out that the Fey Beast was not hiding in his body. They had dealt with this situation before, and borrowing external forces, or even the life or death of the person being hidden, could not affect the hibernation of the Fey Beast. Zhang Chaoqiang had already begun to think about how exactly he could lure this from Zhang Huolong's body, and was also thinking about why this thing was hiding on his dad's body. Bai Lu and Huang Feng had no way of knowing about this for the time being. Distracted, Zhang Chaoqiang's sharp senses also noticed some minor changes in the southern section of Pingshui Street, near the store neighbors around the Wei Long tattoo store. Pork Wing's knife, which hadn't been sharpened for a few days, and the customers were still complaining that he was cutting the meat at a much slower speed. But when he speeds up, the guests again feel that he is not as reliable as before, fearing that he will cut his fingers, and hasten to stop. Diagonally across the corner of the barbershop, with a funky-styled old man Tony, known as Ghost Cutting Sorrows, meaning that no cloaked ghost who comes to get his hair cut will ever worry about his hair again. In the past few days, because of the continuous decline in the level of hair cutting and complaints from customers, he has now turned into a ghost to see the sorrow. Without realizing it, Zhang Chaoqiang only felt his eyes, as if he was going to be attracted to something again. What a familiar feeling. He retrieved the scene when he first viewed the prospective Hook when he had just started school. He gradually walked into his own tattoo parlor, ignoring his mom and dad's back, and stared at the fire dragon. Staring self-consciously at the arm of the nervous fire dragon. Clouds of mist, angry eyes attempt to burn even the mist like last time. He clearly felt that Jieho was hiding in that mist. Through Huang Feng's description, and based on the changes happening around him, Zhang Chaoqiang had fully known that this Jieho was afraid that this Jieho was spreading Zhang Huolong's character traits such as stupidity and slowness to the outside world, and after obtaining the effect, he showed up to absorb it? In order to strengthen himself? Unfortunately, this time the angry eyes could not burn the dark clouds and mists like last time, and one did not think too much about this issue. Zhang Chaoqiang hurriedly shouted loudly to the two Huang Feng Bai Lu across the street. It's appeared. In an instant, Zhang Huolong's arm returned to its original state. When those two reacted, a brain rushed into the tattoo parlor. Huang Feng set up his attack stance, and Bai Lu saw that he didn't find any abnormality, and after the microdetector detected it, he didn't find any energy fluctuation of the alien beast. Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei were uncertain, unable to figure out why two strange people with peculiar demeanor suddenly appeared in the store. They turned their heads in a daze to look at Zhang Chaoqiang. "Little friend Zhang Chaoqiang, are you a little too anxious? And you too are?" In the midst of Zhang Huolong and Xin Rongwei's puzzled looks, Huang Feng swallowed his saliva. The central investigators did their work and never passed information to ordinary people, otherwise it would cause panic. "So word by word," he said, it's fine, we're just a little interested in tattoos, just came over to take a casual look, you guys don't need to mind me." Two brothers, just now, listening to what you guys said, you know our family's super strength? Huang Feng and Bai Lu just wanted to lift their feet to leave, then was Xin Rongwei hard to pull them back. Paper Cups poured a cup of $8 a big bag of that kind of green tea, served to the two people in front of them, and then took out the tattoo atlas on their own, to give the two people to pick tattoo patterns. Sort of, recognize. That dares to be good, I'll give you a discount, right? You two are adults, right? After the two investigators nodded casually, they were attracted by the patterns on the catalog for a while. Some of them were drawn by Zhang Chaoqiang, quite realistic painting style, and some bold and avant-garde patterns were also very tense. "That's not right." Bai Lu stood up, although he was basically the same height sitting and standing. How two people checking, come tattoos came, will fade into the thoughts of Huang Feng pulled away, the two people say goodbye, before leaving, disappeared. Strange two people. Shen Rose did not care. With the help of Zhang Chaoqiang, the tattoo equipment through the closure of the store's roll-up door, the family bought some cooked food. Will go home to cook. Throughout the process, Zhang Chaoqiang was mulling over and thinking about the speculations in his mind. Although it was true that the state of the big guy was not as good as usual, there was never any absolute evidence that could prove it. The reason why he was able to clearly see the hidden on Zhang Huolong's body, might it be the effect of his own raging eyes becoming more and more refined? At night, Zhang Chaoqiang sought out Huang Feng and Bai Lu, who were squatting in the perimeter of his neighborhood. After informing his own guess, he requested them to watch over his dad and mom for a few days. "With their rank strength, I believe that these things are not a problem. That thing can't pose a threat to a 7th-ranked martial artist. Are you a little too anxious?" After listening to Zhang Chaoqiang's analysis, there was a short period of silence between each other before the taller Huang Feng finally spoke out. "This kind of argument is too absurd. The perspective hook is spreading the spreading plague. How can it be spreading foolishness as Zhang Chaoqiang's little friend you said? Foolishness is not one of the plagues." The two immediately thought that this was nonsense. As an investigator, one was supposed to possess rational analysis and cognition of anything, with a keen ability to observe and capture changes in things, bold assumptions and careful evidence. Obviously, Huang Feng and Bai Lu had now lost the same rigorous professionalism that had brought them to Tianan City in the beginning. Somewhat confused, although Zhang Chaoqiang's demonic beast smell sense was very practical, it really couldn't be proven that the changes in the surrounding area were absolutely related to the presence of the. But regardless of whether these changes are related to the Jieho or not, but the two investigator uncles, my indeed dad has seen the figure of the described Jieho on his body, you must believe me. Zhang Chaoqiang asked the two men to keep a close watch on his dad, Zhang Huolong, these days. After Zhang Chaoqiang left, Bai Lu and Huang Feng were enjoying beer and food at the barbecue store at the roadside stand while exchanging their next step. "Bai Lu, the 6th Order squad deployed from above will arrive tomorrow, right? What do you think about what kid Zhang Chaoqiang just said?" Huang Feng jerked a large mouthful of lamb skewer and spat it out again. It didn't seem cooked, but he didn't care too much about it and said seriously, "Geniuses always have particularly rich imaginations, or maybe it's caused by too much pressure from studying? Anyway, although what he said sounds somewhat logical, it doesn't match the real situation. Bai Lu, according to the information of the beasts, once 100 years ago, this side of the Linhai area appeared to be possessed by the Jieho. At that time, the person who was possessed suffered from the most serious lung disease, basically confirmed that there is no cure for the death of a road. After that, he was possessed by Jieho, which lasted for several years, and the same symptoms appeared in 100 miles around. Later, through the investigative department's hand, I don't know what method was used to pull out the Jieho from the human body, and finally beat it to a source body broken, but in the end, it was lucky enough to escape. After analyzing it later, the Jieho would only possess the most horrifying and extreme diseases. If you're saying that Zhang Huolong was really possessed by Jieho and spread his foolish personality traits, Huang Feng, then I'm afraid Zhang Huolong is the most unreliable and demented person in the Central Kingdom, no, in the world. 2 seconds later, the two laughed out loud. How is this possible? Tianan City has a pleasant scenery. The two think that this action may require some effort, but the pressure is not too great, because the perspective hook is still in a latent state, exactly how to be able to pull it out, which still need to slowly find. In the process of investigation, may be able to feel the local customs. For the time being, there is no other clue. The two will target Zhang Huolong first, although concluded that Zhang Huolong has no problem, but after consideration, Zhang Chaoqiang's words cannot be completely disregarded. He could only observe for 2 days before deciding whether or not to place his center of gravity back to the Yuhua martial arts school where the bioenergy fluctuations had first appeared. Early the next morning, Zhang Chaoqiang picked himself up at Old Chen. He casually asked, regarding whether or not the matter of V had been settled, although Lao Chen had already forgotten all about Zhang Chaoqiang's previous request. However, when Zhang Chaoqiang mentioned the word Jeho, it was as if a key had successfully opened the door, breaking open the stubborn memories in his mind. But Chaoqiang, shouldn't you tell Grandpa where you saw this kind of thing? Driving the car, old Chen's head turned directly to the back row, scaring the two men into a sweat. Waiting until the school car was parked on the side of the road, Zhang Chaoqiang pondered over the fact that old Chen should be the most trustworthy and strong person he needed. Telling old Chen about the Central Investigation Department, he received a serious and deliberate expression from the other party. He reassured Zhang Chaoqiang, "Don't worry, there is no sickness on your dad. According to common sense, the prospective hook will only attach to the sick person to spread the plague, so it won't have a chance to appear on him. The Central Investigation Department investigators up. That proves that this place has been patronized by the prospective hooks. At your dad's place, I'll stay next to him for the next 2 days, and will also be the first to notice if there's any difference, so you're relieved, right?" Zhang Chaoqiang nodded heavily. With old Chen around, he was indeed quite relieved. In the school, Zhang Chaoqiang was attentive to his lessons, although the quality of the lessons in the class these days was not very good. The discovery of this situation had already increased Zhang Chaoqiang's angry eyes experience value 2 days ago. The learning atmosphere in the class was such that the teacher, who had always been gentle, couldn't help but crack. "You guys are the worst class of students I've ever taught." The students, on the other hand, were unimpressed, as the teacher was usually full of mistakes and omissions in his lessons. In the class, Zhang Chaoqiang's main purpose these days was to try and find out how to deal with the. He knew that thing, just as surely, was on Zhang Huolong, but needed an opportunity to reveal it to the investigators or Lao Chen, who surely had a way to be able to deal with it. The amount of time placed on record had also continued to increase in recent days, as this one objective was close to reaching its closing stage. Record, 186 to 200, upon completion, you can obtain, copy learning. Zhang Chaoqiang felt that this copying and learning could help him improve his understanding of martial arts. At that time, the golden armor sealing mountain seal stayed within his body, which was equivalent to leaving behind an opportunity to learn, and although Zhang Chaoqiang was able to simply mimic some of the doorways, this was something that he could not get started with. There was no way for someone to successfully learn a martial art derived from the comprehension of a demonic beast's crystal nucleus through imparting teaching. In the end, one couldn't go to the doorway, let alone achieve great success in a small way. What was not quite the same as in elementary school was that there were quite a few students in the class that were keen on having Zhang Chaoqiang draw his portrait. Sketch portrait. Zhang Chaoqiang was worried about the lack of material, and the details of life were all recorded by him. Shu Bopi was sitting obediently in front of Zhang Chaoqiang, and a bunch of students surrounded behind Zhang Chaoqiang, pointing out the general. "Zhang Chaoqiang, you should draw thicker here, and then give him a highlight on his forehead." "What highlight? Zhu Bopi's head is not a halogen egg, it can't reflect light." "Shu." There was a sound. Talking Yu at her side raised her index finger and shushed the students who were arguing noisily, reminding them not to make too much noise so as not to disturb Zhang Chaoqiang's painting. Not coming from a proper science class, just having taken a course for a period of time, it could not be talked about as skillful, but in nearly 200 paintings of the details of life. Already let Zhang Chaoqiang derived a unique style of painting, supernatural realistic style, perhaps through the paintings, can show different from the surface of the other side. Just like the portrait of Zhu Bopi that he spent several classroom hours painting in the past 2 days, he changed the original portrait into a full-body portrait. The final result is a little more exaggerated than reality, but without deviating from reality. Zhu Bopi held the final drawing paper, and a group of students stood behind him to observe and ponder the comparison. "Brother Chang is mighty, but Pinch, why did you draw my nose? A little on the large side? It also looks flat, a bit like a pig. How the body proportion is so strange, the head is so big, and ears, hands and feet why so short? Pinch." Zhu Bopi was a little hard to figure out. Zhang Chaoqiang to other people's portrait, not like this. Their portrait even more handsome than myself and exquisite. How is it that he himself is this? Zhang Chaoqiang could not bear to laugh. This was Zhu Bopi's special treatment, because his name reminded himself of a character from an animated movie. When the next thought of himself came to mind, he couldn't stop laughing. 2 clear and unmistakable claps subdued the clamoring class. Golden Armor informed the class that he had already gone through the relevant procedures with the Transcendent Management Bureau, and had already approved the opening of the secret realm, and the process was advancing to implementation, and had reached the final step. This afternoon, the entire class would each be divided into groups of 6 to enter the secret realm for exploration. After all, this was the first time entering the secret realm, so there would not be any tasks, merely a trial experience. "Teacher, the secret realm level is?" someone reminded. "Yes, I forgot to mention that the secret realm level is the most ordinary 0-rank secret realm, and the ecological environment and demonic beast level inside are all in an ordinary state. Therefore you will also be able to engage in actual combat very well, in addition to talking about you, although your spiritual strength is low, but your spiritual tier is higher, you will be assigned some easily maneuverable spiritual weapons, and you will have rivaling power even inside." The students were exhilarated. Entering the secret realm represented being able to fight a real demonic beast for the first time in their lives. Different times, different ideas. The war era yearned for peace, the peace era looked forward to the truest battle. On the other hand, Zhang Chaoqian's dad and mom's tattoo parlor. Old Chen, why are you so free to come and sit in the store today? Otherwise. As Zhang Huolong entertained Old Chen, he and Xin Xiangwei stared at Old Chen's neck tightly, and the language seemed to imply something. Old Chen hastily straightened his clothes. No need, these trendy things, I'm not too suitable. It was rare that Lao Chen was so free during the day. Zhang Huolong and Xin Xiangwei would not let him sit by the tattoo parlor anyway. Immediately decided to close the store that temporarily did not have any guests, and set up a few sets of fishing equipment in his hands, which were fishing rods that Zhang Huolong had bought after watching the live broadcast and dusted off for several months. Just in time, today surprisingly able to come in handy. So, Zhang Huolong Shenrose pulled the Old Chen ran to the nearby reservoir fishing. The reservoir does not prohibit fishing, and inside the fish is quite a lot, and smart, so it has become the place where many anglers fight. Fishing old people in order, presenting a row of the past posture, Zhang Huolong and his entourage came here to sit down to organize the equipment. Has been a full half an hour, so many fishing guys, no one is moving. Smoke, one after another, nothing to do, can only smoke. Smoke is too heavy. Zhang Huolong with Shenrose and Old Chen looking for a remote, shallow water. Not many people stay in the place, greedy clean. At the same time, Bai Lu Huangfeng followed closely behind them, and they were surrounded by 5 or 6 people who were clearly the 6th order martial artist squad that arrived in Tianan City today. Bai Lu, are you guys sure that the matter of thee is related to these people? A team member was puzzled. Wasn't this usual? Bai Lu instructed, you guys go investigate near the Yuhua Martial School, we'll guard this place. The prospective hook made no progress and could only guard this side to observe Zhang Huolong. At this time, the other party will be equipped, reclining chairs placed in the uneven bank. It began to throw the rod down randomly, then, and Shenrose leaned against each other holding and brushing the cell phone, and even the hooks of the fishing rod do not even put the bait? The water is shallow, the original location is not good, super strong his father you still do not hit the nest, what are you doing? Old Chen seriously organized equipment, separated Zhang Huolong 2 people 7 or 8 meters, seriously on the bait, hit the nest, throw the rod in one fell swoop, his mouth is still chanting, think of it as when I was a chef of the special class certificate examination site cooking that fish, but I personally caught. Interesting, Bai Lu and Huang Feng were bored and sparked interest, putting the thin rope on their clothes on the wooden stick they picked up, and casting it underwater without bait. A morning without movement fishing guys were rippling water spirit, have grabbed the fishing rod, not any of them, heard the sound turn their heads toward another remote place, only to see Zhang Huolong is scrambling to grab the rod, husband and wife in unison to the shore tugging, underwater fish shadow looks like at least more than 20 centimeters long. Crap, no bait also hooked, fish become stupid?